Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 571, Chapter 515 plus Arachneomake 5. A/N. Couple things before the chapter. I fucked up, this was supposed to be the last chapter, so it's a little awkward. Second, I was trying something new with this chapter because I was having trouble writing it. I did a third-person POV despite never doing that before. It was mostly just a little experiment, it wasn't really received well, so I won't be doing it again. As a bonus because these two things, I added an Arachneomake in addition. At *********. POV, Winter Queen's throne room, third person. A cool air filled the throne room, many whispers could be heard from nearly every corner. It was filled with the who's who of the Winter Court, who the Queen favors, the rising stars and the ones who hold any semblance of power. The ambience had been greatly increased. An elf in rather flamboyant clothing held a glass of presumed wine in his hand. Of course, another similarly dressed elf nodded. It simply matches the decor of Her Highness. Why, I think this should have happened far sooner. Kateria Leviathan stood at the far end of the hall, listening to these fae ramble on. It wasn't just those two, the group gathered within the Winter Queen's court was extensive and varied. She looked at them then at the gaping hole in the side of the building that let the snowstorm blow inward. There were plenty of fae literally covered in snow and ice that made no move to remove it, smiling as if it was all planned and normal. It wasn't merely the throne room that needed repairs. A significant portion of the Winter Queen's castle was destroyed in what only could be described as an arrow made of sunlight slamming into it. Of course, the Winter Queen herself didn't simply sit there and wait for it to happen. She was by no means weak. Despite some whispers around the court, her losing her arm many months ago in the human world was not a matter of her losing her strength. It was one matter to extend her reach beyond her seat of power and leave herself so vulnerable. It was another matter entirely for her when sitting at her strongest. Even still, she suffered a wound from blocking the vast majority of that attack. One might look at the destruction and think the attack succeeded, they would be wrong. It contained enough power to annihilate the castle and everything within miles, yet the damage merely equated to about half the castle, albeit rather large in stature, in ruins. Is that a new dress? One of the fae women asked towards the other. Oh, this old thing. I simply decided to match Her Highness with the new fashion. She smiled slyly, her dress covered in snow from outside and she also made no effort to clean herself off. Backhanded compliments, insulting directly without doing so with a smile on their faces. Even their queen was not safe from this behavior as it was ingrained deep within them. A moment of weakness showed was an opening one needed to pull you down into the mud. It was the normal court for these fae. The normal behavior continued despite the dilapidated room until a screech caused the music and festivities to cease. The Winter Queen, high up on her throne, ran her nails against the armrest of her chair. Everyone shivered and immediately went quiet. It was one matter to subtly insult her without actually doing so. It was another matter to be flippant with your tongue while she was angry. And the many years they had lived, they had to know when she was angry in order to survive in this court. Where is my royal pixie? The queen's voice, like shattering glass, resounded throughout the icy domain. With a flash of purple and pink dust, a small, 2-foot person appeared within sight. I am here as called, your majesty. The man spoke with a cheerful tone and a strange wooden wand in hand. Pixies were a strange people even among the fair folk. It wouldn't be wrong to call them the darlings of the world. While the vast majority of fae were blocked from entering the human world, the pixies could come and go if they wanted. However, most of the time, the thought never occurred to them or it wasn't enticing. They had the mentalities of children oftentimes, but that didn't belittle their frightening intelligence and capability. They only seemed to move when something interested them or due to previous commitments. Perhaps the least malevolent of all fae, but prone to mischief all the same. They were even capable of certain feats that the Summer or Winter Queen could only be envied towards despite their power being significantly higher. I want you to divine the background and status of the one who dared attack me in my castle. She demanded, killing intent palpable. The pixie began to move around in a circle, as if dancing awkwardly, fidgeting and twitching at certain intervals. If someone from the human world saw this, they may have assumed there was a problem with him. He raised his wand up as if casting a spell and his eyes widened. Oh no. Everyone around him seemed used to his actions, treating it all as normal. However, the fae seemed surprised at his sudden exclamation, even the Winter Queen paused in her angry tapping of her throne to stare at him. I need to use my secret technique, escaping punishment. He shouted and ripped his own head off, tossing it far to the side. His headless body raised its wand up and caused a new head to grow just before a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and turned him into a smoking corpse. The original head twitched and gruesomely regrew its body. Phew, that was close. The pixie hopped back up on his feet. I was almost consumed by the causality backlash. Thankfully, I was smart enough to kill myself before the backlash could kill me. He said proudly. Royal Pixie. The Queen said, her chilling tone still present. What are the results? No can do, Queenie. You're on your own this time. I can't touch the background of the one you want. A big tree and the scary night gave me a warning not to play around. He winked at her before poofing out of existence. Kateria, who had been there this entire time on the behalf of Lord Rysavim, was just staring at the scene in shock, wondering if she was hallucinating, or if she drank far too much. It took a moment, but the Winter Queen's fury was made apparent even if she was silent and unmoving. The cold winds bashed against the castle, causing it to creak and groan with each passing tempest. It all started because one of the Queen's stray children had decided to venture off on her own. She had several children, some of which had fallen out of her favor and she stopped paying attention to. One of which ventured into the human world in an attempt to curry her favor or win her praise. Both Summer and Winter as well as all the realms knew about the upheaval that arrived not long ago. The Winter Queen was forced to acquiesce to the closing of the realm to the human world. The lake dwellers had many favors to call upon, and when debts came due, they moved in a way that shook the realm all those years ago. Not to mention the first dream silently supported their efforts. Not even Summer or Winter dared to have thoughts on matters regarding the first dream. Neither Summer nor Winter were particularly thrilled at the closing off the realm, but there was nothing they could do. So, both of them ruled over the seasons, so too did the lake dwellers control the paths, and they had to begrudgingly accept the course of events. And as tensions escalated as they tend to do between the two rotating seasons, everyone felt it. A new path opened up, a foreign path, a path that didn't exist before but suddenly revealed itself. It wasn't impossible to send people out to the human realm, merely consuming time and effort that could be used elsewhere and with a certain cost. Her daughter snuck out among the ones meant to scout and infiltrate. As the Queen, once discovered, she of course had to provide a proper response. How dare some creatures outside take prisoner her daughter? It was only right that she shows them her wrath. Winter's wrath had long been forgotten by the human world, she felt it appropriate to remind them. What she did not expect was for some thing wearing flesh and blood to sever her arm. She could admit that she overextended herself in a moment of fury seeing one of her trusted captains, one of her doted lovers about to be killed. To extend her reach across realms like she did, well, it wasn't a surprise that her hand was severed so easily. She could not immediately retaliate, her position was shaken, as comical that was. She was Winter, who could dare claim her position as the Winter Queen. Despite this, there were whispers, intentionally revealed to probe her. She had to squash all opposition quite thoroughly. And it was enough time for those creatures outside to do something so laughable that she couldn't even imagine it beforehand. They invaded. It was the first time in the history of the realm that things from the human world invaded and conquered. She could feel it, she knew that Summer could feel it. Part of the realm was usurped. Divine authority. She knew about gods. They mocked gods, depending on the sustenance of such fragile creatures like humans, despite how much amusement their compatriots took in the lesser ones. To her, at best, they would be cute pets. Regardless of her feelings, the power couldn't be denied, which is why deities were treated with a certain respect. There was even a time where both her and Summer shared the same lover, a god in the far past. Despite this invasion, her court was unconcerned. Even she only found it mildly amusing, a reprieve from the normal cycle of monotony. Sure, their farmlands were being taken over, but that only made them laugh at the thought of animals thinking they're superior for ruling over other animals. The mocking notions of the creatures outside thinking they achieved some great victory by conquering farmland. The only more ridiculous thing was that devils strutting around her domain. They were useful, so she allowed it. However, everything seemed to be turned upside down by what happened just recently. She felt rather clever about the defense she left at the entrance to her domain through the ocean. No need to put some of her people to guard, it would take care of itself. What she never envisioned was someone using that to destroy parts of her domain. Thousands of her warriors were dead. And her monthly offerings were destroyed. She normally didn't care about the farmlands, but now it would take far too long to restock her amenities. How was she supposed to offer tea when she had no tea to offer? Utterly ridiculous and an insult to her as the Winter Queen. Just this alone had her executing hundreds of people in her court that she didn't like. They had no hand in it, but all the same, through clever wordplay, she easily had them confess to the crime. As for others, well, she gave them a light punishment. They would become bricks to repair her castle. And it was a short punishment. They simply had to tell her when they wanted to stop, and she would let them go. It didn't matter, that as bricks, they couldn't speak. That was their problem. But that was all irrelevant. She was going to intervene, to show that despicable creature her wrath for not only destroying part of her domain, but also for cutting off her arm. She recognized the feeling of the one responsible. Truthfully, she was content to sit back and watch the show previously as his reflection killed him in her stead. Yet, when she made the decision to involve herself directly, he retaliated in a way that she never could have imagined. Even now, after experiencing it, she couldn't understand it. It was wrong. An object in the shape of a bow, so much power contained within it. The creature could only use a fraction of that power, but it was still enough to get the advantage on her. She hit it well, but she was wounded from taking the brunt of it. Even at this moment, she was using the power of winter to crush the warmth that permeated her body against her will. Under her dress, her body cracked, light seeping through before quickly being snuffed out by the deathly cold. That should have been the end of it. The peak of her being mocked and shamed, but a lowly thing. However, then that arrived. Oh, she noticed the other creature initially. She noticed the little god that ascended from a former resident of the realm. The large snake that held impressive power. And even the sapient wand, of which piqued her interest. But that was all overshadowed by the fourth among their group. The Winter Queen initially thought it was one of her kind at first glance. Yet it only took a blink to not recognize the being that trespassed within her domain through unknown means. It was no winter, no summer, no autumn, nor fall. Yet, all the same, it felt wholly welcomed within the realm as if it belonged. It was seemingly also a being of their caliber, at least in existence. She was beyond the common fae of the realm, a higher sort. So too was this thing higher in scope. Casually, with a wave of its hand, it was able to assert dominance over her domain. And then, it did something that nearly made her faint. It created its own realm. A large castle that dwarfed hers, and a red moon that hung high up in the air that sent fear down her spine. Her, the cold and ruthless winter, felt fear. The only grace she acknowledged was that the creature didn't seem innately hostile. Because she questioned how she would defend against the creature dropping the literal moon on top of her head. The answer was unsurprisingly concerning for the Winter Queen. Caution was needed, but no longer could she sit idly by. At the very least, the creatures that invaded the realm needed to be dealt with appropriately. She needed many more bricks to repair her castle, and she was running out of dissenters. We are at war. The Winter Queen spoke, hushing all murmurs. The creatures have invaded the domain of winter. Kateria, the devil still standing far in the back, she wanted to blurt out and obviously. But to all the fae in the room, they were surprised, shocked even. It was an acknowledgement. They acknowledged that the things they thought funny, the animals they considered taking as pets once captures, they were something worthy of them going to war, and that only the queen considered the summer court her match so far. Your Majesty, it's merely some farmland. I will personally lead my warriors to capture them. Is there a need to declare war? One particular fae took up, bright and large butterfly-like wings on his back. Willen. The Winter Queen called out, and through a misty haze, a Mendond in bone-like armor appeared and knelt at the feet of her throne. Yes, Your Majesty. Prepare the warriors, rally all our troops. And Sprick here, she looked at the one who spoke up a moment prior. Has volunteered to be on the front lines. The fae with the wings had his eyes widened as he realized he misspoke and basically volunteered to be cannon fodder. We must know our new enemy that dares invade the winter domain. She declared, leaving no room for retort, snapping her fingers, and many images, in real time, of the red-headed creature and his fellows appeared around the room. How uncouth. We're certainly lacking new decorations. I hope this will revitalize the decor. I could use a new human skin rug, but we haven't had any new ones come in so long. One finely dressed fae woman spoke. Oh, most certainly. I feel like the ones I have currently are broken. One of my pets promised me that they would stop defecating on the floor. Yet, they continue to do so. I was so aghast that I had to unchain them from the wall and feed them to my hounds. How unfortunate. I remember how well that human brought the whole room together. The Winter Queen looked around, and there were no whispered words against her decree. They also knew what transpired not but hours ago, and even if they would not admit it, it stirred something inside of them. The Winter Queen cast her gaze towards the dragon. The beast dared to ignore her summons time and time again, yet she didn't get angry. He was a dragon, so such behavior was expected. It was like telling her, winter itself, to stop being cold and harsh. But the dragon noticed her gaze, seemingly uncaring as he watched over the human with the interesting thing inside of him. If it weren't for the dragon protecting the human, she would have taken him for herself. The human fainted, but she didn't pay attention to that. What she focused on was the things that he spawned out of nothingness. A cruel smile crept up on her lips. She had lost a great many of her hunters and warriors from the arrival of the thing before, but that was far from enough to neuter the Winter Court's strength. Her gaze returned back to her court. We must understand how these things think, how they act, and know best to hunt them. Her trusted General Willen was speaking to the court, rallying their enthusiasm. It was a novel thought, since when did they have to understand their lessers? But his words had merit. Yes, she looked at the picture of her most hated foe. The red hair of his was too eye-catching to ever miss. Even now, he did something she didn't understand, and it only served to annoy her due to feeling ignorant. Why was it that every time she looked his way, he would raise his middle finger towards her gaze? Clearly, it must hold some significance since he continues to do it. She would discover its secrets and there was nowhere he could hide to escape her wrath. At *****. Non-canon Omake, The Little Spider Part 5. It took a while for the God of Madness to finally calm down, wiping a tear from his eye as he still chuckled a few times. Great, this is great. You're officially my favorite little demigod now, kid. What about your children, Mr. D? Chiron asked. Oh, I hadn't laughed like that since, well before dear old Pops took away my booze. He looked at Arachne, ignoring Chiron's comment. I may even be a little sad when you eventually get mauled and eaten by a monster for some stupid reason. Why did you get your booze taken away? Arachne seemed to focus on that tidbit. Oh, you know, I went after a nymph that was off limits. He waved his hand flippantly through the air, underlining the sarcastic undertone of his words. Thus, I have been tortured to not allow anything alcoholic past my lips for 100 years. Arachne's eyes widened. I'm sorry for your loss, she said with full sincerity. You're a strange one. Dionysus felt strange himself, he never had a good impression of a demigod that wasn't his own before. Yes, he had the strange feeling swelling up inside of him, he didn't want this one to die so horribly, at least immediately. Give it a few years, and he'd probably come to despise her like all the others. Are we still allowed to drink here? She asked. Absolutely not. Chiron spoke up. You're only. I'm being punished, I haven't turned into a buzzkill. He deadpanned. Mr. D, please don't encourage children to drink. Chiron sighed. I am Scottish. Arachne defended. Me mum gave me whiskey for the first time when I turned 10. Well, technically her mom let her try it on her 10th birthday after begging from the younger Arachne. She, of course, couldn't hold it in. It's not like Scathack was a bad mother who let her 10-year-old daughter drink whiskey every day. It was only a recent development that her parents had laxed her alcohol usage, considering she wasn't human and there technically wasn't any real harm. Ah, a people after my own heart. Dionysus sighed happily. Wait, your mom. He refocused. Mom, not mother. Arachne rolled her eyes, knowing what he meant. Right, right. He nodded in understanding. So you know who your parent is? She usually doesn't let the father tell the kid, preferring to do the whole reveal at camp. Arachne scoffed. Mida does what he wants. Dionysus looked at her for a moment and shrugged. Not his clowns, not his circus. He was just happy to watch the show from the audience. Be that as it may. Chiron seemed to choose his words carefully. It's perhaps wise not to flaunt it until you're claimed by your godly parent. It's a tradition and general rule that the parent has priority in. Blah blah, Chiron, save it for later. Dionysus interrupted. Let's focus on the important thing. Like why you have the Bane of Olympus behind you, little girl. He pointed at Mr. Blueberry, who happily nudged against Arachne's side. His name is Mr. Blueberry. Arachne corrected. Sure. The God of Madness didn't even blink at the name. Now, we have to deal with Mr. Blueberry before Pop starts throwing around lightning thinking we're planning something nefarious. We could take him up to Olympus immediately, Mr. D. Chiron offered. That's probably the best bet. No, he's mine. Arachne interjected. You're not taking Mr. Blueberry anywhere. Listen, kid. I'll stab you in the balls. Arachne threatened, narrowing her eyes. For some reason, Dionysus felt like she wasn't just making an empty threat. He considered his next course of action and put his hands up in surrender. Well, looks like there's nothing I can do. Mr. D. Chiron blurted out in surprise. You know the rules, Chiron. I can't just steal the girl's pet. Something, ancient laws. He raised up a plastic cup full of Diet Coke with a faux reluctant sigh. My hands are tied. He had no desire to get entangled with what was going to happen. It's not like it wouldn't get found out, he would much rather someone else grab this hot potato. Moo, my blueberry let out a happy sound. Yes, I am a merciful god. Dionysus nodded as if he understood Mr. Blueberry. Chiron just looked utterly tired. I suppose I'll be the one to relay the news to the gods. He spoke in resignation. Don't be silly, Chiron. I'm the camp director, of course I have to be the one to tell my dear sister to her face. Dionysus spoke righteously. I meant the Ophiutorus. Right, that too, I suppose. I'll settle everyone in. Chiron finally settled. Mrs. Jackson, if you would please follow me. And Arachne, as well. Sally Jackson had been standing there silently the whole time, having no idea what was going on. She just nodded dumbly as Chiron led her out of the big house. Arachne hummed as she followed along with Mr. Blueberry. At *****. Here we are, your son should be staying in the Hermes cabin. It's where we have all the non-claimed children stay until their parents claim them. As the god of travelers, he welcomes everyone. We can get you sorted with a bed as well, Miss Schweinorg. Chiron decided not to use her first name for now. What? Arachne blinked. Why would I stay here? I know who my parent is. Be that as it may, until you're claimed. Nope. Arachne. It's the rules. That's dumb. Let's go inside. Arachne followed along, poking her head inside the log cabin with the picture of a caduceus hanging over the threshold. It was about what she expected, only more cluttered and bigger on the inside than the outside. Lots of random things were thrown about. Mom. Percy. The mother and son pair reunited quickly as they both hugged each other tightly. The other kids in the cabin quieted down, able to read the room rather well. Arachne felt like she did a good deed and was feeling proud of herself. Her mom and dad always told her that while she can be selfish and prioritize her own self-interests, it's important to also be compassionate and kind when possible. Mom, what happened? I thought I was saved. His mom smiled, glancing at Arachne. Percy's head peeked out from behind her and looked at Arachne, the latter of whom waved. There was clearly a lot he wanted to say, but he was more focused on the fact that his mother was alive. You did a good thing, Miss Schweinorg. Chiron praised Arachne. It's rare that I have a camper so skilled come into camp for the first time. You managed to slay such a legendary monster like the Minotaur without proper training. Proper training? Arachne scoffed. Of course I've been trained. My mom had trained me since I was old enough to hold a spear. Chiron coughed awkwardly. Apologies, I meant training in the proper way such as for one of your godly heritage. Yes. Arachne seemed confused. It isn't the first time Mom had trained a demigod. Chiron just looked at her, rather confused. Chiron, a new girl walked in, pausing as she saw everyone, and then her eyes landed on Arachne. Her similarly gray eyes. Ah, Annabeth, this is our new camper, Mississippi Schweinorg. Chiron introduced. Both pairs of gray eyes blinked at one another. Annabeth Chase. The girl smiled politely. Arachne Wathak Schweinorg. Arachne said without much emotion. Annabeth, however, nearly choked once she heard the name. Annabeth was by no means stupid. Like the gods before, seeing the gray eyes was nearly a dead giveaway on who her parent was, in addition to some facial features that ran in the family. Is that really your name? Of course it is. Arachne said as a matter of fact. You can't be serious. Annabeth gaped. You have to change it. Why would I do that? Because you can't have that name. It's my name, and nothing can change it. Arachne huffed, crossing her arms. What's wrong with the name? Percy was the one who spoke up. It's a slight against my mother. Annabeth squeaked out. So? So? Annabeth repeated in astonishment. You don't care. Why would I? Just cause she's my mother. Arachne frowned. Wait, you know that, and that's still the name you're calling yourself? Annabeth was even more disturbed. She took a moment to organize her thoughts. That can't be the name she gave you. Of course not. Arachne rolled her eyes. But it's the name my dad and mum gave me, so it's the name I use. You can't use that name. Annabeth said again. Perhaps, Chiron took a small step between the two girls. You should heed her advice, Miss Schweinorg. Annabeth is the head counselor of the Athena cabin, her words hold weight. Head counselor? Arachne repeated. That's right. Annabeth nodded, thankful that Chiron helped her there as her brain nearly short-circuited at the sheer absurdity of the situation. That means you're the strongest? Arachne asked again. Yes. Annabeth blinked. She considered that, and she would be the strongest in such a narrow term, of her cabin. Why are you so weak? Arachne blurted out. What? Why are you so weak? Arachne said once more without an ounce of grace. If you're the head or whatever, then does that mean everyone else there is weaker? Annabeth didn't know how to respond to that, but she noticed something particular in Arachne's gaze. Was that disappointment? There was an awkward silence that filled the cabin, because it was more than just Arachne and Annabeth that had been involved. Besides Chiron, Percy, and Sally, there were campers of the Hermes cabin who just happened to be here at the time and who had silently been watching the scene unfold. I am not weak. Annabeth finally regained her thoughts, defending herself. Barely middle class. Arachne mumbled. Maybe, less. What can you do then, huh? What do you mean? I'm a daughter of Athena, I can wield any weapon expertly. I can fight and beat people twice my size. I'm the best strategist in the cabin, Anne. Isn't that something every one of our siblings gets by default? Arachne interjected. Well, duh. What else do you expect? You haven't learned any magic. Magic. I'm not a child of the goddess of magic. Annabeth said with a bit of sarcasm. How disappointing. Arachne lost interest. Annabeth just gaped at her with a mix of confusion and anger as silence once more returned to the room. So who's my dad? Percy broke the awkward silence, asking the question that's been on his mind this whole time. He was told that he was in Hermes' cabin until his dad claimed him, but now that his mom was here, he just decided to ask it so bluntly. Percy, you have to wait. Poseidon. Arachne blurted it out, noticing the familiarities with her da's authority. She could practically taste the storm on him. Her disappointment in her half-sister was pushed to the side in favor of the boy who seemed to exude more of a presence despite being completely ignorant about his innate bloodline. Miss Schweinorg, you can't just— Chiron's words were abruptly cut off as a glowing trident appeared over Percy's head. His eyes widened, and everyone but Arachne and Sally shot to the ground, kneeling towards the glowing symbol. Poseidon. Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god. Chiron spoke reverently. So, that answers that question, huh? Percy said amidst the awkward stares his way. I will show you to your new cabin, Percy. Chiron's words were stiff. Sweet. Percy beamed. Come on, Mom. He practically pulled her out. Arachne, however, found herself confused. Where was Mr. Blueberry? While they left somewhere else, she went to find her pet, leaving a bewildered Annabeth and Hermes' cabin behind. At ****. Arachne searched all over, tracking Mr. Blueberry. He seemed to have wandered around a bit, leading her on a bit of a chase. However, after searching for a while, she eventually found Mr. Blueberry lying down in the lap of a woman with a simmering fire nearby. No, it would be wrong to call it a simple fire, but more a hearth. The young-looking woman turned her head and gave Arachne a gentle smile as she rubbed Mr. Blueberry's head. Arachne stopped dead in her tracks, eyes widened. You're. The words found silence before they could escape her mouth. The young-looking woman put a gentle finger to her lips. Careful, I like to keep my identity a secret so I can tend to the hearth in the camp without causing a commotion. Her voice was extremely gentle. I'm curious how you noticed me so easily. Isn't it obvious? Arachne tilted her head. The young woman, or rather the goddess Hestia, looked at the demigod before her. You must have much better sight than most demigods. Just be careful about blurting out the names of other gods so easily. I wasn't going to blurt out your name. Arachne stated. Hestia blinked. You weren't. I was going to say that you're the prettiest girl I've ever seen before. She said a bit bashfully, contrasting deeply with her usual demeanor. I like how the fire dances in your eyes. Hestia blinked again, finding a response hard to formulate. Her first thought was surprise that a demigod could see the flames in her eyes, as she put it. The second, well, that was much more obvious. Never had a demigod so blatantly flirted with her before. I assume you're here for your friend. She decided to ignore it. Mr. Blueberry. Moo. He made a content sound of happiness. Hestia found herself smiling. He is a very pure and innocent creature. Not what I would expect from something called the Bane of Olympus. Be careful about who tries to capture him. A will protect him properly. Arachne puffed up her chest. Thank you for watching him. Mr. Blueberry got up from Hestia's lap and floated over to nudge Arachne. I was no trouble, he's welcome to come back whenever he wants. Mr. Blueberry let out another noise of happiness. Come along, Mr. Blueberry, we need to find where we're going to sleep. She patted his head. Moo, he began to fly off rather quickly with a huffing Arachne following behind. At ****. High up on Mount Olympus, the gods gathered at the beckoning of one of their own. Dionysus, why did you call a meeting? Zeus's voice, despite not shouting, boomed across the room. If this is another attempt to get out of your punishment. I'm sorry, if you don't want to know where the Ophiutorus is, we can call the meeting here. The god of wine said rather evenly. Everyone stilled as they looked at him. Everyone knew the legends and the validity of them when it came to the Ophiutorus. Zeus in particular went rigid when the creature was mentioned. It was only by the skin of his teeth last time that he managed to prevent the Titans from completing the ritual during the Great Titanomachi. The fact that it reappeared now of all times, it just furthered the chaos. Where is it? Zeus demanded. Dionysus picked his ear. Zeus narrowed his eyes. Son. It's hard to speak with my mouth so dry. The sky above became thunderous, lightning threatened to drop down any moment. Dionysus looked up, admittedly frightened, but he kept a calm expression. Come on, Pops. You know I have no desire for that thing. But you also know there's something I want. Reward and punishment should be meted out properly. Discovering the location of the Ophiutorus should be more than enough to cancel out my punishment, right? Zeus's hand gripped the throne with a large frown. Father, he doesn't speak incorrectly. Athena spoke, one of his most trusted aides. He tended to listen to Athena more than anyone when it came to arguments. If he truly knows where the Ophiutorus is, then that's a large merit to consider. Zeus calmed down slightly. I will recognize the merit. He finally said. But removing an established punishment would set a bad precedent. He tapped the armrest of his throne. You will continue to serve your time as camp director, but I will lift your restriction on drinking. A middle ground that allowed Zeus to save face while also rewarding Dionysus for such a valuable merit. I'll take it. Dionysus could deal with being the camp director for a few more decades if he could at least get utterly drunk every day. And the location of the Ophiutorus? Poseidon asked, earning a glare from Zeus. The two were still at each other's throats. Zeus accused Poseidon of stealing his master bolt while the sea god vehemently denied it. It didn't help that a new spawn of the sea god just so happened to arrive at camp during these turbulent times. If it weren't such an important matter, Zeus would be bellowing out his anger towards his brother for everyone to hear. However, he was keeping moderate decorum while they handled the primary issue at the moment. All the other gods leaned in with anticipation, ready to swoop in and secure it at all costs. Oh, it's down at the camp. One of Athena's newest brats waltzed right in with it as her pet. He said cheerfully. No takebacks. Zeus twitched with the desire to smack his son rather hard, but that was overshadowed by the fact that the Ophiutorus was literally in their camp under their noses. And then, all eyes turned to Athena. What do you mean, one of my children has it? Athena asked in confusion. One of your daughters just arrived at camp and saved the mom of the other brat from Poseidon's loins while she was at it. And the Ophiutorus was right at her side. Dionysus said without reservation. Zeus furrowed his brow because he knew who the demigod he was speaking about was. Of course Zeus knew about Poseidon's breaking of the oath. Zeus even threw a lightning bolt at them in anger and watched as the boy safely made it to camp against his wishes. Though he didn't pay attention to the mortal woman, why would he? It seems he missed something else in his anger. Likewise, Poseidon furrowed his brow because he knew about the girl. It drew his attention when he was called out so abruptly without the chance to claim his son on his own terms. He obviously couldn't ignore his son after being named his own, he just hadn't gotten around to punishing the girl for daring to do so without regard for his wishes. And of course, it would be a child of Athena, he expected nothing different. He used that moment to turn his gaze down to the camp at his son and blinked when he realized that the girl was in the cabin with him and his mortal lover, Sally. Not only that, his eyes widened when he noticed that the Ophiutorus was inside his cabin too. Was it drawn to his connection to the sea? Percy, you can't speak for your father in something like this. He heard Sally's voice since the cabin was quite literally a temple of his. Why not? I'm the only one in the cabin, doesn't that make me, what was it? Counselor or something? Yeah, I'm the head counselor of the Poseidon cabin, so I can make the rules, right? That sounds logical to me. The daughter of Athena agreed with my son. Moo. So it's settled, she can sleep here. Percy stated. Poseidon was conflicted. He absolutely despised Athena and her children, but at the same time, she did save a woman that Poseidon still loved. The sea god's gaze returned to the discussions taking place among his kin. Why are we even talking about this? Just go down there and take the damn thing. Ares grumbled. It's technically not allowed. Hermes replied. It could be considered a spoil of hers, so as gods, we can't just take something she earned without permission. Either she has to offer it to one of us, or it has to be a willing trade. I could hunt it. Artemis offered. It's a beast, regardless of ownership, and I have permission to hunt beasts. You're forbidden to hunt within the confines of the camp. Aphrodite rebuked her just because she disliked the goddess of the moon. Artemis scowled in response but couldn't argue as that had been a rather old rule at this point due to certain incidents in the past. Why don't I go down and speak with her? Athena offered. If she is in fact my daughter, she can be reasoned with. It should not take much effort, perhaps offering her a reward would be appropriate as well. Zeus let out a low hum. Very well, I give you permission to descend into the camp discreetly. Thank you, Lord Zeus. Athena smiled, then turned to Dionysus. Which of my daughters is it, Dionysus? Do you have so many that you lost count? The camp director snorted. Watch yourself. Her eyes narrowed. Yes, I wouldn't want to lose my drinking privileges after just getting them back. He rolled his own eyes, but a strange gleam appeared with a smirk. But if you want to know your daughter's name, I would be happy to tell you. Why, it's none other than Arachne Wathak Schweinorg. There was a beat of silence. What did you just say? Athena's voice a noticeable pitch higher. As the name registered with everyone, it was Ares who started laughing. Poseidon almost followed along with him and decided in that moment that he wouldn't oppose her staying in the cabin with Percy's permission. Athena nearly jumped from her seat and waved her arms around, a large and visible tear in the air as they could all peer down towards the camp, almost like looking at a television screen as it found the target of discussion. You can have this bed, since you get more privacy. Percy's voice rang out for all the gods to hear. I thank ya. The daughter of Athena replied gracefully as she apparently got settled into the cabin. Poseidon, why is my daughter in your cabin? Athena let out a shrill cry. Before he could answer, something strange happened. Quiet, we're being watched. Arachne's eyes shot up, and to all the gods looking down, it was as if she were looking back at them. There was a flash of surprise amongst the gods that a young demigod could notice their combined gaze. Different than when Poseidon utilized his connection to the cabin to check in due to it being a temple of his. The collective gazes of the gods made for a much more robust presence as it bore down. Despite this, it was genuinely surprising for them that a demigod was able to detect it. Dad says you owe 14 years of child support. The daughter of Arachne said, looking right up at all the gods despite not being able to actually see them. There was another beat of silence before Ares burst out in laughter again, this time joined by Dionysus and Aphrodite. At ****** at A/N. Yeah, it was an attempt at something different. Don't think I'll be doing it again, a lesson learned and all that, but it is what it is. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We have 2 Arachne chapters and a Cyclops snippet ahead as well. Also, the next world was revealed and we're heading their next chapter, maybe. Chapter 572, Chapter 525. Patching up the ship was quite literal in some aspects and, in others, not so much. The ship was old, and there was a lot of wear and tear, especially after sitting here for so long. For an extended period, this ship wouldn't last, but for one more use, I could make it get by. Luckily, the ship was filled with magic. It had been coursing through various parts of the ship for so long that it let it weather the years while retaining its overall shape. Still, I had to use some creative fixes to make sure that it could even float without water pouring in through some holes. Though curiosity got the best of me because I had yet to see the mechanism by which this ship could actually fly. There was obviously some magical mechanism somewhere. After fixing a rather egregious hole the size of a head near the back of the underdeck, I did find the room. It seems as magical energy seeped out of it noticeably. The door creaked and grinded, made of metal and rather strong at first touch. Dust and rust made way as I pulled it open, and immediately, I was left dumbstruck. It only took a moment to analyze by sight alone. I could trace the mechanism by which magical energy was produced along with the spell sequences melded into its overall application. Still, after understanding it, all I could think was, what the fuck was I looking at? Did you find the furnace? I looked to see Captain Hook walking over. I was glad he seemed to have a bit more energy, but it was obvious his body was still in a bad shape. This is how you get your ship to fly, I said incredulously. She has never failed me once before. He walked over, putting his hand on it. How did you come by it? Because he didn't seem like someone overtly knowledgeable about magical means based on his life in the stories. More like he stumbled into things. I sold my soul for revenge, he said directly without a hint of remorse. I asked for a means to venture anywhere and hunt down who I needed to. Was it worth it? I asked. I have many regrets in my life. The old man's aged eyes opened a bit more. This will never be one of them. He walked to the side of the other machine, if it could be called that. If my ship had the equivalent of a magical reactor to sustain its properties, this thing, the closest approximation I could call it was a blast furnace, despite that not being a type of energy source. But that's basically what it looked like and seemingly how it sort of operated on the surface. It was all kinds of strange, a product of its era. How old was this ship? He said he sold his soul for it. I don't know if he meant literally or not, but this was made purely by immortal means, and it was easy to tell. He held up a torch and lit the top of it on fire. There was a hole big enough for the torch to fit into, as if to reignite the engines. You know this thing is only a hair's breadth away from being a giant bomb, right? I looked at him. Captain Hook looked back at me, lighted torch in hand with a growing smile, and he stuck it into the contraption. It was accompanied by a loud explosion. The accumulated dust and grime were blown away as the thing began to groan and creak, turning on again for the first time in who knows how many years. Fire roared to life, and the magical energy in the ship began to increase with the churning of the machine. She still holds strong, Captain Hook said affectionately. I gave one last concerned look at the engine churning out magical energy and decided it was best to ignore it for the sake of my sanity. Right, well, everything was fixed that I could manage below deck. Cousin, look what I found. Ark nearly knocked me over as I came up the stairs. She was holding a bright red hat with a big feather in it, very similar to Captain Hook's more weathered hat. She seemed really excited about it for some reason, like it was some treasure. My old hat. Captain Hook peeked out from around me. Arcuade just held it up for him with a smile. Captain Hook took it hesitantly, running his hand along the fabric before putting it on top of Ark's head. A young woman shouldn't be forced to bear the hot sun for so long. He returned the warm smile and returned to the top of the deck. I glanced at Ark, who was pulling on the hat like it was her new favorite toy but kept it on her head. She doesn't really interact with many people, does she? I was still pissed at Ark for abruptly hopping over here, but she probably has no social awareness at all due to being isolated for the vast majority of her life. And despite Gramps' efforts, she is not human. Her goals and purpose force her into certain lifestyle choices. The fact that she at all had the desire to come explore was, well, it was surprising. Did you patch up the sails? I asked. I fixed them good, she said proudly. Walking up to the deck, I looked at her patch job. While the sails were in fact patched, I couldn't help but stare at them. One of the holes was covered by what looked like the outline of a cat sewn into it. Another was an apple, another was a star. I did a good job, right? She was looking for praise. You did a wonderful job. Captain Hook praised before I could utter a word. My ship looks more spectacular than I remember. Hee hee. I would let her have it. Actually, where did she even learn how to sew? There was a lot I seemingly had no clue about regarding her. I'm finished. Folan came up as well. Weapons should be good to go. More impressive than I thought they would be. Well, it would be odd for a magical ship to merely have mundane cannons. Jormungandr loomed over the side, lifting his massive body up, and, funny enough, a large, albeit significantly smaller Tik-Tok hopped onto the deck. Still a monster of a crocodile, but he was clearly smaller. I taught the kid here how to shrink down. Jormungandr stated, himself shrinking down to the size of a small snake and coiling around Folan's arm. Tik-Tok, it's like you're a wee lad again. Captain Hook laughed happily, running up to hug the big crocodile. We're all ready, Captain. I informed him. It had taken a bit more than an hour, but the damage was also a bit more extensive than it appeared on the outside. Captain Hook stood up straight, hands trembling. He looked excited, happier than I've seen him thus far. Then it's time to set sail. He walked towards the wheel and put his hands on it. The ship creaked and moaned. Everyone braced themselves as the ship slowly pushed off the ground. The many years of sedentary stone and moss around it crumbled as it pulled away. There was a small jolt before it evened out, and the ship left the cavern, ascending to the air. I thought he was going to keep close to the waters, but the ship pointed upwards at an almost 50 degrees angle. Captain. I looked at him because even I was concerned about flying too high in a realm like this where time and space were so mangled that it was hard to properly perceive it. Is it wise to go this high? Captain Hook let out a hearty laugh. I've long ago conquered these waters. There is nowhere that the Jolly Roger can't sail. The ship accelerated, and it shot upwards, breaching a threshold as if entering a new world where the stars danced around us and the waters below disappeared. The ship trembled with each passing moment, the stars turning to strings of light as the ship went faster and faster. I grabbed the railing, questioning some of my choices up to this point. This is so much fun. Arcuade threw her hands up. Ha ha. Captain Hook laughed along with her. They're both crazy. Folan grumbled, looking more worried than me. Does this old coot know where he's going? I'm pretty sure we're far from where we need to be. Don't worry, I know a shortcut. The captain spun the wheel aggressively as the ship jerked and drifted. I never in my life considered if a flying ship could drift, but apparently the question was answered for me. I blinked because I noticed a small rupture in space among the turbulent sky. Don't worry, he knows what he's doing. I smiled along. From the waters to the sky. From horizon to horizon, never a land we cannot reach. The ship sailed right into it. At *******. Yasaka POV. I felt like we made good progress. I glanced back behind me, and tens of thousands of my people stood in formations, waiting for our next order. The stench of death and corpses hung in the air, but it was inevitable. How many did we have to march through to get to this point? I lost count, perhaps equal to the number we have, but they were never organized. It was clear that we had yet to face the full brunt of their forces. Yet, it could be said, for this stretch of land, we had fully conquered it. Perhaps it would have been more worthy of celebration had they not considered it farmland by Vivian's words. Regardless, it was enough to motivate our people. Lady Yasaka, shall we burn the bodies? I looked at my general. See to it. I nodded. They seemed to be putting up a last stand at this point. Piles of Fae stood tall between us and what remained of our enemies in this stretch of land. From what I understood, the large building in the distance with the beam of light was the supposed lighthouse that connected to another space that we needed to traverse to reach the realm of winter. I have long lost any goodwill or sympathy for these people. Even in war, with enemies, you had to treat them with a certain respect. It was not my first time in a war, but I've never led armies so directly. Wars back home, they normally didn't compose of marching armies of tens of thousands in open fields. Oh, we had clashes of such number, but they were much more disorganized in the past. And in the past, our enemies likewise held a certain regard. There were rules, unspoken ones. You don't feign a surrender, lest your enemies never believe a true surrender going forward. You don't torture prisoners, which was a bit less enforced, so to speak, because sometimes you needed to know something. But you didn't want to be known for torturing prisoners, lest the enemies never surrender and willingly fight to the last man, causing more casualties on your side. And there were others, depending on the situation. Maybe lesser ones, such as not playing around with what humans would note as chemical warfare. Less impressive that sounds when everyone is robust as us, or magical and whatnot. But if you escalate in that direction, so too will your enemies. And if someone thought that mundane chemical weapons were horrendous, they never considered what you could make with magic and a desire for revenge. Of course, you're not supposed to kill non-fighters. Accidents happen, as unfortunate as it is to say, bombarding an area with magic tends to find casualties among the non-combatants. But you don't intentionally target them or anything like that. It basically all comes down to not wanting these things done back, which is why you don't do them in the first place. It's never so cut and dry, things happen, war is bloody and relentless. However, in this instance, we had thrown all that away. We tried. We gave them a certain amount of undeserved respect, mostly because of our own pride, but that quickly whittled away. Now, there were piles of Fae bodies burning between us and the remainder of their forces that stood across the last fields. It was about sending a message. I sniffed the air, noticing something familiar, and I found myself smiling. I'll be joining the fight this time. As you wish, Lady Yasaka. My last general bowed and moved to handle things. How nice that I don't even need to explain myself. I haven't gotten to stretch my legs very much as I've been acting more in a leadership role. But I had a feeling I would be needed up front going forward. Reika dear. I called out. Yes. My harem sister answered quickly. It seems our other sister is approaching, let's give her a nice welcome. I didn't know where Scathach was, however. Only that she was nearby and tended to do her own things. Jin was in the back behind the army, following along this time as she wanted to see where we were going. Lastly, Jean was back at camp, keeping up with the wounded. It was nice to know she was back there along with a good amount of our forces to keep the portal secure. Secondly, while stretching my legs, I had this strange tingling in the back of my mind. I felt like I was going to discover my semblance soon, and I was rather curious. Well, I suppose I should introduce myself. I briefly considered transforming, but I pushed that thought aside. It wasn't needed, and I didn't want to hog everything for myself. I took a step forward, gathering my yujitsu. Many people think that dragons have the most deadly flames. They were wrong. I took a deep breath and released everything I gathered. A wave of foxfire hit the front of the gathered Fae still standing in our opposition. Reiku was the next to act as purple lightning danced overhead and her blade swept the heads of many Fae in a single breath. Combined with thousands of shouts, our own warriors charged forward. The Fae, on the other hand, missed the initiative and didn't have the chance to meet it properly. The first of the warriors under me collided with them. Through the wisps of my flames that were near dissipation, burnt and seared bodies crushed under his feet. An Oni of good stature wielding a large club. It splattered the head of one Fae with butterfly-like wings and a rather oversized head and some other odd features. Following it was a young lady, completely nude but with no genitals, easily mistaken for the more caricatured version of a fairy from certain societies. She flew on a flaming wool that launched downwards, spinning through their numbers, burning and ramming all about. A clan of Obake roared with katanas drawn, wearing proper samurai armor. A type of yokai known for shape-shifting, but over the years, took pride in maintaining a samurai-like lifestyle. I smiled as a spear sailed through the air, impaling a Fae that was firing arrows from a bow. Another of his brethren seemed intent on removing it, as the impaled Fae was not dead. Only for the spear to pull out on its own, a hazy silhouette formed around it, as if a ghost were wielding the spear. But that was incorrect. It was a Tsukumagami that used its own yujitsu to create an image of a person to wield himself as, after reaching over 100 years of age, it gained sentience and became a yokai. And of course, the highest number of any singular yokai were my own Tengu that served me for generations. They propagated quickly, and they were always so militaristic that they took to this kind of warfare rather easily. They stormed the front lines, as well as taking them from above, utilizing their excellent flying speed and maneuverability. Despite how different all of them were, all the different shapes and sizes and abilities, they all worked together coherently, fighting together without problems. With a ferocious grin, I leapt into the air, slamming down near the middle of their numbers, burying one unlucky Fae into the ground from the impact. I swiped my claw, turning bodies into chunks of flesh. Spears and swords were swung at me, but these ones were far too weak for me to take seriously. I easily danced around her weapons, rending them asunder with each wave of my sharp claws. "You are enjoying yourself." Reika stepped onto the ground next to me, her blade parrying another as she followed up, cleaving the owner in half. I wiped away some of the blood splattered across my face. "I am a yokai as well," I replied. I was far from innocent even if I was content with my peaceful lifestyle these days. "A monster is always a monster, is that right?" She glanced at me. "Exactly." I laughed as she smiled. "Don't hold back on my account, Demon Slayer." Reika claimed she didn't like showing this side of herself around Wilhelm. I don't understand it either. Because as she tore through bodies with such skill and precision, with blood and limbs flung through the air, even I wanted to push her down right here in the middle of the fight. One thing was for sure, once everything was over, I was dragging both her and Wilhelm into bed with me. One of the most famous figures in Japanese legend stood at the side of her supposed enemy as we both slaughtered with rather malicious grins on our faces. It was good to let loose every now and then. Surprisingly, the building we were trying to reach lit up, even more than it did previously. There was a sort of pulse through the pillar of light. I didn't quite understand what that meant until I saw a familiar ship push out of it. Flying through the air, a certain rabbit is sitting on the wheel. The cannons wasted no time before releasing a barrage down below onto the Fae's back lines. I relaxed a bit, Reika shooting me a confused look amidst the chaotic battlefield as I merely pointed towards the side. It started with a bright golden light. 1,000 horses racing across the plains and the Pendragon's banners raised high. Their lances leveled downwards, and they aimed for the center of the lines of the Fae still alive. Almost immediately, they almost collapsed, and many started to run away, but they couldn't escape as the entirety of Artoria's knights rode right into them. Shields were immediately shattered, what armor they possessed was demolished, and the mounted knights crushed hundreds beneath them as they continued charging through the middle lines, creating a clear divide and cutting off any kind of retreat from nearly half of what remained. If it wasn't a foregone conclusion before, it was most certainly one now. They didn't have anywhere to run. I had my fun, and Reiku as well didn't pursue any more. The bodies around us were already piled up. "Have you both been well?" Artoria trotted over on her horse. She also had enough blood drenched on the lance she wielded. "About as well as we could have been." "No major hindrances, I presume?" I asked. "Nay, if anything, the resistance had been lackluster. Thankfully, we have had very few losses and injuries." Artoria shook her head. "Is it okay for you to not accompany them?" Reiku asked out of concern. "Your method of fighting is much different than ours." That's true, it was rather common for a knight leader like her to take to the front and lead the charge. Mordred is leading, and they are doing a wonderful job. Artoria smiled, hopping off her horse. I glanced to where they were, and I could see her armor stand out amongst all the knights. That and the fact that her lance was crackling with lightning as she led the literal charge through an uncountable number of bodies. Not even attempts at magic or strange abilities could stop her. The ship came down, landing next to us, and Old Man Nurerihion trotted down the ramp that unfolded. However, I noticed a distinct lack of Wilhelm. "Lost the kid a couple days ago," he said rather abruptly. "Should be fine though." He looked, well, not good, but not bad. Like he had been in a good fight recently. Details would be appreciated. I deadpanned. He waved at his people under him, and they jumped off and joined the fight, cleaning up what was left. We paved the way mostly, with a few obstacles here or there. We have an island we set up a base on, but we found the opposite, lighthouse, there was a weird thing around it. It started making copies of us that attacked us. They were pretty strong and somewhat identical. Couldn't copy our Tuki or Yujitsu, but used magic to mimic it. He explained. "Oh dear. Wilhelm as well?" Artoria asked the question that seemed the most prevalent. Because if some sort of weird thing was copying them, well, a copy of Wilhelm would be scary. It didn't copy the brat, it copied the Great Welsh. At that, I blinked and realized that was probably worse. Wilhelm had a bunch of things that couldn't really be copied properly without substantial effort. But copying just a very powerful dragon. That was a whole other possibility that seemed much more dreadful. He brought it away to their side, and after settling our own copies, we headed back to prepare for you all. Nurerihion grunted. I held my arms out, noticing a bolt of lightning, and Wilhelm's familiar landed in my arms affectionately. "He should be fine," I said as well, rubbing the top of the rabbit's head. "If his familiar isn't worried, then we shouldn't be either." Something caught my attention as there was one person left on the ship, looking at things strangely. Old man, why do you have a human on your ship? Because he most certainly didn't have one when he left. That's a long story. He rubbed his head. Would you believe me if I said there were thousands of powerful humans living on an island in this place? Before I could answer, a blue blur shot past me. Jin ran up from where she had been staying, ignoring everything else. All I could hear was her crying as she bolted towards the human and grabbed him into a hug. I don't know who was more confused, us or the human. Jin, what are you doing? Artoria was the first to show concern. The human just stood there, a middle-aged looking Viking. Awkwardly accepting the hug from Jin. He looked like he was silently asking for assistance. I can't help it. She cried. As the goddess of homestead, I can feel that he hasn't had a home in a long time. I blinked, because I often forget she is an actual goddess now. Are you perhaps the goddess Jin that was mentioned? The Viking managed to squeeze out. I'm Jin. She recovered quickly. Asgardian goddess of magic, knowledge, and homestead. She finished with an enthusiastic nod. I didn't know there would be believers in a place like this. The human's mouth hung open. Asgard. He whispered. Well, whatever was going on, he seemed to have broken just now. Oh well, it was time to prepare to depart. Old man, how are preparations? I asked. We managed to get 49 ships. If you want to cram them, we could probably fit 100 or so on average on each ship. He replied. Better than I thought. It's enough to make a spearhead and set up a proper anchor point. I nodded. Vivian said that as long as we crossed it normally, the rules would then allow us to teleport. So be it. The Fae around us were cleaned up handily, as the last remnants were barely putting up a fight. We weren't taking prisoners anymore. It was time to assault them properly, right into the land of winter. At ***** at A/N. We just started the new world over on Patreoncom. Also, we got 2 chapters of Arachne over here and another Cyclops snippet chapter. Only a handful of chapters left of the current arc before moving on. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreoncom/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 573, Chapter 517. Yasaka POV. Even more than the lands before, I did not like it here. I can say for certain that I possess no kind of sea legs. Even so, I've been on the ocean before, been on ships, and been in the water. While I can't claim to love the sea, I do enjoy the occasional visit to the ocean, even if it's annoying to properly clean the sand and salt from my fur. But this. It felt like my instincts were all thrown around, and nothing made sense. I couldn't even tell up from down while the waves rocked gently against the boat. Though, it was a rather invigorating sight. Nearly 50 ships sailed side by side, a little under 7,000 combined of my people, along with Artoria's Pendragon family, filled the ships to the brim, but the discomfort was only momentary in the grand scheme of things. I caught her eye as she held onto the railing at the front of the ship she sailed on along with her own people. Not everyone on board was going to come with us to secure the next foothold. First off, as it came into view, we had to stop at the island that the old man took over. I could see the massive Gashadakuro looming at the shores, supporting a rather impressive barrier made of Yujitsu around it. Seems like the old man was bringing out all the stops. I genuinely didn't think he would bring those old bones with him. They were a bit hard to control sometimes, even among our number, they were rather ruthless. Well, I suppose we all used to be. But they hadn't really adjusted to the modern flow of the world. If left alone, they would continue to cause chaos and devastation to the human world. Still, they were wonderful allies when it came to slaughter. Jin dear. I called for my harem sister. I'm here, sis. She floated down from up in the crow's nest. Need help with something? I don't want to waste the time boarding and unboarding the thousands we have on this island. Is it possible to teleport people over from this distance? I can say I don't know much about magic beyond the basics. I can teleport back home without any minor issues, but beyond knowing it's bad to do here, I don't understand it. Sure. I just need a little help, She raised her hands, and a familiar teleportation circle appeared underneath us, and blinking once, I realized I was standing next to Artoria. Should I welcome you aboard? Artoria said in amusement. We need to borrow your magicians. Jin said with a smile. Very well. She looked up. Lu Fei, can you bring your magicians above deck, please? She called out. Rather quickly a young girl with blonde hair wearing a rather iconic witch's hat came trotting up with a few dozen magicians behind her. It was Arthur's sister who came to live in my territory while he served his sentence. Speak of, he also followed up. What can we help with, Your Majesty? She bowed her head politely. Please assist Jin with whatever she needs. Artoria handed them off to our mutual sister, Lu Fei. Jin greeted her just as happily, making the other girl smile brightly too. I hadn't paid much attention, but they have apparently interacted much. We're going to teleport everyone over to the island along with whatever needs to be brought. Let's make sure we coordinate everything real quick. But. The younger girl sputtered in confusion. We need to calculate it. I hadn't even started running diagnostics on the area, it's all weird, and I'm not confident in being able to even teleport myself, much less thousands of people. Don't worry, I've been running the calculations since we entered. Jin said rather nonchalantly. You too. I glanced to the side to see Rin joining us. She had joined up with Artoria at some point and had been helping on her end. Mine aren't complete, but I'm about 60% sure I could at least get myself over there. That's impressive. Jin noted. Rin snorted. I don't want to hear that from the magic goddess that had been handling real-time calculations on the distorted spacetime of this place the moment we entered. How many parallel thoughts are you running right now? 37. Rin let out a sigh. I'm not jealous, I'm not jealous. I could teach you, you know. Rin waved her hand. I have no talent in splitting my thought streams. Even the old man doesn't do that. Apparently one of the aspects of being talented in his field of magic is that one isn't talented in that one. Boah. Lu Fei just looked between them, confused as to what was being talked about. Rin put her hands on her hips. You should probably teach her, though. She pointed at Lu Fei. She would probably have the talent for it. Regardless, set up the spell circle, and I can finish the rest here. If I could find Ruby, this would be so much easier, but she apparently ran off somewhere. She finished with a huff. Okie dokie. Jin began to inscribe a large magic circle on the deck of the ship. It only took a couple of minutes before she wiped her brow and let out a breath. That should do it. I think this one will last for an hour. At least that is before I have to verify certain parameters. I can set something more permanent up once we settle down somewhere properly. Thank you, Jin. You're as wonderful as always. And I truly meant it. She was always so helpful and knowledgeable about anything magic. Jin started floating from ship to ship and casually teleporting a handful of people around to set them up. Well, except for a couple nearby, which were left alone. I would have questioned it had a teleportation circle not popped up over there with Scat leaning over the edge, giving a little wave. I just blew her a little kiss as she laughed in response. As expected, Jin was phenomenal when it came to anything magic, and it was all set up in a matter of minutes. What probably would have taken hours to safely have everyone to board and carry off supplies to and from the island was now going to be accomplished in minutes. The teleportation barely finished, and I took one quick glance around the island. There were a few makeshift buildings and whatnot. But it's clear this place had only been used as a somewhat refuge for a few days at a maximum. I want the supplies teleported in immediately. Tent setup and medical staff, you're in charge of coordinating setup. I started barking orders. Remember, this isn't our primary medical camp, focus on treating emergencies here only before we can teleport back to our base camp. They started moving quickly, thousands of people in a single area spread out like little ants following their queen. Jin, Lu Fei, you both are in charge of coordinating the magicians. I want the teleportation circles up and ready within an hour. We need the field cleared. Jin answered back. You heard her, ladies and gentlemen. Clear the field and get to work. I clapped my hands, raising my voice. I shall assist. Scat said softly, going with Jin. I nodded, not deeming it needed to answer. I want shelters up to house our siege weapons, they're coming with the third wave of teleportations. I looked around. I pointed at one of the Gashitakuro. There are some heavy supplies that weren't teleported from the ships, go retrieve them. It looked at me, its teeth chattering. Don't throw those flimsy excuses at me. I know darn well that the barrier can hold with only 3 of you supporting it. Get to work. I narrowed my eyes. These ones in particular needed to be ordered with a firm hand. It sounded annoyed but dropped its arms and began walking out towards the ship. Its size let it easily stand up in the depths of the water as it began to grab the supplies off the ship that were too heavy and awkward to teleport over with everyone. Who's in charge of the dust? I look around. I am, Lady Yasaka. One of my generals knelt in front of me. What are your commands? The realm of winter is obviously going to be rather cold, detrimentally so. The name there should have obvious insinuations. I want half our fire dust brought with the vanguard. I paused for a moment. Lightning dust too. Your will be done. He went to work. Artoria dear, do you all have enough, or do you need some from us? I looked towards her as she was ordering around her own people. Agravain, what are our stores of dust like? She asked. Reporting to your majesty, our stores of dust are nearly full still. We used minimal in our campaign thus far. The knight spoke quickly. Good, follow Yasaka's directive as well. Make sure we have sufficient to use. Assume the terrain will be hostile upon arrival. She nodded to her underling. Arrows, Lady Yasaka. I pondered that for a brief moment. I want every archer to hold at least 2 full quivers of iron arrows. Remember, people, we must secure a proper foothold in their territory. Supplies will be limited, carry as much as you can without weighing yourself down. It was pointless to give a specific number across the board as strengths vary. But we can only carry so much in combination with needing as much as possible. But my people were working properly. I didn't need to micromanage them, they knew what they needed to do, and that's also why I had competent generals leading below me as well. I turned my attention to one of the rather strange outliers among everyone gathered. The human who had come along that was not one of our own. I believe your name was Unnulf, yes. I approached him. He stood a bit straighter as he realized I was talking to him. I hadn't had a chance because we had been busy, and Jin had been taking care of him. Yes, ma'am. He said politely, with a very thick accent, and surprisingly, he was speaking fluently in a way I could understand. I wasn't like Wilhelm or the Devils, where I understood every language. What are your plans? Your people should be nearby, it would hardly be remiss if we dropped you off. I asked. I said I would follow along. Lady Jin. He stopped, swallowing slightly. I will follow Lady Jin. Ah, he seems to have accepted her as a proper goddess, hasn't he? He had been keeping a close eye on her, almost protectively. Jin explained it briefly that as a goddess of Asgard, she was able to notice his faith towards their pantheon. Combined with her being a goddess of the homestead, she could also feel certain things about them. He still seemed in a daze. Though I suppose finding definitive proof of your god's existence would do that to someone. I had some sympathy for the humans here, but I had my own priorities towards my people. After we settled things, I didn't mind lending them a helping hand at no cost. Though I knew it was going to be a bit of a headache trying to settle time-displaced humans back into the human world. Most likely, I was going to have to reach out to various other pantheons. Well, I didn't need to worry about him, Jin would keep taking care of him regardless. Shaking my head, I headed off to the old man. Any thoughts? About anything in particular? He asked in response. You're the one who has experience beyond this point. I just want to know if there are any last-minute things we need to be wary of. We cut a clear path to the next lighthouse, so to speak. But if you want information on what's on the other side, we're in the dark too. We didn't follow the brat inside, the thought of getting in front of a rampaging drake was not on my bucket list. It's been too easy up to this point. I said cautiously. Agreed. Ignoring a few outliers, yeah, they haven't really fought us yet. Didn't want to say anything in public before, morale is good and whatnot. He nodded along. Bring everything you got. I informed him. This is probably the most important phase of our invasion. If this fails, our offensive will crumble. If it works, we can probably end this war in the next few days. Funny that a war was measured in days and weeks rather than months and years. But on our side of the fence compared to the mundane, things simply moved faster when individual power was such a battlefield warping variable. Soma. I breathed out as I walked away. I'm here, Lady Yasaka. My most faithful follower appeared before me from the mists. Are the reporters following us? I hadn't been keeping up with them much. They expressed the desire. He nodded. Tell them that we can't guarantee their safety beyond this point. You are probably going to be needed elsewhere. Does that mean you wish for them to not join us? I shrugged. I'm not a babysitter. If they still want to come even after being told the dangers, that's on them. Let them do what they want otherwise. I waved my hand flippantly. I will relay your words. He disappeared again. Good, everything was falling into place. We should be able to move out soon because the remainder of our forces were still back on our side and waiting. Break. The trip had been uneventful. I was thankful, but I suppose I expected more. The old man wasn't lying when he said that a path had basically been cleared. It's gotten cold. I let out a breath and could see the wisp of air. It's unnatural. Jin hummed next to me. Lots of magical energy in this area. I mean a lot. There used to be something here. This is where the copies came out. Nurarihion informed us. The brat said the glaciers that used to be here were made of magic. Oh wow. Jin's eyes widened, and before I could utter a word, she jumped over the edge into the water. Well, she was a goddess, I couldn't exactly tell her she wasn't allowed to do that. It only took a moment before she came back out and floated back up onto the ship, dripping wet and shivering. Yup, I just checked under the water, and there are still some remnants there. Crystallized magical energy, somewhat similar to our dust, but more artificial. Thankfully, I couldn't find any noticeable remnants of whatever it was that it was used for. Most likely, it's gone. Lady Jin. Unnulf ran up, the furred coat he had been wearing was pulled off and draped over here. You're so sweet, Jin cooed. The snow was falling, and it was making things rather hard to see. Well, the lighthouse was still visible, that large beam of light reached very high and seemed to pierce through the growing snowstorm. I held a hand out and let it fill with my foxfire. Even I was starting to feel the cold a little bit. A thought, how many ships can take the path at one time? I raised a concern that hadn't been considered until this point. That's a good question. Jin pondered. Should probably not do more than 5 just to double check. I don't really have a good grasp on how this thing works without spending a few days analyzing it. I nodded, and going towards the end, I saw Artoria, Scathach, and Reiku all on their own ships along with one more with one of my generals. I threw my foxfire up into the air, making it explode to get their attention. I then gestured for the 4 of them to follow along and made everyone else know that we're going 5 at a time. They all got in position as we approached. There was no need for hesitation or any real confirmation. We got swept up in the strange method of travel. The tugging and pulling was a far cry from our normal teleportation methods. I simply closed my eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath as an even colder wind smacked me in the face. I felt frost begin to form on my skin, indicating we had arrived. It was dark, cold, and a strange, chilling feeling hung around us, far beyond what a malevolent cold would give. Years of experience let me know that there was danger around. The most annoying thing was that the ships were deposited on solid ground, hitting it hard and indenting the earth enough that they didn't fall over. Looking around, there wasn't much I could see. The snowstorm had picked up exponentially, and vision had deteriorated to maybe 20 feet again. Set up a perimeter, I yelled, being the first to jump off onto solid ground. Rather quickly, the others followed. A fraction of the bit under 6,000 we had remaining after keeping a good amount back on the island. There were strange sounds coming from further ahead, barely audible over the whipping of the intense winds. It was deathly cold, making my perception even less precise. Everyone fanned out in a small circle, slowly pushing outwards to make room. I want fires up. Get some heat going and start building it up. I want our magicians to start. I jerked my head back as an arrow flew past my face, barely noticeable. A single beat passed as someone called out in my stead. Ambush. Hundreds of things jumped out of the dark. At first glance, they looked like hounds, only more unnatural. Knights, to the front. Artoria called out, running forward, cleaving one of the hounds in half with her invisible sword. A few of my people fell to the sudden attack. I couldn't pay much attention to it, grabbing a hound out of the air and ripping it apart with my claws. More and more of those monsters poured out. While not individually strong, they were vicious and would climb over the corpses of their own to try and rip at one of ours. I clawed back at them, their bodies piling up around me as Arthur seemed to join at my side, his blade a welcome reprieve as the numbers were getting annoying. I gave him a curt nod in thanks. He silently acknowledged it and kept going. Though I had a realization. An arrow had nearly hit me. Shields up. I let out a roar as something tickled my spine. Only a fraction of my warriors made it in time as they pulled out their wands without being hounded by the thousands of creatures that poured out of the darkness. Then came the rain of arrows. It only took a couple of breaths before our magicians had their spells fully cast and a proper shield loomed protectively overhead, but that couple of moments was enough that dozens, if not more, of our people died. The next arrival of reinforcements came, another 5 ships landed nearby, and they were able to see us fighting, so they were a bit more prepared. Reika's purple lightning arced in front of me, and I heard a more human scream as she stepped further into the darkness perpetuated by the unending snowstorm around us. Artoria, hold the line here. I looked at her, then at Jin. Jin, prepare the fire dust bombs. Reiku, come back. It happened quickly as they appeared, the same ones who had attacked out territory in the first place. The same armor, the same malevolence to them. I could barely see around me, but the eruption of fire and the heat of flames, along with the shaking of the ground, were enough indication to know that my orders were followed. That and the snowstorm was pulled back ever so slightly, letting us see a bit more vividly in every direction, but it wouldn't last long. We'll take up the vanguard. Mordred's voice reached my ears. Follow me. She was the first to shoot forward, and hundreds of knights followed with her. The clashing of steel was immediate. Regroup our lines and press forward. I hollered as hundreds of my brethren stood at my side, fixing our formations. A red light flew over my head, impaling someone I could barely see through the chest. I recognized the spear as Scathach followed it, ripping it free from a fae covered in bone armor and riding a horse. She gave a little smirk before diving further in. That's where she did best, in the midst of slaughter rather than following orders. The old man and I took the front as we charged forward, our own yokai right behind us. My claws raked against armor, and the one I lashed out at didn't immediately die. He raised his blade up, shunting off most of the force, but I followed up with a kick, his chest collapsing under the force. Nurarihayan as well had to exchange 1 or 2 blows before he sliced off the head of the one he was fighting. These ones were definitely stronger than the ones we had been fighting up to this point. Above my head, explosions rang out, and into the darkness, further explosions could be seen and heard. I traced the origin back to Wilhelm's ship, the cannons firing and his familiar sitting on it with a blank look like always. I swear, Wilhelm has the strangest familiar. But it was most certainly welcome. Fortunately, we prepared for this. We didn't devise strategies and spend months gathering resources to simply run headfirst into powerful enemies. Sure, some of us fought best that way, and we acknowledged that as 100 or so of my fellow yokai joined me and the old men as we clashed into their front lines. But for the remainder, I merely had to glance back to see my general barking orders. Shields were up as arrows continued to rain down to no avail. And we held off the front. Those nasty hounds only managed to get a few through and were quickly dealt with. The area behind us became much brighter, and fireballs began to fall downwards onto the archers that had killed many of our people. The cries rang out as even the Fae expressed emotion at being burned to death. It also let us see rather far, to see their true numbers. There were a lot of them. The parting of the storm was only momentary, so we couldn't see the true extent, but it was enough to know we were in for a long fight. Thankfully, more and more of our people began arriving, joining up to hold a proper defense. Though, I couldn't stand there watching like a spectator as a large hand tried to grab me. One of those nasty trolls. It was quickly filled with a few dozen iron arrows, letting out roars of pain and fury, and I put it out of its misery by grabbing its head with a handful of foxfire. I stepped off its large body and leapt into the air, gathering my aura before slamming my foot into the ground further ahead, destroying a rather large section of the area. It was enough that quite a few of those wild hunt individuals now focused solely on me. However, I just smiled as a bolt of purple lightning seared through the chest of one who tried to swing his blade at me. I grabbed another and tossed him to the side before ducking under another blow. The head of the owner fell to the ground as Reika joined me next to me. A handful more were quickly dealt with until my claws were finally blocked. It wasn't chance either, as I put strength behind my hand and the owner held firm. "I shall be your end, beast." The voice behind the helmet declared. His long sword pushed my claw away. "How cute." I looked at Reiku and gave her a smile before both my Tuki and my aura burst out. He didn't get to finish as I grabbed the side of his head and pushed him into the ground with my full strength, sending a small shockwave through the surroundings. I continued to hold onto him as I ran at the others, kicking one hard enough that he went flying back and knocked down a good dozen or so of his fellow Fae. I then used the one in my hand to bludgeon another until both stopped moving before I finally threw him away with a large ball of foxfire as a finisher. He was a little bit stronger, but still far from my match. I momentarily admired how much stronger I had gotten after getting my aura. Oh, it would have been just as easy beforehand, but with my aura, well, it was like night and day. I was deep enough that I couldn't see much of my own, but I heard Skathaka's laughter followed by many pained cries and shouts behind it. Just as I was about to join her, I noticed something push away the snowstorm high up into the sky. It seemed like the sky broke apart as a ship I didn't recognize flew out. I did notice who was standing at the front, however, and found myself smiling. Well, better late than never. Not quite the heroic entrance as we had already started pushing them back, but I wouldn't reject it. Break. Wilhelm POV. You still think this is a good idea? Folan shouted, grabbing onto the railing of the ship for dear life. I may have some small regrets. I shouted back, mostly because it was hard to hear with the wind whipping about so loudly. The ship was currently moving at astonishing speeds through a collapsing tunnel of broken spacetime. Captain Hook was just laughing. And Ark was throwing her hands up laughing too. She was having the time of her life. For some reason, she was really taken with Captain Hook, and I didn't really understand why. But I suppose that's none of my business. The ship made it through unharmed, but we weren't really out of the proverbial woods yet. On the port side, we saw a massive eyeball peering at us curiously. The eyeball was bigger than the ship. "Hi." Ark waved unbashfully. The massive eye blinked a few times, then seemingly ignored us before we got swept up in a strange air current and propelled further. It pulled us right through another tear in space, like a spatial current taking us through different realms. Though we entered a new place, and I recognized it rather quickly. We somehow made it into the dimension gap, the space between realms that are situated around this world. And holy shit, that's a big fuck-off dragon. It was far away, but it was big enough that it was still monstrous. And powerful. Folan stared wide-eyed. Ark pointed at it in excitement. Captain Hook took his hat off, waving it in the air with equal excitement. The ship was about to enter another spatial crack, but just before it did, the dragon turned and looked at us. Jesus fucking Christ. That would be great, Red. Drake informed me. Yeah, I fucking got that. Thankfully, its gaze only lingered a single breath before we left the dimensional gap. I think I almost had a heart attack. It was like being stared down by Ophis, except not an idiot. That thing was terrifying. I fucking welcomed the familiar malevolent cold of the Fey realm as it hit my face. The ship shot out of the spatial crack and was deposited right back into the Winterlands. Was that actually a shortcut? Folan seemed genuinely surprised. Who do you think I am? Captain Hook smiled. There's nowhere I can't go. I'm starting to wonder if that isn't hyperbole. However, I was immediately on guard because I felt something dangerous nearby. My attention was drawn to the fighting going on down below. I could make out Yusaka and everyone else fighting well against a large gathering of Fey, pushing them back. Though there were a great deal of corpses, many of which belonged to our side. I sighed in my heart and forced those dreadful thoughts away for now. Well, time for my heroic entrance. I'll retreat. A shout bellowed out, followed by war horns being blown as the Fey began to retreat. Alrighty then. I'm jumping down. I called out before jumping overboard, receiving a nod from the captain. I purposely landed on one of those Fey, crushing him, but the others just ignored me and started running, the snowstorm covering their retreat. Annoying. But I smiled seeing that the captain started firing his own cannons at their retreat. Jin quickly found me despite me being near the front of the action. I was always happy to see Jin, but it wasn't a hug that she threw at me. I blinked as I caught my sword. My authority, that is. Since this is back in my hand, I suppose I had a job to do. I admit I missed having my authority with me properly, and it didn't seem needed back at base camp if Jin brought it with her. My divine power surged, and I swung it up towards the sky, splitting the snowstorm and dispersing it away from us. Everything became clear now, we could see on for miles. I suppose that's why everyone suddenly stopped to stare rather than chase after the retreating Fey. Even I came to a stop and tried to understand what I was looking at. Giants, many of them, weirdly shaped. Almost ape-like in appearance, but slightly more human-like. Sorta like Jotun, I suppose, with longer arms. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of them. They didn't look to be made of flesh and blood, but like golems. They were dark, as if they were made of some kind of magic. But what stood out amongst all of them was one towering thing near the back. It was a thing, because its figure wasn't visible. It was in a sort of cocoon. It pulsed with an obscene amount of magical energy, and it was impaled all over the place as if to seal it. Dangerous. Whatever that was, it set off my danger warnings. The giants that had been stationary, unseeable until this moment, their eyes opened, a red malevolent light shined in them, and the ground began to quake with each of their movements as the Fey retreated to safety. I wasn't the first to move, that honor belonged to Scathach. With an eager face, she was up in the air, spear in head, as she went to stab one of the giants through the head. However, the unexpected happened. I wouldn't have been surprised if the giant blocked. If it counterattacked or if it used some strange magic to defend. It did none of that. It didn't make a move on her at all, her spear simply couldn't harm it as it was unable to pierce through its skin. Clearly, she was taken by surprise as well as she landed back on the ground looking a mite confused. As they came closer, I could hear Yusaka start barking orders. Arrows rained down, all of which simply bounced off the strange giants. They used their magic wands, and while slightly different, it seemed like the hundreds of fireballs lobbed against them were brushed off. What the hell? I would have been thoroughly analyzing them had my attention not been forced back to the cocoon because the amount of magical energy it was putting off increased probably 100-fold in an instant. It started with a single arm pushing through the cocoon, followed by an unintelligible roar. The arm itself was mangled, flesh was stitched together and overall it was grotesque. But the most confusing thing was that it was most certainly not an undead, as I felt an extremely potent life force from it. Beyond that, was that a hint of divinity? It was muted, but it was there. The cocoon trembled, the seals or whatever were holding it down were torn away by its free hand before it reached up and tore away parts near the head. A single eye shined through. My own eyes widened, and I raised my sword up and braced myself because the world froze. It was only for a split second, but I had more than enough experience fighting a godly entity that could manipulate time to recognize the same phenomena. And I like that which can freeze time. I only know one thing with that kind of description. Drake spoke, and I realized immediately what we were dealing with. The evil god Baylor. It began pulling itself free, and I knew we were in for a rough time. Break. A/N. Only a few more chapters of this arc left, and we're already into the next world over on Patreon. We also have 2 Arachne chapters and a Cyclops snippet over here if you're interesting. And if you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 574, Chapter 518. Arcuade Brunstud POV. It was a lot different than the reverse side. I noticed it before, but I didn't really pay attention before. Well, it was my first time being away from home. I guess not everything is the same. But this was the most fun I've ever had. Captain Hook, cousin was calling him that. Look at all the people down there. They're all different shapes and sizes and species. Yes, quite the wonderful array of individuals. He chuckled. It was neat, seeing so many non-humans that I didn't have to kill on sight. My instinct wasn't acting up and it was great. Even the inhabitants of this place were different than the terminals I was more accustomed to. It didn't seem like they were extensions of the world at all. More like, well, just regular creatures born in this environment. Obviously, they were far different from humans. I could see through their cores, and even without being terminals, they were still somewhat similar to the ones back home. It was an odd combination. It was like putting a dragon's head on a horse in how it existed. Neither dragon, nor horse, and not even a proper combination of the two. Simply something chaotic that somehow developed to this point through its own rules. I didn't care too much. They were my cousin's enemies, so I would help. I remembered something from when I was little, and I got excited. Hey old man, can I be the first mate? Since he was a captain, the next best was the first mate, right? First mate. You want to be the first mate? Yes. Do you know the responsibilities of the first mate? He asked. No. I shook my head. Is it important? Is it important, she says. He laughed. If you don't know what it means, why do you want to be it? When I was little, Gramps taught me to read, and my favorite book was about a ship with a captain, a first mate, and... I stopped for a minute trying to remember. Oh, there was a bird too. And a dog, and someone up at the top who shouted, "Land ho!" when they spotted land. It's been so long since I've thought about that. I wonder if Gramps kept that book somewhere. He looked at me though, and I was hopeful. All right, you can be the first mate. He smiled. You're the second most important person on the ship below myself. Everyone has to listen to your orders. I don't want to spoil your fun, but maybe we should lend a hand. The elf god person spoke up. He raised his bow and fired a few arrows down below. Of course, the cannons are prepped. The old man spoke happily. What do you say, first mate? Give the order, eh? Can I? I was excited. Go ahead, lass. Fire the cannons. The boat shook a bit, but they fired off onto the ferries below. They were magical too, so they did a lot of damage. Though, things didn't stay simple. I could feel them in the distance even if I couldn't see through the snowstorm. I could remove the snowstorm, but I used a lot of magical energy to force the manifestation of my Millennium Castle before. I had to completely shoulder the manifestation since it didn't exist naturally in this world through my marble phantasm. There was a limit of what I would be able to do when my connection with the world was cut off due to the distance. Maybe one more manifestation, but I would have to go to sleep afterwards for a few decades. Forcibly drawing on the power of my blood without the support of the world would push me too close to assuming the mantle, and I didn't want that. Thankfully, it didn't seem like I had to make a move. My cousin did it instead, and I could get a clear look at them. What in Odin's beard are those? The elf god asked. Demons. I said softly. What? I think, no, they're a little different, but sorta the same. I furrowed my brow, looking them over properly. I thought my cousin was a demon at first, but that was wrong. But these are closer to how a demon feels when it's given an initial designation and manifests into the world. Though, it's as if their existence is temporary and they haven't been given true names. Fake demons. I questioned if that was a possibility. My knowledge on the things in this place was limited. I felt a tinge of my instinct telling me to destroy them. I have no idea what that means, but it sounds bad. It's not terrible. I raised my hand pointing at the large thing still wrapped up. That is the more terrifying thing. True demon. No, there was a hint of divinity in it. It was as if someone was trying to bring back a divine spirit by binding it to a demon's designation. That has been attempted before and it never ended well. It just never happened after the Age of Gods ended. The big thing final revealed itself. It was rather grotesque, and I had the desire to destroy it. It opened its eye and I quickly moved to the front of the ship, holding my hand out as its power washed over everything. What's going on? I felt my movements freeze up for a moment. The elf god's poke. Me as well. The snake popped out from his collar. I lost control of myself for a brief second. I'm detecting a temporal anomaly. Gramps' toy floated up from below deck. What's going on and, holy shit, what is that thing? Time. The elf god looked confused. Divine spirit with an authority over time. I said, crushing the wisp of its power that washed over the ship in my hand. It's focused on the mystic eye at the center of its head. It was still partially wrapped up and was seemingly having trouble freeing itself, so its authority wasn't fully unleashed. "Can you take that thing out, Ark?" the floating toy asked. I scratched my cheek. "Let someone else handle it," I decided. "Let's beat up the smaller ones." I didn't want to fight that thing if I didn't have to after giving it some thought. "Right, the smaller giants." The elf god snorted. "The brats people down below don't look like they're having a good time." That's true, they were stomping towards the non-humans and not stopping regardless of what was being thrown at him. Conceptual immunity. I tilted my head. It seems like they're conceptually impervious to physical damage. Why does everything you say sound utterly terrifying? The elf god looked at me. The ship suddenly jerked. "Look alive, boys and girls. We got a big one in our sights." The ship flew right towards one of the demons, things. The cannons fired, but they didn't even make it slow down. "Old man, that's not going to work." "There. I heard ya, lass." He swung the wheel of the boat quick, making the ship swing around to the other side. "I understood some of what you said, now sit back and watch how Captain Hook handles things." On the other side of the ship, the anchors shot out and wrapped around one of them and the ship turned and started to pull. I blinked realizing that it was working, the demon was slowing down to a near crawl. Smart. Though, he was struggling. "Tick-tock, give me a hand." The big alligator bit down on the chains of the anchor and jerked its head, the big demon stumbled and fell. It was utterly unharmed, but a human brought down one of those big demons. The demon had no footing to fight the pull, and he spun the wheel again, flying away before dropping the demon down a large cliff a bit far away from where the fighting was happening. Humans really are good in solving problems. I looked at the old human waving his hat in the air celebrating the victory of his. The weak and frail human that anyone here could kill with a flick of their wrist. "We work for many a thief, we plunder for many a cook. But there's never a gent so elegant as the elegant Captain Hook." He sang as the ship turned back and flew back towards the battlefield. Were humans always so interesting? I wanted to stay here longer. At *****. Wilhelm POV. Right, this wasn't a particularly good situation. In addition to the many smaller giants, there was now the big one that seemed to be some sort of resurrection of Baylor. Or was that even wrong? It felt wrong. It was grotesque to even look at. It was still partly held down, there were apparently layers that kept it sealed. But it was tearing away at those rather quickly. The smaller giants though were marching right towards us unabated and even Scat-Hack's spear bounced right off. Something was most certainly wrong there. "Wilhelm, do you have any suggestions?" Yasaka was quick to get to my side, sounding anxious. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. "Hit them with everything you have, let me see how they react." She nodded. "I want archers to keep firing. Wands up, I want fireballs raining down non-stop. If you have a ranged ability, hit these things with everything you have." She started shouting. I gathered my own power of destruction at the tip of my fingers. The destructive power crackled as I condensed it then fired it off at the closest one to get a good look. My bloodline power collided with one of the strange giant golems, but once more it completely nullified it and kept its steady march forward. My power of destruction as well. That's strange. I pulled out my staff of Magnus and quickly began casting as a large magic circle appeared in front of me. Gathering a significant amount of magical energy, I released a blast of lightning right at the same one again. The force was powerful, the strength I put behind it wasn't anything to ignore, yet it did just that. With a frown, I summoned all my swords and had them fly at it. They bounced off like it was made of rubber, not even my most impressive sword could pierce its body. I focused on the Hogyoku inside of me, and my spiritual power exploded out, turning into a pillar of light that ascended to the sky. The patient Lord of the West. Reverence from the heavens, condemnation from the earth. Roar. Erupt. Descend from the sky and sing the hymn of destruction. My palm pointed outwards as all the Ryatsu I was emitting condensed into a single point. Heido number 88 Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. The world filled with lightning, aimed solely at the singular golem. It washed over it, shrouding its large body completely for the brief moment it was assaulted under my attack. The lightning dissipated in the blink of an eye, leaving the strange creation kneeling on the ground, body smoking with parts of its flesh seared away. I furrowed my brow because it should have done significantly more damage if it was able to harm it. And if it wasn't able to harm it, it should have done no damage at all. Why was the damage mitigated, but not completely? I had a sudden realization. Scat-Hack, they have selective conceptual immunity. My lightning was mitigated, but the spiritual aspect of my Kido was something it didn't understand. They aren't unstoppable juggernauts, they're shifting between invulnerabilities based on what's attacking them. My teacher didn't need any other prompt, with quick speed, she was at Yasaka's side. As Yasaka swung her claws at another one, It remained completely unharmed from her attack, but Skathaka's hand was alight with a baleful-looking flame made of magic and nearly simultaneously slammed it against the side of the golem, causing small but noticeable damage, basically confirming my thoughts. They are still very durable, which is why we didn't notice the mass fireballs doing any real damage before despite them not being immune at the time. It must take a few moments to shift accordingly between each immunity. Where the hell did these things come from in such large numbers? Regardless, their threat went down substantially. "Old man, let's event numbers," Yasaka shouted over the fighting. I glanced to where Nurarihion was, and he started moving backwards and I saw what she meant. Those same urns from before. They unceremoniously just threw them out, letting them crack and shatter as the gigantic skeletal yokai jumped out. Dozens and dozens of Gashidakuro loomed overhead. Roughly the same size as these golem things, even if they were outnumbered, it was a good addition to our side. Reiko was with Artoria, the two of them slicing apart one of the golems. Mordred was teaming up with the various magicians as another was forced down. Gradually, we regained our footing and were holding them off as the large skeletons joined the fray. "I'll join in too." Jin floated past me. I wouldn't tell her she wasn't allowed, but she usually didn't like to be part of this kind of thing. But any kind of words died as I just blinked confusedly as she landed on the head of a Gashidakuro. The large skeleton's mouth chittered as it sort of tilted its head to ask what she was doing. "Hey, let's team up. I got something good you can use." She pat its head and strangely, the skeleton seemed to just accept her. Withheld her hand out and, was that the Elder Scroll? A giant flaming sword dropped down, impaled into the ground, burning away any remnants of snow in the area. The big skeleton chittered happily and lifted it up without any problems as it began to swing it wildly at one of the weird golems. I even saw Captain Hook and the others drag one of the golems away in the distance. "Good job, old man." However, I couldn't remain idle, it's just that the thing I was focusing on still hasn't made a move yet. However, that changed quickly. Baylor, or whatever this thing was, completely broke free of its restraints and stepped out onto the battlefield proper. Like its arm, its flesh was mangled and woven together almost haphazardly. There were stitches all over its body as if it had been experimented on rather recently. It let out an unintelligible roar and stomped forward, its eye opened again and I jumped out with my divine sword in hand. A powerful wave of temporal alteration washed over everything. Its mystic eye carried its divine authority not too dissimilar to Kronos as it lashed out regardless of what was in its path. I used my own authority to block it. I felt the weight of time come down on me and felt a jolt all the way down through my legs. However, I held firm until it dissipated. It was manageable. There was something odd about it, like it was reduced, but looking at its body and its weird state of existence, it wasn't too strange. However, taking it head on, I felt like Baylor must have been about on par with Kronos in his prime. But that was just a random guess at this point. Its eye closed again even if it continued forward, shaking the ground with each stomp. My wings sprouted from my back, and I shot forward at Baylor. Even if he was technically a strong god in the past, he had been reduced significantly. If I could just destroy his eye, that may make him unable to utilize his authority. Even as it opened again, I braced myself and blocked the sweeping power from leaking behind me. My divine sword. The invisible ripples collided with it and I gathered my own power to defend. So far, there seemed to be a sort of pattern, like it was unconsciously opening its eye every few moments. I withstood it again, and like I predicted, its eye closed. Just as I was about to slash at it, something shifted. Veins bulged from every corner of its mystic eye and many of the stitches on its body popped off at the wiggling of its flesh. Some small, some larger, but hundreds of eyes were revealed all over its body. And they all shared the same look as the one on its head. The one on its head opened again, the power increased to a degree I could sense from just presence alone. Like the difference between being fully awake compared to someone being groggy in the morning. Danger. It was concentrated, not just a sweeping display of power. Each of the eyes contained some application of the authority, mirrors of its true mystic eye and amplified to the extent of each one visible. I barely brought up my sword in time as the very visible phenomenon slammed into me, like a beam of monochromatic light, once more not dissimilar to Kronos' own use of time offensively. The eons passed in seconds, where each eye looked, the monochromatic light shot out. Grass withered instantly, any remnants of snow and ice couldn't even get close before being evaporated. My divine sword was able to withstand it, but it wasn't an easy feat. I found myself hitting the ground far away from the force behind the power if nothing else. I barely picked my head up in time to see a beam of monochromatic light pass through the lines of yokai. A jutted line emerged from within the ranks of hundreds of Yasaka's people. A line where no life existed, where within the blink of an eye, dozens of yokai were turned to nothing but skeletons after aged eons in seconds, then drifted away as dust in the wind as their skeletons couldn't even remain. A Gashidakuro was also unlucky to get a flash of monochromatic light run across the ground atop of it. It lasted half a breath longer before it too utterly disappeared from existence along the passage of time. They weren't the only ones. Each of the eyes on Baylor released a concentrated beam in whatever random direction or spot they deemed. The utilization of time was one of the most troublesome abilities I've ever encountered. And the extra annoyance came from the fact that the golem's immunity seemed to extend to the time authority as well as it harmlessly washed over them, and they continued marching unabated while everyone else was forced to retreat. It was a bad situation because there were still thousands of yokai behind me who couldn't handle a single flash of that light. And the eyes wouldn't close. I threw my divine sword far off to the side as another beam crashed down. It held firm. All throughout the battlefield, I let my sword shoot out and impaled the ground in front of various spots and used them as an anchoring. Baylor's attention slowly seemed to focus as the eyes that were just looking off in random directions slowly focused on the front, and I felt a particular shiver run down my spine. I didn't hesitate. Reflect, Musutengai. I swung my manifested Zanpakuto upwards, releasing it with a burst of spiritual pressure as the heavy weight of Ian's pressed down towards me. Immediately, I felt my head start to throb and my eyes burn. The warm blood rolled down my cheeks as my eyes strained to focus. I had used my Zanpakuto's ability to alter the world and deflect the focus time authority away from everyone, but it was a continuous onslaught, grinding away at the use of my Zanpakuto's ability. There was a brief pause, a very brief moment of respite before the entire world was filled with that same monochromatic light. Hundreds of flashes of light were released across the battlefield. Scat-Hack slammed her spear on the ground, creating a shield at her spot, protecting as many as she could. The Gashidakuro holding Surtur's sword used it as best as it could to ward off its own end, with Jin's arms swinging wide and her own divinity released to casting multitudes of spells to protect the area. Yasaka jumped forward on her own, her aura shined brightly as she took it head-on in lieu of her people. Artoria's noble phantasm shined brightly as it was released from its invisible sheath and blocked a substantial part of the godly authority at her side. Mordred joined her with her own divine armaments holding firm as she did her best to shield anyone she could. Reika's divine lightning surged out to meet it head-on, holding as best as she could against the assault from the evil god. Despite holding off a chunk of its authority myself, I began casting shields, hundreds of them, thousands of them thrown up across the battlefield, covering as many of ours as I could. I used my own swords as anchor points wherever they landed, deploying the most powerful of my shields. I don't know if I've ever cast so many spells at one time in my life. It was to the point that I could even feel the magic circuits in my body burn. Something I hadn't felt in a very long time due to the sheer amount of magical energy I'm capable of outputting. I pushed through it, I clenched my teeth and continued casting. Hundreds of others joined, spells were cast, Yujitsu was released, Tuki, magic, everything was thrown up, but under the weight of time, not many could withstand it. It wasn't a simple matter of a collision of two opposite forces. Time withered and drained everything it touched. Hundreds of yokai and humans were turned to dust, some quicker than others. Spells took a bit longer to shatter, Tuki was drained, and Yujitsu failed under the onslaught. There were spots across the thousands of people gathered here that were now just completely devoid of any signs of ever having life. Its main eye was focused on me, however. I held as best as I could with my Zanpakuto, and my other spells to shield as many as I could, but I could feel them shattering one by one. There were just too many spots I was trying to cover, too many yokai behind me. It was non-stop, there was no opening. If I let up for even a moment to counterattack, how many behind me would die? This is why I hated being any kind of leader. Go, tick-tock. A faint shout was heard as the monochromatic light falling on me flickered for a moment. The massive crocodile dove headfirst into the back of Baylor, causing it to tilt ever so slightly. The Jolly Roger was apparently out of its sight and started releasing its own payload. Folan's divine arrows rained down and even Jormungandr jumped off, turning back to its true size for what that could be called at the moment, and sprayed a mouthful of its notorious venom onto the evil god. For the first time, I felt like I saw a hint of true intelligence flicked in the evil god's eyes as it moved defensively to protect itself. It swung its body around, all the lights bearing down on us followed suit as they took aim at the ones who directly attacked him. It was enough of an opening we needed. My Zanpakuto fell from my hand, I grabbed a different weapon without hesitation. True Longinus, balance breaker, the 12 holy wings burst out from my back, a halo appeared over my head and all the holy power I could gather in a single breath's time gathered at the tip of my spear as I thrust it forward. It shot out, extending across the battlefield shooting right towards the evil god, and I wasn't the only one who made use of this opening. Stab and penetrate, pierce and drill, Gi Balg alternative. Ox King Storm Call, the inescapable net of heaven. The evil god's attention turned back to us for a moment, and it let out a chortle, a mocking laugh before raising its hand up, and several of those golems floated into the air right in the path of our attacks, intercepting them. Their conceptual immunities proved strong enough that while damaged in their own ways, were able to withstand the blows before falling to the ground. The evil god ripped Tick-Tock off its back and threw it onto the ground and stomped down before reaching for Jormungandr, biting into its calf. The Dragon King seemed particularly experienced in what happens when a large being grabs hold of it, as it wisely shrunk down and avoided any attempts. He loomed over the crocodile as its mane. I gathered the monochromatic light and released it. Tick-tock held on for a few moments, a testament to its heritage, but nothing could withstand the passing of time. No, tick-tock. A pained cry was felt from this far away. Baylor looked up at the ship, but the monochromatic light was blocked, and I could make out Ark at the front, holding it back. The evil god flicked his hand and several of those golems sailed through the air and smacked into the ship, like thrown stones. The ship was sent hurling down to the ground far off to the side and I saw Ark fall off. I couldn't divert any attention to her, and I knew that kind of fall would mean nothing to her. My 12 wings surged with holy power and I shot forward as it turned right back at us with barely a moment between. All its eyes continuously releasing a deathly authority, and I stepped forward to take the majority of it to act as a proper shield. A wall of holy power rose up, colliding with the sweeping waves of hundreds of releasing of its authority. It was like two different tidal waves colliding between us. It was inevitably that on both sides, there would be leaks. He was nowhere near the most powerful foe I've ever fought, but when it comes to sheer annoyance, I don't think I've met its match thus far. Through the curtain of holy power and cascading of errant time, noticing a gap, my spear extended, piercing all the way past the cascading powers and finding the flesh of the evil god. The spear tip buried itself into the evil god, its god-slaying properties treating the evil god's defenses like paper. I switched my grip and let out a shout as I flicked it upwards, tearing a large gash out of its chest, slicing through over a dozen of its bodily eyes in one movement. The evil god jolted, but there were no pain cries or fury associated with it. Instead, the immediate pressure on me all but vanished, but that only served to make me panic as I saw its authority turn towards everyone behind me, intentionally ignoring me. I couldn't see, but I could hear the cries from the back as many more died from that brief moment. I had to throw myself into the path of the worst of it again, letting it hit me head-on with worst preparation. It wasn't like with Kronos where I lost years of my lifespan, but it was withering away my aura and everything else seeping off of me. Hell, I could feel the holy power starting to drain from keeping it off me. However, just as the pressure increased, it suddenly evaporated once more, but this time, it was someone else. A mist, the warping of space accompanied it. A screen of it was brought up at the front, taking the majority of the evil god's authority. Soma. Yasaka shouted out as the Tengu was hovering above, the mist from his sacred gear pouring out. His eyes turned bloodshot as he forced his sacred gear beyond what he normally could sustain. Why, young lord, please tell me when you need. I will hold it off for several moments. Soma forced out. The monochromatic light slammed into the barrier created by warping space as well as the golems began to swing their monstrous fists onto it, creating cracks in it. I looked at him, and he smiled through the strain and tearing of his body. Dimension lost, balance breaker. The mists of the sacred gear surged out, all the golems were teleported away at random spots, perhaps intentional, or maybe not, but a silhouette of Soma condensed from the mists of the sacred gear emerged, equal in size to Baylor, a titan in its own right. And it reached out to the evil god. Soma, a normal yokai, forced back the evil god. Space collided with time, and the already chaotic space-time of this place became even worse. Space cracks appeared overhead, and pockets of turbulent time surged outwards. A child. A strange, distorted and mangled voice reverberated throughout the battlefield. The monochromatic light eventually pierced through the power of the sacred gear, and Soma fell from the sky bloodied and beaten. Yasaka was quick to catch him. Well done, Soma. I whispered as I already made my preparations in the few moments of reprieve he won. I formed the correct hand signs, the proper magic circles were created, and the runes had been etched into them. And with that, my magical energy surged. Mountain Sealing Incantation. One of my most powerful spells, able to suppress even the Titan King himself. The large mountains tore through the world, upside-down peaks linked by ancient and weathered chains pressed downwards on top of the evil god. The evil god's focus immediately shifted, and both of his monstrous hands shot upwards to contend against my spell in a contest of strength. When I compared him to a titan, it was not inaccurate. All the eyes on his body lit up again as the monochromatic light returned, pressing down on everyone so no one could approach him easily. However, his true mystic eye surged violently as the divine power and whatever held together its strange body gathered to the precipice, looking straight upwards at my spell. The flesh around its mane eye even began to tear and pulse at the power output. Shit, that was probably enough to destroy my spell. I bit my lip considering the alternative and slammed my spear into the ground as I warded off wave after wave of rampant withering from its many eyes and reached for my Zanpakuto. This was going to hurt, but it was better than possible thousands more of our fellows dying. However, my hand paused as I noticed the Jolly Roger flying in at the distance. It was damaged, cracked, and looked like it was about to fall apart at any moment. It started firing what remained of its cannons at the evil god, but Baylor just ignored it. Ark could. Ark wasn't on the ship, I could only see the ship's captain. It was as if he could feel my gaze, from a distance away his head turned and he met my eyes with a sad smile. Nat. The evil god's voice returned, just as grotesque to hear as before. Haha, is that so? The captain shouted with a laugh, barely audible even to my enhanced senses. Then I will make you remember my name. I am Captain James Bartholomew Hook, the Terror of Neverland. The Jolly Roger sailed forth, right into the side of the evil god's head and exploded. It wasn't very large, but the evil god ever so slightly stumbled to the side, and his grip on my spell slipped. My spell pressed down fully and the monochromatic light of his disappeared along with it. At ****** at A/N. Merry Christmas everyone. Would you believe me if I said I forgot to post this several hours ago? Tongue sticking out. Anyways, if you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. I also have a boosty if you can't read the above under the same name. We're on the next arc over here, New World and everything. Also, we got 2 chapters of Arachne ahead and 1 chapter of the Cyclops snippet ahead. Chapter 575, Chapter 519. Artoria POV. The primary concern had been taken care of, but it was far from a settled battle. I let out a breath as I no longer was needed to act as a shield for my knights. I admit that my limit was starting to approach soon. A servant I may be, but I could only withstand the authority of a god for so long. It was not just me. Mordred was having a bit of trouble but stood resolute. I was proud of Mordred for doing so well to hold off the assault from the god. The majority of the defensive spells had crumbled, and a significant number of our forces had fallen. Agravain, what are our losses? I asked as everyone reorganized quickly. 179 and still counting, Your Majesty. He spoke bluntly. A certain number of those was from the initial landing, but the majority were from the continuous onslaught by that godly being. Wave after wave of power that relentlessly struck down. I knew that logically there was not much that could be accomplished in such a situation. But regardless of that, I felt the loss in my heart. It had been quite a number of years since my arrival in this time period alongside Rin. Mayhaps, I thought that things would be different, but the loss of those who followed behind me never softened. Wilhelm's spell looked like it was holding firm, so I focused my attention on the immediate threat still present. Those large things, those giants that could become invulnerable to a means utilized against them, they were troublesome. However, their numbers are what made them truly a threat. My best knights held the front, clashing with them head-on to minimize casualties. And there were many of those large skeleton yokai that were directly keeping many at bay as well. Overall, the situation was much less dire than minutes prior. I don't know who was flying in that ship, but they had my utmost thanks. Not to mention Yasaka's own personal bodyguard showed utmost courage and strength as well. Agravain, we're shifting strategies. I called out, recalling how the same ship handled a giant so easily. Don't focus on slaying them, bind them and drag them to the ground, sealing their movements. Take the ropes from the ships. Magicians, if you're not helping set up the teleportation circles, I want earth spells tripping them up. He started throwing out orders. Their greatest strength was their combination of large physical stature and ability to negate offensive means. However, it mattered not if they became invulnerable to damage if they were unable to move on the ground. And considering the nature of the bindings, if they were bombarded with magic, their resistance would focus on the aspect attempting to harm them. It was unfortunate that we could not bring our horses on this first landing due to lack of room, but we would make do. Father. Mordred called out as I joined, focusing on the first giant. Mordred, attack it. I ordered, joining the others as many thick ropes were wrapped around its legs. Mordred's attacks caused it to pause. The combination of her magical energy coating her divine weapon meant that the giant had to focus on the immediate threat. Compared to Mordred's attempt to destroy it, what does a mindless creation care about us wrapping it in ropes? However, these things were still strong, sturdy, and very large. Your Majesty. Your Highness. I gave them nods as I joined them, grabbing the end of the rope. There was no need for courtesy in a situation like this. On 3. I felt the slack of it, finding the right tension. 1, 2, 3. Myself and dozens of my knights pulled while Mordred stabbed her divine lance into its arm. The giant blocked her blow, but its legs buckled, and we pulled it to the ground with a large thump. Carefully, everyone avoided its falling. I looked proudly at my knights. They were but normal humans, yet all around us, more of the giants were pulled down. 1 or 2 were truly killed by a skilled combination of magic and sword, but the majority of the ones assaulting my people were slowly being brought down. Mordred, well done. Let's focus on the next. I quickly called to him as we didn't need to help them work around its known defenses at this point. They could handle it much easier now that its strengths were minimized. The second one fell much the same, as did the third and fourth. It was taking them a while to finally slay one, even if it was brought low, but the casualties became near non-existent with this strategy. Of course, there were still many more that the majority of our forces were having to fight head-on. The strategy to bring down one took a couple dozen to coordinate, that couldn't be accomplished properly when hundreds of those giants marched in unison and each of their large fists could create tremors with a swing. However, a loud horn in the distance made me turn my head and frown. The icy winds returned, and I felt the cold gaze behind it. A powerful entity, perhaps as strong as the god from before, its presence loomed over the world, as if a part of it. The snowstorm manifested again on the horizon, followed by the silhouettes of the fairies' return. It seems the decisive battle was coming. If they prevented us from establishing this foothold, our offensive would be destroyed before it properly took off. And if we could establish ourselves here, they would be forced back behind their proverbial walls. The only problem was that there were at least 1 million of their numbers that I estimated. At ********. Yasaka POV. I was deeply thankful to Venelina at the moment. The delivery of Phoenix Tears a while ago was now proving invaluable. I quickly applied one to Soma as his complexion turned for the better. Stupid boy, sacrificing his life force to forcibly utilize a balance breaker. He would be getting the scolding of a lifetime after he recovers. Combined with the healing we had on hand, well, he wasn't in any danger of dying at least. These little healing wands that everyone carried were beyond helpful. Sure, they basically stopped being useful beyond moderate wounds and bleeding, but using a few dozen of them all together helped stabilize Soma quickly. Of course, we had other supplies like healing potions and such, but those were less immediate, but still worthwhile. Very quickly, I had people from the back get him on a stretcher. The few healers we had on hand at this point were already overworked with the casualties we've thus suffered. Hundreds, well over 1,000, maybe more. Many of my people had quite literally been turned to dust due to the onslaught of that singular god. I was furious. I knew it was a fool's dream to not lose anyone in a war, to invade an entire realm, and have every one of my people come back unscathed. But this was unacceptable. I was highly doubtful that someone didn't have a hand in what they did here. Once Soma was taken away, I felt my anger boil over. There was something else too, like something just clicked into place that wasn't there before. Jin did say that it usually came about due to emotional response. My aura came up, golden and radiant, as I stepped past many of my people fighting against those giants. They were having a little bit better of a time than Artoria's Knight, as we had more means at our disposal. It was by no means easy, but gradually, through the efforts of quite a few, a handful of the giants were brought down, but many more still came knocking. Nurarihion stepped out of the shadows, matching my stride with a similar look on his face. He also seemed tired, having to defend against the same thing I had before. I fully admit that I'm exhausted and stressed after that god popped up so suddenly, but I kept a strong front on for everyone who saw us. His blade was engulfed in his Tuki and Yujitsu while my claws were covered in my foxfire, and we both leapt at the nearest giant. My claws raked over its body, his blade doing the same. No cuts were had, but my foxfire flashed over its flesh while snake-like shadows tore at the opposite side from the old man. As annoying as it was, our primary strengths lay in physical ability. I was a daft hand at using my Yujitsu, which effectively operated similarly to magic, but not for large-scale fights or for such a blunt expression. My strengths were always in the more physical application. However, I had something else, and my aura answered my call instead. I felt it again as I pulled on a second manifestation of my aura that I gained from Wilhelm. It started with a crown of fire that appeared on top of my head. Second was a large ring that appeared behind my back, almost like a chakram. It looked solid at first glance, but it too was made of fire. I stepped into the air as little wisps of flames were left in my wake. Was it my connection to my goddess that my semblance manifested this way? Because it was no normal fire, it was sunfire. Sunfire erupted in one hand, and foxfire in the other. I looked down on one giant and released both, obscuring it completely in a torrent of mixed flames. One of its black arms reached up through the torrent. Presumably, it allowed itself to become immune to fire, but even so, its flesh was melting and charred despite still standing. Quickly, however, its head was completely severed from its body as Nurarihion finished it off. He gave me an inquisitive look, but he couldn't invest much time to question me. I simply smiled at his glare. Right under 3 seconds, I measured. That's how long it takes to switch to a different invulnerability. He grunted before disappearing again briefly, his blade slashing at the back of the neck of another giant that barely budged. I understood his intention, and instinctively, as if my soul knew what to do, I had an understanding of my semblance and could utilize it properly. I held my hand out, and talismans appeared between my fingers. Though they weren't made of solid matter, but made of my sunfire. Jin said that people name their semblances. Would it be on the nose if I named mine Sun Priestess? I threw them out as they took up a formation under the legs of the giant and snapped my fingers. A flower of fire bloomed under it, consuming it directly and turning it to cinders. As happy as I was that I finally had my semblance, I couldn't dwell on it too much. Noticeably, my aura was draining to utilize it in such a manner, and I wouldn't be able to sustain it indefinitely. I grabbed the ring behind my back, a bit larger than I was, and I threw it down at another giant that was having the advantage in a fight with several of my people. 3 Tengu, a Kitsune, and a Kamaitashi were fighting it, doing an admirable job with just that few of them. The ring spun in the air, and with each rotation, flames were generated around it. It had no true edge, but it seared right through the giant as if it were made of paper, the sunfire melting the ground as it lodged itself deep into the earth from the force. They looked up at me, tired and weary of their battle, with expressions of gratitude. That was until I heard a horn in the distance and the snowstorm that had ceased previously began again in earnest. Very quickly, I could see them coming again, but in much greater numbers. Hundreds of thousands at a glance, some in the sky, some on the ground, but they were marching right towards us. "Jin!" I immediately shouted. "We need the teleportation circle up." "Working on it, I need a few minutes." I could hear her. "A few minutes. General Oge." "I'm here." I heard the reply without even looking back. "Set up the best defense you can. Our priority is for the teleportation circles to be set up. Fall in line, pull back, and set up the turtle shell." He roared. "I don't want a single person getting through, do you hear me?" Everyone immediately began to shift at the arrival of so many Fae marching upon us. The sky above roared as well, thunder and lightning summoned, and I looked towards where Wilhelm was. He was the first to make a move, with full authority to act without anything in his way. The lightning began to fall, quite a few crashed into the distance and into the enemy's lines. Even if I couldn't make out the details from this distance, I could see that damage was being done. However, the thunderous booming ceased as a chilling wind swept through the sky, as if snuffing it out. The thunder resumed a moment later, but the snowstorm fought against it, and no more lightning fell down from overhead. She was strong enough to hold off Wilhelm's divine lightning. That was impressive, but also understandable considering we were right in her domain. The queen herself was acting directly, it seems. "Old man." I looked around, noticing him hop over to my side at my call. "We need to buy a few minutes of time." Battles in our world were strange sometimes. A single individual would warp the battlefield due to their strength, but likewise, that many enemies could threaten individuals. Not to mention, they only had to destroy our foothold, and we would be forced to retreat with quite a few losses. I frowned because there were also plenty of strong individuals in that army. Nurarihayan was tired, it was obvious before, even more so now. The golems hadn't been cleaned up just yet, they were an annoyance that continued to persevere. "Whatever decision you make, I'll come along." He grunted. "My old bones can manage a bit more." I smiled, knowing that despite our differences over the years, we were allies regardless. "Girls. We're here as well." Reiku came to my side quickly. "It has been many years since I have fought so many enemies at once." Scat-Hack had a grin on her face. I wasn't oblivious to the fact that my faction could even stand on this stage because I had them at my side. Once more, I needed their help. Artoria. She was far away, I wanted her attention quickly. She looked my way and nodded, standing next to Mordred. Did she know my plans without me even saying anything? Well, I suppose that's as expected from someone like her. Despite being so old, I was less experienced in situations like this comparatively. The sound of a dragon roar reverberated, and the black dragon that I was familiar with at this point emerged from Wilhelm's position, and it dove right into the enemy's formations. I suppose we didn't need a signal. I threw caution away and transformed into my fox form, towering over everyone else. My semblance still activated, it seemed to enlarge with me as the large ring still hovered behind me protectively, as well as the strange crown of fire. With my semblance came an instinctive usage of it, but that didn't mean I had mastered every facet. I was sure there were some secrets about it that I still had to uncover. Regardless, the sunfire enveloped my body, and I ran forward, stomping across the battlefield with my mouth full of foxfire. I released it in a large wave as I continued forward, crashing right into the uncountable number of Fae. Weapons shattered on my fur, and armor and steel melted as it tried to touch me. Each of my tails whipped around, sending the weaker of their numbers flying through the air. If it was time that Jin needed, it was time she would get. At *****. Wilhelm POV. Part of my attention was held by the evil god still pressed under my sealing spell. It was fighting against my spell with everything it had, and I had to put a significant amount of my magical energy into sustaining it. Secondly, I was fighting with the Winter Queen in the sky as she continuously tried to snuff out my thunderstorms with her own snowstorms. I felt her gaze and her presence looming overhead. Quite literally, we were inside her domain, and she had an advantage in this aspect. Drake asked me to be let free, and I had no reason to reject him. His fake body immediately belly-flopped onto the nearest group of Fae. His large body swung around and rampaged right in the middle of their numbers. I let out a tired sigh thinking about Captain Hook. It seems obvious in hindsight when he talked about one last adventure, but I could see it in his eyes, he never intended to make it out of here alive. I don't know what kept him going for so long before. Spite. But after living so long, this was the moment he chose. He did good by me, the least I could do is let everyone know who he was afterwards. Yasaka quickly joined in as well, fully in her massive fox form, which was bigger than even Drake's fake body. I admit, I wanted to push my face into her soft fur. Reiku's signature purple lightning landed not far away as well, crashing down with a thunderous roar as his blade swept out, decapitating dozens in a single fluid motion. Her movements were always so elegant and graceful, her swordsmanship was the definition of an art. With a flick of her sword, all oncoming weapons were diverted, deflected, and parried without the chance to recover, with fresh blood sprayed everywhere she passed. Nurarihayan, surprisingly, joined right next to her. The two of them, Yokai Slayer and Yokai, both fought back to back. Two swordsmen of unparalleled skill took on thousands upon thousands of enemies by themselves. Boss filled in a gap in Reiku's defenses. She was overwhelmingly skilled to the point where I could only envy her in my heart, but she could be overwhelmed with enough fodder. Every time that threatened to happen, Nurarihayan was there, his sword appeared, skipping through their sight, their senses, their perception, and quickly giving Reiku a degree of freedom to move within this onslaught. Artoria and Mordred quickly joined as well. Mordred led, her new divine lance and shield in each hand as she charged right in, shield blown away, defensive spells shattered, and any swords and spears blown away as she became a juggernaut. Artoria was much more graceful, the bright golden light of her sword revealed to the world once more. She didn't hold it back as Excalibur shined brightly in this dreary weather. It was enough to momentarily cause everyone to pause to stare, but the edge becoming covered in blood seemed to make them regain their senses regardless of the many questions they must have had. Unlike Mordred, who became a tornado wherever she went, Artoria was more like a gentle breeze. She wasn't wild and untamed, but every swing of her sword was with purpose and as minimalistic as possible. She didn't have the same flair as Reiku despite being someone in the same realm of skill, but every time she made a dedicated move, bodies were split, and blood was spilled. Lastly, I could see Scathach far to the right side, a bit more distant than the others between each other. If needed, the others could easily come to the aid of each other if forced, but Scathach seemed to take on an entire side far away by herself. If Reiku's movements were like a dance, elegant and graceful, artwork in all but name, then Scathach's methods of killing were the same. She held similar principles to Artoria, each of her movements was precise with the intention of killing with as minimal effort as needed. This wasn't Scathach lost in her battle, even if she had that wide grin filled with satisfaction as she began her slaughter. Each of her actions was calculated and with meaning. As her spear shot through the head of one armored fae, she retracted it with a swift jerk of her hand, the butt of her spear slamming into the throat of one behind her who attempted to stab their side into her back. She stabbed her spear into the ground and used it to push herself up off the ground as dozens of spears and bladed weapons had swung and stabbed at her spot previously. With a gentle twist of her body, she landed forward, her spear flung up from the back, the tip of it slicing the jugular of the previous fae, who she had smacked in the throat a moment prior as she continued to leave bodies in her wake. If anything, she was being much more reserved than normal, conserving her energy. The occasional spell was actualized when needed, but she kept the fighting contained around her. I considered my own circumstances, with my attention pulled two ways at the moment, but I was more than capable of contributing as well. I let my devil nature take precedence through the Hogyoku, my wings sprouted behind my back, and I flew quickly towards the fighting, landing somewhere in the middle so as not to overlap with the others. The purpose was to stall for time, not overexert myself to exhaustion when I was busy keeping two powerful foes at bay. Likewise, my power of destruction was the best tool for this. It required little thought or proper coordination to handle. I simply grabbed the nearest fae and disintegrated their head with the crackling of my devil bloodline. Activating my semblance, my arms turned completely into the same destructive power, and I just started throwing it around haphazardly. If I were completely surrounded by enemies, then I need not care about where I'm attacking. One particularly strong one barreled through its comrades, wielding a spear thrust at me in my blind spot. I could pick it up through my perception and dodged it quickly, but it was a very sharp and precise spear. Covered in the Wild Hunt's armor, it wasn't some cannon fodder, perhaps one of their leaders or something. He made no words, simply looking at me with glowing eyes. His spear thrust out at very quick speeds, but it was far from my level. With one hand, I pushed against the side of the spear tip, with the other, I slammed my palm against the wooden shaft, shattering the top end of the spear. I grabbed it before it fell to the ground and threw it back at the original owner. Credit where it was due, he had already dropped his spear and unsheathed a sword from his waist, deflecting the spearhead I had thrown and swiping down at me with quite a bit of strength. But I didn't quite get the chance to finish him off, both he and I were still, as were the many around us, due to an overwhelming bloodlust that enveloped the area. Followed by it was a blonde blur that crashed down on the fae, turning him into a puddle of blood. Arc came without a warning, her claws were waved, and hundreds were sliced into pieces. There was something primal about it, like a tickling in the back of your mind that told you there was a predator standing right in front of you. If even I felt like this, I could only imagine the weaker ones around me. I was expecting a roar of fury, a continued bloodlust to satiate her anger and rage, but when Ark turned around to look at me, instead, there were tears on her face. Despite being in the middle of a battle, with a literal army surrounding us, I took my staff of Magnus out and slammed it onto the ground, creating a bounded field to keep everyone out and focused on Ark. She didn't seem to care that her hands were covered in blood, nor the bodies around her, or really any of the other Fae that were more than willing to kill her. She just looked at me, almost like she wanted to cry, but it wasn't something utterly foreign to her. She swung her head back and forth to answer. Why does my heart hurt? Jesus, what am I supposed to say to that? She wasn't an idiot even if she were an idiot. She knew what death was, she killed probably more than I have. Hell, she acknowledged her existence as a weapon to kill dead apostles. But throughout her entire life, she has never once had someone she liked die on her. She wasn't human, she never pretended to be, and she didn't understand humans the majority of the time. I told him I would take him home. I told him about my favorite things in the human world when he said he hadn't been home for a long time. I told him I would show him all the fun things I've found. She raised her palm to her face, rubbing her eyes a little. I liked riding on his boat. I liked this big crocodile. I liked his hat. It sounded infantile when spoken, but Ark didn't know how to express what she was feeling properly. There was no hidden depth, simply, she liked him for various reasons, something Ark normally doesn't express. She's very detached from nearly everyone around her, bar one or two like Gramps. Because of this, she had never lost someone she cared about, nor ever had to consider that as a possibility. He made me the first mate. What do you want to do? I asked her. I want. Her claws were there, as inconspicuous as they were, ready to lash out. Violence she knew, she had shown her fury and anger in the past. She knew how to be angry, but she didn't know how to mourn. I want revenge. You want to kill the ones responsible? Yes. She intoned. I want to tear them apart. Will it make this feeling go away? No. I was honest. It might make you feel a little better, but it's going to take a long time to grieve someone. I had Scat-Hack by my side, but even still, it hurts thinking about what happened. It would be stupid to compare the situation, as I literally loved Scat-Hack compared to Ark simply liking him non-romantically, but it was still her first time feeling like this. Can you open a way back home for me, cousin? She finally asked. Are you going to do something stupid? Yes. Normally, she would deny it, from the interactions I've had with her thus far, but I didn't have the heart to deny her. I suppose it's fine. Our family does stupid things regularly, especially when we're grieving. Did I like the idea of opening a portal back home and connecting from the Fae realm? Nope, but at this moment, I was throwing caution to the wind. As I said, our family is full of idiots. My calculations didn't need to be precise, she wanted to connect back with the planet, presumably to get reinforcements or reinvigorate herself. Without her connection, her reserves were limited, even if she were still an absolute monster. The portal opened, and Ark stared at it expressionlessly, even as the thousands of Fae around us continuously roared and attacked the barrier I had erected. Something was happening to her even if I couldn't perceive it. It wouldn't last much longer, but it was enough. Fine, I agree. She breathed out. Ark. I furrowed my brow, confused at what was happening. I promised to come back home if I was given permission. She said with a simple smile. I am absolutely positive that what just transpired as she interfaced with the world was not that simple, even if that was probably an accurate summarization. Permission for what? I dared to ask. Ark's hand raised up, her sharp claws still present as she pushed them into her own chest and, in one fluid motion, pulled her own heart out. I admit, I was taken completely off guard as she seemingly ripped her own heart from her chest without so much as a scream. Truthfully, it was only an inconvenience for Ark. Her chest even began to heal quickly. At worst, she is weakened for a while and needs to sleep for a bit. Blood did pour from her mouth for a moment before she wiped it away, and she very clearly felt the pain from it even if she didn't react as she should have. I let out a sigh because I knew what Ark was doing. We really are a family of idiots, aren't we? I sighed again. Hee hee. She chuckled despite herself, holding the heart up as it slowly dissipated into motes of mana. Ark's heart, well, it wouldn't be wrong to call it the equivalent of a mini-grail. Her blood was so astonishingly conductive of magical energy that if it didn't have vampiric properties, it would be the most sought-after material for fields needing such. Hell, calling her heart the equivalent to a dragon's core in output wouldn't be wrong. And she just sacrificed it without a second thought. There was a second meaning. She is the most important terminal of the world. She who can mantle the ultimate one of the earth. The last true ancestor, an elemental of the highest creation that holds a higher authority in world access than even the gods of the past. Ignoring her power, ignoring the bullshit of her existence. Everything else aside, she is the terminal connected to Gaia and Aleia, the counter-force in general, with the highest access. That is to say, as a terminal of the world also accesses her as its sense. Things recorded by Ark are likewise recorded by the world. As the last bits of her heart faded, a bright light enveloped the area. There was no need for a ritual circle. No need for a holy grail. Ark's hand lit up with command seals because she was supported by the world itself due to her status. And from the world, the ritual of summoning was derived, so it all came back around. Our family really is bad about letting people go. I didn't say anything to dissuade her. I had to shield my eyes as the bright light became too much. The accumulation of magical energy could be felt for miles as the ether gathered into solid form. My shield shattered from the magical energy that pushed through, causing the spell sequence to fail. A few courageous Fae worked through the blinding light and the sound of metal swung through the air, some at me, some at Ark, but I didn't need to make a move. Quicker than they could swing down, another blade swept through the air, decapitating them with ease. A rapier with a golden guard. A large red hat with an impressive feather swayed in the breeze. The owner of which took it off and bowed in front of Ark with grace and elegance, a hook where his left hand should be. And not a wrinkle or gray hair in sight on his clean-shaven face, bar a well-kept mustache. I have answered your summons, Servant Rider, Captain James Bartholomew Hook. From here to Neverland and everywhere in between, I am at your service. At ***** at A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We got 2 chapters ahead of Arachne over here as well, and 1 chapter ahead of Cyclops, which is getting its own thread/story across websites. It already has its own thread on QQ, so expect it to pop up elsewhere soon. Chapter 576, Chapter 520 Part 1 plus Arachne 6. Despite being surrounded by hundreds of thousands of enemies that exuded a bloodlust that indicated the desire to chop me into pieces, I couldn't help but smile seeing Captain Hook again. Though there was one worry inside of me upon his summoning. Ark looked down at him and smiled as well. Captain Hook stood up properly, and without hesitation, he put his hat on Arcuade's head, answering the question with his actions. It makes sense. Arcuade, as a terminal for the world, can record statuses for the Throne of Heroes. The story of Captain Hook back home is one of fairy tales, which isn't impossible to manifest a heroic spirit. There are plenty of stories inscribed into humanity's collective unconscious that are given form despite being fictional. But now, a genuine and real Captain Hook was added to it, giving it a more solidified shape. Recorded by the highest authority among Gaia's terminals. How may I serve you, Princess? Captain Hook politely bowed again with a little grin. Ark looked at him silently for a moment. I didn't think this far ahead. She chuckled awkwardly. Well, I meant it before. Everyone in our family is an idiot. I called upon my divine lightning, coating my arms and legs, and I held my hand up into the air. I calculated the necessary parameters for the large-scale spell. Lightning rain. And like rain, lightning began to fall from the sky. Each one that hit the ground erupted into a violent explosion on impact, discharging into a crackling sphere, evaporating any unlucky enough to be within its range. Thousands fell. It wasn't the most powerful of spells, enough that some were able to defend against it, but likewise, thousands all around us were killed. I just wanted some breathing room. I looked up at the sky, where my storm was nearly snuffed out under the firm grasp of the Winter Queen. Then, I glanced back to where I was sealing the god and noticed my seal was starting to be destroyed despite me fueling it constantly. Can you keep the one above busy for a little while? I asked, looking at Hook, knowing that Arcuade wasn't going to give him any meaningful orders. Captain Hook looked up at the sky with a hum, using his hook to twirl his mustache. That shouldn't be an issue if you simply want me to keep her attention. I have quite a few new toys to play with after gaining my new status. His eyes looked back down at me, twinkling with a certain amusement. And I do say, a great many things make sense now. He added. Well, it is what it is. He, of course, would be summoned by Ark with proper knowledge. His magical energy surged. From one horizon to another, we are crooks and pirates, but with elegance and honor. He held his hand up, and the moon turned an ethereal fullness as its light shined under the snowstorm. Revenge for the taken, Jolly Roger. With a burst of light, it could be barely seen, a shadowy silhouette in front of the moon could be seen briefly as the ship shot down from the sky, piercing right through both my storm and the Queen's own malicious snowstorm that was fighting in the sky. His noble phantasm summoned, the signature of his rider class, I marveled as the flying ship landed onto the ground right next to us. It was faster than my own ship. Come along, first mate. The ramp to the ship fell down without prompt as he walked up it. It's time to set sail. Ark looked at me one last time, I could see the pure happiness in her eyes. It didn't matter that she weakened herself so severely for this period of time, literally ripping her heart out. She was just happy to have someone back that she unconsciously considered a friend. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing that Ark is showing such human emotions, only time will tell. She quickly ran up the ramp to join him on the deck. The ship lifted up off the ground and pointed at the sky, shooting up without any unscary warning, only a simple nod from the captain. I only heard the sound of his laughter once the ship disappeared high up into the clouds and conflicting storms. That and the mirage of colors and explosive ringing that came from magical cannon fire from a noble phantasm. The Winter Queen wasn't literally above the clouds, but she exerted a presence that was something connected to her and could be attacked. My wings sprouted behind my back, and I took to the air, leaving the midst of the enemy's forces as they regrouped. I had my own matter to attend to. My mountain sealing incantation was an excellent spell, one that I was very proud of. However, it was by no means absolute. Kronos escaped it with a bit of time on his side, and likewise this god was going to burst out with a bit more effort. Merely the fact that I could even temporarily seal a god just spoke volumes of the spell's power. The god was still going to be a problem. The thing was, it was weaker than Kronos. I didn't doubt it was on the same level as Kronos if he was at his best. A god like Balor was a leader of a pantheon in the same breath as the Titan King. And like how Zeus and his brothers overthrew Kronos, the Tuatha De Danann waged war against the Fomorians with Balor as the Fomorian king, with Lugh slaying Balor, his grandfather. Whatever means was used to bring him back, I could honestly say it wasn't complete in a true sense. He was off, decrepit, and his body was obviously fake. That in and of itself weakened him substantially. However, the problem, as mentioned, was the fact that it just attacked indiscriminately without giving an opening. I landed at the side of my ceiling and took out my Staff of Magnus. The spell circles for my Shield of Asgard were prepared, but I needed more. I recalled what Kronos did to seal the space around us, and I was going to somewhat mimic that. I simultaneously began to cast my Bindings of Gaia. The roots that sprang up weren't used as bindings but rather to create a boundary and reinforce the layering of the shield spell. The roots themselves twisted and turned, forming a physical application of spell circles at 4 locations. At each of the 4 directions, specifically used, 4 large trees grew. They weren't the utilization of Yggdrasil, but rather a threshold manifested, powered by the sapling of the world tree that hid within my soul. The 5 directions. I chanted, throwing out 5 talismans to separate this immediate area and amplify the spell. Metal enriches water. Water nurtures wood. Wood feeds fire. Fire dries earth. Earth refines metal. 5 elements mutual generation. A large pentagram shimmered underneath, overlaying with my already established spell. Lastly, I picked up my staff and slammed it into the ground. Shield of Asgard. The golden shield was raised over everything. The 5 elements bolstered the spell further, and lastly, the already bolstered roots began to push up out of the ground and wrap around the shield itself, intertwining everything and completely sealing off the area around us. It was just in time, because only a minute or so later, my mountain sealing incantation began to shudder. I could have sustained it longer, but the drain was starting to become something of a burden. Therefore, I let it be destroyed. The evil god's large hand burst through the top of it, parts of my spell broke and shattered, turning into motes of magical energy as the structure of the spell was destroyed. The evil god climbed out of the pit it had been sealed into, pulling free, and immediately, all its eyes opened, and the condensed streams of withering sprayed out unabated. I merely shoo-imped to the side to avoid a few of them myself as they wildly lashed out at the surroundings. However, my spell held. Undoubtedly, the withering of time wreaked havoc on my spell, but simultaneously, it was derived from the life force of the earth beneath us. Emboldened by my own nascent world tree, it could weather the passing of the years while being sustained by me. It only took a few moments for the evil god to realize the situation he was in. All its eyes looked around, ceasing its onslaught, then they turned to the only other living thing inside, me. I crossed my arms as I met its many gazes. I don't have to protect anyone this time, I said lightly, dropping my arms as my lightning condensed back over my limbs. That was where its annoyance came from. In its weakened state, perhaps it's even more weakened after utilizing so much to break free, I had to submit to the role of a defender unconditionally, lest thousands of people die. Now, I had no one I had to protect, I was free to act without worry. And as it stood, this evil god was a far cry from even the strength of Kronos that I defeated before. Honestly, I didn't know how much of its intelligence was present. It spoke a few times, took a few actions, but that could have been more an unconscious effort, a hazed state that it still hadn't woken up from. Regardless, as all its eyes stared at me, I raised my hand high. Thousands of runic circles came into existence behind me, a proverbial wall of interlinked spell sequences. And with a drop of my hand, they all released unceasing bolts of lightning. All the god's eyes closed as the lightning mostly splashed harmlessly against him. Oh, it wasn't meant to be some big turnabout. Frankly, I was just pissed at how it pinned me down earlier. Have a taste of it. Because the moment it opened one of its eyes, it would get a little lightning needle right into it. Be it god or man, no one wants to get poked in the eye. Of course it wouldn't just stand there and let itself be poked. Its large limbs moved up to block everything from truly causing any harm. Between the gaps of its arms, its main eye opened, the strongest and source of its authority, and the powerful withering was released right at me. Greater Ward. Aegis of Talos. Bakudo number 44, Sakisho. Bakudo number 39, and Kozan. I cast without moving, both spells I learned from Skyrim and Kido I learned from my time in Soul Society. The evil god's authority slammed into the overlaid shields. My hair whipped back as the first greater ward held for a moment before shattering. The Aegis of Talos was a bit stronger, it took a breath before it also shattered. Next my Kozan held a bit longer but finally crumbled. Last, my Sakisho stood as the last wisps of its attack faded, the shield barely standing just as the evil god closed his eye. It was calculated properly. It opened its eye again, but the authority didn't release, simply, it looked at me, and I still didn't move 1 inch. Well, was it my turn then? The constant barrage of my lightning must have been annoying it, but I held my hand back and shattered my own runic circles, reforming them, converging them into a single point, a multi-layered spell sequence to handle facilitating my divine lightning into shape. Lightning Javelin. I cast, once more, another spell I picked up in Skyrim that was taken to a level never seen before. It wasn't merely a bolt of lightning like many other spells, it held physical substance to it. And I then had a rather intriguing idea. Crafting for the gods, Nidavellir, the ethereal form of a dwarf blacksmith manifested behind me, its hammer swung down on my lightning javelin, giving it further shape and form. Feeling it in my hand, I threw it as hard as I could. With a thunderous boom, it covered the distance in a blink of an eye and slammed into the evil god's shoulder, sending him nearly stumbling backwards with a strange sound of surprise mixed with presumably pain. A hole was seared into its flesh. Well, wasn't that something? Is this how Zeus feels? A couple more lightning javelins were created, and once more, the dwarf swung his hammer down. Unsurprisingly, the evil god wasn't just going to stand there and let me throw them at him freely. All of its eyes opened once I stopped bombarding it with lightning, and its big arm swung down, smashing the earth and sending debris and dust everywhere. Though, through all of that, the same withering power was released. I used a burst of Shuanpa to start dodging, easily avoiding several and nearly getting caught by a few more. Hundreds of eyes tracking you was not something particularly easy to avoid forever. But still, it didn't seem to anticipate the speed I could put forth, and its large body was now a nuisance to it as opposed to how well it was utilized in our first encounter. I had to deflect a beam with the lightning javelin in my hand, but I avoided several more and slashed at one of the eyes on its leg before turning into a streak of lightning and appearing on its other side, slicing into another 2 eyes and jumping up its body. Its large hand swung rather quickly at me like a person trying to swat at a fly buzzing around it. I'd been hit by it before, and it was by no means a pleasant experience. I quickly stabbed one of the javelins into the side of its thigh, eliciting another groan followed by a furious growl. Activating my semblance, I turned into lightning, letting his large hand swipe right through me, and continued my ascent up its large body, hopping around to avoid the withering authority of his that seemed impossibly unrelenting. I got to his shoulder and jumped once more, pulling my hand back with the last of my javelins and throwing it at its primary mystic eye. Baylor's large head turned right at me, and I could feel the divine might gathered in its mystic eye, and the world shook as a more powerful burst of time shot out, evaporating my javelin completely before it could connect. I too was in the path, but I tilted my body up. Fuss. And I used the force to push myself away in haste, avoiding the release of his authority that instead collided with the shield of mine around the area, causing it to visibly vibrate. I landed gracefully far back onto the ground, only to have to dodge as its foot stomped down, cratering the earth I had just been standing at, followed by his head looking down and another large burst of his authority fired out. The earth in the immediate path turned to sand and drifted away into dust. It was abundantly clear at this point that this god was severely limited in what it could do, only able to utilize a simple application of his time authority through the usage of many eyes with his mystic eye as the core. Compared to Kronos, well, there wasn't a real comparison. I held my hand out, and Mirage fell into my grasp. The familiar spell circle swirled around it as I gathered the required amount of magical energy and converted it into ether through the numerous spell sequences that worked in unison to actualize the spell. Ether Cannon. The burst of ether, a concept that gods seemed somewhat susceptible to, collided with the god's stitched and conjoined flesh, blowing right through the barely held together tissue and muscle. The evil god fell down haphazardly onto its now stumped leg. I took the opportunity to swing up and slash through a handful more of its eyes that it utilized its authority through. With a burst of Shuanpa, I slid to a stop far in front of him and swung my sword properly at its haggard and prone silhouette. 10,000 birds. Each one of the launched blades of magical energy shot through the air, slicing into his flesh. With each new wound, it became more and more obvious yet that its body was not up to the standards of a true god, reinforcing my previous conceptions regarding its decrepit body. Oh, it certainly had divinity in it, but this body was not a proper one. Many more of its eyes were slashed through, destroying them completely. It had less than half its remaining eyes that all opened, releasing many more frantic waves of withering time at me in what seemed like a panic. Running forward, I slid under quite a few more, running my hand along the ground, leaving several magic circles as I maneuvered under its legs. Pillars of earth shot up, one under its chin, one into its other leg, and one right between its legs. It destroyed the one aiming for its chin with a wave of its hand, likewise with the one that attempted to destabilize his footing again, but the one between his legs landed. And while there was a visible reaction, it was less than one would expect. The evil god bellowed out a series of unintelligible sounds, and it swept its body around awkwardly, its main eye looking downward as everything in the area turned to dust. I made sure to avoid it as best as I could with my greatest speed because getting hit by that would pin me down and even cause me harm. I called for my other swords, they flashed through the air, impaling themselves into his last good leg for a makeshift footing that I used to climb up his body again. Granted, I could fly, but it wasn't nearly as fast as my running speed using Shuinpa, something I'll have to fix in the future. The Hogyoku shifted everything I had into demonic power again, and I called forth my sword of destruction. Gathering my power of destruction, I swung it at its right arm. A blade of condensed destruction launched off, severing the god's arm with ease. Though, I looked up and noticed a shadow looming overhead. Its open palm swung down on me, smacking me hard into the ground below. And just as quickly, a monochromatic light invaded the world as it pressed down on me as well. I barely pushed up off my feet without a moment to contemplate the surge of pain I felt from the slap, calling upon my bloodline and using the technique that Venelana taught me a while ago, pressing it together, condensing it into shape before holding it upwards. Extinction star. The condensed and compressed power of destruction between my hands bloomed like a star, consuming everything in front of it. Could the power of destruction even destroy time? The two powers collided with a myriad array of lights, a monochromatic gray split the world with a dark and foreboding black. I pressed my hand to the ground, my bindings of Gaia was still active in the area from the casting of the shielded space around us. With a quick alteration to the original spell, a large root sprang up from the ground, wrapping around the remaining arm of the evil god and pulling him down. The god's head was flung around, its eye no longer pointing at me as its authority rampaged, shooting every which way as he tumbled to the ground, only able to stop himself after a moment. Taking advantage of the momentary lapse, I jumped up off the ground amidst the colorful wisps of power that still crackled and danced. My destruction colliding with his authority caused a strange flow of time to erupt in this place. With sword of destruction in hand, I gathered my power of destruction and swung at its neck, severing it from its large body. Its head went flying through the air, but to my shock, it was caught by its own arm, ripped free from the root. Using its own severed head, its eye opened and pointed at me. I called upon the power of the kaleidoscope as I felt that whatever remained of the god's power was about to be utilized in one last attack. The world once more became divided as a god's authority over time collided with the purest expression of space. Momentarily becoming blinded, I felt myself hit back into the ground, but I pushed myself up quickly only to notice the abrupt issue. Why was I in the dimensional gap? I had been here before, I recognized the place. Was time and space disrupted that much that I got sent to another space from the collision? No. I would have felt that, sure, the two forces caused a distortion in both time and space at the epicenter, but that was, accepted, for lack of a better word. Frankly, they should have just been cancelled out with some lingering remnants that needed time to heal. I looked up at the night sky, feeling the same way I had when I first got here. With growing confusion, I turned around all around me, seeing nothing, only to return to the spot I had been looking before, and now there was a building there. Why was there a biker bar sitting in the middle of the dimensional gap? I raised my leg up to take a step forward and decided to do an about-face and walk the other way, but I hit an invisible wall that I couldn't sense previously. I felt myself twitch slightly as it was fairly obvious someone wanted me to go inside. One might be resigned to do so, but I never liked following the whims of others. I called upon the kaleidoscope again. Nothing happened. In fact, I couldn't use magic, I couldn't use my spiritual power, and I couldn't use my demonic bloodline. I was, basically human in this moment. Well, fuck. I blurted out because someone had me by the short and curlies. God damn it. I resigned myself to walk inside. As one would expect, it was basically a cliched biker bar. Down to the smell, the bad music, and the cigarette smoke hanging overhead. No one was even smoking. Actually, there was only one other person inside. Wild red hair that fell down to his waist, dressed like, well, a biker. I took one look at him and decided to turn around and leave, but the door was gone. Right. Instead, I found a seat far away from him in the corner and went to sit down. The person at the bar never spared me a glance, but the drink he had in his hand hit the bar top. You really are just a cocky little shit, aren't you? Is that a compliment? I responded. He turned his head to face me, and his gaze made me feel a genuine primordial fear. He pointed his finger at the bar stool next to him, and the next moment I realized I was sitting in it. You know, my first instinct when I discovered you was to squash you like the little bug you were. He grabbed his beer off the counter and took a drink. I'm starting to think I should have. I may have gulped. It wouldn't have been the first time. He glared at me. Do you think you're special? Do you think you're the first outsider to come to this world? Do you have any idea how many I've killed? I felt my eyes widen. Do you know who I am now? He asked. I sure hope I don't. He snorted, less annoyed, perhaps with a mild amount of amusement. The night should have already told you. Great Red. I named him. Oh gee, maybe your constant boasting about how much of a genius you are isn't just empty, huh? He said rather sarcastically. Well, now even if I wanted to squash you, I couldn't. Somehow, you got the backing of something that even frightens me. He sounded annoyed again. Ah, Meridia, how much I love you. Though, I might be able to do it and cut off any connection to that place before something happens. He looked thoughtful. What do you think? I wonder if I could kill you and slam all doors shut quickly enough. Should we take that gamble? A row of sharp teeth was revealed in his mouth. I very much like living, thank you. Right, and you need to take that cousin of yours home too. Just another annoyance you decided to drop here, right? She wouldn't be easy to deal with even after the stunt she pulled. So you were watching. I'm always watching. He glared. I've always been watching, I've watched everything you've done since you made yourself known. Do you know what my job is? I've been told that you protect the world from outsiders. He nodded as if he expected me to answer that way. That's what she said, but that's a rather abridged version. But yeah, I kill any bastards that set their eyes on our little spinning blue ball. He waved his hand flippantly. I had a realization as I contemplated my presence here. We're in a dream. Obviously, I am the dragon of dreams, dipshit. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice. He said in a mocking voice. I can read it on your face. Arrogant little shit, do you think you should be able to notice? Do I need to repeat the title again? Did I do something to anger you? Because I was getting mixed signals, and the equal to Ophis glaring at me was not something I wanted. Surprisingly, no. He said with a strange look. At least intentionally, otherwise, I would have slapped you the last time we met. Yes, I did notice you flying through the dimensional gap, and yes, I could have easily dealt with you in the blink of an eye then. Well, good to know, I suppose. Actually, I probably would have if you weren't with that old man. He smiled lightly, taking a drink. That old human was a badass, I had a good appreciation of him. If you wanted to talk to me for some reason, why now? And why drag me into a dream like this? I'm doing you a favor. He took another drink. Your little spat with that amalgamation of God and devil bent space and time enough that I could easily do a little magic. Unless you're fine with standing there like an idiot as I pulled your consciousness into a dream while everything happens around you. Thank you. I mean, I guess I should be happy he didn't make it bad for me. But couldn't you have done that without us clashing? I mean, he was one of the two strongest beings in this world. Of course I could have. He scoffed. But why should I waste so much effort on you? Fair. I acknowledged. And what did you mean by amalgamation of God and devil? If you tell me you didn't notice the anomalies with its body, I'm going to smack you. He said bluntly. And no, I'm not going to give you an explanation, I'm not your cheat sheet. If you want answers, go figure it the fuck out for yourself. Well, there goes that idea. At least he's more amicable than antagonistic. Vivian mentioned you. I finally put the pieces together. Is that how they refer to you, the first dream? He glanced my way for another moment. All right, maybe you really aren't a total moron. But that was like putting two and two together. You talked to Vivian. I ignored his insult. Talk. He snorted. I say things sometimes to people, and they listen. Do you think I carry on conversations with every ant that walks across my path? Well, you're talking to me. I pointed out. Are you calling yourself an ant? He raised an eyebrow. Well, it's all relative, isn't it? I responded. He hummed at my answer. You are one of the few exceptions that I care to acknowledge. As you've heard a bunch of times already, you're an infuriating existence. By returning back to your home, and, yes, I know about that, you created a causality loop that's nearly untouchable due to how absurdly twisted it is. The fact that I met my previous self, who had yet to devise the proper way to reincarnate himself into what I am now, which will happen in the future. It sounded honestly idiotic to even say it out loud. There's more to it, but that's the gist of it. It wouldn't have been the first time I'd reached backwards or forwards in time to snuff out something annoying, but I couldn't in your case, to your benefit. Well, good to know I lived due to dumb luck at some point. You don't have to be on guard, you're already intrinsically linked to this world just as any naturally born native is. He finally said. You're not considered an outsider by any other forces that know of your existence. I suppose I should be happy. Can I ask, why are you called the first dream by Vivian? I was genuinely curious. Because it's literal. He answered. I came into existence with the first dream. It must have been one hell of a dream for them. I had a thought. Wait, who dreamed then if you came about before humanity or any real sapient beings? Nick said you were nearly as old as she was. He grumbled something about the night having loose lips. Let me paint you a picture. Imagine you were just born, and you look out and see a dumb fucking dragon staring back at you, one that could eat you in a single gulp. What would your reaction be? Oh. Oh. Holy shit. You're the first dream of the world's unconscious will. Not in the same way you're thinking. He waved it off. And you're talking about Ophis. She existed before the world. As I said, a dumb fucking dragon staring at a newborn. Obviously, it would panic, and, well, nightmares are also dreams. So poof, my magnificent self came into existence as a counter to the idiot who sits in the void. And I know for a fact it was far from this rudimentary and blunt. Thanks for answering my question. There was no need to be impolite, he didn't have to answer. He just grunted, not opting to acknowledge it with words. Why did you call me here? I'm sure it wasn't just to berate me, you could do that at any time. I finally asked. Of course, do you think I wanted to lower myself to have a talk with you? He rolled his eyes. Despite what you may think, I'm very busy, and you're not that important. Don't you make motorcycle noises while doing flips in the dimensional gap? You can't fathom how dull and monotone my job normally is. He said with full seriousness. Well, that answers a great deal of questions I had about why he just fucks around in the dimensional gap. Is that why you bullied Ophis into leaving the dimensional gap as well? Nah, I just like fucking with that idiot. It's literally part of my nature. He said rather casually. At least I don't have to deal with that idiot now that you kicked her to that place. The last bit was accompanied by a glare. He seemed to not even want to acknowledge Meridia's existence if he didn't have to. Well, okay then. Alright, I'll be blunt because I'm getting tired of your annoying face. The bitch you call the Winter Queen, she can't die. Excuse me. All my previous thoughts came to a screeching halt. She can't die. He said it slowly as if I were an idiot. Yeah, I got that. But why? Well, technically, she can. But I'm telling you not to. He corrected. It'll cause a bunch of problems, and I'm loosely connected to that fairy realm, so I'd have to fix them. Anyways, I'm telling you not to kill her. After everything, you're telling me we just have to stop. I looked at him. Maybe I should get Meridia's opinion. The air around me turned cold. Don't threaten me. He said sternly. I said don't kill her, I didn't say not to wint that little squabble of yours. Mutilate her, chain her to your bed, and turn her into a breeding pig. I literally couldn't be forced to care as long as she's still alive. Punish her however you want otherwise. That was significantly less annoying than I originally assumed. She has a purpose. He let out a tired sigh, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Right, her title as Winter Queen is not just a title, you hear. You've already loosely theorized the way the world works. If you consider the world a brain, the human world would be like the mind when it's awake, and the fairy lands are basically the equivalent of the dreaming mind. He spoke in very simplistic terms. What do you think will happen if the brain's concept of winter is killed? Oh, I said in realization. That could have been a significant mistake if we actually killed her. Yes, oh. He repeated with a sarcastic undertone again. So, if she dies, we're going to have a problem because I have to then clean up the mess. He repeated. And you do not want me to have a problem with you, you hear? I understand. I nodded, knowing that he could literally smack me into non-existence if I said something he didn't like. Though I had one thought after being told. Why did you call me here like this? Couldn't you have simply told me another way without all that effort? He didn't look directly at me, and he looked off as if staring at something else, and I saw him genuinely smile for the first time. I liked the new dreams I got. His tone wasn't belittling this time, nor sarcastic nor scolding. I didn't have a chance to reply to him before I realized I was gone from that dream. I felt everything return to me as I opened my eyes, unconsciously standing back up on the ground with my sword of destruction back in my hand. Baylor was still there, and without wasting any more time, I shot up and used my power of destruction to sever its remaining arm, its severed head falling to the ground proper now. My meeting with Great Red was weighing on me. I wanted a few moments to think it over and such, but I wasn't going to sit here and let the evil god simply live because of that. However, right as I was about to sever its eye, my barrier around us shattered, and it was not by my doing. Someone forced their way inside. I turned to look at the newcomer. A man, somewhat tall. He wore all black with mixed black and blonde hair. And his eyes were mismatched, one black, one gold. Clearly not human, in fact, I could tell immediately. He was a dragon. I wish I had Drake with me at the moment. Holy shit, did you intentionally make that body to be as edgy as possible, or was it just accidental? I couldn't help myself. The cocky grin he had sort of fizzled for a moment. Not the greeting I expected. But I suppose that's what makes you so interesting. Alright, who are you? I'm Crumb. Wait. I put my hand up, stopping him. I don't care. Between everything that's been going on, Ark being here, losing a bunch of people, and then getting pulled into a meeting with someone who could breathe in my direction and kill me, I am so far out of patience. There was a beat of silence as he frowned. I'm Crumb Crutch. He said fully. There were many ways to handle this. I knew from Drake that he was a very powerful dragon. I could feel his power even when he was suppressing it. It was an opponent that completely eclipsed the evil god I just took apart, as reduced as it was. So, I responded in the most optimal way. I threw a brick at him. Line break. Non-canon Omake, The Little Spider, Part 6. And this is the kitchen, I guess. Percy showed Arachne around the cabin despite it being new to him as well. His mom just looked at them with mild amusement as he led her around. It has a stove, I would assume so. Arachne nodded. Not much of a kitchen. Better than cooking over an open fire. I guess. He shrugged. And there's a bunch of random stuff all over the place. Arachne reached over to a desk and picked up an antique-looking spyglass, holding it up to her eye to see. It's magic, it can see through about 20 feet of water. She looked out the window and down into the lake, watching the fish. Wait, really? Can I see? Percy's eyes lit up. She happily handed it to him and he swept it all out the window towards the lake not far away. Holy crap, Mom, come try this out. He excitedly called her over. It's like the water isn't even there. All right. She humored him, taking it from him as she looked through it. That's really cool, Percy. She smiled. Percy looked around and his eyes landed back on Arachne. How'd you know it was magic? I'm a magus, it's easy to notice. Arachne said proudly, then pointed towards a weather sextant. That one help you with directions even if you don't know where you're going. She then pointed towards a globe in a box. That one always marks its location on its map for you. Percy's eyes lit up even more. That's so cool. He whispered. For Arachne, these mystic codes were rather simplistic and easy to analyze at a glance. You said that anyone can learn magic, right? Percy asked, recalling the argument she had with her half-sister. Is it possible for me to learn? Of course. It's much easier for a demigod to learn than a normal human. Regular humans can learn magic. Yup, but it's more complicated. Lots of calculations. She waved her hand. I don't like it too much. I know a few things, but I just use what my mom and dad taught me. Would it be possible for you to teach me some things? He hesitantly asked. Arachne gave him a scrutinizing look. Normally, she wasn't one for just willfully teaching people things. Her mom once told her that becoming a teacher was a responsibility that one had to take seriously, and Arachne wasn't quite sure she knew how to be a teacher. But she also wanted to thank him for being so accommodating. She had no desire to sleep in the Athena cabin after meeting her half-sister. She may be blunt and honest with her opinions, but she wasn't oblivious to the awkwardness that developed. Secondly, the Hermes cabin was packed, and she liked her space. Okay, I'll teach you some things. She agreed. Just don't call me teacher. She settled on a half measure. If it were simply a friendly exchange, then it wouldn't count as being his teacher proper. Since you're a child of Poseidon, I can think of some stuff to teach ya. Percy let out a whoop in excitement, but it only lasted a minute. Are you gonna be okay? He looked at her in concern. Mom gave me this whole speech that she apparently heard from my dad about how gods have to be respected, blah blah. He especially was talking about how she made a jab at her mom while they were apparently being watched. Percy didn't know anything about that, he just assumed some godly magical mystic stuff he didn't understand. And he didn't feel like she would randomly make up something weird like that, so he was a little bit worried. Arachne let out a scoff. It's about circumstances. If it's an official gathering, you should show proper etiquette. My parents taught me that. It was actually her dad that taught her that. When to read the mood and whatnot. But if they get uppity 'cause of something stupid, then they ain't worth treating with respect. She had met many gods in her life so far, and she realized an important fact early on. The gods that treat themselves too seriously usually are the least worth respecting. So, this isn't new to you. He looked at her, though he assumed and how she talked about magic, but that didn't immediately mean god stuff. Nah, I've met plenty of gods before. Got plenty of them in my family too. She shrugged. Oh, that's neat. Percy nodded along. I just found out myself. Thought there was just something wrong with me most my life, turns out it's because I got God juice in me. Percy. His mom interrupted with an exclamation. There was nothing wrong with you. Mom, I got expelled from a bunch of schools for some unexplainable things. What was I supposed to think? He looked at her with a deadpan. You got expelled too. She looked at him. What did you do? Somehow fired a fake cannon at a school bus. He said evenly. Ah, that's impressive. How'd you do it? Percy blinked. How did I do it? They said it was sealed and it wasn't even loaded. Percy, you already had the mists explained to you. His mom responded carefully. Oh right. Magical stuff that made me see things I didn't see. Because that makes more sense than think I'm crazy. He snorted. Wait, you said you were expelled too. Arachne blushed slightly and looked away. I stabbed my teacher with my spear. Oh. Percy blinked. I mean, yeah, that's pretty bad. They were a vampire. Oh. His eyes widened. That sucks, I guess everyone didn't know that, Anne. No, it was a magic school, they specifically hired him knowing he was a vampire. So evil school? No. Arachne said bluntly. He was just an average worker who happened to be a vampire through some unfortunate events. Vampires have a time getting employment in many places. Even other magical races discriminate against them, it's actually very sad. And you stabbed him. In my defense, I didn't know he was properly hired. She flushed in embarrassment. There was an awkward silence that followed. There was a firm knock on the cabin door. Percy looked at me and to his mom, then realized that he should properly answer it considering that it's his cabin. Arachne just walked over to Mr. Blueberry who was happily sleeping on one of the beds. It was a little funny for her to see him somehow fit his big body onto it comfortably. But she just stroked his head between his horns where she knew he liked it while he slept peacefully. Ah, Arachne, someone's here for you. Percy called to her. It was just far enough away that she couldn't see out the door, so she got up as Percy seemingly gave a very wide berth. As Arachne got close, she noticed who was standing there. She didn't need the depth of vision that Herta had to know who it was. The gray eyes shined, and the thinly veiled divinity was clear to someone as young as her. Arachne stood there, facing the goddess who was her mother. We finally meet after all this time. The goddess was the first to speak. I think this is the first time I've personally come to greet one of my children at camp. You must have been waiting a long time for this moment, Anne. Who are you? Arachne said bluntly. Athena, goddess of wisdom, abruptly went silent. She was the goddess of wisdom, she doesn't make a visual fool of herself. Despite nearly stumbling with her words at the abrupt disrespect that she was highly unused to, she kept herself composed. She forced a smile. Athena knew better than most when being aggressive and when taking a step back is a wise choice. She was dealing with a child, she knew how to handle children very well. She would let her daughter feel like she won before moving forward when her own plans. I'm your mother. It was a simple and direct answer without much room to throw a verbal tantrum what have you. Of course, she knew her children were all witty and she expected a bit of a verbal sparring, even if it came in the form of underhanded insults. Athena was not like the other Olympian gods, and while she demanded respect all the same, she genuinely appreciated an intelligent way to insult someone rather than just being a bore. So, she waited for her daughter's response, preparing an assorted of retorts to every scenario she envisioned. Would she insult the lack of Athena in her life? Would she claim some kind of debt owed for the absence of a parent? So many ways this could go, especially after the incident that occurred not long ago where everyone watched. Or would she? I don't know you. Arachne abruptly slammed the door in her face and walked back into the cabin. She saw Percy hunching over a book with his mother. What's that? She asked curiously. Percy looked up. Oh, did you deal with your thing? Yup. She said bluntly. What's that? She pointed at the book. Oh, just a random book about sailing. I just wanted to see if knowing I'm a demigod now makes it so I'm not stupid anymore. But it turns out, I'm still stupid. Percy, you're not stupid. It's called dyslexia and you know that. His mother chided. Shouldn't being part god make it so I'm like, super smart and stuff? Not have trouble reading at a 4th grade level. Percy grumbled. It's 'cause gods don't speak or read human languages. You hear them, you think they're speaking in English, but it's just projected that way. Arachne replied to him, rummaging through some of the junk in the cabin until she found a pair of glasses. It messes up your brain 'cause a god isn't physical, they're metaphysical. Their concepts align with the Greek cosmology, so your brain is partly Greek in makeup on a conceptual level, so everything you read wants to be Greek in your mind, making it hard to read properly. She remembered her parents talking to her about this a long time ago. She has had some issues, less than a regular demigod due to her devil heritage, but they had to fix a few things. I understood some of those words. Percy said after a moment. Gods don't mix well with humans. Arachne shrugged, tracing very small runes along the outer edge of the glass portion of the glasses. Put these one. She tossed them to him as she finished. Percy blinked. I'm stupid, not blind. Percy. His mom said sternly. Percy rolled his eyes. It should help the words be clearer for you on paper. She spoke. Percy blinked again, and decided to put them on and look down at the book. There was several moments of silence as he seemingly kept reading. I can read fine. The boy looked up at Arachne with an indiscernible expression. Arachne just smiled. It was a simple gesture for her, but for him, it was something he'd always struggled with and had low self-esteem with. I also made them very durable. How durable? Percy asked. Should be fine getting run over by a car. She estimated. Percy choked somewhat, but there was a small redness in his eyes and his mom quickly hugged him, mouthing a big thank you to Arachne. Again, Arachne smiled. It made her feel good, being a hero to someone. She understood why Uncle Achilles was always so prideful about being a hero. There was another loud and assertive knock on the cabin's door. Percy was still being hugged tightly by his mom, so Arachne got up and went to check this time. She expected a certain someone, but to her surprise, it wasn't the goddess. Truthfully, she expected the goddess to throw a fit, but it never came. Regardless, she was looking at 3 other people about her age. A girl, with a large stature and noticeable muscles due to her torn-off sleeves at the front with a couple of boys behind her. You the shrimp with the fish that everyone's talking about. The girl in front called out to Arachne. No. Arachne replied. I can see it from here. She peered around Arachne to see Mr. Blueberry sleeping soundly on the bed. Arachne turned out, looking at Mr. Blueberry, then back at the strange girl, and slammed the door in her face. Before she could take a second step away, there was a large thump at the door behind her. She could just barely make out a fist indentation on the door from her side. Arachne frowned. She knew that Percy didn't understand the significance when he allowed her to stay, but this place was utterly enveloped in a certain divine aura. It was no different than being in a god's temple, for which she was a guest. And now someone was causing a commotion to the proverbial temple where she was staying. She marched back over, threw the door open, and before the girl could utter a word, Arachne threw out a punch, knocking the girl off her feet, landing on her butt. The 2 boys next to her looked on with eyes wide, not expecting sudden violence. The girl, to her credit, was barely dazed, merely surprised. You got some balls. She nearly snarled, pushing back up to her feet. Then I guess that mean we both got a pair. Arachne snorted, insulting the girl's looks, insinuating that she looked like a man. The girl looked ready to rage and start throwing punches, which suited Arachne just fine. Hand over the fish, or you're in for a beating. She rubbed her nose where she had been punched. His name is Mr. Blueberry, and no. Arachne crossed her arms. That's a stupid name. The girl snorted. Hand over the fish, my dad even told me to get it, don't make me go through you. Fuck you. Arachne spat out. If you dare lay a hand on Mr. Blueberry, I'll kill you. The girl blinked, even amidst her growing rage, because she could feel that Arachne was being serious. And despite being more than happy to punch her problems away, she knew that punching the door to the cabin was much different than forcing her way inside and stealing something from within. One was straddling the line, the other was pissing all over it. Then let's settle it with a fight. The girl demanded. If I win, the fish is mine. No. Are you a coward? Then if I win, your mom is mine. What? The girl was taken aback. What, you can demand my family members as prizes, but I can't do the same. Arachne scoffed. Are you a coward? She repeated in an obvious sarcastic and mocking tone. It's just a fish. And your mom is a cow, what's your point? The girl, rather, the daughter of Ares, Clarice, felt the anger rising up in her chest. Her dad snuck her a message telling her to get the fish from the weird girl and she would be rewarded heavily. But she very well couldn't just barge in, and now this girl wasn't accepting a fight. You're just a coward, hiding behind words like all the other idiots from the Athena cabin. Clarice scoffed. All of them are pansies, I'm not surprised you're too scared to fight. Then forget a wager. Arachne jumped out of the cabin. Let's have a duel to the death right here and now. Clarice was once more taken aback, because she genuinely felt the sincerity in what Arachne said. She was ready to fight to the death right here and now. There was a subtle bloodlust that the daughter of Ares could pick up. She was abruptly pulled back from her rage because although she knew she was a bully and tended to be physically oppressive to the other campers, she never actually tried to kill any of them. In fact, it was heavily against the rules to kill one another. Ignoring the fact that every kid there had a godly parent that would most certainly take revenge, anyone who killed another camper would be treated to the worst punishments. And the punishments were by ancient Greek standards. Arachne harumphed at Clarissa's lack of words of action. As expect from a daughter of Ares, nothing but a coward. She recalled all the stories her mom told her about the war god. As soon as the words left her mouth, there was a strange thunderclap in the clear sky. A blood-red spear flashed above Clarissa's head. Normally, it's a sign of a child being claimed by their god, but that has long since occurred for the girl. It was used for a different purpose this time. Clarisse and the others instinctively kneeled. "All right, little girl, you got my attention." The voice of the god of war could be heard from the symbol. "Since you insulted me so openly, I'm allowed to take action now. So, here's what's going to happen, you're going to fight. No smart-ass words like your dear mother, no tricks to confuse her, no getting out of it, no running away. Consider this your punishment. A proper duel. And of course, to the victor goes the spoils." There was no need to elaborate on that part. "I appoint Clarisse as my champion, so saith Ares, the god of war." The divine power dissipated without a chance for Arachne to respond. She merely rolled her eyes with a sigh. It was all sophistry if anything. And, insult in the loosest definition of the word, it was obvious he had been watching and waiting for an opportunity. Clarisse stood up with a big somewhat bloodthirsty grin on her face. She could admit that the girl threw her for a loop before, but all she needed to hear was the words duel and fight, and she could just settle everything properly that way. Since her dad stepped in, she didn't need to think about it any deeper. "Okay, but what do I get if I win?" Arachne realized it was better to just nip this in the bud. With a reluctant sigh, she relented with regards to a duel rather than a fight to the death. Clarisse blanked because she didn't have an answer to that. "Dad." The symbol above her head flashed again. "I guess I forgot about that." The god of war sounded bored. "All right, what do you want if you win?" The way he spoke, it was clear he was just humoring her just for the sake of setting the stakes. Despite him forcing the issue, there had to be a fair stake. Arachne gave it some thought. They underestimated her. Not her strength, not her power. No, they underestimate who her dad was and how petty she could be from learning from him. "I want the Ares cabin." Line break. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We also got 2 chapters of Arachne ahead and 1 Cyclops chapter. Chapter 577, Chapter 520 Part 2. As my brick sailed through the air, the dragon lifted up his hand and casually smacked it away, shattering it into pieces. "Did you just throw a brick at me?" the dragon asked. "No." I answered with complete honesty. He blinked, looking at me, then at the literal pieces of a brick on the ground next to him. Whatever bullshit it seemed he wanted to spew was lost in this moment. "I admit, I don't know how to respond to this, it's a first for me." He spoke again. "You could apologize." "For what?" "Destroying a precious family heirloom. That brick has been passed down from generation to generation in my family for thousands of years. But I thought you said that you didn't throw a brick at me." "Don't dwell on the small things." I crossed my arms. "Take responsibility for destroying my brick." "And how would you like me to do that?" "You could kill yourself, save me the trouble." I offered a very reasonable form of compensation. His eye twitched slightly. "I think I understand why you're Draeg's destined user this generation." "Actually, I stole Draeg," I replied. He opened his mouth and closed it again. "Is that so?" "So, what can I do for you, Chrome Conch?" I stabbed my sword into the ground, leaning on it. "Crum Crutch." "Are you sure?" "I'm fairly positive that's my name, yes," he replied. "Chrome Conch sounds cooler. I'm going to call you Chrome Conch from now on." "Actually, what would a conch chromed over look like?" "Anyways, what can I do for you, Chrome Conch?" His eye twitched again. I wanted to introduce myself to Draeg's host. "Do you want an autograph?" "I mean, there's a time and place, but if you're this much of a fan, I can't really reject you." I looked around for something to write with. "I'll make it out to Chrome Conch. To my biggest and edgiest fan, go fuck yourself. Sincerely, Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg." How does that sound? I looked at him. "I have the distinct feeling you're going to be difficult to talk with." He replied rather evenly despite me constantly poking him. No. I'm always amicable towards assholes who get involved with my matters and intentionally inflate them, leading to problems I have to deal with." I looked towards the corpse of Baylor. "Careful. My Zanpakuto's voice echoed in my ears. Crumb-Crutch is not a foe to be taken lightly. He carries a unique desire for improvement among his own kind. Long ago, he was only around the power of a dragon king and subordinate to the evil god Baylor. Now, he is at a minimum as strong as Draig was in his prime. Right. Hearing confirmation was, well, I wouldn't say pleasant because I could feel his overwhelming presence since he arrived. I just didn't know it was to that extent. And it wasn't hard to put two and two together when he introduced himself as Crumb-Crutch when I had just killed Baylor. I already assumed outside interference, I'm just putting a face to it at this point. I admit, I had another purpose for appearing in front of you. He followed my gaze towards Baylor's body. I'm here to retrieve his eye. I'm going to have to say no on that one, Chrome-Conk. Crumb-Crutch tilted his head with a strange smile growing. Are you going to stop me? I met his gaze head-on, feeling the weight of his presence. His eyes looked to the side suddenly as my Ascalon was inches away from impaling him through the head. However, it stopped midair as an iron grip held it firm. Barely giving it attention, the dragon had grabbed the blade, and it refused to budge. His eyes widened ever so slightly as a drop or two of blood dripped down from his fingers and down the length of the blade. What a powerful dragon-slaying sword. He spoke in genuine surprise. It's actually capable of harming me. It's actually a dragon improvement sword. If you stab yourself in the heart with it, you get a power-up. I corrected him. He looked at me with that same grin. Since you're a dragon, does that mean you get stronger if I stab you in the heart with it? That was a joke, don't take it seriously. With a casual flick of his wrist, the sword shot off and was buried to the hilt into the abdomen of Baylor's corpse. It should be noted that the corpse of Baylor was decrepit and haphazardly thrown together in appearance, but by no means was it weak. You seem to care about the yokai outside. I'm surprised you would stop me from taking it and leaving. He spoke up again. And why is that? If we fight, how many of them do you think will die? He said rather bluntly. I don't like being threatened. I found myself frowning. Oh, there it is. He smiled brightly. I wanted to see that expression of yours, befitting of a true dragon. I don't really care about those small creatures, but I'm not like our kin, who would belittle you for doing so. Personally, I think a dragon is allowed to care about anything, big or small. The only caveat is that they have to act like a proper dragon. If you want to protect little squishy creatures, then as a dragon, you better do so. Are you okay in the head? I asked him with full seriousness. He chuckled good-naturedly. I'm just happy that you're acting like a proper dragon. It's my goal in life to seek out the purpose of dragons. For that, I've traveled the world for a long time, and I like to talk to other dragons and understand them. Not many have taken the role of protectors like you have, caring for such little creatures below them. It's a rare and refreshing take in consideration of your strength. That's your motivation. The purpose of dragons. I asked in disbelief. Is it so strange? Don't humans universally want to understand their purpose in life? Why can't I, as a dragon, wish to do the same? Well shit, I couldn't really find an argument against his logic. Is it not every sentient being's desire to find their purpose in life? You should ask Great Red, see what he thinks. I kept a straight face. He'd probably love for you to drop in and spew an array of philosophical and nonsensical questions. I am more than aware that the Dragon of Dreams cares not for his fellow dragons. He looked a little awkward. I looked at him in realization after I recalled the story Draig told me about his encounter with Great Red combined with my own meeting with him. Did he spank you like Daddy Baylor used to when you were naughty? There was a beat of silence, his expression didn't change, but sometimes, one's inaction spoke louder. I promised him that I wouldn't kill you. He let out a breath. Oh. Then how about? So please don't die. He smiled politely, and my eyes widened this time. It was a fist. Something that should be simple, but there was absolutely nothing simple about it this time. He threw a fist at me, and for the briefest of moments, I wondered. If someone pulled a literal mountain out of the ground, condensed it into the shape of a fist, and threw it at someone, would it have less strength behind it than this fist coming at my face right now? Hanuman. I called out as I focused on the Hogyoku and converted everything I had into aura as it burst out in a myriad of colors around me. The shadow of Hanuman rose up out of the ground, contrasting my colorful aura while the simply-looking fist shattered both of them. That isn't to say they were ineffective. They substantially reduced the strength behind his punch to push through both of them, yet I felt it hit me in the cheek, and I felt the force vibrate through my body with an accompanying shockwave that followed behind. I took a few steps back but stayed on my feet. Crumb-Crutch looked at me in surprise again. I put a lot of my strength into that punch. I couldn't immediately respond because my mouth was filled with blood, forcing me to spit it out. It should be my turn next, right? I glared. Sure. He smiled brightly. I'll tell you what, if you can force me back further, I'll leave without fighting you or your allies. He held his arms open. There was definitely something wrong with this dragon's head. Regardless, I was even further pissed now. My right arm turned to lightning. Hanuman reappeared, its shadow wrapped around my arm. My reinforcement was pushed to the limit. Finally, my aura regathered and swirled around my arm. Between eating the fruit and slaying Hanuman, my base strength had increased by a noticeable margin, and it was the foundation by which everything else manifested. It started with a thunderclap as I threw my fist out. The lightning discharged as my fist landed on his cheek, followed by the overlaid shadow of Hanuman. Then, I released all the aura I had wrapped around my arm, the aurora of colors cascading as my fist pushed into the flesh of his face. I frowned again because he barely reacted. I quickly took a few steps back, waiting for the proverbial dust to clear, only to see he had barely been forced back a step. Glancing down at my fist, it trembled slightly. My hand was broken. Silently, he used his hand to rub his jaw. Not bad, I even used a couple techniques to fortify myself there. Do they have sufficiently long and edgy names? Black and Gold Ebony Bright Dragon's Ultimate Negation Field Defense. My heart is darker than darkness. Golden Shield of the Primordial Dragon's Twin Evil Eye Shielding. Was I still running my mouth? Yes, I was. He chuckled again, seemingly finding the humor in my sarcasm. No, just a couple martial arts I mastered a long time ago. I believe they're called Iron Skin and Unmovable Mountain these days. That sounds rather unremarkable. Well, they are considered very basic martial arts. I had to start somewhere when I began learning. And of course, I am a dragon. I am built differently than humans. He smiled. Oh joy, a dragon that genuinely learned martial arts and whatever else he came across over the thousands of years longer he'd been alive than me. That isn't a terrifying thought when combined with his strength. How would you like to join us? He suddenly offered. Pardon. The Cows Brigade. I'm sure you managed to figure it out by now. What, Cows Brigade? No way. He twitched again slightly. Would you be open to joining us? I'd be more likely to become celibate. I said dryly. That's unfortunate, but not unexpected. Regardless, if you have nothing else. Ultimate technique, go. I threw another brick at his face. He let out a small sigh as my brick soared through the air, much faster and harder than the previous one. With a casual motion, he swiped at it with his hand. However, the talisman I snuck on the back of it glowed, and the brick phased through his hand unabated before turning back solid and colliding with his face. The dragon stumbled backwards, perhaps from the sheer surprise of it more than anything. There was absolutely no visible damage, only a pained silence that followed as he stared at it then back at me without speaking a word. I am honestly horrified at the thought of you applying this kind of resilience and intelligence to something productive. My Zanpakuto let out an exasperated sigh. I believe that's my win. I pointed out with a big grin. He clenched his jaw, and I had the vague feeling he wanted to beat me up. I am a dragon of my word. He finally forced out. I'll leave without fighting you or your allies outside. He turned around and walked towards Baylor's severed head. What do you think you're doing? My other swords flashed out and hovered in front of him before he could reach the corpse. His steps paused, and he turned to look back at me with a much more distinctive and impassive expression. I said I wouldn't fight you or them. I never said I would not retrieve the eye. If you try to stop me, that's on you, and I can defend myself to the fullest extent without breaking my word. He warned. But by all means, let's have a nice rampage together. It's not as if you're in the middle of a war. I narrowed my eyes and was honestly annoyed because he wasn't wrong. As much as it pained me to let him, I wasn't really in a good position to stop him. I would have to use everything I had if I genuinely wanted to fight him, and that was a bad idea with everything else going on right at this moment. I gestured with my hand, and all my other swords flew back to my side, giving him silent acknowledgement. Crumcritch thrust his arm into the evil god's massive eye, ripping out a much smaller eye that seemed to be hidden far beneath it. It was clearly the source of the evil god's powers he displayed up until this point. We'll meet again. The dragon warned. No, we won't. The dragon twitched slightly once more and didn't opt to say anything else as he shot into the sky and disappeared. Asshole. At ******. Jin POV. This was a bit harder than I initially thought. Lu Fei, can you stabilize the right side? I'm trying. She called out, sweating dripping from her forehead. Rin, how are you doing? I asked her. I'm holding on for now, but I don't have much left in me. She answered. Several other magicians had collapsed, a few more were heaving, trying to maintain their spellcasting. The spell sequences were becoming very complex even for me. I thought it would be a simple matter of connecting several turbulent points, but they're constantly changing, and we're having trouble locking them down. Shields, shields. I barely glanced back to see one of Yasaka's generals barking orders. Hundreds, if not thousands, of spells rained down on the troops we had around us. The shields were barely managing to hold, some cracked and shattered, and several yokai were hit. Wounded, retreat to the rear and perform emergency healing. Next line, wands up, I want spell fire returned, prepare the next wave of shields. The vast majority of Fae were still being held back by the combined efforts of a handful of ours far further north, but that didn't mean they all ignored everything for a few individuals. Thousands still came marching down and collided with the few thousand of our own we had trying to hold a firm wall. Unfortunately, there were still some of those giants still stomping around, making things even more difficult. I sequestered off a few parallel thought streams to give them a hand, casting some defensive spells occasionally when I noticed the need, but my focus was on trying to establish this teleportation chain. Big skeleton. I suddenly blurted out as the big skeleton yokai, who I lent the sword to, was getting ganged up on by several giants, and he couldn't even swing the sword around with them on him. I quickly opened several more thought streams to throw out some spells to help him out. There were others of his kind there, physically wrestling with some of the giants, while a few others were getting pulled down and somewhat swarmed by the numerous amount of Fae all around. I couldn't really put much emphasis on the spell casting, though, so I stuck to the most simplistic spells, the very basics. Earth Wall, Fireball, Lightning Bolt, Wind Arrow, I cast in quick succession, just to give him some room to push them off. The big giants were only mildly scratched or nudged away, but the big skeleton managed to wrest away and used his whole body to start swinging the sword wildly, the searing flames roaring every which way that the blade passed. Sir Wiggles was also helping. The cannons on Wilhelm's ship were firing nearly non-stop, but there were just so many of them. Lady Jin. I turned my head, not noticing as something slipped through the world, and Unnulf leapt up to block a sword strike even as I quickly cast a defensive spell. A rather powerful fairy seemed to emerge from the falling snow as if it were a doorway, and Unnulf got knocked down into the cold ground. I was ready to fight myself, but Unnulf wasn't the only one standing here protectively. You will not. Arthur joined quickly, crossing blades with the Fae as well, the two seemed to be about evenly matched. The Fae fell to the ground after the first collision, steadying himself with a large broadsword lofted up. Unnulf stood up next to him as the two humans faced him. Without warning, they began fighting again. That one wasn't the only one of their kind able to bypass everything and appear overhead. It came with the sound of horses letting out their cries as, through the snowstorm, hundreds of cavalry galloped through the icy weather. Plenty of our own took to the skies quickly, but they were far outnumbered. A few large skeletal hands swiped through the air at them, managing to knock a few down, but they still overcame our front lines easily enough, and our magicians were tired and stressed and focused on the matter at hand. The forefront was a really buff Kappa who barreled right into them, their sharp blades, their spears, their steel slashed at him, mostly minor wounds with a few concerning ones, but he began throwing out powerful punches and blasting several away with every movement. Very quickly, it became extremely chaotic. I gathered what more effort I could to separate and cast a singular but powerful barrier around us magicians as the spells began to rain down along with thrown spears and arrows. Wait, why did the spell sequence formation suddenly slow down? I realized I overlooked just how exhausted the magicians around me were. At this point, it was only me, Rin, and Lu Fei who were still standing. She was having trouble too, but it was almost complete. We were outnumbered, and the barrier wasn't going to hold. If I put more effort into protecting everyone, the completion of the spell would completely stall. Hey Lu Fei, want to see a spell that Big Sis Freya taught me? What? I threw my hands up. It took a moment, but everyone around us stopped fighting and looked up because the snowstorm was being pushed away by a gigantic flaming meteor. What the hell? She's crazy. Retreat, retreat. You are suicidal. Even the Fae around us cried out in alarm. And I'll do it again. I cast it one more time. Lady Jin. Lu Fei cried out. I'm coming home, mother. Unnulf looked up. The powerful Fae suffered a slash at his side from Arthur as the former tried to run away. I just laughed maniacally. The first of the meteors came crashing down and disappeared as it should have caused a massive explosion and destroyed everything. There seemed to be a moment of silence amidst the fighting as everyone realized that it was fake. That was an illusion, but this wasn't. I clapped my hands as the spell sequence finally finished, and it bloomed into an array of lights with hundreds of teleportation circles manifested all around us. Within the blink of an eye, tens of thousands more of our troops appeared, ready to fight. It only took a second for them to understand the situation, and the furious roars of theirs joined among our side, and quickly the tide turned. Thousands of yokai, fresh and willing to fight, crashed into thousands of Fae who had been trying to push their way towards us to stop their arrival. The first collision was bloody and brutal, with death sweeping both ways unabated. With my connection to the teleportation circles, I could feel them activating again, and it wasn't just more yokai that arrived. First, it was Ayatabo who jumped out, wreathed in his corrosive flames as he turned into a malevolent spirit of fire and dived right into the thick of things. Second thought required a little bit of coordination. Get those siege weapons prepped. Everything is good to go, General. We've practiced this for months, you louts. Right side, begin cone maneuver. Left side, follow suit. He shouted out, and the ones directly under him in position repeated his orders as the entire battlefield slowly shifted. The fronts began to slowly pull to the side, opening a large gap in the middle where the enemies pushed in. The siege weapons were pulled up and were activated. It didn't seem like they had someone directly ordering their every movement, so they either willingly or foolishly overextended. Fire. The air vibrated as all the siege weapons actualized simultaneously, and the fortress-destroying spells were launched all together, cleaving through thousands of Fey all at once. It was, definitely a sight. Shields up, press in, force them into the center. The yokai around the edges used their wands to create their shields again and slowly pushed more Fey back into the kill zone. It was either throw themselves into the meat grinder or throw themselves at very angry yokai. Their lines began to fall apart quickly before the second volley was fired. A good number of them attempted to try and escape by retreating backwards, but the hundreds and thousands of their fellows were a hard wall to push through. Likewise, they tried to breach the sides, but the layers of shields made it exceedingly difficult. Even if they managed to wound one or two, the wounded were pulled back to be healed right there on the battlefield with their healing wands while ones in the back filled the spots. The months of training made them a well-honed machine in this regard. Fire second volley. Again, the air shook at the weight of the attack, the magical siege weapons shot again, claiming thousands upon thousands of more lives as the steam drifted off their glass focuses. It was by no means the entirety of the Winter Court's army, but a good number of them were being routed in this first collision. The teleportation circles lit up again as the next round of reinforcements emerged, and we began to push them back. At *******. Drake POV. Damn, it's been a while. I crushed a bunch of armored ones into the ground with my claw, then I used my tail to sweep a few dozen more. I took a big breath and spewed out my miasmic breath, melting and evaporating hundreds more. When was the last time I just rampaged without care? A blade hit my side and bounced off my scales, a spear shot out, and I felt it prick me, a little bit of blood followed. It's unfortunate, this body I'm using was so weak. Not that I would never expect to be unwounded from such simple things. Any kind of arrogance I had about humans or the like had been completely crushed after seeing the peaks that they could stand. I always held respect for dragon slayers and somewhat for famous heroes. Even before I got sealed, if someone asked me about Hercules, I had nothing bad to say about him and would treat him as a proper opponent if we fought. But now, I guess it's thanks to the brat that my view widened even more. What was I supposed to think when it came to things like heroic spirits? It's why I no longer look down on simplistic things like a small little fairy stabbing me with a spear. Maybe in the past, I would have been enraged, but now I simply made sure to stomp on him until he no longer had a solid body mass. But I still wished I had my real body. Hell, I'd even take NHGGR's real body right now. My current body is basically a fake replica of that shitty dragon. Still, I'm happy to have this even if I want more. And now for my secret technique, rolling on the ground. I laughed as I just plopped down and began to roll, crushing so many of them, and they had no idea how to stop me. What the hell were you supposed to do when a dragon just starts rolling across the ground at you? Nothing. Sure, I felt my scales getting slashed and wounds building up, but it's inevitable when I have thousands of them jumping at me at any one time. How many of them were there in total? Well over 1 million, I'd say, at first glance. Foul beast, thou shalt be slain by mine sword. One in some fancy-looking armor galloped on a horse above the others. Some kind of leader or something was obvious. Know that you shall be slain by. There was one benefit of this fake body that came about. Vengar numbers. I let loose a roar as a tornado immediately manifested and swept him up along with an uncountable number of others, and it continued onwards as more were torn apart or swept away. Sure, I can't use too many dragon words like this, otherwise, my fake body will break down faster. But it's still something I can't help but admire. A whole language for dragons, what's not to love? I can't wait until I show Albion how outclassed he is next time. Even more than he probably thought already. But speaking of dragons, I smelled something familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. It started with some distant roars. They multiplied until the world began to shake at their arrival, and hundreds of shadows loomed overhead. Dark scales that took on a purple hue in the right light, and each one with 2 heads. I would recognize them anywhere, and they seemed to recognize me too because a good number of them were coming right for me. I quickly flapped my wings to push up to avoid a barrage of magic from them, clicking my tongue in annoyance, remembering how good this bastard was at using magic. They were not too strong individually, but their numbers were a bit worrisome. Fortunately, I wasn't the only one here, the brat's women were also fighting. Good or bad, it pulled their eyes away as well. I flapped my wings again and took to the skies as fast as I could. The first one I came up to, it was basically brainless, and I chomped down hard on it, enough to break its scales even if it didn't outright die. It fought in my grasp, clawing at me, spewing magic from its own mouth. I used my own claws to tear at its wings and scales until it could no longer stay flying by itself and spit it out to fall down to the ground. Plenty of spell circles illuminated the darkened sky under this snowstorm. I did my best to avoid what magic attacks I could, but there were simply too many, and I took some hits, even if most of them couldn't penetrate my scales. I slammed into the next one, but a powerful shield enveloped it, and it took me an extra few seconds to break through it, giving the dragon enough time to teleport away. Annoying bastards. And their numbers multiplied 100-fold. But I wasn't dumb enough to not notice that they were mostly illusions that just sprang up. Still, I wasn't adept enough at magic to be able to pick them all out. So instead, I just took a deep breath and released another breath attack, completely ignoring their own attacks on me. A bunch of the illusions disappeared, but I managed to knock another 2 real ones out of the sky. If it isn't Drake. A voice traveled over the distance, over the sounds of fighting everywhere. I jerked my head to the side to see a young-looking human riding on top of one of the 2-headed dragons. It's been a while, Great Welsh. Let me give you a present to celebrate this reunion. He held up his hand. Ahura Bazang, Darusne Syathea. An ethereal skull appeared in the sky, dwarfing anything on the battlefield. It was wreathed in purple flames and opened its mouth, spewing them in a torrent right at me. I took a deep breath, realizing I couldn't dodge. Fus ro da. The invisible force rippled out, colliding with the torrent of purple flames, causing the latter to collapse before reaching me completely, but it was enough that the power behind the spell still tore at my scales and wings, sending me hurling to the ground. Thankfully, a bunch of those fairies broke my fall. Unfortunately, a bunch more of those 2-headed dragons decided I looked tasty. And fuck, that hurt. Just as I was about to make a move, the ground rumbled. A large silhouette burst out of the ground, clamping down on one of the 2-headed dragons, its cry echoing out for everyone to hear. The world serpent let out a hiss and tossed it to the ground after it stopped moving, presumably after being injected with a substantial amount of lethal venom. Jormungandr. I called out to him in surprise. Drake. He answered back. You helped me. I was surprised because I was always a dick to him. Of course, what are friends for? It looked like he was smiling. God damn it, brat. He spewed his own venom at the others like a fountain, and it even rained down on the small fairies underneath. I've never seen a literal poison rain before, but I guess there's a first time for everything. Hey, did you get bigger? I gave him another once-over. I ate those fruits, and I managed to recover a bit. It's only a few 100 feet, but it's good progress. Jormungandr seemed happy. I didn't have it in me to say anything snarky. Though someone else joined us rather quickly. The same one as before hit the ground from above, though intentionally on his part, as he landed a bit more gracefully than I did. Azi Dahaka. Jormungandr called out. The evil dragon from ancient Zoroastrianism. He's pretty famous for creating those clones of his, those 2-headed dragons that can basically be mass-produced at his leisure. If it isn't the world serpent too, this is also a surprise. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Jormungandr asked. Aren't you supposed to be bigger? He retorted. You also seem weaker, but maybe I'm just misremembering since you were always so weak. Hey, don't talk to the noodle like that. I interjected, defending him. Why are you even in a human form? Where are your other heads when you turn into a human? Because he's a 3-headed dragon, and he only has 1 head in his human form. That's an interesting question. Azi Dahaka spoke. And honestly, I actually don't know where my other heads go when I transform. He admitted. Have you tried looking up your ass? Jormungandr offered. You evil dragons seem to have a knack for inserting your heads deep inside there. Oof, burn. Azi Dahaka rolled his eyes. Scathing. But I have something important to ask. What magic did you use to escape my forbidden spell, Drake? You always so arrogantly talked down to me for mastering magic, and yet you used it so openly, and I couldn't even recognize it. You want to know? Yes. His eyes glimmered. You really want to know? Tell me about the damn magic, Drake, before I start tearing apart your friend. He pointed at Jormungandr. All right, I'll tell you. But there's a special process to unlock it. Really? He seemed to give that serious thought. It was strange, like a forceful alteration of the world rather than a series of smaller and more intricate sequences. He looked up. All right, tell me. All right, first. Yes. He leaned in expectantly. I fucked your mom. I said with full seriousness. Jormungandr joined me. We double-teamed her. I roared so everyone heard me. What the hell, Drake? Jormungandr blurted out. You're mocking me. Azi Dahaka said evenly. No shit, 3 heads. I said as sarcastically as possible. He looked at us silently before transforming into his true dragon shape. Blackish-purple scales, a large body, and all three heads growling. Huh. What? Jormungandr looked at me. I think he's stronger than he used to be. The three heads looked up to the sky. Farsayina Bazar, Nigara Barazana Nahista. Two large skeleton hands pulled open the sky, revealing a miasmic void. From inside the strange void, a skeleton head poked out, similar to the one from his previous spell with the same ominous purple flames. Instead of spewing the flames this time, it opened its mouth, and meteors were released, wrapped in the same purple flames as they fell down from the sky right at us. Well, fuck. At *******. Yasaka POV. Why are there suddenly a bunch of dragons? Why are there meteors falling from the sky? I abandoned my fox form and quickly shifted back to my humanoid form. I jumped up, using the head of one of these winter court fae as a springboard, and narrowly got out of range as one of the meteors hit the ground right by where I previously was. It erupted in an explosion of purple flames that seemed to burn and corrode everything they touched. And there were plenty more that were falling from the sky. Funnily enough, it was indiscriminate and was hitting right on top of the enemy's army. So, win. I could see back, and the numbers of my people had increased significantly, indicating that we were successful. Noticeably, they began pushing back the fae that got past us with quite a fair number of corpses piling up. Though, not all of them are enemies. I managed to weave through them enough to find the others also retreating back. Good, I didn't need to collect them, they knew what they were doing. Seeing an opportunity, I jumped into the air and landed on the back of one of those two-headed dragons. It seemed surprised at my sudden appearance, attempting to roll midair to fling me off, but I sunk my claws deep into its back and forced it forward. It eventually lost its momentum and fell at a good angle that I was able to jump off before it hit the ground, and I was right back where I should be. I kicked the nearest bone-armored menace between the legs, earning a satisfying crack as he fell over, and I smiled back at my own people whom I had rejoined. What are you all dawdling for? Line up properly and march in formations. I started giving orders to reorganize our lines while the fae they had been fighting retreated backwards towards their main troops. You heard her, I want iron spears out and pointed forwards. Archers, arrows at the ready. Second lines, be prepared with shields. The familiar voice of my general carried onwards. It's so nice to have competent help. Oh, they still outnumbered us by a good margin, but it felt like we were much better trained and prepared. Iron weapons. Magic wands of all sorts of variety. Siege weapons. And it seemed like our formations were more in unison and practiced. I don't believe they're used to these types of open field battles. Frankly, my people weren't either beforehand, but we had significant help. General, split into the 3x3 formation. Tengu aerial units take to the skies. If it flies, don't let it get on top of us. I looked around. Nurarihayan, are you here? Just got back. He said with clear exhaustion, stepping next to me. Reiku also joined him, blood splattered across her body and even on her face, yet she still gave the most gentle and innocent smile as I met her gaze. And if those weren't the biggest come-fuck-me eyes I've ever seen in my life. Take yours and harass their back lines. I want any major threshold of spellcasting interrupted. Will do. He gave a casual and somewhat haphazard salute and went off to collect his people. When are the siege weapons going to be refreshed? It still needs about 10 minutes before they're able to fire again. Get them into position and prepare accordingly. Agravain. I looked around. The head of the Pendragon family under Artoria's purview came over when he heard his name. What do you require, Lady Yasaka? Artoria seems to still be preoccupied. Can you? I have returned. Artoria and Mordred came hurrying back, the clear signs of battle across both of them. However, Agravain, follow Yasaka's commands. I smiled. Take up position at the left side, I'll let your people handle one of the siege weapons. Artoria nodded. Mordred, I will leave you in charge, please protect it. Yes, father. She patted her chest happily and quickly ran off with Agravain. Everyone quickly moved into position. There were 6 groups, 1 left, 1 middle, and 1 right, and each had a secondary group of equal measure somewhat behind them. It was to make use of our resources to rotate as needed and be able to apply pressure at any spot depending on the flow of battle. A lesson taught by those Greeks that came around. I stomped my foot down with a loud noise. Weapons. Weapons, a resounding shout echoed across the battlefield, steel and iron smacked the ground with a continuous thundering. Spears pointed at our enemies. Forward. In unison they all let out a shout, and the mass sound of marching began. The distance between us and them wasn't very large, the chaos from before had somewhat normalized back to normal lines and formations, though theirs still weren't quite uniform in comparison. However, they did regain their earlier momentum and were ready to meet us head-on. The first of both sides clashed once again in an array of steel and blood. I didn't need to micromanage everything. I had generals, and my generals had their own subordinates. I wouldn't say that the months we trained made us absolute experts, but we certainly were a step above them in this regard. Standing a bit back, I could see the degree to which our adaptability in formations was being used to our advantage. The back right group was ordered forward and up, funneling the side of their army inwards, bunching them up unknowingly. And the left side with the Pendragon family began to retreat back a bit. It created a forced path that, rather than pushing forward, they didn't realize they were subtly maneuvered at an angle that significantly reduced their forward momentum as a unit. Just for a cursory glance, I could see that they were taking far more losses than we were. Though that didn't mean we were without concerns. Looking up into the air, those dragons were still an issue. Drake and the World Serpent were currently fighting something far more deadly, but other than knowing it's a dragon, I was in the dark. However, things shifted quickly as far above the snowstorm. Something happened out of view, only for a moment later that flying ship to come flying back down through the clouds, looking not too good. Clear signs of battle and damage littered the vessel. The cannons on it continued to fire upwards, but a strange scoff emanated, and they were all turned to icicles before the shots could reach too high. Following it, a large frosty hand reached down through the clouds and swiped at the ship, hitting the back of it barely and sending it into a downward spiral, forced to make a rather abrupt landing. Out of the clouds, a figure emerged, and I narrowed my eyes. It wasn't a projection or some exertion of power over the domain this time. For the first time since arriving in this realm, I could see her clearly. The Winter Queen took casual steps downward in the sky, each one creating a frozen platform in the air, like stairs as she descended downwards. Seeing her finally appear, I found myself growing angry. All the pent-up frustration, all the anger I've had to deal with because of her, finally came bubbling to the surface after having to keep a steady mentality all these months. My semblance ignited once more, and like how she was stepping down on icy steps, my flames hissed with each step up I took until she finally noticed me. It was excruciatingly cold the closer I got to her, but my flames managed to keep the worst of it off. "You are out of your depth, Fox." The Winter Queen's voice carried over the distance, on the icy winds themselves. "Nice arm, is it new?" I mocked her. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as the cold intensified. In response, my flames blazed even more, enveloping me completely. "You will regret your choice in coming here. You will die just as all the ones you brought. Regret as you watch all of them die before you are allowed to join." She harumphed. "Oh, save me your spiel. You have no one to blame for this situation but yourself. Your poor choices led to this outcome, and now it's time to reap what you've sown. No, Queen, you are going to regret your choices. You are going to regret attacking a peaceful people who never knew you or yours. You are going to regret ever thinking that you could invade our home on a whim without consequence." I growled back at her. "Did you think losing an arm was an insult? Do you think you've even begun to experience the definition of the word? Your home." She scoffed with barely concealed anger. "I will show you what I think of your home." She reached out, and her power condensed, piercing through the world. A tear was created in space, and I could see through it. Was that Kyoto? At *****. Archangel Gabriel POV. "Lady Gabriel, for how much longer do you intend to stay here?" I glanced at Pathiel. "Maybe a few more days, I don't know." I sighed. "Lord Michael has requested you return. Tell him I'll come back home later. I just wanted to stay here for a little while longer." I looked up at the sky, seeing the moon above, realizing I had absent-mindedly sat here for another night. Maybe I should check back in soon. But Jean was on the other side. And I was worried. I've been watching the devil's news about what's been going on, but I can't help but stay worried. Mao, I should convince Michael to let me go over. I wouldn't get involved. Why do things have to always be so complicated? Lady Gabriel, you. I held my hand up, stopping her. Slowly, I moved my finger forward and caught a snowflake that was about to land on her nose. It was not natural, if anything. It was also malevolent as it tried to drain my power. I looked up again, and more began to fall from the sky. Rather quickly, the world trembled, a crack opened up under the moonlight, and a large hand reached through, bringing with it a deathly cold. Frozen droplets of water fell off the hand, hitting the ground. Every spot they touched, some type of elemental creature emerged. Ones made of snow or ice grew to impressive sizes. Did you think this small place was beyond my reach? A chilling voice reverberated from the other side of the crack. Anywhere that winter touches, so too can I reach. A cold laugh followed. Lady Gabriel, we must evacuate. Pathiel seemed to sense the danger immediately. I understood the situation after a moment of time. It seems that person decided to reach back over here due to some misguided sense of arrogance. How unfortunate. There's no need. I didn't get up from my seat or even move. I was more aware than most just what exactly exists in this city at the moment. All around the city, sirens rang, alerting the residents to the danger. But along with that, lights began to emerge all over the city, and magical shields emerged by the hundreds. Obelisk-like structures floated upwards. I always found the eastern forms of magic fascinating in how they operated, and I watched as the obelisks began to release tiny little objects, pieces of paper, to my eyes, talismans. All the monstrous elemental creatures that spawned were immediately swarmed by the thousands upon thousands of talismans that were released by those obelisks. Not to mention, the obelisks themselves were each a focal point that deployed a powerful magical barrier that the residents immediately took shelter under. Just from that alone, this was one of the most protected cities in the world. Unfortunately for the invader, that wasn't all that existed here. You dare. The voice of an angry goddess was unsurpassed within her own territory. A mass of black ink-like tendrils shot up to the sky, wrapping around the distorted crack in the world. What is that? Pathel squeaked out. Ah, it's her first time feeling it. That would be a goddess. I answered. And she seems very upset. Following that, a dragon roar shook the city. A large blue dragon shot up to the sky, in all its majesty, and ripped off the arm of the presumed Winter Queen. An ear-piercing scream resounded from the other side of the gap. And it flew away with it. And that would be Tiamat. I looked at the flying-away dragon with the arm in its mouth. She used to live in the underworld, but for some reason, she decided to start living in the city. The tear in space was forced closed by the goddess, normality returned quickly, even if there still needed to be a bit of cleaning up to do. Let's go lend a hand, Pathiel. I smiled towards her, a light spear manifesting in my hand. I don't think Michael would be upset if I saved some innocent people that have nothing to do with the war on the other side. At *****. Wilhelm POV. The barrier I set up finally was released, and I was greeted with an interesting sight. Things certainly changed in the meantime. The fighting had intensified exponentially. And there were dragons all over the skies, and is that the Winter Queen squaring off with Yasaka? Is she missing an arm again? I quickly moved back towards Sir Wiggles, stepping onto my ship. Master Reika joined me, hopping on. Well, the more the merrier. The ship lifted up off the ground. A fine vessel you have there. I turned to look at the familiar voice. The Jolly Roger slowly rose into the air below us, looking a bit worse for wear. Captain Hook wasn't in perfect condition, but Ark seemed to be doing well, giving me a wave. You must have held her off for a long time. I noted the damage he sustained. Admittedly, I did more running than fighting. He chuckled. But I wouldn't reject a second bout. His eyes gleamed mischievously. Think you can keep up, old man? Oh ho ho, I think you'll find I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Both our ships, while ascending together, took to different sides. The cold air above intensified, but a bright light broke through it, a warmth that reached me. Yasaka started fighting the Winter Queen with something I didn't recognize. Was that her semblance? Questions for later. Both our ships took a wide berth around the clashing of fire and ice. There was no need for words as both the captain and I looked at each other. The cannons on our ships began to open fire. Insolent. The Winter Queen furiously swiped her hand out, pushing Yasaka away and sending waves of frost at both ships. Reika jumped off the ship, turning into a streak of purple lightning, slashing her sword at the Winter Queen. The Queen glared angrily at Reiku, her movement not outside the Queen's perception as a thick wall of ice blocked the way at the last moment. However, Reiku excels at a certain type of slaying. Her blade contacted the wall, and with a bit of effort, pushed through it and continued onwards. The Winter Queen's eyes widened, and she jerked to the side. A small cut on her cheek dripped with blood as Reiku retreated to the other side on Captain Hook's ship, landing gracefully. Did you forget about me? Yasaka shouted, grabbing was that a chakram made of fire? She grabbed the chakram behind her back and threw it at the Winter Queen. A mere animal. The Winter Queen shouted, using her one arm to press forward, waves of ice and cold coming to her aid to collide with the fiery chakram that released noticeable waves of heat. The cannon fire continued non-stop, snowflakes bloomed around her, each one acting like a shield to intercept the cannon fire. Then what about this as well, foxfire? A second and distinctly different type of flame emerged from Yasaka as well, intertwining with the other one, pressing against the Winter Queen's ice, but still didn't budge her. Reiku as well wouldn't miss the opportunity. With a flash, she was above the Winter Queen, her blade poised to sever her head. Enough. The Queen roared again, and everything seemed to come to a standstill. No, that wasn't quite right. It was as if time became frozen, or at least slowed down to an absolute crawl immediately around her. She grabbed Reiku's arm and threw her in the path of Yasaka's flames, then swung her arm around in an arc. Gigantic icicles came into existence, pointing them at the stilled ships. I slammed my foot forward, exerting my spiritual pressure, breaking free from the sort of frozen moment. I grabbed for one sword in particular. Dawnbreaker. I swung it down, the light and heat of it were the perfect weapon to use in this moment. The Winter Queen's head jerked to my side, and I could see her in a moment of panic throw up whatever defenses she could in that moment as everything returned to normal. Yasaka's flames were quickly dismissed as she caught the awkwardly thrown Reiku, and the Jolly Roger dodged the large ice cycles as best as it could with cannons firing at the ones that it couldn't. Arc didn't stand by idly. Even if she were severely weakened at the moment, she could handle a few things on that level and easily cleave them apart with her claws if they were going to hit. The light of Dawnbreaker dissipated naturally as the Winter Queen stood there breathing heavily, not from exhaustion, but I think mostly from rage. "Dragon, where are you?" she roared out. 3 large heads dipped down from the above clouds for a moment before they fully emerged. "I have a name, you know." The dragon snorted, looking around, and its eyes landed on me. "Fulfill your obligations," she demanded. "Shit, I don't know who that dragon is, and while it feels a little weaker than Crumb-Crutch, it's definitely not something I could ignore." Special delivery. Above this dragon, I could see Drake's fake and beaten body flapping its wings and, was that Jormungandr on its back? Obviously, it was shrunk, and I realized what was going on. Jormungandr jumped off its back and returned to its full size. "Oh, you fucker." Just as quickly as the 3-headed dragon appeared, it disappeared into the ground below. Drake. "No time to talk, the dragon is Azzy Dahaka, really strong, really annoying. We'll keep it occupied." He flew back down after them. It seems like they had been fighting for a while. Despicable, unreliable lizard. The Winter Queen scowled. "My knight, come to my aid." The ice and snow hissed in the air, forming a solid mass as someone stepped through the world. Wrapped in armor adorned with frozen thorns and with an aura that seemed oddly similar to the Winter Queen. He was strong. "My Winter Knight." She smiled. "Bring me their heads." "By your will." He pulled free a blade made of ice. I pointed Dawnbreaker at him, but a whisper reached my ear. "Student, allow me." Scat-Hack glided down onto the deck of my ship, taking graceful steps forward. "This Scat-Hack will be your opponent." She leveled her spear at the named Winter Knight. "Then have it you." He charged forward. Scat-Hack, however, didn't make a move, rather, her lips curled up mockingly. "Your cold is but a familiar friend to me. Let me show you the realm by which I have conquered." She held her hand up. "Open, Gate of Sky." The large monolithic gate to the realm of shadow emerged from the shadows, its mighty stone door burst open, and a newfound chill erupted outwards, sucking in everything in front of it. The charging Winter Knight found himself awkward trying to change his direction and escape, but a well-timed shot of cannon fire from the Jolly Roger destroyed any semblance of resistance he could muster in that moment, and he went flying into it, the gate slamming shut behind him. I looked over at Scat-Hack. "It is foolish to expect a duel in the middle of a war." She scoffed, flipping her hair back. "I will fight him later." Ah, she was saving him for later, like a plate of leftovers. The Winter Queen, she was trembling. She let out a high-pitched scream. If there had been glass nearby, I'm sure it would have shattered. Everything around her froze again. Yasaka's flames began to freeze as she hastily helped Reiku over to the Jolly Roger since it was closer. Even my ship began to freeze over, and I felt my blood turning cold. The Winter Queen's outward appearance changed. A woman normally somewhat human in appearance, albeit with a colder hue to her, like someone frostbitten, she now was covered completely in ice-like armor. It made her look much less human, something more monstrous. Her missing arm was replaced with a completely see-through icy alternative compared to her good one, both of which extended out like claws. The Jolly Roger acted first, and I immediately followed suit as cannon fire rained down on her. She didn't move at all, the magical attacks froze and shattered before they could reach her. Without warning, she swiped her claw-like hand downward, and the space above the Jolly Roger was torn apart. A gigantic hand emerged, made of pure ice, slashing downward, following her motion. Reiku jumped up along with Yasaka as both threw their fire and lightning at it, barely managing to shatter it before it slashed into the ship. Following it, she swung her hand towards us as well. Scat-Hack moved first, her spear shooting out as the giant ice hand attempted to claw at the ship, piercing into it quickly. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. 6 rods of light slammed into her from every angle. Surprisingly, my Kido began to also freeze, if at a slower rate. She can freeze spiritual power, that means she can freeze souls. Reiku's blade swung at her, a wall of ice emerged without warning, actually managing to hold her off this time. But she kicked against the newfound solid barrier, flipping back off it as a torrent of flames was released by Yasaka burning into the ice. The Kido froze and broke apart, freeing her quickly. She held one hand up, pointing at Yasaka, and an equally baleful torrent of cold air burst out to meet her flames, the two of them warring midair. I called on my staff of Magnus and began casting. Scat-Hack noticed what I was doing and leapt forward without hesitation. Her spear turned into a streak of light as it collided with a hastily made barrier just inches from the Winter Queen, who had to put effort into blocking it. "Begone, you pests!" She roared furiously, knocking the spear to the side, and a more powerful wave of frost cascaded out in every direction, forcing Yasaka and Reika to abandon their attack. The sky above thundered and boomed. She looked up because her snowstorm had been consumed. Thor's hammer. The lightning silhouette pulled itself through the storm clouds that took over the sky, freeing itself. It raised its hammer high and swung it downwards. The Winter Queen threw her arms up, and an aurora of colors filled the sky as lightning collided with ice. The immense cold that radiated off her was even able to start eating away at my magic resistance. The lightning that continued to crash down on her began to freeze over to my genuine surprise. One thing I noticed, she was not a warrior, yet she was able to put forth this amount of effort against all of us. She didn't have much experience fighting powerful opponents like this, and it certainly showed. How many times in her long life did someone challenge her? "Hey bitch, do you know who I am?" Nurarihayon slipped through everyone's perception, and despite being half covered in ice and frost, he smiled gleefully as her eyes looked down at him with shock and horror. His blade slashed out, and the armor of frost on her chest erupted with the spraying of blood. She lost focus, and Nurarihayon seemed to use that moment to escape just before my lightning broke through her defenses and enveloped her completely. It was far from enough to take her down, though. Even if parts of her body were charred and some of her ice melted, she stood there breathing heavily with only the wound from Nurarihayon to speak of. But that wasn't the end either. The world continued to crackle with lightning, but it wasn't mine. The purple lightning of Reika was released all over the place as she held a certain Vajra in her hands, and it spun at increasing speeds. Sakra's Vajra. She threw her noble phantasm, the divine weapon, of her father, Indra. The Winter Queen's power swirled onto a single point, right at the tip of the weapon coming for her as she let out her own shout, keeping it at bay. The divine lightning discharged rapidly every second, sending bolts of lightning surging through the air. The fake ice hand of hers began to crack, and it shattered. Her real hand, all the ice around it shattered, and her skin began to char. With another shout, she swung it to the side, and the Vajra went soaring off into the distance. With barely a breath, Scathach was right in front of her, her spear stabbing out. The Winter Queen was not an easy opponent, though, and within the blink of an eye, Scathach was entombed in a block of ice, unmoving. Despite this, Scathach remained completely unharmed, runes flashed around her protectively while momentarily frozen. Though, there was another spell cast in that split second before she froze. The Winter Queen realized it a second too late as a string of runes appeared right before her eyes and actualized. It was a simple spell to produce an intense burst of light. The Winter Queen let out a strange noise of confusion and anger, shielding her eyes in a moment of blindness. I already left the ship with a burst of Shuanpa, mirage in my hand swinging at her neck. She had to jerk to the side and throw a blast of frost at me to keep me off, her eyes half-lidded, with a constant barrage of ice and frost throwing everywhere haphazardly in her panic. But in that moment, the ice around Scathach melted, Yasaka's hands ignited as she freed her harem sister. The Winter Queen pushed herself back with a burst of cold air to avoid the oncoming flames, and a wall of ice blocked Scathach's spear again. She let out another furious and unintelligible noise as my blade nicked her neck, with her barely managing to avoid it again. I have had enough. Be frozen, be turned to ice. Let winter consume your souls and become a distant memory. I am Meb, the Queen of Air and Darkness, the winter personified. And I command a never-ending winter. Again, time was frozen. She let out a mad laugh as if she had obtained victory. Her good arm swung widely, and the world filled with dangerously sharp shards of ice and pointed at everyone while the world came to a still. Though her gaze landed on me, and she leisurely moved to me. She placed a finger against my forehead with a wicked smile, with but a gesture, she could have penetrated my head with her power. However, I smiled back at her. Reflect, Musutingai. I swung my arm through the air as my Zanpakuto manifested into the world. The world's flow shifted, and the shock reflected her realization and understanding of that. The Winter Queen let out a scream of pain as Gi-Balg pierced her chest, and irate Scathach looked her right in the eyes. The Winter Queen raised her hand right at Scathach, but just as quickly, it went flying through the air, severed from her body. An arc of purple lightning followed along Reika's blade along with a trail of blood. The Winter Queen opened her mouth, and an eruption of cold air sprayed outward, forcing her to abandon her spear. I was falling through the air at this point, having had the frozen time released. I called my wings and took out my own Gi-Balg and threw it towards Scathach. She caught it, spun it around, and landed on a platform created from magical energy. Stab and penetrate, pierce and drill, Gi-Balg alternative. It stabbed into the Winter Queen's chest along with the other Gi-Balg, sending her hurling down to the ground, impaled deeply into the earth. Still impaled into the ground, having lost both her arms, she tried to get back up, but I slammed down on one of the spears, pushing her further down into the ground. Scathach was right behind me to add insult to injury, hitting the other spear. Yasaka landed next to us along with Reiku. It was Yasaka who walked up to her, the queen's mouth full of blood, unable to express any words, but hate and anger filled her eyes along with a seemingly relentless defiance. Yasaka raised her foot up and smashed it down on the Winter Queen's face, quickly stopping her struggling as finally, she went limp. She was still alive, so it was fine. I let out a breath and looked up, realizing Drake and Jormungandr weren't far away, along with that other dragon they were fighting. I think everyone stopped as they looked our way, especially that trio. The three-headed dragon looked at me, I met its gaze and narrowed my eyes. There was a moment when it seemed to consider its next course of action, and to my surprise, it teleported away. Far enough that I had no idea where it went, so I stopped giving it thought. It was finally over. At *****at A/N. Sorry for the delay, my brand new computer blue screened as I was wrapping up the chapter and it got corrupted so I had to redo it. Fun times. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. I aslo have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We also got one chapter of Cyclops ahead, that has its own thread/story on various websites. And we got 2 chapters ahead of the Arachneo make. Chapter 578, Chapter 521. POV, Taro Maniwa, Tengu Captain. Hold. I shouted. There were many coming our way. Their numbers were beyond ours by a large margin, but it was not without hope. I could see the fear in my own men's eyes. Just the 3,000 that I had under my command was already daunting, but looking downwards, there were tens of thousands of my brothers and sisters still ready to fight. I just needed to handle my portion. It felt odd to say, but I had my own men to look out for, and I had to trust the others with their own as well. We still had a few moments, they were marching towards us at a steady pace, but it would take a minute or two. I walked down the rows of my men, patting the occasional one on the shoulder. When I noticed they were particularly nervous or scared, I made sure to silently reassure them. However, I was concerned and confused by the actions of our enemies. Why would they march so openly at us? They had the advantage of knowing the terrain, of fortresses, cities, and everything they needed to muster a proper defense. Yet, they so brazenly and willingly met us in open field combat. It was odd. I was never the strongest, but I believed that among my kin, I was one of the more strategic-minded. I thoroughly learned everything those human heroes from past ages taught when they came to Kyoto. Our kind never participated in wars on this scale in regard. In the past, we have participated in conflicts, and even the Great War. But that was almost entirely a protracted defense effort. The few times we did go on the offensive, it was entirely by small but elite teams to quickly assault a location or person and retreat. Of course I wasn't alive back then, but I had studied the past conflicts of ours extensively in preparation. There must be a goal, right? What is their purpose, and what's their strategy? They were coming, and with a closer look, their formations were messy. No, to call it a formation would be an insult, it looked more like a tidal wave, a combined horse all moving in one direction. Shields. The shout reverberated from our side. Shields. I repeated to everyone around me. They knew to listen to my orders above all others, even if I was merely repeating the orders from even my superiors. My men took out their wands, holding them up and layering the magical shields in front of them. The best part was that things could exit through our side even if nothing could enter through the front. With that, the next order was given. Arrows at the reed. Spears out. I bellowed. Like a magical version of a phalanx, thousands of spears pointed forwards. Fire. The volley of iron arrows was released, filling the sky. The Fey warriors seemed completely unconcerned. Even as the first began to get hit and fall, their march didn't cease. Hundreds to thousands of them hit the ground, only to be trampled by their own people to continue their march forward. There seemed to be a moment where all sounds ceased just before the first of them hit our front lines. Spears were shattered right away, many of which were stabbed into the flesh and armor of our enemies. The shields vibrated and shook, but the initial collision was met with an unwavering defense. I stood along with my soldiers, spear in hand, and I led them. Push. 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 They all shouted as one, and with a single step forward from my thousands of troops, the front line of the Fey stumbled and was disrupted, causing the ones behind them to lose their momentum. The equivalent of giving them a sudden disorienting slap, followed by a combined advance, it left them completely at our mercy. The front line of theirs fell quickly. However, it was merely the beginning. The battle immediately became bloody. The fresh corpses at our feet didn't magically disappear, the stench of blood lingered and splattered everywhere. The meaning of rivers of blood, when describing bloody conflicts, became more than just a metaphor as I experienced it firsthand. Each of my soldiers was stomping through literal pools of blood that began to gather on the ground. I looked up at the sky as something odd was happening, and I saw a blazing sun emerge. Lady Yasaka began to fight someone whom I didn't recognize, but if she personally took action, it must be someone important on the other side. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to focus on the battle in the sky, however. Dragons. I shouted, pointing above the Fey army. Many dragons with multiple heads came flying over among their other airborne numbers. Spell circles appeared in front of their mouths, and my eyes widened in realization. Not simply mindless beasts. Get your shields up now, everyone in the back lines, shields above. Shields above. I shouted until my throat became hoarse. Trained as they were, the odd command took a moment. Many shields emerged above, but spells began to rain down. I steeled my heart, seeing many of my men hit the ground lifeless and many more who didn't have any bodies to bury remaining. Naya, a strange sound came from above, and a black cat morphed into a young lady. She punched the nearest dragon with such force that it sounded like a thunderclap and sent its body straight down on top of the enemy's numbers. Was that the legendary Nico show? I heard such a legendary yokai existed and even heard rumors of one appearing at Lady Yasaka's side, but I wasn't privy to the details. The devil wings it sprouted from its back confirmed the rumor. It seems that Lady Yasaka managed to retrieve one of our legendary bloodlines from the devils. Many more of my kin joined the aerial fight. While I too could fight in the air, I unfortunately was not the most adept at combat. No, my talents were best served down here. I helped one of my brothers to his feet and pushed him to the back to be healed. The shouts and cries all around us began to blend together along with the clashing of flesh and steel. If it becomes a simple trade, we were on the losing end. They had too many compared to us. Even if we could pull back our wounded to receive quick healing for small wounds, certain things couldn't be healed without returning to camp for a true medical reprieve. Captain Maniawa, new orders have come in. One of my kin landed next to me, bloodied and bruised but carrying new orders. Left side will retreat backwards, right side will advance. Your job in the middle is to pull them in and let them cascade downwards unaware. My mind raced as I considered the implications. They don't have direct orders. It made sense, they had no proper generals, no higher command. They were told to line up and just march forward. Even from where I was standing, I could see a non-insignificant number of their number attempting to cut off the heads of my comrades that they killed. The most obvious reaction was utter fury that swelled up in me, to desecrate my fellow warriors. But I pushed it down to analyze the situation better. I grabbed the messenger by the collar, pulling him closer. Report to the general. I believe they have no higher command structure, they're preoccupied with individual glory and achievements. Allow me to lure them in fully, and I will filter them downwards to create a meat grinder. The general's plan was to create a unified and altered line formation, but a diagonal line. He must have noticed it too, they had no higher structure, so they would keep pushing forward and not realize that they were instead being pushed downwards. Essentially, it was like tilting your blade slightly so that an enemy's blade would slide off yours rather than taking the full brunt of a true block. And while the proverbial blade of the enemy was sliding, they were losing men while ours held the advantage in defense position. Of course, there needed to be a more thorough method to filter the front lines downward. The vast majority of people on the battlefield had no idea what was going on, simply, they pointed their weapons forward and followed the ones in front. I'll relay your words, Captain. He nodded and took to the sky to fly back to where he came from. We had practiced these kinds of formations for small-scale battle, but the deceased human heroes always reminded us of one facet when it came to warfare in this regard. The side that has the most adaptability is almost certainly the side that will win. Warriors of the 4th Division, listen to my orders. I let my voice carry through the use of my Jiu-Jitsu, a small application that seemed to be proving itself in this situation. Box formation. They let out a mighty roar in acknowledgement and didn't hesitate to follow the strange order. They forced open a large box right at the center, with lots of empty space in between. Advance. I shouted. With a thunderous stomp, they took a step forward, pushing back the Fey in front. Advance. Another step, spears met shields, and while some of mine died, in disproportionate measure, more of theirs fell to the iron tips of our spears. We pushed forward, pulling away from the army enough that it left a gap. Center, collapse inwards. 2 columns form on each side. I shouted after we gained enough distance. The box formation shifted, and they recombined into 2 parallel lines. The center of the formation was the first to respond, collapsing downward, and like a dam, the enemies pushed and followed. As if they achieved some great victory, they seemed to believe they passed some threshold and continued like a tidal wave. It created a concurrent effect, believing they had pierced our front lines and filtered through our 2 columns with reckless abandon. If they were so preoccupied with glory and such, they would all be wanting to take the heads of our leaders, and the leaders would be far into the back. And without anyone giving them orders, without someone to oversee each move, they were like a bunch of wild chickens rushing forward without knowing why, only intent on continuously pushing forward. The fighting high above became more intense, I could even feel the pressure from down here. Just barely, I could make out the scene of 2 ships flying around, and I believe I saw our young lord joined with Lady Yasaka. I didn't need to worry, ever since the young lord joined with Yasaka, he has never let us down. I focused on my own objectives. Spear in hand, I stabbed it into another Fae, twisting it into their chest. The battle was far from over. Line break. POV, Angelica Lataz, reporter for Devil News Today. Angelica Lataz, herewith. An explosion nearly knocked me off my feet, and my hair blew all over the place as I covered my head. Angelica Lataz, herewith. Another explosion rang out, a little further this time, but still enough to disrupt my introduction. Angelica Lath. For the Winter Queen. Hundreds of people riding on horses that galloped through the air made everything vibrate and tremble as if they were on the ground. The thunderous sound of hooves hitting the ground, despite being in the air, still reverberated everywhere. Just as quickly as they tried to fly over, a bunch of yokai also took to the skies and collided with them midair. It was utter chaos. Why did I decide to come this close to the front lines? I nearly let out a scream as one of those bone-armored people on their horse fell to the ground right next to me. The bone person stood up, looked around, and his eyes landed on me. He drew a dagger from his side. "I'll mount your head on my wall." He walked towards me menacingly while everyone else was busy with the enemies in the front. It was like he was taking a stroll. Just as he got close, I threw the heaviest punch I could, knocking him flat on his ass. "I'm a pure-blooded devil, you low-level errand boy." It made me mentally scoff. I may not be a fighter or train myself, but I'm still not someone you can just saunter up to like that. Angelica Lataz here with Devil News Today. I adjusted my blouse and fixed my hair. Greg gave a thumbs up from behind the camera. Oh right, he was still recording this entire time. The previous recording got cut off, allow me to fill everyone at home in on the details. The yokai just received reinforcements through a teleportation network, and just now the armies began to clash in earnest. As you can see, it's become rather chaotic. The fact that I was attacked. The strange giant from before, I've received word that it was an evil god from antiquity. It's gone now, and things take a strange turn. There are dragons all over the sky. I gestured for Greg to pan the camera upwards to get a good view of the many dragons in the sky where the fighting was equally chaotic. And furthermore, there seems to be an intense fight happening between the leaders also high up in the sky. I gestured to Greg again, and the camera tilted to another side. We can see the clashing of fire and ice along with some figures fighting. I kept it vague because even with the camera and everything, we could just barely make out the figure of Wilhelm Schweinorg, Lady Yasaka, and a handful of other people. Honestly, there was so much going on, my commentary was not important. I made sure Greg was recording the important parts and vaguely naming and gesturing to what was happening to paint a picture. The ground suddenly shook, no, everything shook. There was a cataclysmic thunderclap with a surge of purple lightning up in the sky that reverberated down below here, and we could see something shoot off in the distance. And there was so much more. Spells being tossed around, an array of lights that illuminated the snowstorm even if it wasn't visible. And that was just what was happening up above. There were strange things happening below here as well. The camera panned down. As you can see, it's heated up exponentially. It seems like both sides have decided on a decisive battle rather than dragging out a prolonged war. I looked at a giant skeleton swinging around a flaming sword that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, it's the magic recording devil again. I blinked, recognizing the voice as the lady of the lake we had met before. She walked up, pushing her face into the camera. Lady Vivian. I managed to get out. Do you have any thoughts on the current fighting? Well, she should have some thoughts that might help clarify things, right? Oh. You want to know what's going on? Her eyes lit up. Well. She looked up. The Winter Queen is fighting with some of your people. I can see the fox, the half-devil, the witch, and the demigod, along with the recently resurrected human and the thing. Pardon. Did you say recently resurrected human? I wanted clarification because we caught some strange things on camera, but I had no idea what was going on. Vivian nodded. I've never seen someone brought back like that. What an interesting sight it was. I had trouble finding the words. And what do you mean by the thing? Because the context clues for the others were rather obvious considering I had a list of who's who that Lady Leviathan had given me. Vivian frowned. Don't know, but it's scary and has a connection to the moon. I thought it was a fairy like me, but it's a bit different. Some kind of natural spirit close to a god. She shrugged. I see. I did not see, but I had to keep my professionalism. But Lady Vivian, why aren't you participating? Avalon has a peace agreement with the Winter Court. As long as I'm not attacked, I'm not allowed to help. She shrugged with a what can you do kind of look. Rather quickly, she snapped her hand forward, deflecting an arrow that was about to hit my shoulder. Like that. She said cheerfully, her hand suddenly enveloped in power, and torrents of water suddenly washed over the direction of where the arrow was shot. Thank you. Hee hee, don't thank a fairy. She chuckled bashfully. But I won't take advantage of you this time. Oh dear, I completely forgot about that in the chaos. Thank Lucifer. But wait, I saw that same surge of water similar to what you just did before. I looked at her, recognizing the same spells she had cast. Vivian pouted and stomped on the ground. That brute was picking me up and using me as a shield. Every time I blocked an attack, I would have to retaliate. Brutish traitor. She huffed. I have no words. However, I didn't even have a chance regardless, because a meteor-like object fell from the sky with a red light enveloping it. It hit the ground with a loud thump, causing a shockwave that shook the ground. I had to cover my face to blow any kicked-up dirt and snow off the ground, but I noticed Lady Vivian created a barrier around us. Several more figures shot to the ground just as fast, and something happened for sure. There seemed to be a sort of pause that happened amidst the fighting. The Winter Queen is defeated. Lady Yasaka's voice rang out. It took a moment, but cheers erupted from our side, loud enough that I felt like an earthquake was occurring. And almost just as quickly the fairies began to scatter. It was like the queen of an ant colony getting squashed, and the ants became erratic. I've never seen so many people abruptly try to run away at once, and it was utter chaos even considering the fighting that was going on. Of course, there were many shouts and orders thrown out as the yokai pursued. I'm glad that we're recording, because I would not be able to properly retell the events that have happened in any meaningful way. So, she's beaten. Vivian relaxed with a strange look. Now it's time for the fun part. What's that? I looked at her. Negotiations. Line break. Wilhelm POV. One thing became abundantly clear as the Winter Queen was defeated. They are not united. I knew some things about Fae, a bit about their society, so I can understand why that is so. They live very cutthroat lives. A very eat or be eaten mindset, even if it's less aggressive on the surface. They exploit any openings to eke out a small advantage. So, watching hundreds of thousands of Fae break away and start running, scattering in every direction, it wasn't something that caught me off guard. Even their fighting hadn't been organized. It was a very simplistic method of, go here, attack. Of course, we wouldn't have let them run away for free. They had received the order to chase. The difference between organized and disorganized. Not to mention, we fought to our strengths while they arrogantly thought to try and match us without any considerations. Truly, they never had a proper enemy. It was like someone being powerful but not knowing how to properly wield their strength, resulting in only a fraction of it being utilized. Vivian spoke about how the winter and summer courts constantly wage war, but it's safe to assume their methods of war differ heavily from ours. We faced almost no resistance marching towards the Winter Queen's castle. The scattered remains, well, some brave souls wanted to put up a resistance, but at this point, we now outnumber any resistances by a significant margin, with the majority of their numbers scattered and running away. I hummed to myself as I stared at the large gate to the walls around the castle. It was rather magnificent, certainly a marvel of architecture and creation. One could almost call the whole thing a work of art. That's what I would say if half the castle wasn't destroyed for some reason. Oh right, I shot my bow this way. Whoops. Shall I knock? I asked, looking at Yasaka. Oh please, my hands are full. She smiled back, literally having dragged the unconscious body of the Winter Queen with her this entire way. At our back, tens of thousands of yokai stood there stoically, releasing a rather impressive combined aura together. I leveled a finger, pointing at the gate. I condensed my power of destruction at the tip of my finger. It was a rather interesting use of it that I copied from the hollow before. 0. I released the blast, destroying the gate. Around us, thousands of yokai immediately rushed in. There were some Fae present, guards, maybe even some loyalists and whatnot, but our soldier quickly engaged them, not giving them a chance to mount a proper defense. Yasaka and I were unconcerned by it, though. Despite the clashes happening around us, we walked without much fanfare towards the main entrance to the castle. Reiku, Scathatch, and Artoria joined us, as well as various higher-ups of the yokai and Pendragon families. Of course, Nurarihion was side by side with Yasaka as he kicked the door in and we entered the castle proper. I expected some magical defenses, but I'm guessing that my bow may have destroyed the majority of them. I still shudder thinking about that enhanced attack. The fact that I felt such a significant rebound because of it, well, it speaks volumes of the power it held. And even then, I don't think I utilized to the fullest extent that new threshold by which I could draw upon its power. Thoughts for later. Lots of neat artwork around the castle. Honestly, it was the most human-looking place of the Fae that I've walked inside. Well, besides Vivian's house. There was nothing overly strange, it would not look out of place in the underworld among the devils. It seems that a lot of supernatural societies kept to this same sort of decor and atmosphere. To the point where we didn't even need to figure out where we were going, the throne room was easy to find. Yasaka took the lead this time. There were other Fae around the castle, they didn't look like combatants, so we didn't immediately attack them. Yasaka kicked open the large doors to the throne room, letting the sounds echo amongst the corridors. And as expected, we weren't alone. Maybe 100 or so Fae were inside. They were much different than the ones we've run into beforehand. These were, well, if I had to give them a designation, I'd call them the aristocrats of the Winter Court. Combat ability, well, they had auras above the average Fae, but they didn't immediately scream warrior. But looks can be deceiving, but I felt pretty confident in my initial assessment. They stared silently as we entered the room. Their eyes landed on the Winter Queen, beaten and bloodied and missing both arms. Without warning, Yasaka tossed her into the center of the room, her body rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Behind us, Reiku and Scathach closed the big doors, standing in front of them protectively. You could practically taste the tension in the room. No words needed to be spoken to understand the situation. Yasaka's wouldn't get tapped against the tiled ground amidst the silence as she walked forward, even stepping over the Winter Queen's unconscious body as she moved to the throne, sitting in it. She swung one leg over the other, leaning back. Nurarihayan was at her side, leaning against it, using his cane to support himself. He had been through the ringer, it looks like his old age is catching up to him somewhat. Overall, we were all tired and weary after everything that's happened. We are the quiet. Yasaka held up a finger to shush the Fae that attempted to speak first. He shrank his head back, reading the situation well. She tapped the throne of hers impatiently as if thinking about something. Truthfully, she was just setting the tone, letting all the nobles of this place sweat a little. The Winter Queen is defeated, by all rights, this kingdom is now under our rule. Yasaka finally spoke. There was a beat of silence as they heard those words. I demand hospitality and execute him. Yasaka didn't let him finish. The particularly courageous Fae's head went rolling on the ground, blade dripping down Arthur's blade, and Yasaka sent him a nod. Yasaka clapped her hands. Thankfully, I came prepared. Artoria dear, can you please put the list on the door? Artoria nodded, taking out a large, rolled parchment. She unfurled it and stabbed it to the door with a random dagger she had on hand. I understand a little bit of your people. You're probably biding your time, waiting for negotiations. Even the side that surrenders usually gets a say, or at least a chance to make their pleas. However, that's not going to happen. Please direct yourselves to the list now hung on the door over there. She pointed. Read it thoroughly. All eyes in the room turned to it. First, upon acknowledgement of these concessions, we will withdraw back to an area of 10 kilometers, the standard of measurement we use back home, around the portal we use to enter this realm. We will be retaining that as our exclusive territory and relinquishing any rights to any other conquered territory. The fact of the matter is, they don't want to have to deal with everything here. Obviously, it's important to retain authority over the portal area and keep a spot there. Of course I could cut it off at any time, but reopening it would be annoying, so it's best to just keep the foothold as a military outpost of whatever they decide. Second, the Winter Court, namely, the faction and members it comprises, will provide reparations in the form of our choosing, namely precious metals and the like. The exact number of what is owed is on the list. I glanced over to it and winced. That's a lot of zeros. Third, any captive sentient species will be turned over to us to return back to our world if they belong there. Do not try to hide or be cute about it. If we discover that someone kept a pet human or some other species of similar regard, we will be back. The list was much more in-depth about it, hitting a lot more details that should realistically get the point across without them being able to argue their way out of it. Fourth, and this goes along with the third, any type of slavery is henceforth banned within the territories of the Winter Court. Anyone involved in such will be receiving a visit from us. That means, when a human or what have you wanders in the Fey realms, you will deliver them to us, and we will be taking them home. There were a lot of frowns and annoyed looks, but the still warm and severed head on the ground served as a rather large deterrent to any verbal denouncements. Fifth, if, and that is a very generous if, you find yourselves in the human world, you are beholden to the laws of the land. Any deals or trades that you make will have to be submitted to the nearest non-human or supernaturally aware governing body, and they have the authority to reverse it without any argument from your end. This was, she abridged it heavily. There was much more to it, but she wasn't going to wind herself up talking for an hour on the rules regarding this. Mostly, this was just to curb them coming to cause chaos in the human world. At the very least, it acted as a sort of buffer, not some blind ideal that everything would be perfect from now on. Sixth. Yasaka paused. This one concerns you, stop playing dead. She looked down at the Winter Queen. The Winter Queen's limp body suddenly tensed, and she slowly leaned back up, a visible hatred and fury in her eyes. You will be sealed for 1,000 years. That is your punishment, as the majority of this escalation rests solely on your shoulders. You dare not kill me. The corners of her lips curled up. Why should I agree to any of this? Wilhelm. Yasaka called out to me. I casually walked past the Winter Queen, and I may or may not have kicked her on the back, knocking her onto her face. Honestly, fuck her. I happily stood next to Yasaka, receiving a rather intense glare from the Winter Queen. I had a chat with the first dream. I made sure to use the term they were familiar with. Immediately as I said that, her eyes widened and whispers broke out among the Fae around us. I guess he was even a bigger deal around these parts than back home. If I randomly told someone I had a chat with Great Red, they'd look at me in surprise but not make an overly big deal about it. He was very specific in what we were allowed to do with you. You're right, we don't dare kill you, but don't worry, I'm told there are plenty of fates worse than death that won't cause any problems. The Winter Queen was silent, and then it felt like she paled slightly. Really, there was no other option. 1. You refuse, still suffer the punishments, and get treated even worse. 2. You agree, and only get sealed with everything else. I surrender. She hissed out. Everyone in the room could tell it took significant effort for her to say those words. I accept all your terms. Wonderful. Yasaka clapped her hands, smiling. Now, Artoria, please take out the next 3 lists. We're far from done. Ah, it was noticeable this time, she paled even more. But I let out a breath I felt like I was holding in since this war started. It was over with her defeat, but now, it truly felt like we were done. Some smaller things to wrap up, but I could see myself heading home by tomorrow. After this, I could use some vacation time. Line break. A/N. New world coming up in a few chapters as everything settles down. Also, got 2 Arachne chapters up, and a Cyclops chapter up over on Patreon. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 579, Chapter 522. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding as I stepped back into Kyoto. Of course, I wasn't alone in having just returned. When I walked out, about 10,000 yokai followed behind me. The first wave, so to speak, of returning yokai. Even if there were still some logistics and things to handle on the other side, the war was basically over. The immediate commotion was intense at our return back home. They were met with a lot of residents here welcoming them wholeheartedly. Lots of cheering and celebrations popped up without any ushering. It did make me smile seeing their faces. Though, I found myself frowning a second later as I grabbed the collar of Arcuade. Where do you think you're going? I gave her a look. Hee hee. It's time for you to go home. Yeah, I know. She pouted despite acknowledging the fact. I had fun, though. It was hard to be genuinely upset with her. I would leave that to Gramps. I will make sure the princess returns home safely. Captain Hook was here as well, volunteering himself as her minder. I suppose it's to be expected, she did summon him. She was technically his master despite the weirdness of the summoning. Well, at least I had someone I could trust there. However, I still had to take them home. Wordlessly, I opened a portal when no one was looking, and they followed me through. Arcuade stiffened because Zelretch was sitting there, calmly sipping a mug of what I assume was coffee. I don't think I've ever seen him give the disappointed parent look to anyone before, but he certainly mastered it. Probably a skill I'll need to pick up for when I start popping out my own little ones beyond just Kunu. There was an awkward silence as he swept his gaze around. He gave me a silent nod, knowing full well I was absolutely not responsible for this clusterfuck. A heroic spirit. His eyes landed on Captain Hook. Captain James Bartholomew Hook. He took his hat off and swept it to the side in a bow. Your name precedes you, good sir. Zelretch smiled politely. Kistur Zelretch Schweinorg. To be known by the Kaleidoscope, it's my honor. Well, he certainly inherited enough information from the summoning then. As much as I was curious about the details involved there, honestly, it was just best to settle Arc properly. Finally his eyes landed on Arcuade. I'm sorry. She spoke first. Are you? He asked. Do you know what issues you could have caused by traveling away from the world? Yeah. She nodded without much emotion expressed. Zelretch let out a sigh. At the very least, there are ample preparations and considerations that need to be taken if you had done this with my help. But you stole Ruby and jumped away without a second thought. What if you got stranded? Easy to forget that on one side, there's the embodiment of the Kaleidoscope, and on the other, the archetype Earth. Return to your home, Arcuade. Zelretch finally said amidst the silence. You need to sleep anyway. I can tell just from looking at you that you did something foolish and now need to bear the consequences. All right, I'll go home. She seemed crestfallen, despite the fact that she would have had to go back to sleep anyway. Sure, she would recover after literally ripping her own heart out, but even she needed to take some time to rest considering that her blood is the source of her power. I will take her home if it's permissible. Captain Hook looked at Zelretch. Please allow me to guard her in her slumber. Are you sure? Zelretch asked. That's a thankless job, and rather monotonous. And she doesn't require someone to look after her. Captain Hook took his hat off and put it on Ark's head with a gentle smile. I will protect the princess from now on. He mentioned it offhand before, but he must be projecting his sister on Ark. Well, she is basically a child in mentality still. Zelretch didn't argue. How are you going to follow? She doesn't exactly live in an accessible place. Hell, even I don't think I could follow along to find her if I wanted to. Maybe Gramps could, but the reverse side isn't a place I would lightly touch. Captain Hook shot me a grin. I told you before, there's nowhere I can't sail. I raised an eyebrow as he put a hand on Ark's hat-covered head. Come along, first mate. It's time to go home. He gently ushered her outside as Gramps and I followed. Outside, it was nighttime, and the full moon hung in the air, illuminating the deserted courtyard. Captain Hook summoned his ship and guided Ark on board. She waved happily to Gramps and myself as it took off into the sky. Gradually, it became a faint outline with the moon shining behind it, and like a ripple on water, it disappeared from sight. I have so many questions. Gramps finally said, staring at the sky for several moments in silence. But I could also use a drink. Rain check. I offered. I just hurried back to drop Ark off. I still have some things to take care of and to see some others. Zelretch let out a sigh and waved his hand flippantly through the air. I would like to know the details when you have the chance. Go deal with your stuff for now. I'll tell you about everything when I get back. I quickly said my goodbyes and opened a new portal, hopping through. Line break. I stepped out into Yomi, specifically, right into Izzy's living room. Surprisingly, she was not alone when I stepped into her living room. Though, despite other people being present, I focused almost entirely on Izzy because it's been far too long since I saw her. Also, if she weren't with guests, I would have already thrown myself around her. I couldn't help but smile brightly seeing her after several weeks. After a brief moment, I quickly composed myself and looked at the others in the room. Why was Orihime here? That was the oddest thing in the room, despite the Archangel Gabriel and Amaterasu sitting across from her with Izzy at her side. Wilhelm. Izzy greeted me with a warm smile herself, getting up from her seat to greet me. Well, I wouldn't embarrass her in front of others, so I held myself back and only kissed her on the cheek for now. Still, it earned a little look from her that was always so cute. She wordlessly pulled me to sit down on her other side. Orihime gave me a little wave that I returned. Such a sweet girl. You know Gabriel and my daughter, Ami. Izzy stressed the latter's introduction. That was definitely for Orihime's benefit. I quirked an eyebrow, looking at the goddess Amaterasu as she emotionlessly took a sip from her cup of tea. Getting a better look at her, she was dressed much less decadently. Clearly, she was hiding her identity, and it didn't take a genius to see that. Izzy put her hand on Orihime's head, and the younger girl's eyes began to flutter and close before her head fell down onto Izzy's shoulder. Let me set her down on one of the guest beds. Izzy excused herself, gently lifting up Orihime. While she did so, the three of us that remained just stared at each other silently. Well, this is awkward for some reason. Is Jean doing well? Gabriel finally asked. She's doing good. She was helping take care of patients and the wounded. I nodded. That's good. Gabriel said softly. I didn't want her to have to be fighting anymore. I have a similar sentiment. I responded. The Archangel's smile brightened. I assume my Miko still remains within that realm. Amaterasu opened her mouth and spoke as well. She still has a lot of matters to handle. I nodded, knowing full well that word has probably already gotten back about mostly what's happened on the other side. I had nothing left to do, so I came back first. My presence wasn't needed when there was a lack of things that required punching. I had been watching whenever the Devils released videos on the happenings of the war, Amaterasu revealed. You watch Devil TV too? Gabriel's eyes lit up. If you can call that drivel entertainment. Beyond the coverage of the war, I would not degrade myself by watching that filth. Amaterasu said haughtily. Isn't a significant portion of their top shows just rip-offs of Japanese media? I asked. Of course. She sniffed arrogantly. They copied our culture and released such cheap knockoffs. She's not talking about the content itself being trash, just the devil's attempts to copy it. My favorite is the Satan Rangers. Gabriel said casually and began to hum the theme song. Is that not the one where they... Amaterasu paused. I do not know how to describe what they do to your faction without making an insult. Turn heaven into mustache-twirling incompetent villains for each monster of the week scenario. I offered. That is accurate. Amaterasu nodded. And they did not even copy it correctly. They copied the westernized version. She huffed indignantly. I just like the big robot fights. Gabriel seemed completely unperturbed by the fact that one of her favorite shows directly turned heaven into a joke and villains. The idle conversation seemed to end as Izzy came back and sat next to me. I may have sneakily slid my hand over to hers. They came over to discuss some of the matters that became apparent due to the war. I happened to have Orihime with me when they arrived, so they have been kind enough to humor me. Izzy summarized the events that led to both Amaterasu and Gabriel being in her house. That mortal has a strange soul. Amaterasu noted. She seemed very sweet, though. Gabriel added. Let's just say she has a peculiar ability and leave it at that. I wasn't going to go into the details. Honestly, her ability was bullshit enough that it might cause many higher-end beings in the world to move in response. Without knowing the specifics, they didn't seem to care much. I assume when you said it matters, you were referring to the large group of humans. Otherwise, I didn't know what else would cause them to need to discuss anything. Word got out about it. I made no effort to hide it, as it were, when I sent word around. Izzy revealed it, and it was just about what I expected. It's not like we intended to use the humans as some sort of bargaining chip. If anything, getting them sorted quickly would be for the best. I was already here, so I reached out to Takamagara. Gabriel added in. I was told that there are many believers traded within that realm. We would be very grateful for their safe return. I intended to visit Mother anyway to discuss the matter in depth without requiring a formal meeting. Amaterasu revealed as well. I met them personally, and I promised them that I would help them come back home. No point in hiding anything there. It's just a matter of logistics. It's not just people from the church either. There were Vikings from centuries ago. Literal samurai from the Heian period. People from ancient Greece. Hell, the Christians I met were from the crusading era. And they all lived together. Even Gabriel seemed surprised. Well, I couldn't fault her. Even she knew the fervor that the church's believers operate under sometimes. Necessity seems to somehow overcome cultural chasms. I didn't stay with them long enough to know in depth how they got along, but it seemed that they peacefully coexisted despite different beliefs. Sometimes just knowing the other person is human is enough. Though, the major problem has to be handled by all of you. They are from far in the past. Gabriel said quietly. And if the reports are to be believed, they are very strong for humans. A combination of ignorance of the current world and the strength to cause it harm means it requires a delicate approach. Amaterasu added. I spoke on behalf of the Norse already, and once they are brought back, they can easily settle in Asgard as Einherjar. I really do appreciate how simple the ideology of the Norse belief system is. The Greeks will probably have an easy time as well. They keep to themselves and have plenty of mortals or humans within their godly realm. As for the others, I'm not sure. There were plenty of random humans that had popped up there over the centuries, and they all need to be sorted. I will have to extend invitations to many other factions. Amaterasu frowned. Even though it wasn't directed at me, I did feel for her. It was going to be annoying to juggle so many strong personalities. You can probably get some goodwill at least. I know Yasaka would be happy to just wipe her hands clean of the whole ordeal, so you don't have to consider us in your plans. Amaterasu shot me a small smile even if she didn't say it out loud. Enough of that, it's a headache I will deal with later. She said dismissively. And truthfully, it's not something that will be dealt with immediately. Besides Yasaka dealing with a bunch of logistics and handling the aftermath of the war, it's going to take a bit to get the humans transferred here. I expect it to happen within the month, but I wouldn't be surprised if it took longer to coordinate everything. I, of course, would be helping when the time came. The most recent recordings have not been released yet. Tell me, how did the yokai of Japan fare at the end of the conflict? There was a sort of detachment for her, but the yokai were still residents of Japan, her subjects. Casualties were still being added up. I believe we had just passed 30,000 before I left. It was certainly not a bloodless battle. I don't know if you heard yet, but we had some interference from the Cows Brigade. They were informed. Izzy mentioned. Yasaka had been sending some brief updates periodically. Good, I didn't need to go on about that. An evil god, Krumkruch, and the dragon that Drake mentioned. Quite the lineup just right there. Do you intend to keep the pathway open to the fairy realms? Gabriel asked. For now. I nodded. Yasaka believes that they can generate a lot of new goods to sell worldwide to help bolster the economy after how much they invested. That wasn't my area of expertise, so I didn't know the details. And what happened to the queen? Amaterasu asked. That's an interesting question. Before we ran headfirst into her, I received a sudden invitation to chat by a certain big red dragon that lives in the dimensional gap. They all paused and stared at me. Big Red's reputation was not exaggerated. People did not fuck with Big Red. At least with Ophis, she could somewhat be talked to. For Big Red. He didn't talk to people. If you came to annoy him, he would eat you or something to that extent. He warned against killing the Winter Queen since her existence is tied to some important aspects. So, we decided to seal her, quite literally, to her throne as punishment. For 1,000 years, she is forced to sit there, and everyone in her court will know what happened to her. Humph, she's getting off too easily. How dare she try to reach over here? Izzy scoffed. I did hear about what happened, and when I arrived, she was missing an arm. What happened exactly? I asked curiously. She tried to make some power play. Tiamat also helped. Izzy said. She took the arm away with her, not that any of us would have said anything otherwise. What do you mean, took it with her? Like a snack. I blinked. She mentioned something about how valuable it was, so I assume it was to add to her hoard. Izzy said awkwardly. She's not wrong. I suppose. Why are dragons so strange? Why only 1,000 years? Amaterasu asked curiously. That's not a very long time. Yasaka isn't even 1,000 years old. I pointed out. It's highly unlikely that more than a handful of yokai alive today will be alive in 1,000 years. Amaterasu looked down at her teacup. I sometimes forget how you mortals perceive the passing of the seasons. 1,000 years is many lifetimes for you all. In all honesty, it's not a situation we wanted to draw out. We went, we fought, we won, and now we want it to be over and move on. I said pointedly. Her punishment is the humiliation she has to suffer. Since we can't kill her, realistically, we hit her where it hurt her the most, in her pride. And settling things at 1,000 years means that she will accept the punishment without trying anything funny. Just as Amaterasu said, 1,000 years wasn't that long to someone like her and someone like the Winter Queen. It was acceptable to wait it out in the long run. Now, I believe we did an extraordinarily good job of sealing her right to her throne. Scathack, Jin, and I put in so many magical sealing methods on top of her, along with everything else I had at my disposal, that I would be genuinely surprised if even Odin could undo it within 100 years of continuous meddling. And to add on to that, Jin happened to have those chains that bound Hel during Ragnarok. Odin apparently took them back when he used them to chastise the Olympians, and they somehow ended up in Jin's hands. All that being said, it was impossible for us to permanently seal her. We could have chopped her into tiny pieces, put her in a box in some random place, and done all of this on top of that, and yet, she would still probably return in a few thousand years at the latest. We just didn't want to keep having to deal with them. Amaterasu stood up, straightening her dress. Mother, it's been nice to see you. I will go home and get started on some things. I'm always happy when you come to visit. Izzy smiled. I should too. Michael is going to want to talk to everyone to figure out a plan. Gabriel seemed to agree. I can take you back. I believe Mother would like to spend time catching up with her lover. Amaterasu shot her mom a look, making Izzy flush in embarrassment. Gabriel held a hand up, giggling as she followed Amaterasu out of the house, and I could feel them disappear from Yomi. Slowly, I turned to look at Izzy. Before she could say a word, I had already pushed her down on the couch and started kissing her. Line break. A/N. Just a chapter to start bridging things over. Everything isn't magically settled, but Wilhelm isn't really needed over there anymore either. As I've mentioned before, a new world soon. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/Astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We have 2 Arachne chapters and 1 Cyclops chapter up over here as well. Chapter 580, Chapter 523. Yasaka POV. It's funny, all of this could have been avoided. We're not even a generally warlike people. Sure, we've had our moments in the past, and many of my people can be quick to start throwing punches. But a genuine war, that was not something many of my people had experience with. Yokai had been too scattered in the past to be too involved in wars. Any conflicts, well, they couldn't really count in the past when compared. I looked at the Winter Queen. I sat on a simple chair, a strange contrast to her sitting on her elegant and ethereal throne made of ice and stone. Her throne room was empty, just the 2 of us at this moment. However, the biggest difference between us was freedom. She was bound by divine chains. She was sealed by so many magical methods that I could see them visibly despite not having any real talent in magic. Heck, I could feel it as well. The palpable sense of magic in the air, a stark contrast to the cold and desolate feeling this place normally gives. She sat there, bound in so many ways that I shuddered to think of myself in that situation. But simply reminding myself of her fault let me breathe a sigh of relief knowing I had a clear conscience. Of course, we made no effort to heal her either. Bound, unable to move, and without even her arms, and dozens of iron spikes pushed into her body. It was certainly a sight for someone of her stature and strength. Spies aren't anything new. We have plenty of spies from other factions, it's just how the game is played. I have a handful of spies elsewhere that keep me abreast of others just as well. Now, killing and replacing some of my people, that was a step over the line. But also, it wouldn't have escalated to this kind of situation. Even a half-hearted apology and compensation would have made it go away, albeit reluctantly on my part. As angry as I would have been, it would have been impossible to truly hold you responsible in any meaningful way. Yet, you chose to throw caution to the wind, to launch an invasion on us, for what? She still stayed silent, looking at me as if wanting to use her gaze to flay me alive. I just didn't get it. I've been told that they simply think and act differently, but am I not a yokai? We're both inhuman monsters, surely I should be able to make some amount of sense from her actions. Maybe things would have been different too if even your people weren't fence-sitters. I said casually, earning a small reaction from her. I could see her gaze harden as if she were confused and upset by what I said. You have plenty of warriors under you that reached a high enough level that would have made it difficult to fight. But you know, how many of them actually participated? Or should I say, how many of them fought properly and didn't linger around with the bare minimum of effort? They had quite a few who were ultimate class, but they never made themselves a nuisance during the fight. Honestly, it's like they were simply putting in a token effort, waiting to see where the wind blew before deciding how to act. Seeing that we had the early momentum and rode it to victory, it's safe to say they decided that the best course of action was to not make us enemies. And that's not getting into all the high-class individuals they had too. Sure, there were plenty who fought on the battlefield to the death, but even more, safely retreated. Do you know the difference between us? I asked her. 1,000 years is simply a blink of an eye for me. She harumphed. I ignored her little jab. My people actually look up to me. They trust me, and they follow me willingly. Her only expression change was from a sneer to a faint frown. But you're right, 1,000 years is short for you. I let out a laugh, letting myself relax. What do you find so humorous about your lesser existence? She sneered again. Oh sweetie, I'm not even 1,000 years old. In 1,000 years, whatever nonsense you kick up, I won't have to deal with it. Go ahead, make your plans in your head, bide your time, scheme your revenge. When you're finally free, and however long it takes you to further gather the courage, you'll find a people who don't even know who you are. Because that's the biggest blow to her pride. The fact that in 1,000 years, no one will remember her after what happened. She will think about it every day, this humiliation, this blow to her pride, and once she's really free, she'll find out that no one cared enough to remember. Well, I shouldn't say no one. It's highly unlikely that Takamagara would let another situation like this to occur again in the future. But I decided not to mention that, letting it be a surprise for her to find out if she ever decides she wants some sort of revenge. Her glare was pretty intense, but only lightened when the large doors to her throne room opened up, both Reiku and Artoria walking in. They met her gaze but seemed unperturbed. It was going to take much more than a glare from this queen to shake both of them. One more person quickly followed in behind them, and it actually made the Winter Queen still. You. She spoke with no hidden hate. It's been a while. Vivian looked back at her. Have you come to mock me after helping them? She scoffed. Vivian frowned a little. Don't look at me like that, I didn't help them in any meaningful way. I kept to the treaty we have, I simply followed along. You can twist it however you want, but everyone knows how much you care about humans. She scoffed again. And you always look down on them. Vivian replied. I warned you a long time ago. You shouldn't look down on humans, much less other races outside our home. Your overconfidence and arrogance were your downfall. I hope you consider my words during your punishment. The Winter Queen was distinctly quiet again, but it was easy to tell she didn't take Vivian's words to heart. To her, it must seem like everyone is against her, so no amount of words would get through. Vivian, sensing the silent tension, seemed to opt to leave after the few words they exchanged. I got up from my seat, ignoring her just as well. Have you settled everything? Artoria nodded. I believe we have managed to secure all who wish to leave this place. She was referring to the non-Fae that had been trapped here. However, there were plenty that simply wished to end their lives once given the chance. I let out a sigh, knowing that was an inevitability. However, the faint laughing coming from the other side of the room really grated on me. Did you send Master home? Reiku asked, looking at me. It was more turn to nod away. There wasn't anything more he needed to do, and I didn't want to hold him here dealing with petty matters, so I made him go home a few days ago. We all know that men hate standing still for long periods of time. I could imagine being forced into the confines of this campaign probably had him feel stir-crazy. It was one matter to explore new things openly and without pressure, it was another when you had expectations and lives on your back. Any enjoyment he had from exploring this place was most likely completely overshadowed by the weight of responsibility he felt. And I did tell Say that you're more than welcome to head home too. I gently stroked her hair with a smile. It didn't take much to figure out why Wilhelm enjoys doting on such a skilled and expert killer like her. A stark contrast to her with a vicious smile and covered in blood with corpses at her feet. Almost bashful. She just muttered some things and shook her head. She was fine staying here for as long as we needed, simply content to help out with whatever. I believe it's time to start pulling back. Have we taken everything worth taking? I gestured for them to join me as we left. I didn't even want to give the Queen the courtesy of a proper goodbye. Honestly, I wanted her to be forced to ask any of her still close confidants if we had left yet. I know that would just make her even more annoyed. Yes, we have acquired anything of value we found before packing it away. Artoria said plainly. Is Wilhelm rubbing off on you? I quirked an eyebrow. Artoria let out a cute little huff. They have no basic necessity requirements as they are not human, thus I feel no sympathy about sustaining their needs. Monetary rewards, from the sale or trade of conquered goods, are a healthy part of sustaining a standing force. Oh, don't I know it? It's going to be a headache to make sure everyone who participated, and the families of the deceased, are properly compensated. I let out another sigh knowing it was just us now. How are things on your end? Artoria's expression shifted slightly. 223 are dead, and another 20 are missing, presumed dead. About as expected, unfortunately. It's not like my own forces are coming back unscathed. We also lost about a quarter of ours when it was finally tallied, even if it was more a general estimate. Well, there are still a good number of humans we need to help escape this place. I'm sure that will be a mood lifter seeing them in high spirits. Unfortunately, the logistics of this are going to give me a headache. Line break. Wilhelm POV. I made sure to wipe my cheeks, neck, and lips off as I left Izzy's house. Despite her getting all indignant, she was most certainly into it just as much as I was. And if you couldn't make out with your goddess girlfriend, what was the point? I forgot to ask her about Orihime, to be honest. I was caught up in, well, her for the most part. It had been too long since I'd seen her, and I missed her a lot. But I could guess that she probably called up Gramps and asked for a lift, so to speak. He'd be more than willing to help there until I set up a permanent spot for them to come and go in that world. Izzy seems quite taken with Orihime. Maybe it has to do with how pure and innocent she is, sort of like a younger version of Jean. As much as they were similar, Jean seemed to be more hardened. Wise to the world. You don't walk away from years of constant warfare without learning some things and experiencing some life. Regardless, I would make sure to smooth things out there. I quickly stepped back over to my home, and people were already there waiting for me. No words needed to be spoken as I wrapped Vanillana up in a big hug. Hello to you too, she laughed, reciprocating happily. I may or may not have also squeezed her butt. Once more, what was the point in a harem if you couldn't look and touch whenever you wanted? Well, obviously there was more to it than that, but I liked doing so. She barely even batted an eye and just opted to push my head into her chest. Welcome back, dear. She said affectionately with a kiss on my lips. Anything important happen while I was away? I was content to keep resting my head inside her cleavage after. After my time away, this was earned. She hummed thoughtfully. Depends on your perspective. We can catch up after you have time to settle back down. Now, you have others to greet too. She playfully pushed me towards Salem, who had been silently waiting too. One of the things I loved about Vanillana was how thoughtful she was about my other girls. It's like she always made sure they were being treated well and got attention. Salem was looking aloof, arms crossed as if nothing around concerned her. I was just happy she was here by her own will. Gently, I took her hand, earning her attention. She pursed her lips but didn't move to stop me as I guided her into a hug. Our relationship progressed enough that I felt comfortable initiating a kiss without any secondary prompt. Hell, we've done a lot more than a simple kiss, but still. I was always trying to be careful with Salem. I knew she'd had a hard time when it came to stuff like this. Frankly, it might be easier for her to do sexual things than simply romantic ones. I missed you. I made sure she knew. And it was usually the small gestures that had the biggest effect on her. Among my girls, Salem was one of them that needed to be reminded that I care about her in a more blunt approach. Her lips twitched after breaking the kiss, hearing my words. I can smell the perfume of several other women on you already. She harumphed. I found myself smiling because that's just how she answers when she's having trouble with reciprocation. A small jab in lieu of anything else. I should add yours to the mix too, don't you think? I responded cheekily. Humph, and I had to watch you grope your grandmother so openly. Shameless. Do you want me to do the same with you to make it fair? I dare you to grab my rear without permission. She glared, though she lacked quite a bit of heat to it. Honestly, if I wanted to, I'm pretty sure I could do it without any true negativity from her. But that was for later. I missed you a lot, I said again. Her expression softened. It has become dull when you don't come to bother me about whatever nonsense you get up to, she replied, then glanced at Venelana. She has made an effort to keep us involved and entertained in your absence. Oh, I just like doing these sorts of things. It's like second nature. Velena giggled. It sounded like Salem was saying she liked her in a roundabout way. You can thank me by giving me some special attention later, she added. It always made me happy to see them get along well. But there was one last person that was waiting patiently. Salem had nothing on Meridia when it came to aloofness. Well, to others, that was the case. Reserved just for me, there was a special warmth in her gaze. Did you settle everything? She asked simply. To her, the time we spent away was infinitely small. To call it a blink of an eye would be an over-exaggeration. Mostly, just some things to clean up, but for the moment, I'm not needed. I responded, taking her hand into mine. I'm sure the whole thing must have felt rather insignificant in her eyes. A bunch of children playing around compared to her experience. But her concern was still met with warmth from me. I already talked to them. When the others get back, we're planning on doing a girls' get-together. Velena chimed in. Meridia's expression read that she wasn't against it either. That sounds like a wonderful idea. I may be going on a little expedition myself soon, so it's not bad timing. I don't think I needed to explicitly say I was planning on exploring a new world once I settled things here. If you come back with another woman, I will be upset. Salem said offhandedly. He knows not to randomly bring women home. Meridia narrowed her eyes, poking my chest. Isn't that right? I'll be on my best behavior. I promised. Era, I feel like I may have had a hand in something here. Venelana playfully pretended to be oblivious to her own actions. I mostly just plan on using the time to pick up some things and put some effort into mastering some of the magic I've been holding onto. The wand craft from the World Canoe is staying. It still needs some effort for me to train. And I have some other things to say, speaking of. I put my chin on Meridia's shoulder. Could I ask you for a favor? Meridia raised an eyebrow. Speak, I will help you if possible with anything. I took out the tree branch I got from the Mother Fey tree. I got this as a token of gratitude. I was wondering if you could help me change its shape into that of a sword without hurting it. Meridia took it from my hands, examining it. It's a particularly interesting thing. It's filled with a lot of life energies, specifically within my sphere of influence, so it shouldn't be difficult or a matter that requires me to exert much effort. What do you plan to do with it? Simply create another sword for your collection. Not to be used physically. I clarified. I'm going to turn it into a mystic code in the shape of a sword for the purpose of retaining the concept of sword despite not being utilized as one. How surprising, with magic at your disposal, you intend not to be a bore and stab your foes with a sharp piece of metal. Salem drawled. Tell me what you intend to do, I'm curious. Ah, anything magic. Salem's interest is piqued. You've made headway on the wand-based magic books I gave you, yes? I inquired. I have. She smiled proudly. We can have a discussion later. She really did enjoy when we talked magic together. Now, speak of what you want to do. Well, you're familiar with Gradation Air, right? It should have also been one of the books I've given her, The Basics of Magecraft. I noticed Venelana being confused, and I didn't want her to feel like an outsider. So, despite Salem nodding, I decided to elaborate further. Gradation Air is a craft that materializes an image the caster has in their mind through the use of magical energy. It's surprisingly similar to the concept of devil magic in general. But it's extremely difficult to maintain anything solid, and I don't have much of a talent in the craft, so I don't really use it. It's mostly used as a training tool for beginners to learn control and retain a steady mind. And what do you plan to do with the magic item you wish to craft? Salem asked, understanding where I was starting from. Right, so I have a lot of swords, and I wanted to make better use of them since they all have unique properties. The mystic code I want to craft will essentially create an image around itself of another of my swords and then will replicate itself. This would, of course, require the use of primordial runes to facilitate, considering that some of my swords are quite literally divine or noble phantasms. The copy, or rather the copies, would have a fraction of the power. Salem pointed out. The numbers would have to make up for that, otherwise, it would be pointless to put so much effort into creating it in the first place. She realized the issue immediately, but that's fine. Sure, I'm expecting somewhere between a 5 to 10% copy on the image, if I'm being generous. But if there were, say, 1,000 copies suddenly appearing, that low percentage suddenly becomes rather terrifying. I am intrigued. Salem said after giving it a moment of thought. I understand what you want. Meridia finally spoke after hearing me talk excitedly about magic stuff. I can change the shape without it losing its potency rather easily. I assume you want the life energies within the branch to be retained, thus, I will keep it within my true body for a few days. It should amplify it somewhat even if I don't intentionally add any more power. Right, her body that's made of pure light/life. That would most definitely purify the branch and even amplify it to a higher degree even if it was an afterthought. But something else grabbed my attention. So, you're going to take my sword into yourself? I asked with a face full of seriousness. I will give you the opportunity to reword that statement. She said dryly. Oh hey, I almost forgot. I took out 2 fruits from the same tree, handing one each to Salem and Venelana. Those are for you both, they should be a small power boost. Though they come with a lifespan increase too, that part seems much less significant for either of you. Wilhelm, don't ignore me. Meridia huffed. The door slammed open before I had a chance to respond. I smell a treasure. Get out of my house. I pointed at the shameless dragon. Why can you even get through the door? I have defenses against intruders set up. I was made a guest. Tiamat said with a shrug, her eyes boring down on the fruits. Why did I immediately get a headache when she appeared? And who made her a guest through my bounded fields? Damn it, it was probably Jin. With a sigh, I took out another fruit and threw it at her. She caught it happily and stored it away as if someone were going to steal it. At the very least, she did protect Kyoto in our absence, I wouldn't be stingy with rewards. She retreated without any more prompt, probably to reorganize her treasury now that she got a new treasure. Though it was only a moment later that the door swung open again, it was someone completely different this time. What do you want, old man? I sighed. I can just feel the brotherly love. Odin hummed. Ladies, it's a wonderful sight as always. Stop ogling my girls. I crossed my arms. No, he said bluntly, and I admit I admired the shamelessness in how he was so adamant about it, considering that Meridia here could fold him like a pretzel. Good to see you're back, brat. It's good to be back. I did feel much more relaxed all of a sudden. As much as I want to catch up and maybe drink a few cups of your wine, this isn't a social call. Been waiting here for a few days incognito, the Skeelboy called for a meeting and said it was important. I glanced back at my girls, who showed no rejection of his request. I just got back, but I have a few minutes. It's always something, I suppose. But Hades isn't one to request an urgent meeting unless it was important. I could spare an hour or so and then come back and finally relax for a few days before venturing off somewhere else. Line break. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We got 2 chapters of Arachne and 1 Cyclops up over here if you're interested. And next Cyclops should be tomorrow. Chapter 581, Chapter 524. I followed Odin to Hades. The place, well, also technically the person too. Now that I think about it, it's kinda weird that he named the underworld after himself. Not for the prideful aspect, that I can understand from a god. But how confusing it makes it when differentiating between verbs. Regardless, I popped in quickly, and Hades, as well as Zekrom, were already there and waiting. I almost forgot that Zekrom joined us. Yes, our little secret cabal, the goal of which is to resurrect the biblical god. Me, a half-devil son of Lucifer. 2 pagan gods, and the literal original Baal devil. There's a joke somewhere in there, but I felt like it was too far beneath me to even make. I heard you were triumphant and earned a staggering victory. Zekrom was the one who spoke first, though it seems like he gave Hades the opportunity to speak first, but the god didn't deem it necessary. If there was one thing Zekrom was good at, it was following decorum. As the homeowner, Hades should have had the opportunity to greet us first, that sort of deal. Obviously, Odin nor I cared about that one iota, but it was interesting seeing how easily Zekrom still followed with proper etiquette. Something like that. Honestly, it was rather complicated. Things have basically settled, but there's mostly just logistics to handle now. No need to explain. Often, the after-war necessities are more difficult than the war itself. Zekrom hummed. He's not wrong. Odin chimed in. Rewards, looting, punishments. Then handling the withdrawal of troops, there's a lot to consider. Thankfully, I'm absolutely useless there, so I was able to come back a bit earlier. I'm glad that all my girls are competent enough that I don't have to look over their shoulders. Though, now that it was brought up, there is a matter that's going to be coming to the attention of nearly every faction. Norse, Greeks, you name it. Hades, who seemed to be brooding for some reason, became more alert. What annoyances will be dropped in my lap? Not your lap specifically, but Olympus in general. I made sure to clarify. That does not bode well. Odin grunted. Just pull the band-aid off. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Basically, there were quite a few humans who got stranded within the Fey realms and managed to survive and build up a sort of town together. Time and space are completely disoriented in that place, so they've come from all different time periods. Vikings with crusaders, samurai with World War veterans. There were a lot of cultures mixed there. Suffice it to say, hardship builds strength, and they've been living there for centuries, many of them several hundred years old. And many of them are high class in strength, a handful might be ultimate class, and nearly every adult was at a minimum of middle class. They were all intelligent, it only took them a moment to realize the implications. Right, dropping them back off in the human wouldn't go well. Odin snorted. It seems we're in agreement, Allfather. Hades tapped the table. I assume that Takamagara will be the ones to make inroads to other pantheons. Yup, Amaterasu is already aware and is going to start reaching out soon since this is a hot potato of worldwide proportions. Then it's not something I should concern myself with. However, I am grateful for the warning ahead of time. I can talk to my brother to give him the news and say it was a gesture of goodwill from Izanami to hide our interactions. He will appreciate the sentiment and believe he's receiving extra care, which will make him reciprocate better when answering the call from Amaterasu. Hades basically voiced his thoughts on the matter. That's good. Hades basically just implied that Zeus wouldn't use the opportunity to stir shit up if he believes he's being treated so well, despite the fact that this would be a boon for him and Olympus. Because who wouldn't want a bunch of worshippers appearing with that kind of strength? You didn't happen to run into any devils, did you? Zekrom asked. Not a single one, no. I shook my head. I didn't expect much. He let out a small sigh, seemingly saddened that he wasn't receiving any benefits like everyone else was. Well, they're more than welcome to come to Asgard. We're recruiting anyone and everyone, as long as you're not a dick. Odin declared rather easily. Speaking of that as well, would Ian be interested in taking care of another tree? The reason they survived so long with human lifespans is because they were adopted by a fey tree there and were literally expending its life force to keep them alive. Odin blinked, seemingly surprised by that. She would probably be ecstatic. Especially if this tree you mentioned is nice and willing to be friends with her. The little girl already spends so much time tending to the golden apple trees despite them not needing that much care. It would be good if she had some company. He rubbed his beard. I nodded, not making any concrete plans yet. It was a fully admitted weak spot for me. A loving and selfless parent is something I would do a lot to protect and support. I promised her that I would help the humans. It's not difficult to bring her along as well. Odin wouldn't mind if they came from all over to visit her in Asgard. But that's for later. Yasaka and them haven't even called me to help with the human issues yet. They're still dealing with settling everything over at the Winter Court's castle. Regardless, that's not the topic I was called here for, Hades. I let him take the proverbial floor. The god of death looked annoyed, not at me, but just in general. His tapping on the table ceased as he looked like he collected his thoughts. I spoke to my father not long ago. He relayed news to me that the Cows Brigade has possession of the Sephiroth Grail. Fuck. Zekrom blurted out. We all kind of looked at him. If he didn't say it, I would have. Odin stated. I did not wish to spread concern unless I verified it for myself. I have no concrete evidence, but I had noticed some odd discrepancies, and I believe the information to be correct. Hades added. Now, I was impatiently tapping the table. I can verify it. Azidahaka appeared during the war. Considering that Crumcrutch was there as well, it's not hard to put two and two together. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Azidahaka was killed roughly 2,200 years ago. Zekrom asked. Thereabouts. Odin nodded, rubbing his beard. It was the last time I saw RA throw around his weight. Funny enough, it was the last time that the Cougars EX made a public appearance, as sporadic as those have been. I only heard about it after the fact, but I believe that stupid dragon was rampaging and hit Japan for some reason, then moved across Asia and ended up in Egypt. RA popped up and started throwing hands, then Izanagi joined in and helped put the dragon down for good. That summarizes the events I recall as well. Hades nodded. He was particularly dangerous due to being able to create clones of non-insignificant power on a whim and in great numbers. A great many smaller religions note a great flood due to his actions, throwing around large spells and such. Jesus, why did the world sound so chaotic back then? I shook my head in exasperation just hearing about it. It was an interesting time. Odin chuckled. Always something happening, always a fight, always something. I'm glad I wasn't alive back then. Yeah, he made a bunch of clones and helped the Fae. Though he seemed to retreat and not really fully involve himself beyond a certain point, like a token effort if anything. I'm not surprised. I'm sure its pride didn't allow it to follow orders willingly of those things. Hades waved his hand dismissively. There was one more thing too. The evil god Balor made an appearance. I fought it, it was annoying, but nothing compared to Kronos, even if they both utilized an authority over time. If anything, it seemed severely weakened, like it wasn't properly resurrected. Hades and Odin both blinked. That shouldn't be possible. Odin was the first to speak up. A dragon is one thing, but to bring back a true god is another matter entirely. It's technically possible with that thing, but the circumstances needed are beyond absurd. I agree with the Allfather, the Grail, while admittedly powerful, is only one facet of the biblical god's power given a physical form to inhabit. By your words, it's just a fraction of its authority held within the device. Even he would have trouble resurrecting a god at his peak. Hades added on. I shrugged. I'm telling you what I know. One thing, though, I had a talk with Great Red, well, he more so told me a few things, and I listened without trying to shit my pants. But he called it an amalgamation of a god and a devil. And lastly, Crumb Crutch retrieved the thing's eye after I beat it. If I'm not mistaken, there's a sacred gear that utilizes his evil eye to power it. Brat, did you go bother the big fuck-off dragon in the dimension gap? He summoned me. I quickly defended myself. I have so many questions. I do not. Hades said sternly. If that thing deemed it appropriate to speak with you, I am not getting involved. I have heard how terrifying it is from both Nyx and Hypnos without needing to be in front of it myself. There was a beat of silence as I acknowledged his standpoint, and I couldn't find fault with it. Though I had one question on my mind now. Considering Morpheus is the god of dreams, how does that work with, you know? I asked. Would you believe me if I asked him that same question eons ago? Hades snorted. His answer was that the dragon of dreams doesn't bother with him and other gods associated with dreams unless they bother him or don't do their jobs properly. And if anything, he punishes those who impede the work of dream gods, considering it his domain. Huh. So he's like the big boss for them then. He did strike me as someone who honestly takes his duties seriously. As fucked as this is, I do have some good news. Odin spoke up again. I'm following a lead on where the cross is, and I was planning on getting my hands on it. You know where that is? Zekrom perked up. That has been lost for many years, or so I've heard. If my sources are right, it's apparently in some old church in Germany, deep underground. I'm pretty sure it's a Nazi safe house at one point with a lot of other stuff stashed away. There is a group of church people who aren't affiliated with the church living there, so we'll see. Odin stated. Curious. If we're speaking of our progress, I do know where the Shroud of Turin is located, I have known for centuries. I will gather a small group of trusted individuals and steal it without causing a large commotion. Zekrom said as well. I'm imagining Zekrom finding other old devils and them doing the whole, you son of a bitch, I'm in, as they plan a big heist. Maybe I've watched too many movies when I was younger. That's 4 out of 5 that would be in our hands then. Hades hummed. Unfortunately, the most annoying one is out of our reach. Odin clicked his tongue. But, let's settle the easy ones first. I should mention as well my descendant. Your other ancestor has awoken from her slumber, she may try to meet you at some point. If Venelana hasn't mentioned it, you can expect her to soon. My other ancestor? The Gremory Devil. I vaguely recalled her still being around like Zekrom, I just never put any thought into it. Oh, she's fun. Odin laughed. Zekrom, though, let out a long-winded sigh. She is difficult. Ask Venelana, she will know enough to answer any questions. He seemed to not want anything to do with it. How's the old elf? I heard he went over there to lend a hand. He even brought the big danger noodle with him. Odin suddenly asked. Ah, yeah. I scratched my head. That is something that happened. Just, don't be surprised if Jormungandr is a bit traumatized. Odin blinked. I don't think I want to know the details. Probably for the best. I know that I'm probably going to shit my pants if I wake up in the middle of the night and look out my window to see a blood moon. If there's nothing else, I don't want to be rude, but I'm hopping around after just getting back from everything. I looked around, then focused on Hades. Hades waved his hand nonchalantly. Go, I said my piece. Thank you for the courtesy despite the hasty summons. I nodded to him before opening a portal and stepping through. Line break. Instead of immediately going back home, I realized I had a little bit of time, so I may as well go see Gramps. Zelretch was sitting at his desk, looking up at me, then back down. He was quite literally nursing a glass of something to his forehead. Dare I ask? I looked at him. I connected with Ruby to see what happened from her perspective. He deadpanned. Ah. That would do it. So I guess Rin is back home then, since he could connect back with Ruby, and I knew that Rin made sure Ruby was secure after meeting back up. Well, it all turned out okay in the end. I said in an effort to cheer him up. Somehow. He grunted with a sigh. How are you doing, Wilhelm? It's been a while since we've chatted, and you've been through a lot recently. I let out my own sigh, sliding into the chair opposite him like I had done so many times in the past. Kind of want to just hop off somewhere after the whole thing. Then why don't you? He said. I tilted my head back and forth. To be honest, I already told myself I would, but I'm trying to justify it to myself as well. Look at this from another perspective, is there any reason you can't? He offered. I pursed my lips, finding it hard to answer that question. They still need my help with certain things. They can call you at any time. They're still busy. Everyone's busy, that doesn't mean they need you there. I feel guilty about fucking off while they're still dealing with the mess. I finally settled on. That's a bit harder to justify, I suppose. But frankly, what could you accomplish if you hovered over their shoulders? He asked, though it was rhetorical, and he was right. I've already gone over this myself, but sometimes feelings aren't rational. Honestly, I just wanted him to tell me to go without feeling any guilt. All right, I'll treat myself to another working vacation. A little bit of adventure and a little bit of work mixed together. It's funny that you just explored an entirely new realm, but you consider wanting to go explore somewhere else as a vacation from that. Zelretch pointed out. I could see how it might sound from that perspective, but it's different. It's taxing, having other people's lives in my hands, having to be responsible for things that could lead to deaths like that. I'm not a leader, Gramps. I don't have the same firm mentality that Yasaka, Artoria, and them have that lets them lead like they do. I hate having that responsibility. Zelretch smiled warmly. What a youthful answer. Not all things are inborn, maybe in a few years, you will feel differently. Yeah. I rolled my eyes. I just want to run around without that kind of heavy weight on my shoulders. I'm fine with just taking care of the handful of people I care about. I'm not like them, I'm not a hero or a king or a leader. Gramps nodded along. Before I forget to mention it, you haven't forgotten about what Lorelei told you, correct? The Mystic Eye Train auction. Yeah, I didn't forget. I should still have some time for that, right? It's not immediate, so you're fine for now. I nodded. Salem enjoyed her time here, I'll see if she wants to go on another date with me to the auction. I idly voiced my thoughts. Zelretch leaned back. What are your goals? I took out my wand and spun it in my hands. I wanted to get a better mastery of this branch of magic in my free time and perfect a few other things. I have Meridia helping me with crafting a mystic code for a particular spell as well. And maybe find some materials for greed to upgrade it some, that's my poison goblin sword. And whatever else I can get my grubby hands on. Zelretch hummed to himself again, looking deep in thought. You still have that list of world lines I gave you. There was one on there that I just had a thought about. Your sword has been infused with various substances, but you haven't given it anything to upgrade its metal structure, yes? I realized immediately what he was talking about. Now that you mention it, no. It's still purely the goblin silver. I do know of a metal somewhere, I can help you look through the list to see if I can find it again. But what was it called? Vibranium. It was a particularly noteworthy metal because beyond its physical structure, which was impressive in and of itself for a mundane metal, it had the ability to resist magic. Oh. Color me curious. A metal that can resist magic, that would be perfect to add to my anti-mage sword. Let's see if I can't recall where I recorded that down at. Line break. I happily opened a portal back home after spending some time with Gramps and making an outline of a game plan. I would at least wait a few days before jumping off to a new world to explore. I've reflected on it a bit, and I've come to believe that one of my favorite things to do was discover new worlds and their peculiarities. At my heart, I'm a researcher. I immediately stopped myself from moving as I appeared back home and did my best not to make a sound. Right in front of me, a familiar head of blonde hair was bent over, and I understood two things. 1, Jean was back. And 2, her booty was still just as magnificent as well. I couldn't help myself. I gave her a firm smack on her butt, watching it jiggle for that single moment before she turned around with a loud squawk. Nay. She put her hands over her butt, quickly adjusting herself and turning my way. Wilhelm. She squawked again, seeing that it was me, her cheeks flushed immediately. I couldn't help myself, the Jean booty was too much for me to resist. Don't call my rear that. She puffed up before throwing her fists at my shoulder lightly. Despite her indignation, I quickly wrapped her up in a big hug. I missed you, Jean. I said to her. Despite the fact that we were both over there, I didn't get to see her for a long time. We just saw each other over a week ago. She stuttered. That's too long, I need to recharge my Jean batteries at least once a day. Nia. She puffed up again. Don't tease me. She said quietly. It was certainly worth putting off my next adventure for at least a day or two if it meant I got to do this a bit more before leaving. Regardless, I was looking forward to what that new world has in store for me. Line break. A/N. Alright, moving along to the next world, and I hope it was obvious where we're going next. A good mix of sci-fi and magic shenanigans. And as always, it will be a bit AU as I tweak things for my liking. Next world starts next chapter. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 582, Chapter 525. There's something to be said about the small things in life. I sat at the table with my head propped up with my hands, simply watching silently. A bunch of hands moving around, in and out of the kitchen, the smells wafting throughout the house. The sight of Vanillana wearing an apron and cooking was something I didn't know I needed until I saw it. It tickled me in a very specific kind of way that I would be utilizing at some point in the future. Of course, it wasn't only us two that were here. Jean was helping her, bringing things out, basically just being an extra set of hands or a taste tester. And to help cook, Izzy was also helping on that end, which was always a wonderful sight to see. Salem was quietly sitting at the table with me. Her expression was hard to discern, but I'm pretty sure she was happy with the current situation. There was a certain contentment and peacefulness in her eyes. That reminds me, I need to hop over to Remnant. I feel like it's been a long time since I've seen everyone. Pyrrha, Roman, Neo, the twins, even Junior. Also, while Tessai did pop over there with my help before the war started to check up on the girl, he hadn't been there since. We should schedule another checkup, and I was curious to see the status of her after everything. Though, the most surprising addition was Mozart, who was humming a tune I didn't recognize as he came over and took a seat. Castor, it's been a while. He had sort of disappeared to do his own thing with Vanillana's blessing when he became a devil. It certainly has. He smiled happily. Time passes quickly when one finds themselves entrapped by modernity. Catching up on the modern world. I hazarded a guess. He nodded. There is quite the difference between having the knowledge put into my head and experiencing it for myself. The food, I have nothing but good things to say about the food that developed. I found myself chuckling. I'm sure it's not just the food. Of course, of course. He chuckled too. I seem to have lost myself in experiencing the music of the world since arriving. He fumbled through his pockets and took out what looked like a miniature music player. This wonderful little device, it has thousands of songs on it, and I can keep adding more. Humans never cease to amaze me. Find any favorites yet? Genre, particular songs, or anything in that regard? I questioned curiously. It was always interesting to see the perspective of someone from another era experience new things that I'm used to. I began my adventure from when I passed. With the help of my wonderful king, I've compiled a vague outline of music to listen to in the order it was released or created. The artists of their era and such are included, of course. I'm glad you found this kind of pleasure in your new life. What are you on right now, if you don't mind answering? He coughed a little awkwardly. I admit, I became a tad sidetracked. I was intent on starting off getting a feeling for each new genre that emerged over the years, but I've been stuck on jazz for some time now. There's simply something so rustic and genuine that I've found myself taken with. Hearing him say that, I can't say I'm surprised. Being quite literally an old soul, I do have memories from Zelretch in the back of my mind that recall that era. I even acquired this. He held his hands out, and a saxophone appeared in them, coming from his own little storage bracelet. A scant 50 years after my death, and such a wonderful instrument was invented. I've been teaching myself how to play. Was it really only that long ago? I could have sworn it was created far earlier. It was certainly not around when I was alive, and from what my king told me, it was patented in the following century about halfway through. He nodded before letting out a sigh. Who could have predicted such changes that only happened years after my death? Not just the invention of this instrument, but even the colonies that barely became a country for a handful of years before my death. They're now such a large entity, with so many different cultures meshing and combining that it produced such wonderful musical overtures. Right, that should have happened right before he died. You know, I always hear these kinds of things like, music was better in my day, the music today is bad, or what have you. Do you think the same? Was music better in your day? I quirked a smile as I said that. Bah. He let out a scoff. What nonsense is that? Music, all music is good. Really? I raised an eyebrow. All music, because I was ready to throw out some really obscure music genres or songs that I think he would have trouble defending. Don't be mistaken, there are plenty of musical elements I don't like. He held a hand up, stopping me from continuing so he could get a word in. It's the prerogative of the individual to find their own musical haven. Each person, they have their own values, their own feelings, and their own emotions. Not all songs, or tunes, or performances will resonate with every person. It was a hard fact I learned in my life. But I will say without a shadow of a doubt in my heart and defend it until I'm out of breath that all music is good. I think a great many people will disagree with you. I wasn't one of them, but some people got really defensive in regards to their music choices. Give me the most obscure music in the world, if there is but a single person in all of existence who has listened to it, who has experienced the euphoria, who had their emotions invoked, or simply smiled when they heard it, then it is good music. What a rare insight into the mind of one of the most famous musicians ever to exist. All right, boys and girl, dinner's done. Vanillana came out with Izzy and Jean, all carrying plates before putting them on the table. This was nice. I couldn't help but smile again as they all sat down. Just a dinner with my family before I headed off. The only thing I regret is that not everyone is here for obvious reasons. Though, speaking of people that are not here. I turned to Izzy. Did you send Oreheim home? I sent her home not long ago. Izzy nodded. Your grandfather was kind enough to assist. I'll make sure to set up a more permanent fixture soon. I replied, knowing that she was building up a bond with the young girl. Izzy simply smiled warmly. Oh, I just got word from my son. Vanillana spoke up. Normally, I would have absolutely no care about what her son has to say, but clearly it was important because he knew my opinion. The devils that were reporting on the war just got back today. You can expect the last bit of footage to be released either tomorrow or the day after. Well, that's going to be a clusterfuck and a half. I idly mused. I just wanted to give you a heads up. She didn't disagree. I appreciate it. I smiled towards her. I wasn't exactly keeping up with everything on that end, but I could imagine there would be a big kerfuffle when the tail end of everything that happened. There were a lot of poignant appearances there that will cause some concern among various forces. Thankfully, I'm leaving after dinner. On a side note, any word for Yasaka and them about when they're going to be back? I looked around, not sure if anyone heard any news. A few of her generals returned earlier as well. However, there is no real timetable on when they're going to be back. You know how messy and disorganized that kind of thing is going to be. Izzy responded. I figured, I guess I was just hoping to see them before I headed out. Well, not like I expected much. Be sure to send me a message when they get back, I'll come right over. Because realistically, there wasn't much difference between me being here or in another world when it came to coming back in a hurry. Just enjoy your time, there's no need to rush. Vanillana smiled. Before you leave, I have compiled some notes on the matter of those magical texts you gifted me. Salem spoke up for the first time this evening, calmly eating with a noticeable grace and elegance. I hope they will be of some value to you. Ah, the warm fuzzies in my chest, they have returned. I'll happily accept them. It would probably save me an inordinate amount of time if I just blindly meandered through them myself. Have you considered getting a wand made? Might make some of it easier as well, at least from my experience. It's not like it's impossible to utilize that magic foundation without a wand, it's just like trying to cut something tough with a butter knife opposed to a steak knife. Magic is magic, regardless of where it comes from, it all originates from the same source and is reverse engineerable. There are just shortcuts to simplifying it, like using a wand in this case. I was never particular about magical foci. Salem said offhandedly. But I suppose the thought is not unappealing if only to understand it better. I took my own wand out and twirled it in my fingers. A wand is pretty nifty. And while the magic there didn't seem particularly flamboyant or powerful in the same breath, the fine control is something to be admired. Like this, Alohamara. I may have put a bit of oomph into the spell. Nay. Jean was the first to react. The others quickly followed, chests clutched with eyes wide. Well, Vanillana just looked amused. Wilhelm, did you just unhook my bra? Izzy squawked. Salem, of course, flushed with a cute scowl while Jean just embarrassedly turned red. Ah, I love magic. I leaned back, very proud of myself. My friend. Mozart spoke up, despite the glares being sent my way. I may have discovered a newfound interest in learning magic. He said with complete seriousness. A bread roll went flying through the air and smacked him in the face. This was nice. Line break. Getting ready to leave, I was happy. Well, happier, because the door opened and Meridia strolled in without hesitation. Clutched in her hands was a particular wooden sword. She wasted no time basically dropping it in my hands. It's completed. The main point that I wanted her help with was to change its shape without harming it. If I wanted to do what she did, I would have had to do some significant alterations to the branch itself, and it would have lost a lot of its potency. But for her, I'm sure it was as easy as waving her hand. Though the fact that it was cultivated inside her literal body made of primordial light, its existence was elevated quite high. It was made of wood without a visible edge, yet I was fairly sure I could slash someone with it and draw blood. But that wasn't the intended purpose. My mind was already racing with thoughts on how to properly create this mystic code, but I shelved it for now, putting it away. Love you. I made sure to give her a quick kiss as thanks. She happily accepted even if she didn't express it very openly. I'm pleased it will be beneficial for you. Honestly, I'm just happy to see her before I went off, sword or not. And of course, I made sure to say goodbye to everyone properly. It felt like I was going off on a long trip despite the fact that I would probably hop back over within the week when my other girls came back. Regardless, no one stretched it out, and with a final goodbye, I opened the precalculated coordinates that Gramps gave me and opened up a portal, walking through. I was greeted with the morning sun and the fresh air of the polluted and smelly city as well. Ah, London. First things first, I need to get my bearings. Even if I had that new world excitement that demanded I start exploring, there are certain things to take care of first. Luckily, this is London in the modern day. That means there was usually someone selling newspapers in the major metropolitan area around this time of day, and if I'm accurate with my time period, it's still something predominant. I remember that physical newspaper stands were slowly starting to disappear around this time as social media took off. Morning. I greeted the guy with a cigarette in his mouth at a stand of newspapers with a few other people looking through things. He just grunted in acknowledgement. Right, that London hospitality. Immediately, I was drawn to the front page of a newspaper, picking it up. Originally, I was just curious about the exact date and whatnot, but now, I am intrigued. There was a big picture of a robot on the front. Tony Stark refuses to hand over the Iron Man suit to the US government. Oi. The stand owner slapped the newspaper nearly out of my hand. This isn't a library, mate. No browsing, I am not a charity for no skint. I rolled my eyes. How much is it? 3 quid. I snatched the newspaper back out of his hand and grabbed a candy bar nearby before slapping a few gold coins on the cart. I did cast a minor illusion to make them look like pounds because I was always careful about using cross-world money. And it assuaged my guilt when it eventually wears off and he finds out he has a few gold coins that are worth thousands of pounds. Cheers, mate. He said happily, putting them away like they were just normal coins. I flicked the paper again, evening it out, and began to read in earnest. Notorious billionaire and inventor, Tony Stark was called before the U.S. Congressional Committee this past week in regards to the acquisition of the Iron Man suit with allegations that the inventor was keeping a dangerous weapon. Sources say that the refusal to hand over the potentially dangerous weapon was met with. I basically started skimming the rest of it, furrowing my brow as I was clearly ignorant about a great many things that were being written. Crazy shit, ain't it? I looked up at the stand owner, who glanced my way. Crazy indeed. What do you think? He was much more open now that I actually paid him. He scoffed. Some bloke with more money than sense flying around in a suit of armor with a bunch of weapons saying he's a superhero. I say those Yanks are getting crazier every year. What? Yeah, crazy times we're living in. I have so many questions right now. Least it isn't another story about a mysterious monster tearing up some part of their cities. What was it, Harlem in New York? Harlem. Right, some daft idiots claiming it was some monster tearing up the place, not an earthquake. He scoffed. Them Yanks, I swear, they're all bonkers. As weird as that sounds, it doesn't really concern me. First order of business, I need to track down some of that vibranium Gramps told me about. Where to start? I could always. I paused, blinking. The world flipped upside down, no, rather, the world's space and time warped pointedly all around me. Like another dimension descended, and the rules of reality kept changing as everything warped and twisted in a strangely reflective way. Intriguingly, I was the only person around, everyone else disappeared, or rather, I guess I was the one who disappeared into this place. How did you possibly slip through? A voice grabbed my attention, and I turned around to see a woman, bald, and in what looked like monk clothes. Pardon. I said in confusion. Could it be because the convergence is approaching that the barriers are thinning? She seemed to ignore me and just spoke to herself in a soft tone. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. I'm in a hurry, a much bigger mess is happening on the other side of the world, so I don't have time to properly send you off. Stay here until I come back. She waved her hand, and a portal tore through space and time, connecting to another point in the world, and she walked through, completely ignoring him. Silently, I looked around in confusion again, not a single soul within my senses. What the fuck just happened? Line break. A/N. Wilhelm arrives in the new world, Wilhelm gets put in a timeout. Wilhelm is confused. Obviously it's not like the mirror dimension can hold him, but he's seriously wondering what the fuck just happened. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't read the above under the same name. Chapter 583, Chapter 526. I sat on my butt, looking at the twisted world around me, silently. Eventually, I fell on my back and looked up at the strangely beautiful sky. It was sort of cracked and warped in a way that reminded me of those kaleidoscope toys, but without the myriad of colors. Rather ironic, considering everything. Are you seriously waiting here like she asked? Drake's voice sounded in my head. I'm just taking a moment. I let out a sigh. Less than an hour, Drake. I did absolutely nothing. If anything, I did a good deed by overpaying for the stuff I just bought. And still, less than an hour, and something happens. I heard some rumors that Gremory's had some bullshit luck. You think it's because of my bloodline? I questioned him. Well, no. But I thought it would make you feel better if you could blame it on that. Honestly, I think you're just a magnet for trouble. Thanks, Drake. Seriously, you get into more trouble than I did in my life. I actually caused trouble intentionally. I can't remember the last time that you tried to cause trouble rather than it just happening because of your presence. I let out a sigh again. I'm going to complain to her manager. I sat up. What if the monk girl is the manager? Then I'll write a bad review. I stood up, brushing myself off. All right, Karen. Though this place was kind of interesting. I immediately took out Mirage and stabbed it into the ground so I could begin some calculations about this strange place I found myself forcibly put in. Obviously, I could pretty much leave whenever I wanted, but for what reason was I here if not to explore new and interesting things? While that was going on, I took out my wand and put a pile of books on the ground next to me. Figured I could multitask while that was going on, and one of my goals was to get a better mastery of this wand-based magic system that was developed where Kunu is staying. I had skimmed these books here and there, basically with cursory glances mostly. I kept telling myself that I would sit down and study them properly later. The thing is, these books aren't what I would call reliable in every context. Some of them were meant for younger readers, some of them were, let's say, generous with their explanations on how certain things work. For instance, the snake summoning spell. Just one of the hundreds of spells I've glanced over that made me question the purpose of it being added to the systematic learning conventions they developed. What possible use would someone have to summon a snake compared to one of the thousands of other spells they could potentially learn? One of the baffling things, I suppose. Not to say I'm ever against additional and non-dangerous knowledge being freely available. Simply, it's one of those head-scratchers that I wish I could peek into the minds of the authors. But I digress, I was going off on a mental tangent. The most hilarious thing was that the book stated quite authoritatively that the snakes were created from thin air. Yes, clearly every witch and wizard was creating life from nothing with a casual wave of their wand, a handful of words to accompany it. It just made me roll my eyes. No, it was a summoning spell. It summoned the nearest creature matching the spell's structure to your location. Which was ingenious enough that I don't know why they had to bullshit it with that other nonsense. Though, it was a bit of a misnomer. Reading up on it, looking over its spell structure, it could also summon other things closely related to snakes, mostly other reptiles. However, there seemed to be a limit to the mass. I'm pretty sure I could summon a baby alligator with the same spell if I tried. Why was any of this important? Well, this place I was trapped in, I couldn't sense any life, so rather than just waste time trying to examine it closely, I was just going to overpower this spell and see what happens. I flared my substantial magical energy. Serpensortia. I felt the spell actualize. I was experienced enough to catch it just based on feeling, however, it sort of fizzled after a moment or two. I clicked my tongue and twirled my wand in my hand absent-mindedly. Honestly though, I wasn't surprised. Just one of those things that I tested just for the sake of it. This basically implied that there was no life within dozens of miles of myself. Sure, I guess there could be something else, but with such a vast area, if no reptiles existed, then no proper ecosystem existed, which heavily implied no life. I was just too lazy to actually go inspect it myself. Otherwise, such a spell would be completely overlooked by me in every other situation. Truthfully, the vast majority of spells I've been looking at from Kunu's world are, well, they could be called cantrips. It was unlikely I would ever use any of these spells in an actual fight. Maybe I could get inspiration somewhere, maybe there was a spell I could bring up to my standard. However, that wasn't the point in learning these spells. I was a researcher, I would always be expanding my breadth of knowledge. Summoning a snake. Yeah, that was ignorable and almost mundane compared to my life, but who knows when something so pedantic could be useful 100 years from now. One of the reasons that Gramps is so feared is because of his knowledge across nearly all fields. He may not be an expert in every single craft in existence, but it was almost impossible to find something that he didn't have some knowledge about. You can take almost anything to him and he would have insight on it and his own personal experience to share. That is the state that I admire and seek to emulate from him. And well, I didn't really have much else to do right now as I was waiting for my calculations to finish. I had some first guesses at what this place actually was, but before that, I flipped through the books quickly again until I found the spell I wanted. Humming to myself, I looked it over and then found the corresponding detailed text in another book. It only took me a few moments to get a proper understanding of it. I always admired simplicity when it came to spell casting. Getting the job done in the most simplistic manner was a mark of talent in my eyes. I looked around to find a suitable target and noticed a trash can not far away. Bombarda. He flicked my wand at it. The trash can immediately exploded as the light from my wand connected with it. It was rather loud and boisterous, perhaps even more so than the equivalent of blowing it up with the same correlated amount of explosive. The spell was actually intriguing, though. As the name implies, it causes things to explode, rather violently. But that didn't quite do it justice because nothing else around the trash can exploded with it. Based on what I read and my own observations, the spell seems to specifically cause the internal structure of the object it connects with to explode rather than causing an external explosion around the object. Despite it literally being a spell to blow the shit out of something, it was very constrained and delicate with its effects. I also took note that some of the pieces of the trash can were suspended in air, like they were frozen in time after the explosion occurred. I walked over and flicked one. It sort of glided through the air a bit more, like it was pulled by a string, before it came to a stop, still floating in the air. This place was certainly strange. One last experiment, there was a secondary activation associated with the Bombarda spell. On the surface, there was an additional spell word and a slight deviation in the wand movements. However, underneath that, the spell sequence changed drastically, yet still retained the same overall identity. This time, I wanted to see both the effects of pumping it up and what would happen to the surroundings, so I set my sights on what looked like a 10-story building just a bit down the street. Bombarda Maxima. The light erupted from my wand and collided with the building, and a thunderous explosion rang out, sending shockwaves throughout the false city. Like glass, the building shattered into millions of pieces, a stark difference compared to the real world. I also noticed that nearby structures or objects were also damaged. It was rather easy to see because no dust or debris was kicked up as it doesn't exactly exist in this place. Interesting, the Maxima combination removes the limiters of the spell and just pushes it past its original constraints into a full-on explosion. Well, I was satisfied. Seeing that destruction didn't mean anything here, I just started throwing around spells haphazardly, blowing stuff up. I admit, it put a bit of a smile on my face, watching everything shatter and collapse under the hundreds of spells I released. And it was a wonderful stress relief, especially after the time I spent in the Fey realms. I haven't felt this relaxed in a while. Seems like a good place for some training. Drake commented. I had the same thought. I'll see if I can't mimic this somehow. I'm sure Scathack and the others would love the ability to cut loose for whatever reason without the concern of collateral damage. I nodded along. Because I was sure this wasn't a real place. Well, that was fun. It's rare that I find a time to play around so childishly without something happening around me. Part of the reason I came here was to relax somewhat, a working vacation. What was the point in that if I couldn't have a bit of harmless fun every now and then? Casually, I walked back to Mirage in the ground to see what the calculations were that it finished. Of course, it's not like the numbers just gave me an absolute answer as to what this place was, but it was enough that I could solidify my hypothesis. I went over and double-checked them a few times and pursed my lips. It seems like a higher dimension was quite literally pulled down around us. I summarized. Like a godly realm. Drake asked. I'm not surprised that's his first thought, considering what he's used to back home. Kinda, sorta. I tilted my head back and forth. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of smaller dimensions connected to the dimensional gap back home. Of course the more famous ones are known, as that's where the gods had carved out their own domains. Olympus, the 9 realms, heaven, Takamagara, etc., etc. But not all of them are godly in nature, some just exist by happenstance or by other creation. Take that soul cairn we visited a while ago. So what, just a weird reflection of reality. I shrugged. I'm not omnipotent, I'm only guessing at a few things at the moment. But yeah, it seems to be the case. This dimension we're in doesn't really do anything by itself. I made it sound mundane, but it's actually really neat. Not many forces play with dimensions like this, it's a rare thing to come across. If nothing else, this little discovery made the trip worth it just for the intellectual value. I think Gramps would absolutely love the data I'm collecting on it as well. Don't know where it will be useful, but I know it certainly will be later at some point. Can you copy it back home? Probably not, it's a dimension native to this world and connected to it. It's like asking if someone here can step over to Asgard back home. Regardless, it was time to leave, I got all the information I needed here. Some quick calculations and I opened up a new portal, about to step through, but I came to an abrupt stop. Pretty sure that's not where we came from. Drake said first as I looked through the portal. The stench of death and decay immediately invaded my senses. Almost right away, I was reminded of how it felt to go to Yomi for the first time. Not to mention it was very dark and eerie on the other side, no stars or moon or sun could be seen. Yet, there seemed to be some strange aurora that hung overhead, illuminating the place, if barely. I pursed my lips because I was certain I copied the same coordinates used previously. Ah. I blinked. Seems things were reversed somewhat. Like how my calculations would have been turned upside down when trying to go to the Fey realms. Similar concepts, really. I just feel silly for not realizing immediately. An easy fix, I literally could do so with a snap of my fingers, but now I was curious. Where did I accidentally connect to? I wasn't really in any hurry for anything. It's not like any sources of that metal are going to up and vanish if I take a small detour of an hour or so. Fuck it, I'm partially here to explore and I'm in a good mood, so I step through. Line break. The place was exactly how it looked from the proverbial outside. It also felt strangely familiar, like I should recognize it despite never being here before. I knew for a fact it wasn't Yomi, nor was it the land of shadows, and it certainly wasn't Hades. I can't think of any other place that would elicit a familiar feeling for me that also had such a strong sense of death. It was well and truly a death realm like the ones I've been to before. There wasn't anything here again. Well, there was at least more of nothing. I kicked a rock, and it behaved like a rock when it rolled and cracked and broke into pieces. Weirdly, this death realm seemed more in tune with normal universe physics than whatever that previous place was. With a shrug, I took out my kaleidophone and just took a few pictures. Realistically, I had nothing else to really peer into the mysteries of this death realm with. Calculating its location in relation to Earth is irrelevant. I'm clearly adjacent by how I managed to come here, and I could easily come back now after knowing the initial calculations. Though, I paused because I did notice something. There were a bunch of stacked rocks not far away. Stacked in a way that is clearly by design, not something possible through random chance or whatever. Oddly enough, there was another. And there seemed to be more going off into the distance. I followed them, like a trail left behind by someone. They weren't, of anything in particular, it looked like someone was just seeing if they could stack stones as awkwardly as possible without them falling. Someone must have been really bored. I followed along several dozen, maybe walking a couple miles before I finally found something. Noise, and I picked up my pace. Someone cursed in a language I didn't recognize, and there was the sound of rocks hitting rocks and seemingly falling over. There was a woman, with messy black hair, in some sort of green, albeit torn, bodysuit that looked to be some kind of leather. My presence did not go unnoticed because with a rock in her hand, she froze, turning to me and her eyes widened. There was a moment where it seemed like the world around us froze. House cleaning. I blurted out. Odin. She bellowed and threw her hands forward. Out of the air, swords seemed to appear in the dozens and fly towards me. Flying words, a woman after my own heart. Actually, that's very literal. Because they were most certainly aimed at trying to kill me. Jesus Christ, I felt it now, she's a goddess. I dodged out of the way from her abrupt attack, but more and more swords were seemingly throwing magically through the air. And they weren't something to swat away either, each one of them had the oomph behind them to bury themselves dozens of feet into the ground if they missed. Also, I don't know what's going on, but fuck Odin. Why did it seem like in every reality, he shit the bed in some way? I'm starting to regret becoming blood brothers with him at this point. Stop throwing swords at me. I shouted as more came at me. No. She screamed hysterically. What did I do to you? Exist. She screamed back. Seriously, why is everyone so hostile towards me? What the fuck did I even do? Did I somehow time travel and piss off everyone in this world without knowing it? Or did some Odin here really piss her off and I'm just getting blasted by extension? I was curious what she was doing too. Was that gradation air? A form of it backed by divine power? Well, I had my own pride. With a scoff from me as one of her blades attempted to stab me in the eye, my own swords flashed out. The sword about to stab me shattered as Dawnbreaker swung through it. To my right, Whisper deflected another sword. Ascalon slammed down from above, piercing through another. Mirage swept a few to the left. And from below, my sword of destruction turned a few more into shards on impact. Of course, she didn't stop. And the sheer number of swords she created was respectable. The sounds of weapons colliding filled the world, a proverbial whirlwind of broken swords danced around me, sparks frayed off right before my eyes, yet my swords continued to protect me, not letting any of her own blades through. I began to take steps forward, hands clasped behind my back like I was taking a stroll. Each step I took, shards of broken blades were left in my wake. Eventually, I was standing but a few feet from her, her eyes filled with a maniacal fury, but her attacks finally ceased. I, of course, shot her a smug look. Silently, she stared at me, looks of confusion mixed with surprise. It was hard to decipher her thoughts through the expressions she was quickly shifting through. She opened her mouth but stopped again. However, I was a bit distracted by something else. My nose twitched and scrunched. When was the last time you took a bath? Whatever she was thinking, it all disappeared because her face twisted into a scowl and a newfound fury reappeared in her eyes. She seemed to erupt with a bit of power and the sky turned a strange hue, the aurora above reflected off the glistening edge of tens of thousands of swords hovering in the sky. Huh. We can talk this out, I said evenly. She looked at me, tilting her head, and pushed through the sky. A dozen or so massive skyscraper-sized blades emerged, pointing down at me. Die. She responded with a hiss. Well then. Seems like the perfect time to skedaddle. I raised my hand, pointing behind her. Odin, is that you? She jerked her head around without a second thought. I was genuinely surprised she even fell for that. Like, this has worked a surprising amount of times against people who it really shouldn't have. But I didn't waste time, my brain went into overdrive and I quickly went through everything I had in my ring. No. 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 Ah, that'll work. The split second that took her to turn her head back towards me, white frosting already splattered across her face. Did you just throw a piece of cake at her? Drigg asked incredulously. Yes. Why? I didn't have a brick on hand. I don't know why I'm surprised anymore. Very slowly, the unknown goddess wiped it away from her face and stared silently at me with a very clear and distinct anger. Time to leave. Line break. Screams followed as I quickly jumped through a portal. Screams of anger, that is. Along with plenty of sharp edges trying to stab me in some very unpleasant areas. What's wrong with everyone here though? That's 2 times now, I did absolutely nothing wrong, and I get targeted like that. Just wait until I come back. I promised. Why would you want to go back? Drake asked. My pride was challenged. I can't lose out on flying swords, Drake. I just needed to finish my mystic code, then we'll see who can throw more swords at whom. Why didn't you just, actually fight her? He finally asked. I was technically an intruder. I mean, that's her home, or something, right? Despite her attacking me, I was the one who came to her. I said with a shrug. If I suddenly popped into Hades, wouldn't the god of the underworld have full excuse to treat me as he wills if we were strangers? Of course, I object as the one on the receiving end of pointy objects. However, I wasn't oblivious to my own fault in this situation. It's not like Soul Society where I had a reason to act so flippantly in someone else's home. Where was I now? I looked around, noticing I was back in London and nodded to myself. I knew it didn't take much to correct my previous calculations. Actually, I wasn't too far from where I was before. Oh, and look at that, I noticed some spells being cast in the area. It seems like all the humans around just stopped what they were doing, with glazed eyes, and started leaving the immediate vicinity. Followed by that, some people dressed in similar monk attire to that first woman were running around for some reason. I wonder if I can follow them back to their home. I think I'm owed some compensation for the emotional distress I was put under. Let's go see what goodies they have. I was surprised with how much of those monks there were. I saw half a dozen faces immediately, but there must be more around here that I didn't find. Well, I did my best to hide myself. Illusions were never my forte, but I was a decent hand at least, and I began skulking around. They were running towards the place I was at originally. I wonder if I accidentally did something to raise alarms. With a quick burst of Shuanpa, I scaled the nearby rooftops, watching down from above. I dared not fly up into the sky even with my illusion. The fact that I was somehow detected when literally just arriving in this world left me confused and a tad hesitant in my actions. I was able to pick things out more clearly. It seems like the robes they wore were slightly different. In fact, I could pick out a few differences between the younger-looking ones and the older-looking ones. A plan formed in my head as I watched them. They were most certainly using magic, but it was odd. I found myself growing even more curious as I eyed a younger man running down the street, seemingly moving towards a nondescript house not far away. I took out a diamond from my ring and held it up to my eye, closing the other to get a better look. Through it, I could see quite a few magical defenses around the house. Well, they were much closer than I thought. Maybe the proximity is what led to everything. Who knows? I saw the young man leave the house again, running back towards the previous group. I cast a quick illusion to make him turn down another street, and he took a few more turns according to my gentle guidance until I led him to a dead end. As soon as he realized it was a dead end, it looked like he realized something was wrong. Around his hands, sparks flew, and spell circles engraved themselves in the air as if he were ready to make a move. Still was giving me a strange vibe. Haven't seen magic circles like that before, they seemed more aggressive in existence, if that made sense. Regardless. He looked up at me and I obscured myself with shadows. Who are you? He blurted out, noticing me on the roof. I'm Batman. I said with a gruff voice before using Shuanpa to appear behind him and poking him on the back of the head. His eyes rolled back and he nearly fell on his face. I caught him, no reason to make it painful if there was no reason to. He was innocent and all that, I was just acquiring some accommodations. Gently, I laid him on the ground and tilted my head back and forth as I looked at his robes. It really was Soul Society all over again, wasn't it? I tugged at his clothing and sighed in relief seeing that he apparently had some clothing on underneath. I guess I could also leave some gold for him. Line break. I tugged on my newfound robes. Completely purchased through legitimate means. Yup. I think I pulled them off quite well. I dare say I even look rather dashing. Of course, I dismissed my illusions. Getting a look at the protections around the house, they were almost all protected against aggressive entry from what I could glean. I'm pretty sure I saw some very old ancient protections against obscuring one's image. Were those Celtic in origin? The obvious against literal forced entry as well, but those didn't need mentioning. Overall, they were rather impressive, but there was one loophole I noticed. Perhaps not a loophole, but a simple side effect of location. I walked up and knocked on the door. Someone even came and answered. An older gentleman, wearing the same type of clothing, if slightly different, probably denoting his higher status. Who are you? He looked at me strangely. I think I detected a hint of an American accent. Kind of funny to see an American monk wizard or whatever he was. Well, time to bullshit. I'm here to report from headquarters. I said with full sincerity and seriousness. Headquarters. He repeated, furrowing his brow. He stared at me for a long moment before opening the door wider, giving me another scrutinizing gaze. Sorry, it's my first assignment, and I wanted to sound professional. I scratched my head, giving the impression of a bit of nervousness. The men sighed. All right, just don't be too stiff. We're not soldiers. But I wasn't expecting any new initiates to be sent to the sanctum. My teacher, I settled on. Got caught up in the big thing happening on the other side of the world. I remember what that woman mentioned, something about something. I was keeping it just as vague as her. I was supposed to be introduced a couple of days from now, but he just dropped me off here and told me to make my way while he helps over there. His eyes flashed, his skepticism seemed to lessen to a degree. Perhaps my knowledge of the thing happening was enough that he was willing to believe me for now. I gave an innocent smile, my years of theater were paying off. Your name? He finally spoke again. Takao Shimoda, sir. I'm from Japan. I introduced myself with a hint of faux enthusiasm. Again, his expression softened slightly. And what is your specialty? He looked me up and down. If you're going to be joining the sanctum under my watch, I need to know what branch you specialized in while training on the mountain. I specialize in Onmyoto and Norse runes. I cheerfully answered. Why did he not ask for my teacher's name? I was anticipating that and had some bullshit to blurt out, but surprisingly he just glossed over it. Perhaps there are just too many people for him to remember everyone, so he didn't bother. After a few more moments, he stood a bit to the side and pushed the door all the way open. Well, come inside then. The others that defend the sanctum are out dealing with a small thing a few blocks away. You can meet them when they come back. I smiled and politely thanked him, stepping into the house. It reminded me of Hogwarts in all honesty, the way the magic power gathered around this place. I wouldn't be surprised if the building sat on a convergence of ley lines. The door shut behind me and I stilled. I looked down and there was a magic circle under me. I looked up, and above me on the ceiling there was also a magic circle. On the walls all around me as well. Do you take me for a fool? The man crossed his arms with the shake of his head. By the will of Osiris, reveal your true form and be chained, demon. He spun his hands and a magic circle emerged, connected to the others, and they all actualized with a combined spell that washed over me harmlessly. Nothing happened. It seemed to be a combination of a binding spell and a spell of revelation. Magic resistance. He stared at me silently, I stared back at him. Roll with it. Is this some kind of hazing for a new initiate? I asked. He blinked, looking at his hands, then back at me. That should have revealed the true form of any demon hiding. And the sanctum's defenses would have aided it, so there's no way it would have failed. I believe there is a misunderstanding there. Are you really a new initiate? He hesitantly asked. Yes. I said with a face full of seriousness. Well, he looked rather embarrassed now. The magics around me started to disappear, not that they actually had any effect on me to begin with. I apologize. We had an incident not far from here about a demon somehow appearing without warning. It was trapped in the mirror dimension and then somehow escaped. Things became a little chaotic because we had warnings of an incursion of another dimension overlapping with the mirror dimension that was deployed as well. He started rattling off. And I learned a bit more information then. He looked at me again. And the nonsense you said about your specializations. I reached into my sleeves to hide retrieving from my storage and withdrew several talismans to hold up for him to see. On my Odo. I reiterated again. I then held a finger up and drew a rune in the air. And runes. He gaped a little as if realizing he fucked up. I wouldn't be surprised if he never heard of the former and dismissed the latter as something nonsensical. Runecraft is treated as lesser in the Mages Association as well. Would it also set you at ease if I showed my Japanese ID? Well, it's called a number card over there, but it basically serves the same purpose. I didn't give him the chance to refuse to further keep him off balance. Doing the same trick with the talismans, I pretended to find my wallet under my robes and take it out, showing him my info, conveniently covering up the date as that would be a little awkward to explain. I'm pretty sure he didn't get a good look at it, and it was in Japanese too, but he was completely caught off guard now and feeling embarrassed, so I felt confident despite him staying silent. Well, just make it too awkward for him to keep questioning me. He cleared his throat, regaining a semblance of proper demeanor. I'm Master Alexander, I'm the current watcher for the London Sanctum. If you need anything, please feel free to find me. We have several guest rooms available on the 4th floor as well. If a door isn't locked, you're welcome to find one that you like. Have you gotten a relic yet? He asked. No. I hesitantly answered. But he just nodded as if it were normal. Don't worry, most of us didn't get a relic to recognize us until we had a few more years under our belts. Feel free to walk around our relic hall, if any react, you're allowed to take them. You just need to register it with me or the Vice Watcher when you do. I performed a polite bow. Thank you, Master Alexander. And I think he smiled just because I wasn't making a big deal about what just happened. The others should be back by the end of the day and we can get all the proper procedures with your admittance sorted. He said with a bit of reassurance, not with a single hint of an accusatory tone sent my way. I forced a smile. That would be great, thank you again. He nodded and seemed to go about his own business, or rather escape this conversation. So I had a few hours before anyone gets suspicious. He said something about a relic hall. I just followed up the path of the stairs, noticing that the insides were much larger than they seemed on the outside. Spatial expansion was by no means new to me, but it spoke volumes about the skill of the ones here. Many back home and in the clock tower couldn't perform such feats, so it was genuinely something to admire. It didn't take long for me to actually find this supposed relic hall. Mystic codes is what we call them back home. And dear Lord, there were a lot of them. Everything in the room I just entered appeared to be a mystic code at first glance. Hell, there was a chair to my left that was a supposed relic by their terms. Let's see, a sword without an edge that can cut a magnitude of things. A pair of shackles that can bind non-material things, that's neat. A staff made of a wood I didn't recognize. Oh, I noticed a rather dangerous sword not far away in a box with a bunch of seals on it. Funny, I could see it trying to reach out to me, but my magic resistance was blocking it. I rolled my eyes and slapped another talisman on it. This thing was clearly up to no good. An extra seal would stop it from attempting to tempt anyone. A mirror that didn't show a reflection, that was interesting. It seemed more like a sealed portal. Ah. I found a top hat. I, of course, grabbed it and put it on my head. It made me miss my own top hat that I gave to Olga. I adjusted it slightly, it was a bit bigger and heavier than my own hat, but it felt good on my head. Well, let's see what else I can find. Before I could keep looking, though, a clanking sound grabbed my attention. I jerked my head to the side to see someone sitting in that weird magical chair at the entrance to the room. The same woman who dropped that mirror dimension on me as it had been named. The bald woman sat there, legs crossed, stirring a cup of tea in her hands. She looked up at me, taking a sip. Oh, don't mind me. Please, continue to peruse at your leisure. Well, fuck. Line break. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 584, Chapter 527. The feeling of being discovered with your hand in the cookie jar. Very slowly, I maneuvered myself around a large stack of items until I couldn't see her anymore. Everyone knows if you can't see someone, that means they can't see you either. Well done. Drake complimented my stealth abilities. I peeked around the side to see her still sitting there, drinking a cup of tea. She gave me a little wave as I pulled my head back. Yup, completely undiscovered. Would you like a hand? I heard her ask. I don't often visit the London sanctum, and woe be it for me to ignore a new initiate. Nope, I'm good. I answered back. Ah, don't mind me then. Feel free to take anything that you think resonates with you. She casually gestured for me to continue. That sounds like permission to me. I looked at her as I grabbed something off the table without looking, took the hat off my head, and pushed it inside, hiding it inside my storage ring sneakily. She brought her teacup up to her lips, not uttering a sound, merely raising an eyebrow. I grabbed something else and stuffed it inside. I think it was a doll or something, I wasn't too sure. I found a rubber ball that had spikes hidden inside. Yoink. Was that a bottle of wind? Well, it's mine now. Honestly, I lost count of how many things I took under her watchful gaze. My eyes landed on a suit of armor standing tall. I then looked at her and then back at the suit of armor. It behooves me to think I was unaware of such a talented individual. To resonate with so many relics, why, I feel like I haven't been doing my job properly to overlook such a recruit as yourself. It's okay, everyone messes up sometimes. It doesn't mean you're a failure or anything. I made sure to reassure her. I did not believe myself a failure, but I appreciate your kind words. She responded evenly. Though do remind me, you mentioned a teacher to Master Alexander. I would love to know who raised such a promising student. Bob. Bob. She repeated. What a unique name. And their family name. They don't have one. It's tragic really, orphaned at a young age and all that. It's best if we never speak of it again. Of course, of course. She nodded along. I'll be sure to keep this in mind when I look for him back at headquarters. She punctuated the last bit. Of which, I'm sure you're very familiar with. Yes, I'm very familiar with, the mountain. I vaguely recalled what the guy from before said. Yes, the mountain. She repeated again. The very normal way that everyone refers to it. Yes, very normal. I agreed. Quite. She set her teacup down. Perhaps I'm getting on in my old age, I may have forgotten the real name. Since everyone obviously only refers to it as the mountain, could you please refresh my memory? The name. Yes, just the name. It should be rather easy, yes. For an initiate that just left the mountain, I'm sure you haven't forgotten already. Of course I know the name. I said with a straight face. I have no doubt. She smiled. But if you would please remind me, for my own sake. She said, looking at me expectantly. Mount. Yes. Olympus. I don't believe that's it, no. Her lips twitched. Are you sure? I asked her this time. I'm fairly positive. But you said you don't remember. I pointed out. Maybe your memory really is that bad. That's a possibility, I suppose. But I believe the lack of Greek architecture and lack of Greek gods don't lend credence to this assumption. It was a test, you passed. Well done. Thank you, I'm very happy I passed your test. She replied without missing a beat. Could you please tell me the real name now? Mount Tai. Ah, I believe we're getting closer, but fortunately, many of my associates have eyes and can see it well enough to know otherwise. Did she just? I cleared my throat. That was just a joke. I do know it. Please. She gestured for me to continue. Kunlun. She blinked in surprise. I admit that was a very good guess. I actually visited Kunlun once, their immortals are quite impressive. And it's one of the rare few places to still find dragons in this world. Huh, how about that? I can give you partial credit for that one. Not many sorcerers of Kamajtar even know about the existence of Kunlun beyond some vague myths and legends. She added. I just wanted to flex my knowledge. Obviously, the correct answer is Kamajtar, which I was going to say next. I said unblinkingly. Her lips twitched again. You're quite shameless, aren't you? Ah, Kamajtar, I'm already feeling homesick. With the mountain. And the buildings, and of course the sorcerers, which I know all about. I ignored her. Yes, it sounds like you have extensive memories and nostalgia for it. Anyways, I don't want to keep you. You obviously have a very important role at Kamajtar, don't let a simple initiate like me keep you preoccupied. Surprisingly, I'm not very busy right now. Being the Sorcerer Supreme, my duties, while important, come and go with the wind. For instance, there was an attempt by a certain entity whose name I dare not speak to try to breach the barriers of this world not but earlier today. Likewise, sometimes something much smaller slips through the world's barriers that take less priority. If I'm too busy to handle the smaller matter, I can just banish them temporarily to the mirror dimension for later. I looked at her. That sounds like a made-up title. Her lips twitched into a smile again. Every title is made up. Touché. I couldn't argue with that. It makes me sound rather grand, if I do say so myself. She chuckled humorously. But I digress, please continue with what you're doing. Picking relics. Yes, picking relics. Please help yourself to anything that catches your eye. Anything, If there's something in this room that interests you, by all means, you're welcome to it. All right, I pick you. She seemed to visibly stumble for a brief moment. I'm not a relic. She quickly caught herself. Why not? I'm a person. She clarified. It's rather objectifying to be treated as a relic, wouldn't you say? I pointed at a literal arm being propped up in a glass case. I believe this is one of the rare times where I'm rendered speechless. Usually, I'm doing this to other people. You said anything in the room. I crossed my arms. Are you going back on your word? You really are quite bold. But unfortunately, I'll have to reject you, objects only, I'm afraid. She just chuckled, taking a sip of her tea again. Your robes. I said, making her choke on the sip of her tea. I am astounded by your shamelessness. She put her teacup down. Are you telling me to strip naked? I'm not sure if I should feel offended or flattered. Though, I suppose it's not every day that a handsome young man asks me to take my clothes off to my face. Would it make it less awkward if I took my clothes off too? I offered. No, I'm afraid not. She replied rather dryly. Though speaking of robes, and lack thereof, there seems to be another initiate wandering the streets not far away that has lost his robes. Quite the oddity, wouldn't you say? You're not implying that was me, are you? I looked at her with clear offense written on my face. I'm offended by the insinuation. Oh no, of course not. We're just on the lookout for Batman, roaming the streets of London, assaulting sorcerers and stealing their clothes. You know, normal matters that we deal with. The sarcasm in her voice was obvious. You must live an interesting life. I commented. Would you believe that's not even the strangest thing I've said this year? She looked at me and let out a tired sigh. I hummed to myself because I've said similar things in the past. Can I really take anything I like? I hesitate to say yes considering what you told me you wanted previously. I rolled my eyes and grabbed a bunch of random things and put them away to gauge her reaction. So you won't mind if I just sweep the room, huh? I asked again. To be honest, the relics in here aren't very valuable. Of course I would never diminish the historical significance that some pieces may hold. But as far as power and usage, well, let's just say that no one's in a hurry to come look at the relics here. She said simply. I suppose I should point out that doesn't include the ebony blade that you discovered earlier. But I don't believe you really care about that since you went through the effort of putting an additional seal on it. Which I am thankful for, I hadn't even realized that it had slowly loosened its bindings until now. I blinked, digesting all that, and found myself frowning. So it's all junk. I wouldn't quite call it junk. She trailed off, silent for a moment before continuing. However, it wouldn't take me long to refill the room with items of similar worth. I'm aware of a few, let's say dark magic users that could do without their hordes of relics. Now I lost interest. I harumphed. I hope you're proud of yourself. Well, how about I extend an invitation to Camartage? She offered suddenly. I found myself blinking again. Seriously. I wouldn't be so rude as to joke about this. She nodded. No, I mean why are you inviting me to your home? Seems a bit silly, you know, considering. I pointed to the robes that I borrowed. Consider it an apology. She seemed to settle on. Oh. I was genuinely surprised because I think it's pretty rare that I actually receive an apology from situations like this. Color me curious. I admit I jumped the gun, so to speak. I can say without any guilt that I'm not perfect. I make mistakes sometimes, and I do my best to rectify them. When I threw you into the mirror dimension, I did not have the time to properly evaluate the situation. And while you didn't suffer any harm, I can see how it would be perceived from your perspective. Wow, you're seriously apologizing. Indeed. You know, that's all I would honestly ask for. If someone sincerely apologizes for a minor offense towards me, well, I can forgive them. Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I'm genuinely curious as to how we arrived to this situation. Ah, that is a rather curious question. To be vague and mysterious, I simply checked certain paths forward. She hummed to herself. Suffice to say, I was quite wrong in my initial assumptions. And those assumptions would be a demon intent on wreaking havoc. That's pretty racist to immediately assume. I pointed out. Besides, I'm half human. Her lips twitched, not rising to my jab. Let's just say that after thoroughly checking what would happen if we tried to exorcise you back to your home, things ended up in Japan. I narrowed my eyes, my mind quickly running through the possibilities of what that meant. Clairvoyance. Some type of limited future sight with added parameters. It was her turn to blink. You are rather intelligent, aren't you? Only matched by my handsomeness. And shamelessness, it seems. She snorted. But she was intentionally obtuse with her wording. Obviously due to my wording, she couldn't predict my existence in full, only noting that her future ended up in Japan through some means, which heavily implied some things. Though, I'm just making guesses in the dark. I'm both impressed and hesitant that someone has the ability to predict me to that degree. She clasped her hands behind her back. Suffice to say, with the clues you revealed, it was easy to deduce that you weren't exactly a foreign element in our normal terms. Ah, she's talking about me revealing my Japanese ID. The fact that she knows about that isn't very surprising, but she could put 2 and 2 together there. But even so, we were both clearly dancing around any big reveals. I don't really know where to go from here. I was happy to just cause a bit of mischief before leaving beforehand. All right, I wouldn't mind visiting your mountain. She smiled and waved her hands. That same sort of portal from before opened up, a cold air entered the room along with it and I could see out the other side. Please. She gestured, and I shrugged, walking through it. Line break. 6 out of 10, my portals are better. But I looked around and took in the scenery. It was quite literally in the mountains, with no real civilization around us other than the immediate. I don't know what to call it. A temple. A monastery. Something like that, very Buddhist in appearance, even if it didn't seem to subscribe to that doctrine. I was fairly sure we were somewhere in Tibet with more mountains surrounding us. And there were a bunch more of these monk-dressed people walking around. And they shot glances at my companion, their eyes filled with respect and awe. I guess I'm with a big shot then. Welcome to Kamartaj. She stated with a bit of a grandiose tone. Here, all the masters of the mystic arts train. To be ready to defend the world from mystic threats. Masters of mystic arts? I repeated. Her lips curled up. You can just call us sorcerers as you have been doing. It's the same thing, really. Why are you dressed like monks? Pardon. She looked at me. Monks. Why are you all dressed like monks? Why is that what you're focusing on? It's just strange is all. I shrugged. She shook her head and gestured for me to follow. The majority of our duties involve handling native spellcasters. Those who accidentally stumble into the mystic side of the world and do something they shouldn't, all the way to the millennium-old dark sorcerers who intend to summon demons or other monsters. So you're the magical police. In a manner of speaking, that isn't incorrect. Though we don't really police the magical populace unless they do something that threatens the world in some way. If some hermit wishes to dabble in the darkest of arts privately without anyone coming to harm, who are we to tell them otherwise? That's a rather interesting take. It's usually a very firm hand when an organization takes this kind of role. The fact that they leave people alone even if they're doing some bad things unless others are harmed is a refreshing surprise. I noticed that there were actually a lot of people here. I saw a bunch before, but easily hundreds of these sorcerers coming and going. In fact, plenty of them were doing that whole portal thing. I would get a better look at it later to see the concepts behind it. Overall, this place was rather interesting, and I was happy to explore it at my leisure. Ancient One. Several people came up and bowed politely to my guide. I looked at her with my lips pursed. That seems rather rude, you don't look that old. The newcomer seemed taken aback by my calling them out. However, the supposed Ancient One merely chuckled. It's simply a title. And you should be wary to judge someone by their looks. I am rather old. She then turned to the one in front. Master Mordo, how has the cleanup progressed? There are no lingering remnants of the battle remaining. And the surroundings have returned to normal. He said, hands clasped tightly behind his back. Wonderful. We were lucky that we caught the attack in time and were able to minimize the damage. She nodded, glancing at me. Please meet an honored guest of ours. A new initiate? He asked, clearly eyeing my clothing. Aren't those robes given to those who have been here some time already? I stole them. I informed him. I thought it was Batman. The Ancient One said humorously. Oh right, that's the excuse I was using. I forgot, I was more so taking in the surroundings and whatnot. She curled her lips up, nonplussed by my admittance. You can consider him an initiate of sorts. He has some previous knowledge, however. So no need to treat him like most newcomers. The named Master Mordo didn't seem to like me very much based on the way he was staring at me. Couldn't guess why. His eyes roamed over me rather sternly. And what knowledge and experience do you possess to join the masters of the mystic arts? I'll have you know that I'm an excellent magician. I said proudly, flicking my sleeves to obscure taking out a deck of cards from my storage. Go ahead, pick a card, any card. I held them up for him. Oh, how wonderful. I haven't seen a magician perform in years. The Ancient One clapped enthusiastically. Go ahead, Master Mordo. For some reason he was looking at both of us like we had two heads. Hesitantly he pulled a card from my deck. All right, memorize your card. I began to shuffle thoroughly. Now put it back on top. He silently followed my directions, but his actions were stiff. With his card on top, I didn't make a move. All right, now take the top card off. He silently stared at me before letting out a sigh. Ancient One, may I ask the point of this farce? Master Mordo, please follow the instructions. She urged him to continue. He shook his head but didn't argue. My card is directly on top. I failed to see. He picked it up, and the words died in his mouth as he stared at the top card he pulled off. It wasn't his card. And he never once saw me mess with the cards. The Ancient One, however, clapped politely. That was well done. How? The sorcerer with the card in his hand was flipping it front to back in utter confusion. Master Mordo, one of your few flaws is your rigid way of thinking. She put a warm hand on his shoulder. It gives you great strength through resolve, but it prevents you from seeing the world from other perspectives. Do you really think I would pick up a street magician and bring them here on a lark? It's like she's their mother. He was silent for a moment. No, you're right. I made assumptions. There must be a clear and logical reason that you brought him here. He seemed to acknowledge his attitude from a moment ago. Want to see me pull a rabbit out of my hat? I didn't give him a moment to answer as I flipped my new top hat upside down off my head and pulled Sir Wiggles right out in front of their eyes. They stared at me in silence. It was the Ancient One who did a double take, staring at Sir Wiggles and then at myself with confusion. Isn't that the hat of Arsène Lupin from the London Sanctum? Mordo asked before shaking his head as if it didn't matter. I'm sure he has much to teach us if he was personally brought here by you, Ancient One. Mordo looked like he was forcibly calming himself down. Huh, guess my hat is cooler than expected. Seduction. I answered. What? He blinked in confusion. I got here through the power of seduction. I nodded to myself. Honestly, it's my cross to bear. Who told me to be born so handsome and outstanding? You can call me Step Ancient One if you want. Why was it fun to poke him? Maybe because he's the type to take himself too seriously. However, I was met with silence again. He clenched his teeth, seemingly holding himself back. Ancient One, I request that I be put in charge of his training if he is going to be studying in Kamartaj. I wish to instill proper respect for the legacy of Master Mordo. She interrupted. Yes. If you want an excuse to beat him up, just say so. However, do you think it's not beneath you as a master to bully an initiate? Ayo. I looked at her. Aren't I supposed to be a guest? I'm sorry, did you say something? She tilted her head, looking back at me. I'm too busy swooning, so I can't seem to quite hear you. Fair. She gently clasped her hands behind her back, taking measured steps around us. An adept will suffice. She finally said. Mordo's eyes lit up. Adept Goodbody. One of the sorcerers that came with Mordo, who had quietly been behind him, had stepped up and silently bowed before him and the Ancient One. Can I admit defeat? I raised my hand up. And diminish your title as Step Ancient One. What would everyone think? She responded. I think she's holding a grudge. I rolled my eyes. Whatever, let's get this over with. Because I did have better things to do and or talk about. The person apparently named Goodbody looked towards me, did an about-face, and walked about a dozen paces away before taking a stance and flicking his hands, two glowing magic circles appearing over each. My eyes were quickly drawn to them and I could see the minuscule runes and symbols that composed them. Very intricate, yet also quite easy for them to produce. A shielding spell that seems to be able to shift on a whim. How interesting. But there was something off about him. I narrowed my eyes, casting some quick and subtle analysis spells and found an anomaly. I'm a pacifist, I'll choose a champion to fight for me. Go, Sir Wiggles. I knelt down and let him jump out of my hands, hopping across the stony ground until he was squaring off against my opponent. You can't be serious. Mordo's hands clenched. Ancient One. He asked, looking at her. I'll allow it. She hummed. Adept Goodbody, begin at your leisure. She gestured at him casually. Am I supposed to attack the rabbit? Adept Goodbody asked in confusion. That's how duels work, are you new to this? I asked him. He looked at me and looked like he wanted to punch me for some reason. It's a rabbit. How observant. His eye twitched slightly. How am I supposed to fight it? Since you're a sorcerer, I would assume with magic. I answered again. But what do I know? I only pull rabbits out of hats. Adept Goodbody, I believe I've spoken at length about underestimating your opponent. The Ancient One chided him slightly. Proceed as normal. Yes, Ancient One. He took a hesitant step forward and then stopped as Sir Wiggles didn't move. He seemed to sigh and not know how to proceed. Sir Wiggles, attack method B, A11S. I ordered, and as soon as I spoke, the Ancient One gave me the most deadpan look I've seen in ages. However, Sir Wiggles turned into a streak of lightning and headbutt the sorcerer in the groin. Suffice to say, the only sound heard was a small bit of whining from him as he fell down and clutched something precious of his in pain. With a crackle of lightning, Sir Wiggles jolted through the air and landed back onto my shoulder. I shot the Ancient One a look and she looked away as if everything happening wasn't her intention. I rolled my eyes at her antics. Whatever, she showed me sincerity, I don't mind if she uses me. I walked over to the prone man and nudged him over. I put a hand on his chest and pulsed my magical energy through his body and ripped something out that was hiding beneath the surface. He let out a blood-curdling scream as a type of malevolent energy squirmed in my hand. Look what I found. I had no idea what it was, but it felt disgusting. And there was no way in hell that this thing was acceptable. Hell, to me, a literal devil, I wanted to crush this on sight. Energy from the dark dimension. Mordo was the first to blurt out an answer. Everyone who had been looking onwards or passing by had stopped in their tracks. It seems we've discovered one of Kaisalia's sympathizers and spies. The Ancient One walked over. I've been personally teaching him for months. Mordo whispered in horror, but his expression quickly hardened. We must quickly deal with that energy if... Holding it between my hands, I slammed them together with a burst of my divine lightning, destroying the wisp I held in my hands entirely before wiping them. Please take Adept, no, please take the traitor Goodbody to a cell. We need to properly extract the remaining dark dimension energy before dealing with him as per the rules. The Ancient One ordered, and everyone started moving. And don't forget the lesson learned from this, just because he turned out to be a spy. Don't underestimate your opponent. She clapped her hands before walking back up to me. If you want to make use of me, you could have just asked. I told her as I followed along with her measured steps away from the mayhem that broke out. Pardon, I seem to just be so distracted. It's not every day that I'm so utterly swept off my feet and so thoroughly seduced. She replied without missing a beat. You're not going to let that go, are you? Come along, step Ancient One. She reminds me of several other people. Dumbledore, Savos, even Zelretch. Why didn't you just handle it? You clearly knew what he had inside of him. And I was honestly lost as to whatever the fuck was going on, but apparently it was a big deal. If I discovered him, then that would simply be it. The Ancient One, of course, discovered the spy, as expected of her, yes. She narrated the possible situation. Ah. I nodded along, understanding her intention. But me, a random outsider that had been making fun of them, had discovered it right beneath their noses. Their pride must be stinging then. Very much so. She smiled. Stagnation is the slow death of any people. It breeds contentment and rigidness. Well, it's not cheap to use me, I expect payment. I pursed my lips. Did you not already take dozens of items from the London sanctum? She shook her head in exasperation. Do I need to chastise you in anticipation for something else that you'll ask for? As fun as it would be to keep that going, I actually did have a goal for coming to this world. You still owe me your robes, but this is something different. Have you heard of vibranium? She paused in her steps, her brow furrowed slightly. I am aware of vibranium. What do you want with it? To use it. I blinked. What else would I want it for? She let out a small sigh. That's not what I meant, but very well. Come, I'll make some tea, and we can discuss some things, vibranium among them. Have you heard of a country called Wakanda? I have not. I admitted it. I suppose I should start from the beginning then. Line break. A/N. Ancient One and Wilhelm get along well. Amazing what a simple apology for a mistake will do. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 585, Chapter 528 plus Arachne 7. It's funny, I was getting College of Winterhold vibes as we walked through the halls. It was much less structured in appearance. But there were clearly classes going on, clearly students learning from teachers, and people just randomly studying in various places. Of course, it wasn't just studious lessons either. The Ancient One took me past a courtyard where they were doing combat lessons without magic, funnily enough. It seems like they taught hand-to-hand and martial arts here as well. It didn't take us long as she took us through several corridors, venturing deeper into the monastery-like building. I glanced to the side to see a man sitting in a seat in the corner of the newest room that she led me into. Master Hammer, thank you. She exchanged a polite bow with him as the man snapped a book shut, setting it on a nearby shelf before excusing himself without saying a word. He never even once glanced at me. She gestured to a table, and I took a seat as she joined, tea already prepared and steaming in front of me. I thought robes denoted status within the sect. I spoke randomly with the thought that popped in my head. Along with that guy and some others before, they seem to have their own sense of fashion. We're not a sect. She corrected him with a noticeable hint of amusement in her tone. Really? A secretive group of immortal-like beings hiding away in the mountains practicing the mystic arts. I raised an eyebrow. Well, we aren't immortal. She responded. Ancient One. I pointed at her, specifically calling out her title. To be honest, that was mostly due to just some legends that spawned around me when I wandered the world in the past. She shook her head. You make some vague comments, and they seem to propagate all over. One day I went down the mountain to some corner of the world, and wouldn't you know it, there are some tales of this revered Ancient One spreading the teachings of magic to those lucky few. How old are you exactly? Don't you know it's rude to ask a lady her age? Her lips twitched. A couple thousand years, I don't quite remember anymore. The calendar has changed enough that I can't pinpoint the exact year of my birth. That's it. She blinked. I'm sorry, is that not old enough? This is the first time I've told someone my age, and they were disappointed. I shrugged, not bothering to explain that I literally kissed a woman older than humanity quite vigorously before coming here. With the name Ancient One, I guess I expected a little more. Maybe you should go with something like somewhat older one. Oh yes, that certainly just rolls right off the tongue. She let out a faint snort at that. I found myself smiling. Despite only knowing her for hours, I felt I got along with her rather well. However, I was skeptical about some things, so I decided to change gears. I'm curious why you're being so good to me. It might make someone think you have a hidden agenda. I took a sip of the tea I was given. It was rather good. Oh, I do. She admitted without hesitation. It would be strange if I didn't have one, I think. I tilted my head back and forth and couldn't argue with that. True, I suppose. But if you wish for a more concrete answer, I can answer. I was already forthcoming with my intentions to apologize for my actions. And I accepted the apology. Generally, we would have gone our separate ways after that. I pointed it out. Perhaps. And you could have refused my invitation, and that would have mostly been the end of things. She pointed out as well. Again, that's true. I did willingly accept her invitation to come on over. It was fully above board and without any sort of manipulation. Honestly, it's refreshing when someone is just fully open about keeping secrets. Everyone has secrets, everyone has their own goals and agendas. I don't mind people using me for their own benefits if they're just open about it. She hummed for a few moments under our combined silence before opening her mouth again. There's a master within the temple. He's from another dimension. If I had to describe him physically, he would be reminiscent of a minotaur but with green fur. He's a rather kind and soft-spoken man despite his large stature. As interesting as that is, I don't understand the point you're making. She smiled warmly. Our job is to protect the world from mystic threats. Our job is not to gatekeep the world from visitors in its entirety. You call us magical police, which isn't untrue. But if we're using a similar example, we're more like border patrol that sometimes has to deal with some internal matters. I see. I processed what she told me and the underlying insinuations. It seems we're just dancing around the elephant in the room, that being my origin. What if the world is going to shit by non-mystic threats? I asked curiously. Well, that is a rather difficult question to answer. The vast majority of the time, we do not interfere with the mundane world. Wars, death, famine, these things are unfortunately a natural part of life. Would have taken a simple flick of your fingers to kill Hitler. I played a bit of devil's advocate, though I did agree with her stance. Undeniably. I could have ended the entire war with a snap of my fingers if I were so inclined. But where does it end? Humans need to handle human matters like the adults they are. I can't babysit them every time a dictator or a would-be conqueror rises to power. And likewise, who am I to say that they're wrong? As much as I don't like to say I agree with your example, if Hitler succeeded and thousands of years into the future, we had a utopia, would you be singing a different tune? Ah, the philosophy of killing Hitler or not? I snorted. If you're asking me seriously, I would still kill him. The future will take care of itself. I finished with a shrug. That's the problem. We're not leaders, we're not kings or what have you. These kinds of decisions shouldn't be made by us. We are masters of the mystic arts, and our job is to simply continue to let the world keep spinning unabated by things beyond humanity's comprehension. Hypothetically, what if a country wanted to release enough nukes to blanket the world? Hypothetically, every rule has an exception, and certain countries may find that their weapons of mass destruction have suddenly disappeared in such a scenario. She replied without missing a beat. I was well aware I was asking blatantly absurd questions, but I was just curious about her response and how it differed from the magical police back in Kunu's world and how even my birth world handles supernatural stuff. Do you intentionally keep magic things a secret? To an extent. She revealed. If tomorrow the world suddenly discovered our existence, I also wouldn't care overly much. But it's easier to do our jobs when we're still obscure and unknown to the populace at large. We went a bit off topic. We were talking about why you were being so nice to me and all that. I leaned back, relaxing a bit. To be thoroughly blunt, we couldn't afford to be anything but nice. She didn't hold back. I can't say it's easy to predict you, Mr. Shimoda. Wilhelm. I interrupted. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Takao Shimoda is my birth name, but it's not the name I go by. Mr. Schweinorg then. She smiled. As you had guessed, I am able to predict certain outcomes. She said with an intentional amount of vagueness. You are exceedingly difficult to catch any glimpse of. However, to be thorough, I looked at possible scenarios if we took a more hostile and blunt approach to your presence. The results were, well, I believe the word catastrophic is appropriate in this case. How hostile? I furrowed my brow. I admit fully that we have killed quite a few demonic beings who have tried to sneak in and cause harm to the world. In my haste, as I mentioned, I assumed it had been the case every single time beforehand. I could read in between the lines. Perhaps she couldn't outline me through whatever means she used to peer at possible futures, but the consequences are probably much easier to observe in some way. If she and hers actually tried to kill me, if I was pushed enough, well, I would lose all guilt about destroying them as well. So, she was being thorough when checking in various ways to deal with me. Killing, exorcising, etc. I wouldn't get upset from hypothetical scenarios. Shit, I'm pretty sure at least several pantheons back home have various hypotheticals in case they have to deal with me. So I can understand her stance now, she's trying very hard to be friendly. Likewise, I do believe her attitude has been genuine up to this point. She sat silently for a moment or two as I contemplated that before speaking again. May I? She gestured to Sir Wiggles that had still been sitting on my shoulder. I rubbed him, and he happily bounced over the table and into her hands. Far be it from me to reject Sir Wiggles getting attention. He's very well behaved, considering. She spoke softly, and it made me realize she understood his nature. And it's rare to see a genuine familiar these days. It's fallen out of practice over the years. Mostly used by a few witch covens. To be fair, it's common but not heavily used back home either. A lot of people simply don't want the extra responsibility that comes with caring for a familiar. Though, suddenly, her head jerks to the side, and it looks as if she were watching something with a very serious expression. Are you okay? I asked. She blinked once and shook her head. Apologies, someone just broke through the barriers of the world, and it was via a method I hadn't seen in a long time. It caught me by surprise. Something concerning? Not at all. She smiled. Some have permission to come and go. It's just been some time since these ones have paid our world a visit. She hummed. New Mexico is going to be popular for a bit due to a certain hammer. A hammer. I perked up. Is it a good hammer? Because I need a hammer for my Nidhaveller spell symbol. Her lips curled up. Oh, most certainly a good hammer. You're welcome to go inspect it for yourself. Why did she sound extremely amused as she said that? Regardless, I was here for something particular. About vibranium. Ah yes, vibranium. Specifically, what are your intentions for it? For a sword. I said simply. Well, that's significantly more mundane than I anticipated. Very well, the story of vibranium. Basically, a meteor hit the planet some thousands of years ago, that's where vibranium comes from. It hit the African continent and was discovered by a tribe living there. Oh, so they should be open to selling, right? This might be easier than I thought. She let out a laugh. Oh heavens no. I feel like I'm the butt of a joke here. They are, and I'm being generous here, the most advanced country in the world. All right. Well, I might have some stuff they're willing to trade. I have some rare and exotic metals myself. And I don't need much vibranium, I don't think. They've also completely hidden themselves from the rest of the world. Everyone believes they merely possess a rock-sized chunk of the precious metal and that they're a third-world country with severe poverty issues. The fuck? Quite. She chuckled. Suffice to say, you won't have any luck simply purchasing it despite them having a literal mountain of it underground. Because they won't give up their masquerade for some gold. I frowned. I could be wrong if you have something sufficient to trade with. Or maybe if you do offer enough money, they would be willing to offer you a small bit. She continued to scratch Sir Wiggles' head. I almost forgot to ask, what's this adorable boy's name? My annoyance quickly disappeared. Behold, Sir Wigglesbottom Fluffytail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of the Emerald Kingdom, Duke of Carrot Island, General of the Northern Armies, Lightning-born, the Devil Slayer. Head of the Chaldean Department of Phantasmal Beasts. King of France, First Mate of the Flying Dutchman and King of Asgard, and Sorcerer Supreme. She gave me the most deadpan look. I don't recall handing over my title. Sorry, it already happened. Sir Wiggles is now the Master of Camartage, leader of the Masters of the Mystic Arts. I sighed helplessly. Well, I can say that we're in good hands then. But if it's the same for you, I will continue to handle the day-to-day activities to not burden our Sorcerer Supreme. Sir Wiggles finds this acceptable. I nodded. She smiled warmly again. Now, on to other matters. If you insist on the approach of asking them to purchase their metal, I'll give you the relevant information. For now, I wish to discuss a trade in knowledge. Rare is it for someone versed in mysticism to find their way here as you did. Most of the time, they're usually hostile entities or accidental arrivals of the mundane variety, like in Master Rintra's case. If you would be open to a trade, I'm sure we can reciprocate to your liking. I'm not against a trade in knowledge, I've hoarded quite a bit over the years myself. If you're willing to make copies, I don't mind leaving some books with you about various things. That would be most wonderful. However, I do wish to request nothing of displeasing nature. I thought you didn't reject the darker stuff outright. We don't teach it here. And there's a difference that should be addressed. There are, of course, some things we don't accept here that will see to your expulsion if practiced. Using an example, necromancy is something we don't look kindly towards. Certain degrees of it will land you with a one-way ticket out of the mountain if caught. However, even necromancy pales in comparison to some of the more darker aspects of mysticism. The kind that taints your soul and corrupts you just from practicing or knowing them. Those sorts are kept under a very tight lock and key. Fair enough. I saw no reason to argue with her points, they were very straightforward and with good logic behind them. To be honest, I don't practice that kind of stuff. I have a wide range of knowledge, but my specialties lie in lightning elemental spellcasting, runes, and on my Odo. However, I'm proficient in quite a bit more. I began setting books out on the table. Copies of the wand-based spells, copies of the tomes from Skyrim, and even stuff from other places. Obviously, I wasn't just going to drop everything I had into her lap, but it was a good start. You're welcome to explore the temple at your leisure. Nowhere should be off-limits to you outside of private chambers and the vault where we keep the darker stuff, as I said. I will make sure it's known that you have free access to the library and the relic chambers. However, please do not take anything without permission this time. Oh, so this is where you keep the good stuff? I pursed my lips. It's one of the locations. We simply don't keep too many powerful relics at the London Sanctum due to the degree of incidents that happen in that area. And keeping everything in one location seems too much like putting your eggs in all one basket. So, a hefty portion of the more powerful relics are kept in the American Sanctum away from the more magically inclined locations. Huh, she was being really forthcoming, wasn't she? I suppose we've already reached that point then. I gave her shit for her age, but honestly, once you get that old, you're probably done with the bullshit. Got it, raid the American Sanctum when I'm free. I could see her roll her eyes. Try not to cause too much of a problem for any sanctum. They're literally focal points for Earth's mystic defenses. Huh, that's neat. I'll have to look into that. So many new things to explore, I'm excited. By the way, do you know of a goddess with black hair in a death realm that likes to throw swords at people? No. And that was oddly specific. She seemed taken aback. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. So how does one normally get their hands on a relic? I asked. You mentioned some sort of resonance. You mean other than simply stealing them? She gave me a look. But yes, that's the most simplistic method. Often, certain individuals appear that just align so well with a relic that they act up when getting close. You met Master Mordo, he has several artifacts that have chosen him over the years. His primary weapon is known as the Staff of the Living Tribunal, it chose him when he was still an initiate when wandering the halls of Camartage. What if you don't get chosen? Well, it's not like we don't have other avenues. We're not that rigid yet. 4. Lesser relics, and I use that term loosely in this context, you can simply apply for them. The majority of the time, if something isn't particularly noteworthy, we'll basically sign off on it without a second glance. Makes sense, I suppose. What are your plans? She then asked. Do you wish to visit the library? Explore the temple? Or simply wander off somewhere? To be honest, I want to try my hand with what was the place called, Wakanda. I'll go see if I can't convince them with ample amounts of money or other valuable things. Well, it's your prerogative. But I don't see you succeeding. I just have to be my normal charming self to convince them. I adjusted my tie. As long as you don't create problems that threaten the world. She shook her head. Don't expect help from me or, rather, us here at Camartage. We have certain, ancient agreements. That sounds ominous. It was before my time. And even I'm rather vague on the details, only following my predecessor's teachings. So there are ancient ones. I looked at her before standing up. Wait until I tell you about the ancient one. She smiled. Would you like a lift? She offered, the beginning of her portal magics faintly forming. I snapped my fingers, creating my own portal. Of course it wasn't to Wakanda because I didn't have any idea where that actually was, but I just wanted to make a point. You have my permission to change your underwear after this. No one likes a show-off. She dismissed her magic. If you give me a moment, I can retrieve the records we kept on Wakanda before you depart. Line break. I actually stepped out of a portal this time. Sir Wiggles was absent, or more specifically, I left him with the Ancient One because he seemed to enjoy her attention. I also let Lady Wiggles join in, and the Ancient One seemed equally excited at the new addition of the pregnant Lady Wiggles. But I didn't really want to waste any time. I specifically came here for vibranium. And despite also using this chance as a working vacation, learning new things, exploring, and doing some work, I did want to knock out the main objectives first. If I upgraded the Metal of Greed, I was confident in getting it to absorb Fenrir's saliva without issue. Of course I had other metals to work with, but after what Gramps explained about vibranium, well, I wanted to check it out before making any decisions. I had an old map out in my hands and a notebook under my arm as I noted my location. I was about 10 minutes away from the Wakanda border. It was only a few countries southwest of Egypt, interestingly enough. This country doesn't exist on any other Earths that I've visited before. Supposedly the most advanced country in the world. Completely hiding themselves away. It sounded rather absurd to think about, but then I'm reminded of how many worlds that magic is kept a secret. Sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable, blah blah. Well, I can say that the air here is rather fresh. I should visit Africa more often, it really is a beautiful place. It's just another reminder that even back home, there are so many amazing places to explore and visit that don't need such extreme measures to travel to. But I digress. The trek to Wakanda only took like 20 minutes, mostly because I was admiring the views. I opened up the notebook I had and basically just copied information from the records they had at Camartage. And I got a pretty good idea of what I was going with. The supposed border tribe handles the border, which sounds rather obvious. But more so, they are literally stationed at every conceivable entrance to Wakanda, acting as border patrol. There were some farmsteads up ahead, densely packed enough to look like a village at first glance. I looked at the map, then at the natural formations around me, and I measured my steps carefully. Counting them, I took a couple more steps forward, took out a chair, and sat down on it. And then, I waited. It didn't take long for me to be noticed, but no one came over immediately. Instead, they just kept stealing glances at me, whispering to each other, and seemingly gesturing stealthily to bring others over. Oh well, I was just patiently waiting and biding my time. It was important to be polite when I was the one asking for something. Eventually, after what felt like a couple of hours, several people rode over on horses. I couldn't hear them from this distance, but several of the farmers pointed at me and clearly were talking to the newcomers before they started approaching me. I crossed my legs, taking up a non-aggressive pose with my hands in my lap. Good day, gentlemen. I greeted them. They didn't greet me back. In fact, they didn't express much emotion at all seeing me, their feet shuffling until they were about 10 feet away from me. I made it look like I was reaching into my pocket to take out a pair of glasses. They tensed slightly before seeing that it wasn't anything dangerous. I hummed as I put them on, giving them a once-over. Oh, wasn't that interesting? These guards, they were wearing these thick cloaks, almost like blankets. Different designs, different colors, different styles, but they all wore one. I couldn't comment on the cultural aspect, but they were all giving off strange energy. It wasn't magic, of course, but even my rune-carved glasses could at least see that faint energy. Who are you, and what do you want? The one in the front was the first to speak, a thick accent, though I suppose I would be the one with an accent since it's their home. Good evening, my name is Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I politely introduced myself. As for what I wanted the opportunity to purchase some vibranium from you. I have much to trade, gold, precious stones, and precious metals. I decided to just lay all my cards on the table. The man's face didn't change. Go away, outsider, we have no vibranium here. Everyone knows that Wakanda has vibranium, though. Well, the Ancient One did say they were going to reject me. So time to work that Schweinorg magic. I don't need a lot, perhaps 4 pounds of it. If my estimates were right, considering it was less than a third the weight of steel. I'm open to negotiations. I put on my most charming smile. Go away, he said again with a gruff tone. All right, mister, what was your name again? I didn't give you my name. He responded bluntly. All right, mister, I didn't give you my name, let's talk price. Clapped my hands, only to pull them apart, revealing a gold coin, and I flicked it over to him. He caught it easily, giving it a look without any change in expression still. 10,000 of those for 4 pounds of vibranium. There seemed to be a flicker of something, surprise in his gaze. We have no vibranium. He repeated again. Look, can we be candid for a moment? I tried to be approachable in my tone. I know you have a lot of vibranium, I don't care about what you all are doing hiding away. I just want to buy a few pounds of it, then I'll be on my way. I offered sincerely. I could imagine that they have to be careful with their secret, so just being forward and direct is probably the best path. Your giant shield. I pointed way behind us, it was only barely noticeable and only so because I was wearing these special glasses. Yeah, I can see the giant shield poking over the mountains, presumably it's around your capital city. And I can even see your cloaks glowing. I pointed to them next. They stilled, eyes widening. Honesty is often the best policy in these kinds of situations. When you make inroads and find common ground. Ah, they're pulling weapons out. Several of them held up these weird bead-like bracelets to their ears and started shouting orders as they lit up. You will come with us now. The assumed leader held up a curved sword, pointing at me and making a declaration. Well, it wasn't curved like a scimitar, it was curved forward, interestingly enough. Well, things escalated quickly. What did I do wrong? I found myself sighing amidst the commotion. Drake, I was polite, right? You were very polite. He responded. I nodded to myself. They were shouting, but I wasn't having any of it, lots of calls to surrender, to get on the ground, etc., etc. I took out an apple and bit into it right in front of them, slowly chewing it a few times before swallowing. A simple rejection would have sufficed. Sure, I would have annoyed you for a few more minutes with several more offers, but that's about it. This is your last warning, put your hands behind your head and get on the ground. The leader of these guys commanded, and he looked ready to follow up on it this time. No, I don't think I will. I pointed at the ground. Unless you want to cross sovereign lines and break international law. I'm fairly positive Wakanda borders end just under 3 feet in front of me, but I left room for error. Well, it didn't mean anything to me, maybe not to them either, but it would assuage my guilt when I inevitably teach them the error of their ways. And it's not like I couldn't understand their point of view, it's just that I didn't really care. I tossed my apple, it made an arc in the air, and all I seemed to follow it for a brief moment. It smacked right into something before hitting the ground. That something made a small noise, a rather human noise. Invisibility tech. My interest is piqued. But I generally don't fuck with regular people. A few people appeared, out of thin air, of course, I could see them the entire time. These ones were wearing different garb and held metal spears. Were those made of vibranium? I had the urge to steal one, but from what I understood, already forged vibranium was a bitch and a half to reforge, nearly impossible outright without certain variables. Whatever, this was just my first stop. It's not like there won't be any other vibranium deposits in the world. If a meteor crashed into the land here, there most likely were broken pieces of that same meteor that hit other places, most likely the ocean. However, tracking it down will be hard when vibranium and magic don't play well together. I turned around to leave, and then I felt something. A pulse of energy emanated from one of the spears. I turned around just in time to see it, and my hat was flying off my head. The hat that I was happy to have found, now had a big hole through it, steam drifting off the seared edges. I wasn't angry. I wasn't angry. My reatsa didn't surge outwards. I wasn't pressing them to the ground, forcing their souls to shudder under the weight until they collapsed, unconscious. I wasn't angry. Steal their stuff? No, that would give them an excuse. I had a better idea. Line break. You're back. The Ancient One greeted me. How was your trip? I threw the hat on the table next to her. You didn't destroy the country, did you? I have more self-constraint than that. I snorted. But I do have a favor to ask. Hesitantly, I will ask for details. What do you know about Nigeria? The country that I was in that bordered Wakanda? I asked. Not much. It was never a particularly magical hotspot. Why, what do you want to know? Oh, not much. Name of their current president. Land costs, specifically the lands bordering Wakanda. Oh, and any treaties and border laws shared between the two countries would be wonderful. I paused again. And some painting supplies. I'm going to need a lot of painting supplies. I muttered. Line break. Non-canon Omake, The Little Spider, Chapter 7. Athena watched as Apollo strolled into the main chamber on Mount Olympus, having put his chariot on autopilot so he could watch the fun. Pretty ballsy of you to bet your cabin, Ares. He said casually, taking his seat along with the majority of the other gods. Ares scoffed. As if I'll be losing my cabin. Careful, Ares, that arrogance will be your downfall. Athena took a shot at him. Sorry, who are you again? He looked at her with a blank expression, and she nearly reacted. Well, just getting even a twitch from Athena was considered a success, considering that there is very little that can make the goddess of wisdom change expression so severely. My dear brother, as much as it pains me to agree with her, making a wager with the thought you could never lose is a certain kind of madness. Dionysus spoke up, a goblet of wine in his hand and a flushed face. The moment he got the go-ahead to be allowed to start drinking, he already was drunk. All the Olympians were present, even if they didn't all join in on the bickering. Most of them were just content to watch the small bit of entertainment even if they weren't particularly fond of fighting. Don't worry, Ares. When you lose your cabin, your kids can bunk with mine. Hermes chuckled. The god of war rolled his eyes. There's no possible way she could beat my brat. How long had she trained, huh? Sure, she looks confident, but she's barely even a teenage brat compared to Clarice, who I've given personal training to as a reward a few times. Didn't she punch your kid? Aphrodite asked. Cheap shot. Ares scoffed again, dismissing it entirely. So, you intend to cheat? Athena summarized by his attitude. My daughter foolishly didn't set terms for the wager, allowing you to dictate everything. There was never a clause to forego divine intervention on either side's behalf. Ares shot her a grin. You're more than welcome to help your daughter out too, I won't even be upset. He said in a rather magnanimous tone. Athena felt a mild annoyance she hadn't felt in quite a long time. She had genuinely questioned if the girl calling herself Arachne was truly hers despite all the obvious evidence. But after what's happened so far, that is certainly Wilhelm's child, there is no doubt about it. Only that men would spite her by calling their daughter Arachne. She didn't sigh in front of her fellow gods despite the desire to. Truthfully, it merely elicited a few fond memories of the past that she quickly pushed away. There were too many inconsistencies, however, with her daughter. The ways he moved, her attitude, even her presence, they weren't missed by the goddess of wisdom. Nor were they ignored by the other gods, even if they cared not for the peculiarities. As a goddess of war, she could tell her daughter had been properly trained. Ares as well could see it even if she disliked being compared to one another. Though, he fully believed his own daughter would never lose regardless. Ares wasn't completely inept when it came to strategy, he just preferred the more blunt approach. That is to say, he knew that Athena would not lend her aid to her daughter after the blatant disrespect. It will be a lesson for my daughter, I will not interfere. Athena said pointedly. Her daughter had potential, but it needed to be tempered by hardship. The arrogance and disdain she showed to the gods would need to be remedied. If that meant that her daughter lost her so-called pet, then so be it. She will see that having the grace of a god will be instrumental in her life. And of course, the important thing was that the bane of Olympus would be entering Olympus's hands. It wasn't said outright, but she could feel the uneasiness in the room after it was discovered. Her fellow Olympians all wanted it taken care of and into secure hands, not those of a child. None of them had any real idea of what would actually happen if the Ophiuchorus were sacrificed per the prophecy, but none of them wanted to find out. You need not act flippantly with prophecies that involved beings born from chaos. The Ophiuchorus, from just a single glance, was weak. All the Olympians could tell, a mere demigod could kill it without breaking a sweat. But that just served to further their collective anxiousness around the creature. The fact that it was so weak yet hadn't been found since the Titanomachy meant it had a significant and heavy fate around it. Regardless, the important matter was that the Ophiuchorus be turned over to the hands of Olympus. But that didn't mean she didn't have other plans to utilize after her daughter's inevitable defeat. She was sure that once her daughter tasted defeat and humiliation so openly, she could approach her and figure out the anomalies far easier. And of course, get her out of Poseidon's cabin. That was an insult of the highest order that she willingly housed herself in the cabin of his. No matter what she said, Poseidon would ignore her with regard to Annabelle living in his cabin. There was technically no rule that said a child of a god had to live in the god's cabin. Merely that it was obvious without needing to be said anywhere. Something she would have to remedy in the future. Athena, along with the other Olympians, looked down upon Camp Half-Blood, where the majority of the campers gathered around the arena. The goddess of wisdom was never one for overt action, she was ready to swoop in when the time was correct and content to bide her time until then. Line break. Arachne hummed to herself as she was led to the arena in the camp. She didn't know they had an arena, that made her mentally give bonus points to this place. What was the point of a training camp if there was no arena? Moo, Mr. Blueberry nudged her, and she happily rubbed his head as he floated next to her. Are you going to be okay? That girl is like twice your size, and she's kinda ripped. Percy asked her, having heard everything that happened and knowing what was happening. I don't know much about everything yet, but she looked pretty strong. And isn't her dad like the fighter and everything? Arachne blinked, looking at him. I am fine. My mom taught me, and I have fought a lot of strong people. She said with a hint of boredom in her tone. Sally was also with them, feeling rather awkward about everything happening. She was sort of an outsider in this regard, a mortal woman swept up in everything because of her son. Though, she was also a little curious to see what her son would be like in a few years. Is your mom a goddess too? Percy knew at this point that she wasn't talking about her Greek parent. No, but she trained herself until she could kill gods. Arachne shot him a big grin. She's pretty famous in other parts of the world. She even trained some demigods too. Oh, that's cool. Percy nodded along. He was still processing everything, so whatever she said didn't really register as odd for him, considering he didn't know any of this existed a day ago. Sally, on the other hand, she knew a few things due to Poseidon telling her long ago. She knew very well the absurdity of the things that Arachne was spouting but chose to keep her mouth shut. It wasn't just Arachne's group running around. Word had gotten around camp that Clarisse was going to fight a newcomer in the arena. Many people heard that they had a couple new campers. News around the camp usually travels fast. But they didn't expect one of them to immediately start a fight with the notorious Clarisse. Usually, they only hear about Clarisse's welcoming ritual, in that she gives every newcomer a swirly. Plenty of other campers running around nearly stopped to look at Arachne's group, recognizing her and Percy as new campers. Not to mention Mr. Blueberry was very hard to miss, a literal floating fish the size of a shark. But no one approached them. Traffic seemed to congregate further away as the view opened up for Arachne, and they found the arena. It was an amphitheater, not that Arachne expected any different. Greek architecture was the assumption when she visited here. It appeared as though they were among the last group to arrive. The excitement was clear from how all the seats nearby were filled and how loud the chatter was. Clarisse was already waiting there, a spear in hand that seemed to crackle with lightning with a casual swing of hers. Nearby, Chiron also stood impassively. All eyes landed on Arachne as she pushed her way forward, stepping ahead of the group and onto the arena grounds. Chiron was about to open his mouth and speak, but a meteor fell from the sky, landing in the arena. Rather than causing an explosion and crater, instead, trumpets played, and all the straw dummies for practicing around the outer edge began to come alive and start dancing. Dionysus stood there, arms up triumphantly. He was drunk. Mr. D. Chiron hesitantly asked amidst the stunning silence. What a tough audience, not even a little applause. He frowned, snapping his fingers. And all the watchers were forced to clap under his power. Oh, too kind. Too kind. He bowed. Ah, it's been a while since I've felt this refreshed. It almost makes it worthwhile putting up with all these brats. Now, what's on the agenda today? Oh right, Clarence versus Arachne, battle to the death, the winner gets the blueberry. Chiron nearly fell over. Not for the fight to the death part, which he would correct momentarily. But the fact that he willingly used another camper's real name. That isn't something he does. Well, there was an argument that it wasn't her real name. Mr. Blueberry let out a strange noise of excitement at being mentioned. Hooyah, he gets it. Dionysus snapped his fingers, pointing at the Ophiutorus. Chiron let out a sigh, covering his face. It had been a long time since he dealt with a drunk Mr. D, but it was far from something he was familiar with. Chiron only hoped that he would settle back down, merely excited that he could finally drink again and went a bit overboard. It's not a fight to the death. In fact, any attempt to kill your opponent will be met with harsh penalties. Chiron clarified, looking at both fighters. And since one of the participants is a new camper, he was specific on the last part. I will be watching closely. He looked at both of them. On one part, he didn't know what Clarisse would do under the ushering of Ares. On a second, Arachne was a new camper, he didn't know what her mentality was. She was clearly trained if she could kill the Minotaur, something he should have probably mentioned to the others. She could have been used to simply killing everything she ever fought, and some habits were hard to break. Regardless, things were out of his hands. He knew that she was strong-armed into this fight, she literally had just arrived in camp, and this was all set up. It didn't take a genius to see that it was all forcibly prepared. Yeah. Dionysus grunted. Now to the fun bits, maiming is okay. As are debilitating wounds, heck, gouging out each other's eyes might be a bit exciting. Don't, please. Chiron sighed. Anyways, we got a proper wager here. His voice picked up, booming over all the sound. On one side, we have Arachne, daughter of Athena, with her Mr. Blueberry, the bane of Olympus. On the other, we have Clarence, daughter of Ares, and the Ares cabin at stake. Winner takes all. Chiron resisted the urge to sigh again. That was technically correct, but he personally would have worded it more politely. But he just cast a wry smile knowing that Dionysus could be so flippant without any repercussions. If either of you want to back out now, you can. Chiron offered. Denied. Dionysus countered. Chiron twitched. Do you need a weapon, Arachne? He didn't know what else to call the girl, and since Dionysus named her that way, he was practically given permission. She probably doesn't even know how to wield a weapon. Clarisse snorted. Look at those scrawny arms, I bet she's never trained a day in her life before. Chiron almost wanted to tell her that Arachne defeated the Minotaur, a legendary monster. He held his tongue because he didn't want to influence the fight. No need. Arachne held her hand out, and before everyone's eyes, a wooden quarterstaff appeared from thin air, and she gave it a little spin. A wood stick. Clarisse scoffed. You're not worth my spear. Arachne said simply. I don't want to be accused of being a bully. If it were a true fight, all bets were off. But since it wasn't potentially to the death, Arachne didn't want to bully the girl who was being used by her father to steal her pet. Oh, she would most certainly teach her a lesson, but if she used one of her good spears, it felt too much to Arachne like being a bully. Chiron gave them both a glance then backed away. Humph, this spear was given to me by my father. Clarisse took a proper stance, and that same faint crackle emanated from the spear. Clarisse thought it was a good intimidation tactic, she bet the girl had never seen a magic spear before. Arachne, on the other hand, found it amusing. Arachne sort of drowned out the words that Chiron spoke as he went over the rules. If anything, she was still rather bored and didn't treat this fight seriously. He made some prayers to the gods to acknowledge the duel and such with some godly displays happening above them, indicating that the gods approved the duel and would support the winner. It was only when he finally declared the duel to begin that Arachne became alert and refocused. Clarisse rushed forward, akin to her blunt and aggressive demeanor, her spearmanship reflects this. If she could take out her opponent by brute force, she would. The spear of hers shot forward, quicker than a normal human could hope to manage. Despite Arachne looking down on the demigods here, they were far above the level of a normal human. Arachne flicked the bottom of her wooden quarterstaff up, colliding with the tip of Clarisse's spear, knocking it off its trajectory. She followed up by swinging the other end of the staff towards the older girl's head in one fluid motion. Clarisse was taken off guard, surprised by the skill revealed, and left herself wide open. The wooden staff smacked her on the side of the square on, sending her stumbling backwards with a moment of daze. It didn't even take her a single second to reorient herself, and she looked back at her opponent. Arachne spun the staff around and made a come-at-me gesture with her hand. Clarisse clenched her teeth and started to take it more seriously, realizing that her opponent wasn't some complete novice. With a proper stance, she slowly and methodically took steps towards Arachne. It was a method to push someone to the corner of the arena, in a true fight, to push them into a literal corner. However, Arachne held her ground. When Clarisse attempted her usual method of controlling and pushing, Arachne simply began to dodge. The electric spear shot out, and Arachne gracefully swayed to narrowly avoid it. A flurry of stabs was released by the older demigod, yet each one of them hit nothing but air. Clarisse, growing more and more angry, just pushed forward with her whole body. Her opponent wasn't using a bladed weapon, so she went fully aggressive in utilizing her bigger frame. It did put Arachne in an awkward spot, as she wanted to keep playing around in the same way and simply dodge every attack. It was difficult to dodge someone using their whole body to try and trample you. With a mental sigh, Arachne dodged another spear strike and ducked down, sweeping at the girl's legs. It was swift and unexpected, catching the girl off guard. In a singular motion, her quarterstaff spun around at quick speeds and caught her before she could hit the ground and flung her up into the air a dozen feet or so using a good amount of strength. Arachne didn't even glance upward, calculating the right spot, she simply stood there with her quarterstaff planted firmly against the ground, and the girl fell down on top of the tip, letting out a rather painful cry before falling off it and hitting the ground proper. There was silence as Clarisse lay there unmoving, a strange silence permeated the arena. She had long let go of her spear unconsciously, and Arachne walked over to pick it up. As she reached for it, the spear suddenly trembled and shot back towards Clarisse. Arachne had to jerk her head to the side, and even then, a faint line was cut across her cheek. The girl stood back up, there was something around her mouth, presumably whatever she had in her stomach came up, and even if she wiped it away, there were still remnants from when she landed on top of the staff. She trembled slightly, using the spear to hold herself up. Arachne licked the corner of her cheek, the blood stopped flowing rather easily, but a few drops, but it annoyed her. It annoyed her because she was more than familiar with the feeling of divine power, and while as a demigod, her opponent possessed divine power, the portion that was utilized was most certainly not from a demigod. Arachne knew cheating when she saw it. She guessed that the girl's father, the god of war, prevented Arachne from taking the spear and sent it back to his daughter. Arachne hated cheaters. Narrowing her eyes, she could see a faint bit of divine power flow to the girl from the spear, a catalyst for the god of war to continue cheating. Arachne didn't say anything, she just stood there unmoving. Clarisse gritted her teeth and looked like she wanted to kill Arachne. She was steady again and ready for another fight. She rushed at Arachne, her speed on a different level than before. As the girl approached, Arachne kicked her quarterstaff at her, the wooden weapon flew through the air before Clarisse used her spear to deflect it awkwardly. Arachne rushed up in that moment and threw a punch, one that was surprisingly blocked by Clarisse, and the younger demigod noted that not just her speed but her strength had improved temporarily by a large margin. It didn't matter, she just wanted to get within range. Clarisse attempted to push her away with her spear, but Arachne's hands flashed out, grabbing the spear shaft with one hand, and with the other, the power of destruction erupted, and she swung it down a bit further up on the shaft, destroying it, the spear tip falling to the ground. Clarisse was stunned, momentarily stopped, a taboo in a fight, and Arachne used that chance to swing her body around, her foot hitting the girl's cheek, sending her soaring across the arena, tumbling on the ground. Arachne grabbed the spear tip this time, holding it firmly in her hand as Clarisse got up, blood trickling out of her mouth. No more help now. She spun the spear tip between her fingers. Clarisse looked at the spear in her hand, what remained of it? That was a gift from my dad. It was hard to make out her emotions in that moment. Clarisse was the epitome of a berserker. She generally got stronger the longer a fight went on, a blessing from her father. The more blood that flowed, the more steel that shattered, the stronger she would get. But right at this moment, she blanked because she felt the loss of her treasured spear that was a gift from her father. Her dad told her that if she needed help in the fight, to just call out to him. That winning here was the most important thing. She didn't think she would need his help. And Clarisse's pride didn't let her call out to him before, but with the loss of her spear, the pain of losing it overrode her normally inflated sense of pride. Clarisse looked up to the sky. Dad. Arachne's eyes widened because the subtle feeling of divine power was non-existent, that is to say, it was no longer subtle. She was sure that everyone in the camp could feel it as it descended on Clarisse. She became encased in a malevolent-looking armor, and the spear of hers that was broken, it seemed another spear overlaid it. Not only that, but she was wreathed in divine power, and her strength soared exponentially. Arachne, though hating cheaters, felt a big grin tug on the corners of her mouth. Now she felt like a proper demigod. Not even hiding it now. Arachne smiled happily. Do you need more time to cheat? If you need more power, call on your dad again. If you don't like it, you can ask for help too. There are no rules against it. Clarisse growled under her helmet. I think this is a little much for a simple duel. Chiron tried to interject. She's right, there aren't any rules against it. Dionysus said, sitting in a manifested lazyboy chair. She's more than welcome to use the strength of a god as well. Proceed with the duel. What went unspoken was that a demigod's backing from their godly parent was just as important as their individual strength. Arachne looked at Dionysus. No rules against using a god's power? She asked again. For some reason, Dionysus felt something in his chest, a strange sense of giddiness. No rules against it. He repeated happily. Arachne's grin grew wider. It was rare that she got the chance to use this on an opponent. She reached out, and another weapon appeared in her hand. It was a spear, long with a blue handle, a silver blade, and a golden wreath looped around various parts. There was also a very holy feeling about it. Though only a handful of people present there stiffened at its presence. Particularly, Clarisse felt it, wrapped so tightly in her father's divine power. Chiron felt it as well, being an immortal. And Dionysus felt it as well, the strange prickling sensation on the back of his neck. Arachne held the spear aloft, pointing it at Clarisse. It was a replica of her Da spear, but it was still powerful in its own right. False Longinus, balance breaker. At ******* at A/N. Clarisse, witness the power of a god. Arachne, oh, I can start trying now. Clarisse, confused demigod noises. If you want to read 2 Arachneomake chapters ahead, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. Line break. A/N. Obviously, he's going to write the Wakandan government a stern letter reprimanding them for their actions and nothing else. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. I also have a boosty if you can't read the above under the same name. I also have 2 chapters ahead of Arachne and one of Cyclops over here if you're interested. Chapter 586, Chapter 529. Izanami POV. It's good to see you back. I'm happy to be back. Reiku answered cheerfully. Everyone has been so welcoming as soon as I returned too. Venelana gave her a side hug. It's because everyone is glad that you're back home. It's sweet. Did Yasaka and the others have any indication they were coming back yet? I asked. Reiko shook her head. Scathach may be back soon, but Yasaka and Artoria are still dealing with a lot of things that require their presence. I think Jin isn't coming back either because she's overseeing some stuff as well. Unfortunately, it's nothing that I can help with. Wilhelm did say that he would be coming back to help her with some matters regarding cleanup there as well. I'm sure the children at school are missing you. I chimed in, knowing she loves working at the school Kunu was going to for the longest time. Reiko smiled brightly, pressing her cheeks together with a barely held back laugh before putting a bunch of different papers on the table. A quick glance showed lots of drawings, writings, and other things of that nature. These were all waiting for me when I got back. All the children had been writing me letters and giving me drawings, and all of them were so sweet, wishing me the best. Ah, that's adorable. Vanillana cooed. I'm sure they're going to be thrilled that you're going to be back now. We should. My words abruptly died because a portal opened up and Wilhelm came walking out. Wilhelm. His head peeked around a very large stack of papers. He silently walked over and dropped them on the table, making it shake. Are you okay, dear? Vanillana was the first to ask him as we all noticed his expression. 49 hours. He said pointedly. Then he looked around, and his eyes landed on Reiko. Before any of us could blink, he had scooped her up in his arms and taken her out of the room. Master. Reiko's voice squeaked from the living room, and a flurry of new sounds could be heard from there. Vanillana and I shared a look amidst the sounds coming from the other room. Vanillana first grabbed one of the papers and looked it over, blinking in surprise. Land deeds. She shuffled through them. A lot of land deeds. And here are some documents on border laws. I let out a sigh, not knowing if I wanted to even hear the details of what he's doing. And I did not mean whatever he was doing to Reiko in the other room. Vanillana put them back, then bit her lip, looking at me before getting up and looking around the corner. Oh my. She smiled coyly, watching for a few minutes before rejoining me at the table. Do they at least still have their clothes on? I sighed. Oh yes. But I believe poor Reiko is going to be a puddle on the couch after he's done. Well. I suppose it's only fair he does that to the others as well. You're welcome to go join them. I gestured to her with a wave of my hand. I won't be offended. If I were to get offended over something like this, I would never have willingly joined a harem like this. It's all right, I don't want to ruin their time together. She just got back, let her get some time to herself. Vanillana just smiled politely. She's always very considerate about matters like these, it certainly makes things run smoothly in our little group. Though I felt myself getting more flustered the longer we listened to it. And it didn't help that Vanillana was giving me those kinds of looks. I'm not a prude or anything. Wilhelm came sauntering back in, collar messed up and lipstick on various parts of his neck and face. He fell into the chair Reiko was sitting in with a goofy smile on his face. I thought you were going to be gone for longer. I was happy to see him, of course, but I didn't expect him to come back already. Just a quick pit stop. I was busy with something, and I was getting increasingly annoyed on top of being angry and, well. He glanced back towards the other room. I wanted to calm down. Why do you have so many land deeds? Vanillana asked next. Reasons. And where are they for? The Federal Republic of Nigeria. I have a great many questions to ask. I looked at him dryly. What? What's wrong with Nigeria? Wilhelm quickly got defensive, but I saw through his demeanor. On a scale of 1 to 10, what's the danger? I asked pointedly. Wilhelm pursed his lips. 2. I let out another sigh. Then have fun with whatever you're doing. I couldn't be bothered if he wasn't putting himself in danger. Let him have his fun, I know he's never malicious about any mischief he gets up to. More often than not, the recipient is deserving. Wilhelm smiled happily. How were you able to purchase so much land there? I'm pretty sure most African countries only lease their lands these days. Vanillana was looking over the documents. I am officially a citizen of the great Federal Republic of Nigeria. Wilhelm said with mock patriotism. He even had a little Nigerian flag he took out and waved in the air. How much did you have to bribe? I asked him. A lot. He admitted. One of the reasons I came back was to refill my wallet. I'm running low on the amount of gold I usually carry. Who angered you that you went through so much effort? Vanillana asked. Some stupid country, pretending to be a third world country while they're actually super advanced and hiding from everyone else. Wilhelm even pouted with his arms crossed. Vanillana took out a pen and started circling things. I assume you're going to be abusing border laws and legal rights to annoy them then. If you're building anything, make sure to double-check height limits, as they're usually quite strict at borders. Also, sovereign airspace gets murky right at borderlines as well. Be sure to double-check the legalities there. You seem very knowledgeable about this sort of thing. I looked at her in surprise. Oh, I was a paralegal for a while out of boredom. I hopped around a bit. I spent some time at a law firm that specialized in international law before trying out other things. She said simply. Wilhelm was quick to grab her for an affectionate kiss. Of course, he didn't let me be either, not that I would reject him. Oh well, let him have his fun, what's the worst that could happen? Line break. Wilhelm POV. I stepped back to Kamartaj after my little side trip. 49 hours filing paperwork, signing documents, and sorting everything else. And that didn't take into account the time I needed to actually bribe the right people. To say that my patient had been worn down would be an understatement. Combined with already being pissed off, well, it just simmered underneath, and I wanted to take a moment to breathe. Conveniently, Reiku had gotten back home. You have some lipstick, right here. The ancient one pointed at her cheek. I blinked and wiped at the spot, noticing I missed a bit. You disappeared for quite a while, did you acquire the vibranium you were after? She asked. And what about Nigeria you were asking about? I pursed my lips in annoyance. No on the vibranium front still. As for the second bit, I am not a happy citizen of the great Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's unfortunate, but I did find something that may be of use. She held out her hand, and there was a small box, practically a ring box in size. She opened it up, and there was a fingernailed size of metal inside. After looking through the archives, I found mention that we did in fact have a sample of vibranium at the sanctum in China. She seemingly ignored the fact that I was now a citizen of Nigeria. Oh, you're giving this to me? I was surprised. Absolutely not. She laughed. This little piece is worth millions just by itself. While I can't say we overly care for money, it's not just something I could give away. Are you just rubbing it in my face? Well, that was one benefit. But you can at least borrow it. You mentioned needing a method to find more vibranium. The issue, as you already know, is that it's rather resistant to magical effects on the surface. Therefore, with a sample, we may be able to leverage that to your advantage. She didn't stop me as I picked up the small piece and held it closely to my eye. I tried to imbue it with a touch of my magical energy, and it was solidly rejected. Now, it wasn't immune to magic, that would be just absurd. It was just extremely resistant on a surface level. Which was absolutely perfect for what I needed it for. Adding the material to make the structure of greed more magically resistant would go a long way in making it a mage killer. Likewise, the metal was a tier or so above the goblin silver that it was originally crafted with. I was pretty confident in adding Fenrir's saliva to the mix with the upgrade. I assume we share the same initial thought in regards to it then. I looked up at her. Using the resistant effect to our advantage and trying to ping that in a search spell and using the proverbial voids in detection as location markers. She summarized. It's so nice dealing with competent people. I sighed happily. I didn't even need to explain it from the ground up. I have several spells that can attempt to scry it. What about you? We, of course, have a good number of such spells as well. However, to begin scanning such large parts of the world, well, it's going to take a while to complete. She informed me. I scratched my head, considering that. Yeah, that seems rather obvious in hindsight. Especially since we're looking for things not there, rather than trying to pinpoint something in specific. And the issue in New Mexico may cause some disruptions. The ancient one hummed. What the fuck is happening over there that would cause such a big problem? Seriously, that's the second time she said something like that. I believe the kids these days call it a clusterfuck. I nearly choked hearing her say something like that with such a deadpan voice. Regardless, want to see who can do it first? I asked with a grin. Her lips quirked upwards. Very well, let's see who can do it first. She said, presumably going off to do her own thing. Well, setting up the large-scale scrying isn't too difficult, just as she said, it's going to take a long-ass time. Thankfully, I have something to do in the meantime. Line break. I stretched my arms. It was important before a bit of a workout. Before me stood piles and piles of materials. Wood, metal, nails, and screws. Not to mention a plethora of painting supplies. Then, I took out my wand and twirled it in my hand. I certainly developed a new appreciation for the magic that Kunu is learning. What it lacked in just pure throughput power, it made up in just sheer versatility and everyday usefulness. I mean, how many spells did I have on hand now that were just used for simple cleaning? I knew at least 4 new spells just for removing stains from clothing, all depending on what kind of stains they were. And I was looking forward to peering through the tomes and books they accumulated here as well. But that was me going off on a mental tangent if I got into it. With wand in hand, I raised it up, like a conductor leading an orchestra. The piles of materials began to float and move around. They flew through the air, arranging themselves according to my thoughts, nails were pushed into place, and scaffolding was lined up to provide proper structural integrity. The pieces built upon themselves until finally formed, sturdy. Then, I gestured towards the painting materials as they flew out and began to. When my hands lowered, everything was in place and constructed. I admired my handiwork. And it was just in time for company. I put my wand away as dust clouds were kicked up. Quite a few people were riding towards me from the other side of the border. They're using rather mundane vehicles. They're really committed to the whole hiding act, aren't they? Just from the pieces of technology one saw last time, it was obvious they had much better things available than some surplus Russian jeeps that had more dents than not. Hello, neighbors. I greeted them enthusiastically. Probably about 100 or so of them, probably a few less considering it was a dozen jeeps at first glance. Weapons were pointed at me immediately. From experience, those fully metallic spears could shoot lasers. Though, they seemed taken with my masterpiece behind me. I couldn't blame them, it truly was a work of art. Out of one of the jeeps, someone stepped out that seemed to grab everyone's attention. He wore the same type of garb, but they all seemed to defer to him as he glanced at my work of art and then back at me without much expression. He was a tall man with a wide stature, visible through his loose clothing, the robes and sort of cape or cloak or blanket. I didn't know what to call it. It looked cool, though. He walked towards me with several guards at his side, ready to blast me at a moment's notice from the look in their eyes. I pointed down at the ground, and he followed my gaze. A single line drawn in the dirt that I had made not long ago. What can I do for you, neighbor? Here to welcome me into the neighborhood. I asked as he got just close enough to where I didn't have to yell. You are the one causing the disturbances. The man spoke rather authoritatively even with the thick accent as he was specifically speaking English to me that I picked up on. Nah, that was someone else. I deadpanned. He seemed to not enjoy my sense of humor, his frown noticeable. You will surrender to us and come quietly. How about instead, you go fuck yourself? I reached into my jacket pocket like I was taking something out and produced an apple again, biting into it. You have no jurisdiction over me. I pointed at the border. The men seemed nonplussed and smiled lightly. Wakanda has extensive treaties with our neighbors. Among them gives us the right to apprehend foreigners who linger around our borders and... I cut him off, pulling a piece of folded paper out of my pocket, and I tossed it over the border. Feel free to read that. The man looked at me sternly for a moment before kneeling down and picking it up, folding it as he read over it, furrowing his brow. To summarize, that is my paperwork officially making me a citizen of this wonderful country. I made sure to wave the little Nigerian flag for him to see. Worth every penny. The man frowned deeper, tucking the paper away into his shirt. According to the agreements we have with your country, structures cannot be built within. I held my hand up, stopping him again. Let me stop you there and get this out of the way too. I pulled out a bunch more papers and tossed them to him. You see, those papers are basically a bill of purchase, land deeds, and such. The laws you were about to quote refer to government buildings. As for several hours ago, I paused, looking both ways down either side of the border. About 75 kilometers that way and 119 kilometers the other way are now private property. I'll give you a chance to guess who it belongs to. And before you start about height restrictions, private citizens' property has different limitations. I'll invite you to come over and measure, but my structure is exactly 39 feet, or 11.88 meters. The laws, of course, forbidding anything 12 meters or 40 feet and above. He was silent and looked utterly lost as I just informed him of everything. I'll need to thank Venelana later for the heads up. Why must you erect something so degrading? He looked at me. My lips twitched at the pun I could have called out but didn't. You see, my dear, what was your name again? With a frown, he answered. I am Wabi, the head of the Wakanda border tribe. Right, Wabi. You see, it's not an insult. I gestured to my art behind me. A tree feels at home in a forest. I just wanted to help you all feel welcome as I become your new neighbor. I gave him a smile. He stared at the structure behind me. It was a dick. That is to say, it's a nearly 40-foot dick erected behind me. Rather impressively made, if I do say so myself. His gaze then turned to the side as he looked down the border of his country. At certain intervals, he could see other giant dicks that littered the horizon. Was it childish of me? Without a doubt. Did it take an inordinate amount of time and effort? Undeniably. Did I regret it? Not one bit. In front of his eyes, I took out my new hat and flicked it, letting it fold out properly as it had been compressed to be stuffed inside my vest. It had a massive hole seared into it, but I still put it on my head. I fully admit that I can be extremely petty. You know, I only asked to buy some vibranium. You all got more than enough. I gestured to their spears. I didn't even want that much, and I would have paid far more than it was worth. There was something that sparked in his eyes, like a flicker of anger. You colonizers, believing you're entitled to whatever resources we have. You. I'm Japanese, you racist fuck. I interrupted his rant. And I didn't demand it in any way. I asked, like what people do when they want something. Bartering. Trade. Normal processes by which the world operates. A simple no would have sufficed. It's not like you all are the only sources of vibranium in the world, only the quickest. It was like all the wind had been taken from his sails as he processed my words. Yeah, it's hard to retort when you get rightfully called out for being racist when trying to take the moral high ground. You know far too much. Surrender, it will be easier this way. He quickly decided to go right for the more aggressive approach. The people he had gathered around him flashed their weapons. I guess after the last debacle, they're treating me as a threat. I'm recording, by the way. I said nonchalantly. So feel free to ignore sovereign borders and attack another country and its legal residents. I gestured for him to continue. I'm sure the world will be interested in what Wakanda is doing. I did have a phone propped up not far away. Honestly, I didn't really care that much to reveal them to the world or whatever bullshit. I mostly just did it to annoy them. Wabi looked at me, and while annoyed and perhaps angry at me, he chuckled. A few of them seemed like they wanted to laugh with him. It was more that they were laughing at me about some joke. He held his hand up, a bracelet of beads around his wrist, as he messed with him. You will find that such things are no threat to the might of Wakanda. The beads of his projected a small screen above them, and with a few more moments of fiddling, he looked up at me, smiling rather smugly. All primitive recording devices have been neutralized in the area. Please, do not make this harder than it has to be. Funny enough, I felt my kaleidophone ringing within my storage at that moment. I reached into my pocket to pull it out and smiled brightly when I saw the caller was Kunu. Under their gaze, my phone rang out. Their eyes widened in shock and confusion. Excuse me, this is an important call. I began to walk away as I answered. Line break. A/N. Wabi, behold our superior technology. Wilhelm, oh yes, very impressive. One moment, my daughter is calling. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I Aslo have a boosty under the same name if you can't use the above. Chapter 587, Chapter 530. Funny enough, they made no visible movements towards me. They were like deer staring into a car's headlights with how they sort of froze. How surprising, it seems like actual consequences may actually stop them from acting like dicks. Come on, don't be shy. Invade a foreign country, private land, and cause an international incident while it's caught on camera. It's not like you haven't done it before. Come on, where did that boldness go? If Kunu wasn't calling me, I wouldn't have just kept it to myself. Despite weapons being pointed at me, they remained utterly silent, staring at me, and I chose to stop caring for the moment. Smiling bright, I answered the call. My little fox. Daddy. Her voice came from the other end. I admit, it hit me in a way I didn't expect to hear her voice after so long. I've missed you, sweetheart. I missed you too, Daddy. I could hear the warmness in her voice, and it gave me the warm fuzzies. So, how'd you convince your Aunt Medea to let you use her phone? I asked humorously. There was a reason we didn't want Kunu to have a kaleidophone herself. We didn't want it to be a crutch that held her back. She needed to spread her wings, make friends, and learn to be a bit self-sufficient. Of course she could go to Medea here and there to call us when needed. So if she got hold of Medea's phone, then Medea probably felt like it was fine. I shared my snacks with her. She said proudly. Is that so? Did Medea extort sweets from her, or could she not withstand Kunu's cuteness when trying to get the phone? Either way, I paused briefly to pick up a rock and throw it across the air. With a thud, it hit an invisible person who was about to step over the border. I gave them a rather annoyed glare and continued with my call as they remained completely still and silent. Did they think that was going to work when I so blatantly told them last time that I could see their invisible guys? Well, technically, I couldn't see him this time since I wasn't wearing those glasses, but I could sense him, and I could pick up on his movements. Where's Mama? She asked as I did my best to ignore their returned glares, turning my back to them, though that probably just pissed them off even more. She's somewhere that can't receive calls right now. I'll make sure she knows you called, and we can set up something so you can talk to her as soon as possible. I did feel bad that Yasaka missed Kunu's first call home. Tell me about school. How have you been doing? Make any new friends? Learn any fun things? I made friends. She quickly said as if to defend herself. I even have a best friend now. Oh my heart, it's too cute. And what's their name? Luna Lovegood. Ah, I believe we met her before. I recalled the interesting girl. She seemed nice. She's really nice. And she's fun, and she doesn't care that I'm not human. She started listing off a lot of things, and I patiently let her babble along. And I learned how to make a light on my wand, and I learned how to turn stuff into a mouse. Oh daddy, I learned how to fly on a broom too. You know, it's funny how easy all my current annoyance just bled away while she talked. Did you use Grandpa's broom? Yeah, I went really high and fast. She exclaimed. It was scary, but fun, and they won't let me use it anymore. I nearly choked on the last part. Damn it, Gramps, what did you do? I'm sure they have a good reason for it. Even Medea. Aunt Medea said it's going away with my spear. I couldn't see her face right at this moment, but I could probably guess that her ears flattened sadly. You got your spear taken too. I fought a big squid. Was her reply. That's my girl. I have absolutely no context for what happened, but I'm proud of her. Luna helped me too. Sounds like she's a good friend. If she willingly fought a giant squid along with Kuno like she said, well, that's a friend for life. How about everyone else, no one treating you badly? I would hate to have to go over there and pay some people a visit. I told myself I wouldn't, but dad instincts are surprisingly irrational, as I have been learning since she came into my life. Some others tried to bully me. I assume tried is the operative word here. And how'd you handle it? I punched him in the throat. That's my girl. I said again, feeling an intense sense of pride overwhelming me. What about? You brat, I knew it was you. Medea's distinct voice was heard in the background from Kuno's end. I have to go, love you, daddy, bye. She quickly blurted out in one breath, and what followed sounded like the phone hitting the ground and bouncing a few times. What happened? Oi, brat. I assume that's you on the other end. Medea's voice was much clearer now as she was directly talking with the phone to her head. Hello, Medea. Kuno isn't giving you any trouble, I hope. She let out a huff. I don't know if I should strangle her or praise her. What did she do? I didn't willingly give her my phone. There seemed to be a begrudging respect in her tone. She said that she shared some snacks, and that's how she got it. Is that what she said? Medea seemed to be seething on the other end. Oh, she certainly shared them with me, all right. I'll be needing to wash out my hair with how much she shared with me. What happened? Her and her little group of friends started a food fight at dinner time. I happened to be on my phone at the time sending a message to Atlanta. In the midst of the confusion, I set it down on the table to help with the chaos. Next thing I know, half the room starts targeting me specifically, led by her friends while she swoops in behind me and steals my phone right from my table. I did my best not to laugh. I really wanted to laugh, but I didn't. She should be punished appropriately. How hard was it for you to actually say that out loud? She said dryly. I think I may have drawn blood from how hard I was biting my lips. I admitted it. I hate you. Your daughter is a hellspawn. Technically true. And you love her. Ugh, you're right. She grumbled. I'm going to give her a spanking though. Have fun. She was quick to hang up, and I didn't blame her. Regardless, I was just happy to hear from Kuno. I put my own kaleidophone away and turned back at the people glaring into my back. Holy shit, are you guys still there? You just sat there this entire time while I was on the phone. That's fucking weird. I think the leader of them twitched slightly. Where were we again? Oh right. Cameras are recording you while you break international law and cause international incidents. Proceed. I gestured to him. They didn't move. I forgot I was wearing my ruined hat. A bit of my anger returned when I glanced upwards and saw it again. It was a really nice hat. What do you want? Wabi finally broke the silence of his side. Pardon. I looked at him. What do I want? I think that's fairly clear. I never made any effort to hide it. You intend to blackmail us to acquire vibranium, is that it? He clenched his teeth. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Get over yourself. What? He blinked, seemingly confused by my reply. Get over yourself. I repeated, slowly. I'm not going to blackmail you stupid fucks. Do you guys think that vibranium doesn't exist anywhere else in the world? This was just the easiest route to get some, I'll go fish some up later. Bunch of idiots that think they're more important than they really are. Here's a bit of news for you, plenty of people are aware of your little society. I saw his eyes flash with surprise. Did they really think that no one else in the world knew about their secret? The thing is, no one cares. You're not important. There are plenty of secret groups that are much more secret than you guys, and they don't just start shooting people when they think their secret is revealed. I shook my head. You know, it's funny. With how long it took me to set everything up, the sheer amount of effort, well, I could have probably already found vibranium and been on my way. However, fuck them. I get enough of the superiority complexes from literal gods, I don't need to put up with it from a bunch of people I could slap into the moon. Wabi seemed genuinely confused by my reply, it didn't look like he had a proper response. In fact, all the guys pointing weapons at me were rather lost. I imagine they're used to being so in control that when something like this happens, they don't have experience on how to respond. Anyways, I'm about done here. Of course, I can't leave you all without a farewell gift. I held my hands up, and they seemed to stiffen. A moment or two passed as nothing happened. Sorry, give it a moment, it's not a precise thing. The giant penis behind me trembled. Now, if someone asked me, Wilhelm, did you install a series of pipes and a pneumatic air compressor with a liquid container attached to a sliding chamber mechanism? I would say, do you even know me? With a shake, the big penis erupted with a geyser of water from the tip. I held my hands up as the release of water was big enough that it got all of us wet. Followed quickly, the other structures erupted too. We could both hear and see them in the distance, progressively getting further down the border. Faint explosive sounds reverberated in the distance as they were no longer visible from our spot. A fortune was spent buying and bribing my way to ownership and citizenship. Days spent simply meeting the required people and filling out paperwork. Hours more were spent erecting the structures around my new lands. Was it worth it? No regrets. I met the eyes of Wabi and ran my fingers along the rim of my ruined hat, flicking away the water dripping down before turning and leaving. Line break. Chaka, King of Wakanda POV. Enter. I commanded. My king. Wabi kneeled. And council members. He greeted the others as well. Wabi, you're also a member of the council, you need not show this level of difference among us. I said lightly. I am here to report as a member of the border tribe and one who was personally involved in the incident, my king. I do not wish to use my status as a council member to sway any thoughts about my failures. He replied with sincerity. If that is your desire. I would not argue with him and challenge his pride. As per traditions, I will announce 2 sit-ins on this council meeting. For matters of rulership, my son is present. I gestured to Chala. And my daughter is present for her expertise. I gestured to Shuri. Proper etiquette is important even amongst friends when it comes to situations like this. We've all seen the recordings of the incident. Please start from the beginning and give your thoughts. Wabi stood up and began. Roughly 5 days ago, a foreigner approached our borders, and our scouts were alerted to his presence, quickly contacting the tribe for more assistance. As is normal, a handful of our tribesmen were dispatched in appropriate disguise and made contact with the foreigner. He expressed a desire to purchase vibranium. No one made a move to interrupt him, and after a few moments, he continued. We did as we always do when outsiders come to acquire our vibranium. It was a standard incident until the outsider made comments about knowledge he should not possess. He stated outright that he is aware of the full extent of the vibranium we possess, and he claimed to be able to see the great shield that protects the Golden City. Our tribesmen, startled by the admittance, proceeded to try and apprehend him but was met with an inexplicable weight, and they lost consciousness. I turned to Shuri, knowing it was her turn. He said he could see the shield. She asked. That is the statement that my tribesman relayed. He also made note that he could see through the invisibility of our stealth technology. Wabi responded. Shuri furrowed her brows. That shouldn't be possible. I've been keeping up with the tech on the outside world, and nowhere should be even close to capable of that. Our stealth tech takes into account infrared, heat, and sound. I held my hand up as everyone got the point. Continue, Wabi. To our surprise, the outsider did not further harm our tribesmen, nor did he steal any of their vibranium equipment after they revealed some of our technology. I nodded, knowing this part more completely than the newest incident. This was reported, and I ordered a more aggressive patrolling of the border the following days as a deterrent. If I may, Father. Chala stepped forward. Speak, son. There has been one person who has successfully infiltrated Wakanda and stolen from us. Is it possible that this new outsider is working together with him? I took a deep breath to steady my mind at his mention. Wabi. My prince, we have shared a similar sentiment. However. He clenched his jaw for a moment. Ulysses Klaus is a vile man. He would not have left my tribesmen alive, nor would he have left their vibranium equipment when it was in front of him for the taking. Perhaps this is all the result of a misunderstanding. My wife spoke with a voice of reason. Perhaps. I acknowledged the chance. However, there are now things we cannot overlook. Continue, Wabi. The second incident occurred roughly 3 days later. We were alerted to certain structures raised across the border we share with Nigeria. These structures Wabi. My wife interrupted. Yes, my queen. We all know what a male penis is, you don't need to dance around the subject, and we've seen the pictures. There were a few twitches of faces as some people in the room had to stop themselves from smiling. Wabi let out a sigh. The outsider seemed to have erected 40-foot-tall phalluses across the border, to an extent. We discovered him before the border would be completely covered and moved to apprehend. I personally took charge this time and attempted to be gentle in our efforts. And despite the absurdity, no one was harmed. Is that right? My wife asked. That's right, my queen. Apart from wishing to settle matters without bloodshed, I believed it an opportunity to acquire information. As the outsider revealed knowledge he should not have, I took the most optimal approach at the time. Your judgment serves you well, Wabi. My wife praised him, and I nodded along. I agree, Wabi. I said, expressing my opinion despite his own reluctance to accept his innocence in the matter. Please continue. The outsider revealed that he was recording us in hopes I believed at the time to use to strong-arm vibranium from us. Shuri scoffed. I hope you weren't slowed down by their primitive technology. I made sure to disrupt any devices in the area. It was moments later that he received a phone call and answered right in front of us. You used my invention, right? Shuri asked. Yes, princess. Wabi answered. Impossible, it should have shut off all methods of communication that don't utilize vibranium. She quickly asserted. I assume this is where your hesitation came from, Wabi. I asked, looking at him. Yes, my king. I was unsure of how to proceed. I closed my eyes and internally sighed. Chala, what are your thoughts? My son seemed to ponder the question. I do not believe there was any correct answer. I have read over the report as well, and I do not know what actions I would take in your spot. Do you move aggressively, and it is revealed that we have crossed borders to apprehend a man who claims to have acquired citizenship in the lands we trespass? Do we use our advanced technology and also reveal ourselves to be more than a simple country of farmers? In the face of uncertainty, you retained the dignity and secrecy of Wakanda as best as you could. Well spoken, son. I nodded in approval. It was perhaps best that Wabi hear the words from someone other than myself. However, the matter of the outsider's parting words is what leaves us with the most concern. A more tense feeling descended upon the room, and I believe everyone could feel it. The outsider revealed that many know of our existence. Wabi stated. Allegedly. Shuri spoke up. It wasn't her position, but as a princess, she did have some allowances. And she did speak with wisdom. Allegedly. My wife repeated. There are others in the world who also hide that we know nothing about, but they know about us. No one spoke as her words set in. It is not something we can hope is a lie. I finally opened my mouth to speak. For the sake of Wakanda. It was no exaggeration to say that the future of Wakanda depended on what we did next. To find out that there are many out there that are aware of our secrets, yet we do not know who they are. It was humbling, in a way. How long have we looked down upon the outside world, yet there are supposedly those who look down upon us the same. We must find this outsider. Chala stated firmly. Find out what they know and prepare ourselves for the possibility. He spoke about his intentions to acquire vibranium from alternative sources, Wabi added. Yes, and how unpleasant it is that the thought of an outsider acquiring vibranium from a source we were unaware of is one of the lesser concerns for us. Didn't he say that he was going to fish it up? Shuri interjected. How likely was that not a metaphor? We exchanged looks and considered the possibility. Devices to detect vibranium were not unheard of. There were very few sources of vibranium we could detect across the world, as we had secretly taken them all over the course of a millennium. The exceptions being the stock of vibranium that Klaus had stolen, as he seemingly knew how to shield it from various sources of detection. However, one part of this that has eluded us all this time was that we couldn't utilize such devices to discover any sources of vibranium in the ocean. The clash of the tides and movement of the waters disrupts the device's attempts to locate it based on certain frequencies. Maybe, this outsider does have a way to find vibranium in the waters. If so, we need to quickly find him before he amounts to any meaningful source. This, Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I recalled the name we had been given from the identification retrieved. I will authorize the deployment of our military. Capture is our priority, however, you will have permission to eliminate him if needed. For the sake of Wakanda, we would eliminate any threats. We should probably clear those eyesores around our borders as well. My wife spoke up. Ah yes. Wabi, have your tribesmen start dismantling those. We don't need to draw any extra attention to ourselves at this time. Reporting, my king. I have already sent my tribesmen to destroy them, but we have run into difficulties. Difficulties? I repeated. What difficulties? Any attempts to destroy the structures have failed. Wooden pieces won't break, clear shots from a distance seemingly miss without reason. And sometimes when we get close, it's as if we can't find it even if we're standing right in front. He paused for a moment. And whenever we get close to any of them, they erupt. I rubbed the bridge of my nose and let out a sigh. I do not know who this Wilhelm is, but my dislike for him has reached a level I thought impossible for someone who has actually never harmed one of my people. I am going to say this, and as king, it will never be repeated out of this context again. Shuri, please go assist Wabi in handling the giant penises across our border. Line break. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/AstoryForon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Cyclops tomorrow, and maybe a Sputter chapter after. Speaking of, we got 2 Arachne chapters ahead and 1 Cyclops ahead over here if you want to check it out. And happy late Valentine's Day to everyone. Chapter 588, Chapter 531. I returned to Camartage, in no real hurry. It's not like various deposits of vibranium that undoubtedly landed in the ocean are suddenly going to disappear. Realistically, if no one found them yet, my little mocking wasn't going to get them revealed in the next day or so. I had plenty of time. Though, I popped back in, and I saw a lot of the sorcerers running around in a tizzy. No one really paid attention to me, and I followed the commotion until I found what I thought was the medical wing. I doubt that's the name, but that's about what I would describe it as. It's not like they had people dressed as doctors or nurses, but there were some hints here or there. Stepping inside, I barely moved out of the way as a group quickly shuffled out, nearly running me over, but otherwise not caring about my presence. There were about a dozen sorcerers lying on specially prepared stone beds. I say specially prepared because there were symbols and all sorts of magical inscriptions carved on them, glowing. There was the normal commotion you would expect in a place like this, panicked shouts, urgent arguing, screams of pain. A cursory glance at the problem, and it seemed like something was corroding the sorcerers from the inside out. It felt familiar too. It's unfortunate, isn't it? The Ancient One popped up right behind me. She didn't really sneak up on me since she was holding both Sir Wiggles and Lady Wiggles still. What happened? I asked. An actual demonic invader this time. She emphasized the point as if to explain her previous actions. Ancient One. Mordo bowed, walking towards her, quickly grabbing some cloth and wiping his hands. He glanced my way but didn't say anything to me. We stabilized them as best as we could. Very well, let us begin the process of removing the demonic taint from their bodies and pray that they survive. She said with a rather somber tone. I looked at her and then at Mordo, furrowing my brow. Is this normal? For a demon in particular or an incident such as this? The Ancient One asked as Sir Wiggles gently hopped out of her arms and onto my shoulder while Lady Wiggles joined him. I could vaguely feel that they wanted to go back home, so I helped them go back inside. Both, either. The Ancient One hummed noncommittally. We don't usually have this many incursions happening within such a short time frame. Unfortunately, the convergence is approaching in a few years, and as a result, the natural barriers around our world have been weakening by the day. Particularly this time of the month, with a full moon tomorrow, it's more inevitable than anything. What's the convergence? It's an event that happens roughly every 5,000 years. Certain cosmic bodies align, both from our reality and outside. You're familiar with the Norse, considering your admittance to rune knowledge. They have a history with it as well, and all 9 of the realms also align, making travel between realms as easy as walking down the street. Huh, interesting. And demons in particular. I was also a bit interested in the fact that they have demons here and that I got mistaken for one. Not rare, but also not common. She said simply, walking towards the first patient, as I followed. The most difficult thing is dealing with the demonic corruption that they often leave behind. It's like poison to humans, and it begins to devour them from the inside out like a corrosive poison. That's why it felt familiar. It's not too far off from my own demonic energy. It felt far more malevolent. It's like if my demonic energy was objectively on the dark side of the spectrum, this felt more evil in existence. It was hard to explain different flavors. Something tells me the survival rate isn't that great. More like her early pessimism was rather noticeable. It is admittedly not great. Perhaps half, if we are lucky. She said rather bluntly, probably because the patients were not awake. Why not ask the church for help? Their holy power restricts demonic power. She blinked, looking at me in surprise. Not many know about the church's hidden organizations. But they are unlikely to help. They are aware of our existence and keep out of our way, but we are sorcerers. Ah. Right, they wouldn't help witches and all that nonsense. Even back home, both the clock tower and the church would quickly put aside their differences if something related to a demon was running amok. Likewise, they would ignore any pleas for help if it was just the other side having their people die in the aftermath of such an incident. I took out my kaleidophone and sent a quick message. A moment later it buzzed, a message returned, and I smiled softly. Would you like some help? The Ancient One looked at me for a moment. I would not reject help that could save the lives of my sorcerers. If you have expertise, I would listen to your input at a minimum. I wouldn't blame her for her stance of basically saying, I'll hear what you have to say, but I'm not going to blindly agree. However, there was a bit of a misunderstanding. I wasn't referring to myself. If you're willing, I can bring an expert at this kind of thing. An expert? She repeated, seemingly confused by what I meant by that. You wish to bring someone here? If you're okay with it. I basically had permission to come and go from Camartage as I wanted, but I wasn't going to invite my own guests over without a heads up. I had more decorum than that. Master Mordo, your thoughts? She looked to him. Mordo, who had been silent this whole time, had finally opened his mouth. I would not reject any advice on how to save our fellow sorcerers. He spoke plainly. The fact that he didn't tell me to fuck off after our first meeting was telling. In fact, he wasn't looking at me like he wanted to quite literally stab me in the back if given the chance. Oh, he obviously wasn't my biggest fan, but he had been quiet and observant, mostly. Then if you would be so kind, I would quite like to meet this expert of yours. She gave tacit permission. I quickly sent a message on my kaleidophone, waiting a few seconds before opening a portal back home. Will. Jean walked through, ignoring everything else, and I was enveloped in a big hug. Jean hugs always made me happy. Combined with getting to talk with Kuna for the first time in a while, it felt like all the stress I had was just washing away now. Not even those idiots from before could dampen my mood. Of course, I didn't want to make the atmosphere awkward, and there were people in need of help. Jean looked at the others in the room. While the Ancient One and Mordo were the only ones I was talking to, there were plenty of actual sorcerers doing their best to help the patients inside as well. And who would this young lady be? The Ancient One asked politely. Nice to meet you, I'm Jean Dark. Jean introduced herself without any hesitation and with a warm smile. Are you now? The Ancient One's eyes widened. Line break. I watched as Jean was helping the sorcerers draw out the demonic energy using her own holy power. Being a literal saintess blessed by Big G himself, she could do it significantly easier and with much greater care. There had yet to be a single death. And she was wearing her booty shorts, so I watched her quite thoroughly. Truthfully, I could have probably helped in some manner, and it would have been sufficient. But I didn't want to cause any issues when I'm southwest very close to the actual source of the pain and potential death. It was just better to bring Jean here. And why not have an excuse to spend more time with Jean? It's a win-win. I'm curious about something. I said as I rested my chin on a nearby table, sitting down and happily watching Jean work. I felt somewhat bad about asking her to come over and help after only getting back home recently. But she also kind of thrives in these kinds of situations and genuinely enjoys doing it. And what would that be? The Ancient One asked, watching by my side. Couldn't you have handled things? Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme, and all that. She pursed her lips. Your belief that I am an omnipotent sorcerer is flattering, but incorrect. I am a deft hand at the healing arts, but even I have trouble removing the demonic corruption in people. Frankly, it's just not something easily manageable. Has it always been this bad? Demonic power wasn't this corrosive even back home. There is a misconception. It's not as if we lose nearly a dozen sorcerers every time a demonic entity appears. This one in particular was on the stronger end of the spectrum compared to the normal sort. Ah. I understood what she was saying. I admit, I did not expect you to bring a living saint to assist. She finally said. I am awed and rather frightened by the casualness of it. I'm actually on very good terms with heaven. She looked at me, raising her eyebrow. I've met Big G too. Are you just trying to make me react? Actually, Jean's rather friendly with an archangel. She comes around often these days to see Jean. I really can't tell if you're lying or not, and it's very concerning. I have a pair of angel wings stored away if you want to see. I offered. Though, they're fallen angel wings. I didn't give her a chance to answer as I set one of Kokobeel's wings on the table. He tried to kill someone I cared about, so I ripped them off. I explained. After I invoked the power of Big G to metaphysically neuter him. It might be helpful in the future. They still got a bit of holy juice in them. I said again. I still had 9 more wings, so I didn't mind giving one out. She had been nice and helpful, and I wasn't without sympathy for their situation. She stared at me for a long while. Why is there a hole in your hat? She finally opened her mouth to speak. You've had that relic for a few days, and it's already nearly destroyed. I reached up and felt that I was still wearing the hat and felt another flurry of anger that it was blasted. It's not like I did it on purpose. I threw my hands up with a huff. Stupid Wakandon. I had wondered what possessed you to erect giant phalluses around their border, but I suppose I understand now. As petty as I believe your reasoning is. It's a nice hat. I defended. And you saw. I perked up a little. Do you think I wouldn't check in when you were so blatantly casting magic around the border of that country? She looked at me, yet funny enough, she refused to look at the angel wing on the table. If you wanted to sneak a peek at me. No. She cut me off. You don't get to shamelessly flirt like that while staring so intensely at the young woman's behind. She shot me a rather dry look. All right, that's fair. How's the spell going? Nearly complete, I'd imagine. The ritual had been going on by itself, but it should be a few more hours. And yourself? I barely got anywhere. I admitted. Got a little sidetracked. Still no regrets. Her lips quirked up. Oh my, and what do I win then? Another angel wing. I offered. Without a word, she flicked her hand, and the angel wing disappeared into a portal. That is going into the vault, and I will not speak of it again. She seems really frightened of it for some reason. Going back to my hat, can you fix it? I set it on the table. She picked it up, giving it a once-over. It's not impossible, but it would require more time and resources than it's worth. I'll pay. I offered. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's not mundane currency I'm talking about. I can trade. I said. I got a lot of things, not just angel wings. I took out some potions, setting them on the table. She immediately perked up and started inspecting them. What are these? Red ones are health potions. Green ones are stamina potions. Blue ones are mana potions. I said briefly, knowing she had the presence of mind to decipher enough from just their names. Alchemy. She replied. Yup, I'm decent at it, but I got a supplier. Alchemy has been on the steep decline for centuries. I can count on one hand the number of sorcerers who have a deep understanding of the art still. She said softly. You have a steady supply of these, you said. I do, the materials aren't too difficult to grow. Even the yokai have made significant progress and have started producing their own so they don't have to rely solely on the Igmillennium family or Whiterin for supply. I would happily accept this trade. And if you're willing, we'd also like to purchase more. I don't see any reason to refuse. I mean, regardless of who they're selling to, the Igmillennium family intends to sell a certain amount, so I can divert some this way and make everyone happy. I can get the going rate for you. But it'll probably have to be paid in precious metals or gems. I've said it once, and I'll say it 1,000 times, using paper money from one world to another is just asking for trouble. I'm sorry, did you say gold and gems? She asked, looking confused. Yes. Is there a problem? I blinked, looking at her. Are you guys poor? She choked at my question. I assure you, we are most certainly not poor. I mean, ascetic monks living in the mountains. We have prime real estate in some of the biggest cities in the world that we have to pay taxes on. We have thousands of sorcerers that require accommodations daily. Our order has been active for thousands of years. I assure you, we are more than capable of handling some expenses. That's true, I suppose. Then why did you react that way? I'm just surprised you want something so mundane. Kamartaj used to have large fields full of magical and spiritual herbs and plants in the distant past. Now, we have a few acres in various places that barely manage to produce a piddling amount that could never satiate our needs. What happened? Humanity. She said without any true disdain. I believe where our fields once covered as far as the eye could see, now parking garages and high-rise apartments blanket the horizon. That's sad. It's the inevitability of progress. She said with a somewhat aged tone. So if it merely costs gold or jewels for access to a plethora of alchemically created potions, we would be more than willing to pay the cost. All right, I'll make sure to talk to my suppliers and set something up. I saw no reason to refuse, literally no detriment to me. Besides, we already had a smaller, trade agreement, going on with regards to knowledge that I had yet to cash in on. But it was more of the same in that regard. And it was good to have a base I could drop in at any time when visiting this world. I like to have somewhere I could come with allies and people I could trust. I felt a pair of hands wrap around me from behind, Jean's head pressed against my shoulder. All done. I tilted my head so I could see her face. She seemed really happy for some reason. The Ancient One stood up as the others approached, and they very politely bowed towards her. Thank you for your help, Miss Ark. Mordo said rather warmly. You are forever welcome within these halls. It was nothing. Jean smiled in return. If you need help again, you can just ask. I think I saw him crack a smile. If you're willing, we always welcome new students. He also offered. I blinked, looking at him, then at Jean. Want to be a sorcerer? To be completely honest, I can't picture Jean shouting incantations while flinging spells. Ah. Jean seemed surprised by the sudden offer. Well, I appreciate the offer, but I don't think I have much talent for this sort of thing. But, well, I am learning something already. You're learning magic. I reoriented myself in my seat so I could pull Jean in front of me. Who, what, where, when, and why? Jin was teaching me a little bit of healing. She said with a bit of embarrassment. I'm not very good at it. Regardless, the offer is forever open, and even so, please enjoy your stay in Camartage and know that the doors will open for you if you desire to come back at any time. Mordo bowed again, paying respect to her even if he retained that stiff demeanor of his. We watched him walk away before the Ancient One spoke up. His offer was genuine. She said. Master Mordo is the type of person to not express himself much emotionally, but he is genuinely appreciative of your help. We all are. Well, I do think she would fill out the robes nicely. Nay. She smacked my shoulder. I smacked her but in return, earning another yelp from her. Seeing her puff up was always so cute. You weren't busy with anything, were you? I asked her. Jean shook her head. I'm happy that you sent me a message. She seemed to unconsciously grab at her long braid, fiddling with it. We haven't spent much time together lately, so I'm glad to come and help you with anything. Cute. I decided not to ask who she got to read the message for her. Well, why don't you just stay with me for a while then? I pulled her in close. I have a few things I need to take care of. I got a boat trip I need to make and fish some things out of the ocean. Still needs a few hours, more than likely. The Ancient One clarified. Right. I would always love to go to the ocean. Jean said warmly. I don't mind waiting. Well, there is something else. I believe someone mentioned something about New Mexico and some strange happenings going on there. Oh dear. The Ancient One said softly. How about it, Jean? Want to take a short trip over to the States? Jean's eyes brightened up excitedly. Though for some reason, the Ancient One didn't share the same enthusiasm. Line break. A/N. If you want read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 589, Chapter 532 plus Arachne 8. The Ancient One was kind enough to give us a ride. Not that I couldn't manage on my own, but I didn't want to go through the effort when I didn't know the exact location. Oh, and she was kind enough to help us with the whole money issue. That is, I traded them some gold for currency here in various countries. I was happy. It's been a while since just Jean and I have been off doing something fun. And something I didn't immediately realize but made sense in hindsight, Jean had never been to a desert before, if not counting her time in the Grail War. But during that point, she would absolutely refuse to indulge in any fun or anything like that while she was working. The time she spent traveling through Romania, she did with single-minded focus. One of the first things she did was kneel down and touch the desert sand with such a cute look. It's a cactus, she said excitedly, noticing said plant not far away and running towards it. I didn't even have it in me to tease her. Seeing her so happy and excited just soothed the soul and was too cute to watch. As I got closer, she looked at me with a pout, holding her finger. It pricked me. There was no actual blood drawn or even an indication that she was hurt, she was a servant after all. Regardless, I gently took her hand and gave her a little kiss on the finger, much to her chagrin. Didn't get the chance to check out the cacti in Romania? I asked. Jean shook her head. I was too busy. And most of the time I spent traveling through the desert portions was from hitchhiking. But the few I did see were smaller. Her smile returned. I'm just happy I can enjoy it now. It really is just the small things. You want to try it? I questioned. You mean like eat it? She looked at me. Yup. It took her a moment, but she puffed up cutely like she does. You're teasing me. I couldn't help but chuckle, rubbing her head. Come on, let's go check out the town. Small towns in the States like this can be rather charming. She skipped to my side as we got back on the main road. The town ahead was not even 5 minutes of walking away. Though, once we got closer, I came to a stop because we were standing right in front of the big welcome sign. It was worn from time and the elements, but the name of the town stood out, and I didn't know how I should feel about it. The Ancient One didn't really give us any details, not that we asked. But maybe I should have guessed if she dropped us at a small town in the middle of New Mexico. What's wrong? Jean looked back at me and at the sign. Do you recognize this place? Puente Antiguo. I read it for her. Home of the biggest pancake. Odd. Regardless, we were basically sightseers, no need to worry about anything. I offered my arm to her. Shall we? Jean smiled beautifully, grabbing my arm as we walked into town. Though, I had to somewhat urgently nudge her to the side as a bunch of cars rolled up. I would admit it was our fault for being technically on the road, but they were driving rather aggressively. And getting a good look at them as they passed, they were all black SUVs or armored vehicles. Granted, the armored aspects were decently hidden at first glance, but I had pretty good eyesight. Bulletproof glass too. A government agency of some acronym, no doubt. In the middle of the convoy of totally not government vehicles, there was a window down, and a middle-aged man tilted down his sunglasses and met my gaze as they passed. I gave him a wave. And Jean, seeing me do so, also waved genuinely at him. I could see him blink as if he was confused about something, but the vehicles didn't stop. I suppose we must look a bit out of place. I was wearing, well, my normal clothes. Jean was wearing her normal clothes too, and she looked a bit more normal in that sense. Something fun was definitely happening here. The people here are really nice. Jean commented as we moved a few blocks down. They all smile and greet us as we pass. Good old Southern hospitality. I nodded. One of the charms of these kinds of places. It has the same feeling as the village I grew up in. Everyone knows everyone. Her head was bouncing back and forth, watching everything closely as we walked by. There was a store with a big clock in the window, and I noticed the time just as I saw something else that piqued my interest. Why don't we get breakfast? I asked, gesturing to a diner across the street. I'd love to. She said happily. First trip to the States, we need you to get a taste for the food. I was not quite as much of a glutton as Artoria, but if you put food in front of me, it was going to disappear. The bell rang as we went inside, and it had that 90s feel to it right away. Like a relic of a lost era, I immediately loved it. Silently, I led Jean to an empty booth on the other side. Almost immediately a woman came over and dropped a couple of menus in front of us. What can I start you off to drink with, hon? She looked at Jean. Oh, Jean fumbled slightly. Do you have any juice? Orange or apple, sweetheart? Orange juice, please. She nodded. And what for you? She looked at me next. I'd like an orange juice too, but also get us both a coffee, black please. I didn't ask for additions since I carried those with me. I was particular about both my tea and coffee. You know what you want to order yet, or do you want some time? Her southern accent was rather clear. Well, this is her first time in the States. Unfortunately, she grew up in France, so her perception of good food was limited. Anything you recommend? I wanted her to get the big American breakfast experience. There's nothing wrong with French food. Jean defended. The waitress smiled. I noted the name tag that read Myrtle. Don't worry, dear. I'm sure we can get you some proper food. You need to put some meat on those bones. Oh, she has plenty of meat in the right places. Nay. She reached across and smacked my arm. I chuckled, closing the menu. Just double up on whatever you get her, I'm sure it'll be good. I waved my hand casually. I'll start with your drinks first, and I'll put an order in for the big breakfast. Tell me if you want anything special when I come back. She said good-naturedly before walking away. It really is one of the most welcoming places I've ever been to. There are places like this in a lot of countries, small little enclaves where the people will literally give you the shirt off their back even if you're a complete stranger. I happened to glance out the window and noticed something across the street and perked up. With a little smile, I sneakily took a piece of paper out of my storage and wrote a quick note on it before storing it and a few $100s inside the menu, with the note peeking out slightly so the waitress would find it. Jean wasn't looking, more so marveling at everything, as all of this was a completely new experience. I didn't interrupt her. I just propped my chin up with my hand and my elbows on the table, finding it fun to see her so excited. Eventually, she turned to me in confusion. What? Why you're looking at me like that? She flushed slightly. I just enjoy seeing Jean happy. Her lips trembled, and she seemed to grab her large braid, fidgeting with it as her cheeks flushed a deeper red, looking away from me completely. Our waitress came back as another set of people came into the diner. Danny, your booth is open. Want your regular? You know what I like, Myrtle. A man in a flannel shirt plopped down in the booth right behind me. She placed our drinks down, and I used just a tad of magic to obscure the plethora of extras to get my coffee just how I liked it, gesturing to Jean that she was welcome to anything. The waitress grabbed our menus, and I was paying a bit more attention because I was hoping she would notice the note, but she began talking to the men behind us. I heard you and the boys were out playing around with that fallen piece of satellite all last night, and now you just had the fear of God put in you. She leaned against the back of the booth. Damn government spooks. They came in and grabbed all of us. Damn, Tommy got a few days behind bars cause he punched one of them lot. They had us answering questions about the thing all night. I just got out of there and hadn't eaten in 4 via. It's just a piece of satellite debris, what's there to ask about? She shook her head. Nah, Myrtle. That's what them be saying, but ain't no satellite piece like we've ever seen. Even with Bobby's truck, we couldn't even budge the thing, and it wasn't even the size of a tire. And it looked like a hammer, slick and all. Something strange was happening out there, and they're covering it up. Eventually, the waitress went back behind the counter. She seemed to notice my note and met my gaze, and I gave her a small smile, and I wasn't concerned any longer. Though I did turn around. Excuse me, sir. Did you say something about a satellite piece? The man in the flannel shirt turns around. He looked at me strangely, furrowing his brow. You new around here, don't recognize ya. We were passing through, our car had a problem, and we had to drop it off at the mechanic. I made up an excuse on the fly. Was it Ricky's you dropped it off at? I think that may be it. It sounds familiar. He seemed to ease a little and nodded. That's good then. Ricky is getting older, but he still does good work. Only place in town that won't overcharge you because you're from outside, even if he takes a bit longer these days. Well, that's sweet. His first question was to make sure we weren't getting scammed. We'll be around a few days while it gets settled. I said rather vaguely. You got somewhere to stay? My sister's got an extra room for you and the missus if you need. He looked at me and Jean. Jean went stiff and red as she covered her face. It's all right, I and the missus already got a place, but the offer is greatly appreciated. I noticed the waitress snuck out and was walking across the street. I was just curious about the satellite thing you mentioned. Don't think about trying to go find it, son. The government's all over it like roaches on manure. If they even seen someone trying to get close, you can bet your ass that you'll be tossed in a cell before you can count to 10. Believe me, I don't want to cause any trouble. I was just curious. Where did it happen? It was about 10 miles out east. He scratched his head. Fell just a few days ago. Huh, how about that? I got what I needed, and he just nodded like it was just some sort of normal town gossip. Well, I knew where the supposed thing was now that the ancient one mentioned. Though, she made it sound like there was a lot going on, and so far, I hadn't really seen much. Oh well, we were in no rush. The waitress came back, she began to set dishes out in front of us. Quite literally, it was enough to fill the table. My 3 favorite breakfasts were Japanese, English, and American. In no particular order, mostly just based on my mood. Lastly, the waitress put a potted cactus on the table right in front of us. With barely a word of enjoy, she returned back to the kitchen. Jean looked at the small cactus in the pot, then at me. What's this? I admit it was a little bit of a joke. I thought you'd want one of your own. Her lips trembled again, and her eyes softened as she grabbed and hugged the pot rather protectively, letting out some cute sounds. Cute Jean noises were cute. I love it, thank you. She said quietly, refusing to let it go. I couldn't help but smile. Happy Jean was definitely the best Jean. Line break. I held Jean in my arms as we traveled across the desert. I was faster, and it was easier to just hold her as I used Shuan but to travel the few miles out into the desert to find the anomaly. Funny enough, she was still clutching her little cactus. She absolutely refused to simply store it away. No, she was treating it like a newborn baby. I didn't know what she was feeling right now, but for some reason, it was utterly precious to her, so I didn't comment. It didn't take long to find the crash site as it had been described. There was a bit of a crater, and probably hundreds of people I could make out from a distance. Plenty of those completely black SUVs and lots of guards carrying rather big guns. Chain fences were up, barbed wire, and even guard posts high up that let them see everything around them. Thankfully, I had the good sense to quickly weave an illusion around us just in case. Walking to the edge of the crater, I slid down until we reached the bottom. I don't think we're supposed to be here. Jean said, as I set her down, walking towards the fence. What makes you say that? I pulled open the chains, still hiding our presence as I held a patch open for her to walk under. Will. She pouted but still went inside, and I followed after her. Maybe the fence is to keep everyone inside. Did you ever think about that? I asked her. She gave me a dry look. Though it was hard to take her seriously because she was still hugging her potted cactus. I just want to take a look. I spoke. Just looking. I promise I have no intention of stealing anything or harming anyone. I didn't think you were going to hurt anyone, you didn't have to say it like that. She said softly. What about the stealing part? She looked at me and looked away. I smacked her butt, earning another cheek puff from her and a little stomp of her foot. I sliced open a hole in the strange tent they erected that covered most of the crater, holding the flap open for her again. I'm just saying, I moved out of the way of people, scientists, walking by. That it's mean to just assume that I'm here to steal something. Jean also pushed up against the side to let a couple of guards pass by. Wilhelm, I believe I'm entitled to say that I know you at this point. But if you would like an outside opinion, I can call any one of your lovers and ask them. That's cheating. Another person dressed in a lab coat came walking by, carrying a stack of documents and other things. It began to wobble and nearly fall, but I caught it in time and made sure it stayed steady as he passed. She looked too smug. All right, why don't you go through the contacts and call Yasaka? I just chose one of my girls off the top of my head. Go ahead, I'll wait. Jean stopped and looked at me, lips trembling, before she started waving her cactus at me. Nee. She couldn't read the names of the contacts. It was one of those moments where I took a second to acknowledge the strangeness of my life. I, a devil, was being threatened by a saintess with a cactus. I finally had to kiss her forehead to calm her down. And I was happy that a cactus couldn't hurt me, otherwise, my cheeks would be in quite a bit of pain right now. Finally, we reached the proverbial center, and as we got close, I could feel whatever was on the other side. Like a contained storm that wanted to be released. A significant amount of magical energy was being released, and even the humidity and temperature in this little area were starkly different than even a few feet away. Both Jean and I came to a stop as we found it. A hammer, nestled into a small rock pedestal that had been carved and dug around. Divine. I could taste the lightning in the air. Is that fucking Mjolnir? I wasn't overly familiar with the hammer, but I had seen it up close when I was in Asgard. And it was hard to forget that kind of divine weapon. This one, though, was significantly different than the one I recall, just from looks alone. You're not allowed to take back what you said about stealing. Jean looked at me sternly. Damn it. If I knew that fucking Mjolnir was abandoned here, I would have never made that promise. Still, I approached it cautiously. I now knew why the Ancient One called it a mess preemptively. One does not simply lose a weapon of this caliber. It was a ticking time bomb waiting to happen. I made sure to reinforce the illusions around us because I was worried just the hammer's presence would shatter them. Secondly, I reached out hesitantly to pick it up but stopped myself. I remember that Thor had a belt and gloves that helped him. The hammer will try to shock me, won't it? For the strength part, well, I should at least be able to lift it even if it'll be unwieldy. As for it harming me, I coated my arms in lightning and grabbed it. Putting strength into it, the hammer wouldn't budge. I was surprised, I was rather strong. Did it really require even more strength? With a shrug, I gripped it again and put all of my strength into it, even casting reinforcement and hitting my peak without summoning any other means. Still, the hammer wouldn't budge. I admit, I wanted to kick it. However, I saw something curious. On the side of the hammer, an array of runes lit up that caught my attention. Actually, with a bit of effort on my part, I touched the hammer and could get all the runes on the weapon to light up properly and become visible. Beautiful. I couldn't help but marvel. What beautiful craftsmanship. I was talking about the runic arrays. I couldn't comment much beyond the surface level of the actual forging. But there was something extra. There's something specifically written on top of all the runes and enchantments. Something written. Jean leaned in. What does it say? Runic speech wasn't super precise. But you could almost always make out what was said if you were adept at it. Whosoever holds this hammer, should they be worthy, shall possess all the power of Thor. Even Jean was blinking in surprise. Is odd. Yeah. I agreed with her. But this runic array. I ignored the oddities in favor of the runes. This is perfect. I can see how they're woven, and it's absolutely perfect for me to copy. For my sword, I was still theorizing what runes to carve on the wood. I can easily steal some of this for myself. I stood up immediately, and my mind raced. I found myself pacing back and forth as all the new thoughts filled my brain. Sudden inspiration sometimes came at the most random of times. Will. A whole array is dedicated to facilitating a copy of a god's power for a mortal. Oh, it was complicated, but oh so beautifully done. Will. It's exactly what I needed for the mystic code I was going to craft. I just needed to tweak it so that I could create false copies of my swords, bestowing them with the same power as Will. I jerked my head back to Jean as she called out to me with a strange urgency in her tone. She looked at me silently, but worried and almost panicked. In one hand, she was holding her cactus, in the other, she held Mjolnir up for me to see with pleading eyes. How? My words died because space twisted. I looked up, and a funnel that disrupted space-time came crashing down with it, a myriad of lights not too dissimilar to my kaleidoscope in appearance, if more ostentatious. It only took the blink of an eye for Jean to disappear, pulled through space by something I've never encountered before that took me completely off guard. There was, of course, a huge commotion, and people funneled into the room. I just realized the little light show had shattered my spells. A great many guns were pointed at me. Line break. Heimdall, Watchman of Asgard POV. It had been days since Thor had been cast out, banished, and his power stripped away. He was cast down to Midgard to learn humility, patience, and kindness. I have watched him as per my duties, and I knew it would be longer still before he returned to his home on Asgard. As per the orders of King Odin, I was not to open the Bifrost until his mighty hammer was claimed once more. Yes, even his calls to me in panic, in need, I heard them but ignored them all the same. The Queen Mother also came to ask me about Thor in the days he had been gone. A mother's worry always persisted even to gods. She knew, of course, what Odin had done. When King Odin had cast Thor out for nearly causing a war between realms once more, she noticed the new enchantment he placed on Mjolnir as he also cast it down to Midgard with the now banished prince. Perhaps only the three of us were aware of the trial that Thor faced. And now that King Odin was forced into the Odin sleep to recuperate his power, only the two of us remained conscious of it. Not even Loki, as King Regent in this period, was aware of his plans. Yes, those carefully laid plans. King Odin's wisdom was known even among the gods. So, why was it that all the carefully laid plans were turned to ash as a mortal, but not mortal, woman stood in front of me, clutching Mjolnir in one hand and a plant in the other, looking flustered? Despite what some may think, I do not see everything at all times. I need to focus, otherwise, everything else is background noise, as some may compare. One may peer out at a large beach and see the rolling dunes of sand. However, one must focus to notice each and every individual grain. I followed my orders and opened the Bifrost once I noticed that Mjolnir had been lifted. Hello. The young Midgardian girl spoke to me. Greetings to you. I tilted my head her way. Welcome to Asgard, home of the Aesir gods. Ah, you must be Heimdall. She said softly. I blinked because this was not how I expected her reactions to go. If I recall, I believe we were relegated to myths and legends among the mortals. Oh, sorry, I was just surprised. She shifted in place. I'm Jean Dark, it's nice to meet you. She smiled warmly. Just a few words, and I could tell that she was of a pure and kind soul. My eyes could see many things, and I could see why the hammer allowed her to lift it. Well met, Jean Dark of Midgard. I greeted her properly. Despite being a Midgardian, she lifted Mjolnir, thus, she earned that much respect. Even if her nature was escaping my gaze, which was also strange. She shifted again, looking at the plant in her hand and the hammer as if she were having trouble deciding. I raised an eyebrow as she seemed to put the hammer down, almost ignoring it completely. I didn't mean to take this, am I in trouble? I found myself smiling. I assure you, you are in no trouble. In fact, I am positive that the Allfather would be interested himself in meeting a Midgardian capable of lifting it after he put that particular enchantment on it. If it's no trouble, can I ask you for your help with something? She asked rather shyly. What do you require assistance with, Lady Ark? She was, after all, a guest due to my own hand, and it would take a few minutes before the Queen Mother was properly alerted to her abrupt presence. I caught a glimpse of magic being utilized, piquing my interest even more. She took out a strange device and awkwardly shuffled closer to me. I believe it to be some sort of communication device at first glance. See, can you read the names here and tell me which one says Wilhelm? Line break. Non-canon Omake, the Little Spider, Part 8. No one there knew what the words meant. But neither did they have a moment of time to consider the words before a wave of power radiated outward from Arachne. It was quick, in the blink of an eye, she had two white wings spring out from her back and a shimmering golden halo hover above her head. Holy power radiated off of her. And her appearance was met with a stunned silence. No one there was oblivious to the imagery. Adding on the feeling associated with it, the godly presence that seemed to cascade off her, well, it wasn't hard to put two and two together. Holy spear reflecting the white knight. It was a birthday present, directly crafted from the biblical God, delivered by an archangel to her personally. Of course, it sounded more grandiose when said like that. Truthfully, Aunt Gabriel was just attending her birthday party, and her big grandpa sent her down with the gift. Her father was by no means obtuse enough to give her the true Longinus, she's 14 years old. Likewise, the biblical God wasn't foolish enough to do so either, so he crafted a reduced copy. It was an exact copy of the true Longinus, just lessened in every regard. She had a single pair of wings, and to invoke a miracle required explicit approval from heaven. But the latter was mostly a defensive mechanism just to keep her safe, it was nearly impossible for her to use it as she wished at her age. Its true strengths for her lie in the amplification of her physical abilities due to basically becoming an angel, as well as being able to utilize holy power despite being a half-devil. Not to mention, the spear itself as a replica also means it's anti-god in creation. Despite being called false Longinus, it was a treasure that anyone on Earth would covet. Displays of power weren't anything new to the demigods of Camp Half-Bood. They were rare to take such a blatant and direct form, such as Clarice getting help from the god of war, but they weren't non-existent. When you see gods casually appear and disappear in the blink of an eye, when thunderstorms suddenly surge with the ire of Zeus, you quickly acclimatize yourself to what is considered normal. That being said, every single demigod there present was under a singular belief that was sternly maintained, if through omission by the Olympians. That was the belief that the Greek gods were the only gods in existence. In this moment, that belief was thoroughly shattered. Sure, there were icons of Greek heritage that showed wings and such, but the presence and holy nature radiating off her was hard to describe in simple words. It carried with it a certain magnificence, an unconscious acknowledgement that didn't need an explanation of its origins. Arachne's wings fluttered behind her back. It was a strange sensation for her. While she was used to her devil wings, angel wings felt completely different. She's only utilized this form a handful of times, not yet completely mature with its usage. She looked towards her opponent, clad in such strong divine power and blessings from the war god. "If you're not going to attack, then I will," she declared as her opponent stared wide-eyed, unmoving. Clarice and likewise Ares, who somewhat superimposed part of his divine power over her, felt the threat immediately as the girl pulled her hand back on the spear, like she was going to thrust despite them being dozens of yards apart. Block. Ares roared inside Clarice's mind. Perhaps it was instinctual on the daughter of war, but she brought her spear up, the spear wrapped in her father's divine power, giving it a full form despite having been broken. She brought the spear up defensively just in time as a silver and golden light shot across the arena. The spear in Arachne's hand extended, the spear tip reached her in the time it took one to blink their eyes. Clarice felt the weight of it, the tip of the holy spear connected with her divine spear, and she put everything she had into blocking it, only for her eyes to widen further in realization that her footing disappeared and she was lifted up off her feet and forcibly pushed back into the side of the arena. Stone cracked and wood splintered upon collision, sending a tremor through the entire area. The spear retracted just as quickly as it had shot out, and Arachne simply stood there, the spear casually resting in her grasp against the ground. But to others watching, their minds were reeling. Only a select few could see what happened in that singular exchange. Ares, of course, was among them, as were all the other gods watching. Chiron was also included in that list and found himself speechless. The moment the spear collided with Ares' divine power, it was like a predator pouncing on prey. The false Longinus inherited its god-slaying attributes. Merely overlaying divine power led to it being dispersed on touch. Clarice climbed out of the hole in the side of the arena. Her armor was cracked, her helmet shattered and fell off, turning into motes of light and disappearing. Her spear, which had been wreathed in divine power to turn it into a suitable weapon, well, it had turned completely back into a decrepit, shattered stick. Clarice staggered slightly, and there was some blood slowly flowing down from the top of her head somewhere. But surprisingly, her power only seemed to be amplified. Arachne grinned. "I like it, your power gets stronger the more you get hurt," she said happily. I thought this trip would be boring. Though, it was obvious that the effect of her bloodline was taken to new heights due to Ares' personal intervention. But in Arachne's eyes, that just meant that it was possible for her to do it with effort and training, which meant there was hope for them. Chiron at this point knew that the fight had to be called. It didn't matter to him if he was going to get scolded and maybe punished by the gods. His first duty was to protect the campers of his. In most situations, he couldn't get involved due to certain rules and laws, but this was directly within his authority to manage. But before he could open his mouth, he felt a strange haze cloud his eyes. His 4 horse legs staggered slightly, and he nearly fell over. Dionysus, not far away, met his gaze as Chiron seemed to come under a realization despite his head becoming muddy. The god of wine smiled at him and held a finger up to his lips. He was enjoying himself far too much for things to end here. No one noticed because in that moment, a blood-like aura enveloped Clarice, and her shattered and cracked armor reformed in full. No, it was better this time, another notch up the ladder in divine power bestowed. This time, her features couldn't be seen at all, nearly completely covered in armor. In her left hand, a shield appeared, in her right, her spear reformed. Arachne narrowed her eyes. Was there much difference between this and simply having Ares come down and fight her? It made her want to sigh, because despite her enjoying herself now, she was annoyed at such blatant cheating. "You know, if you just asked, I'd have happily fought ya," Arachne said with some mild annoyance in her tone. The armor-clad Clarice paused in her approaching steps. "Are you sure you're not one of my brats?" The words are clearly not coming from Clarice herself. She continued walking until they were only about a dozen yards apart. "Who taught you to fight, girl?" I can count the number of people with the kind of spear skills able to do that on one hand. Arachne grinned wide, taking a proper stance again, knowing that things were going to be different this time. Me mum. Name? He asked, knowing she obviously wasn't talking about Athena. Scathack, the immortal witch of Dun Scaith. If there was recognition, it was impossible to tell from Arachne's perspective, but it didn't matter, she would just have to prove her mom's teachings through her own spear. Actually, Ares wanted to ask her a great many more questions. Like, what the fuck? And a follow-up of, what the fuck? He would have to be completely brain dead to not recognize the source of her spear. Oh, he certainly knew that it was going to be a clusterfuck of epic proportions. But he also realized it wasn't his place at the moment. He respected the fight. Sure, maybe if the brat had pissed him off, he might ignore that part of himself. But honestly, he genuinely was happy to see another demigod with a nice bit of bloodlust to her like his own children. A proper demigod, in his eyes. So, he would let the others handle that. The only reason he even personally moved to get the damn fish was that he thought he could leverage a small war between everyone even if it would eventually end once his pops got fed up enough. Just a nice family war. But now he found a new source of entertainment. And constant questions had no place in combat. Ares only had one response to Arachne's words. He let out a laugh and charged. Whether it was Clarisse or Ares in control, Arachne didn't know anymore but didn't care. Though many gods watching had a question pop up in their minds because they could see behind the armor on Clarisse's face. Both of them had the exact same bloodthirsty grin. Was she really Athena's daughter? Clarisse arrived in front of Arachne faster than the younger girl expected. Her sprint had suddenly exploded, and it caught her off guard. The younger girl flapped her angel wings, and with a movement, she shot backwards by her own hand, and her false Longinus shot out again. Clarisse ducked under it, then sidestepped several times as it continuously stabbed out, extending over the distance in a matter of seconds. Clarisse, or rather Ares, understood the danger of the weapon at this point. He was not the god of war for no reason, it only took one experience for him to understand and deploy countermeasures. In response, the spear of the war god thrust forward, and it carried with it a certain momentum and pressure that shattered the air around it, sending shockwaves towards Arachne. Arachne was forced to dodge as she carried out her own attacks as well. The strange battle, that despite both of them using spears, turned into a ranged fight. But the only sounds heard over the fight were two in-sync laughs from both ends. It was Arachne who shifted away from their little back and forth first. Her wings flapped, and she went upward a few feet, using the momentum to extend the spear towards the sky, and slammed it downwards. Ares brought his shield up to block, a resounding clang reverberated throughout the arena. Normally, an action like this would have been severely punished as Arachne had overextended, but the spear retracted so quickly that she could recover from such large actions with ease. Just as quickly, she hit the ground and swept her extended spear out, fully elongated so the entire arena would be affected. The god of war overlapped on Clarisse, leapt over the spear, and stabbed his own spear into the ground to push himself up further to avoid several more sweeps, maneuvering to dodge midair in a show of exceptional martial skill. Gradually, the distance between them closed. Ares only took a few exchanges to read Arachne's movements and analyze them properly. Seeing her actions, the way her body twisted, her muscles tense, he predicted the next attack of hers, another thrust forward. He put his shield up like he was going to block, watching Arachne shift her footing to follow up, but he completely let go of his shield, abandoning it and shooting at her. Despite her spear retracting so quickly, Ares closed the distance just as fast, his spear piercing through the air right at her. Arachne wasn't without her own blood inheritances from her divine side. She could read the flow of battle and just as quickly analyze her opponents to almost predict their movements. Hers was still rather immature in development, but it allowed her to realize that she was in a predicament here. Everything was timed perfectly by the god of war. But Arachne's expression didn't change. Spear in hand, having already retracted, the spear mere inches away from her face, she tilted it at the ground and clutched the shaft tight. Instead of the spear shooting out, it extended, but instead took Arachne backward, avoiding the dangerous thrust from the god of war, well, mostly. The power behind it still came at her, the god of war wouldn't be so easily defeated by such a trick, despite in his mind praising her for such quick thinking. He shot through the air along the path of the thrust, still coming right at her. However, she had time to counter this time. Arachne spun her spear in hand, and gathered holy power around it and parried the thrust with all her might. The shockwave blew away parts of the arena as divine power and holy power collided and cascaded outwards. With the flurry of blows, Arachne realized that it was time to end this fight. As much as she was enjoying it, she didn't want to get caught up in it if it concerned Mr. Blueberry. She had a great many more cards to play if the situation ever became dire, like even her aura that she was consciously not using, but similar to Ares, she respected a fight in certain regards. The amount of holy power she could control was significantly less than her father's, but it was still substantial. She stomped on the ground, and a burst of holy power knocked Ares back off his feet. She then gathered all of it at the tip of her spear and thrust it forward, like a beam of light. It was discharged right at the god of war overlapped on his daughter. He smiled awkwardly, knowing he had no response. All his divine power wrapped around his daughter shattered and dispersed as the holy light passed over. Clarice wasn't magically unscathed from such an attack, but Ares made sure to utilize his divine power before it dispersed in a way that it took the brunt of the attack. Clarice fell to her knees, steam wafting off of her at first glance, but it was actually the faint remnants of divine power that remained from Ares essentially using her as a vessel. Only the whites of her eyes showed as she hit the ground, unconscious. Arachne nodded to herself pridefully, spinning her spear out of habit before resting it butt first against the ground. She then blinked, looking around, noticing the absolute silence despite so many eyes staring at her. What, have none of you ever seen an angel before? Line break. A/N. Jean totally didn't steal Mjolnir, despite what Wilhelm will forever say from now on. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. And we got 2 chapters ahead of Arachne over here as well. Chapter 590, Chapter 533. In a different situation, I would have been furious and immediately followed after Jean. However, thinking about it calmly, she shouldn't be in immediate danger. First, it's fairly obvious where she was probably whisked away to. Second, she had a kaleidophone with her, so I could easily pop over to her if needed. Third, with the kaleidophone again, she can call me if she's in danger. And Jean is by no means unable to defend herself if things go south. So, I was willing to give it a few minutes to see if she calls before getting worried. I didn't want to immediately draw my sword and potentially make a misunderstanding worse. Different from the nonsense from Wakanda, this could genuinely be a mistake on their end. I would give it the benefit of the doubt for now, considering my connection with the Norse. That being said, I had probably 30 guns in my face. When was the last time someone pointed a gun at me? I honestly can't remember. Is it strange that I kind of want some more guns for myself? Nah, if I could, I'd want them too. Shooting guns is fun. Drake commented. I'm glad it wasn't just me. These are not the droids you're looking for. I waved my hand. Cute. Someone walked forward. I think I recognized him as the man I saw before. But I think you'll find that my people are a bit more trained than a stormtrooper, and they won't miss. Prove it. He seemed taken aback. Are you suggesting we shoot you? Do it or no balls. He opened his mouth once and then closed it again. I think I caught him off guard. Very quickly, I jerked my hand to the side, pointing at a random guy holding an assault rifle, making them all tense. That one didn't even properly load his gun, the magazine is empty. The man in question paused and slightly lowered his weapon and actually took the magazine out to check. The man I was speaking with a moment ago let out a sigh. Raising his hand to his face. I smiled smugly. Better trained than stormtroopers, huh? Who are you and what are you doing here? The man finally asked. It's polite to introduce yourself first. I crossed my arms. He stared at me rather expressionlessly. I think he may still be considering my earlier comment and actually testing it. Agent Phil Coulson with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Jesus, that's a mouthful. Wait. Did you seriously call yourselves that so you could use the acronym SHIELD for your organization? I questioned. Yes. It is said without any reaction on his end. Credit where it's due, he certainly owned up to it. And it is a pretty cool name to call your organization. I was about to open my mouth again, but I felt my kaleidophone vibrating. Is it all right if I answer my phone? I'm getting an important call. Are you asking me for permission to take a call while you are held at gunpoint for breaking into a restricted area as ordered by the United States government? He looked at me. Yes. Okay. I blinked because I didn't expect him to agree. And the guns did not lower. I slowly reached into my pocket, pretending it was there only to pull it from my storage and into my hand. I hit the button and slowly brought it up to my ear while still looking the agent in the eyes. Hello. Will. Jean answered from the other end. Are you okay? Nothing bad happened. I got straight to the point. I'm okay. Mr. Heimdall has been very nice to me. He even helped me call you. She seemed genuine in her tone, so I didn't suspect anything. And Heimdall, huh? Guess that confirms where she actually is. Do I need to come get you? Hang on, let me ask. She paused for a moment. Mr. Heimdall, does Wilhelm need to come get me? I couldn't hear what was happening in the background. He says that they'll send me back in a little bit. He says that the Queen wanted to talk to me. And I wanted to apologize for accidentally taking the hammer. She paused for a second. Oh, never mind, Mr. Heimdall says that I'm not in trouble for the hammer. Tell him that. Mr. Heimdall says he can hear you. Jean interjected. Is that so? I hummed, at least happy that Jean wasn't in any sort of trouble. In fact, it seemed like she was enjoying herself. I intentionally switched my words to ancient Norse so that the people around me wouldn't understand. Then I would like to say that I hope you take care of Jean. Because if I find out someone hurt her in any way, Ragnarok would be a mercy. Will. Don't be rude, he's been very nice to me. Jean chastised me from her end. If you're worried, I can come back soon. I really couldn't keep up any semblance of sternness when Jean talks like that. Oh well, I made my threat, they would be smart to heed it. Don't rush, enjoy your trip. It's not every day you get to visit somewhere like that. I'll be here waiting when you get back. Just like all my other girls, I didn't want Jean to rely on me for everything. I wanted her to be able to enjoy opportunities that came her way, to be able to explore somewhere without feeling guilty that I was left behind. I wanted her to be able to live her life properly. Just take care of yourself, okay? You know how to get a hold of me if something happens, and I'll come immediately. Still, I would worry because the thought of Jean getting hurt or being sad made my soul ache. I'll be safe. She said softly. You don't need to worry. After saying our goodbyes, I slipped my phone back into my pocket. Are you finished? Agent Coulson asked. Yup. Good. He nodded. Cuff him. They practically swarmed me. Line break. I think this is the first time I've been cuffed. Does this count as being arrested? Can I check that off my bucket list? I'll be honest, the first time you got arrested, I bet it would involve a lot more alcohol. Drake said. That's a fair guess, I think. After my little stunt back in Remnant that one time, I hadn't really done anything with mundane authorities that would qualify for me getting arrested. Wakanda doesn't count because they were the ones technically breaking the law. So, why exactly are you letting them arrest you and detain you like this? I looked down at my handcuffed hands, chained to the table. Look, I have respect for people doing their jobs. Obviously, I don't accept that as an excuse when people do stupid things, like the Wakandan again. But like with the crazy goddess that I intruded on, I did willingly walk into an obviously restricted area. Suffice it to say, I am at fault. Now, it's not like I'm going to allow myself to get put in jail, but I also wasn't going to cause a bigger commotion and harm a bunch of people who really did nothing wrong other than exist in my presence. There was no harm in playing along for now and just sneaking away later. Speaking of, the door finally opened, and the familiar agent walked in. How long had I been waiting? A bit over an hour. Maybe closer to 2 hours. It didn't really matter, mostly, I was waiting for Jean to be done. And I promised her that we would go out onto the sea together, so I didn't want to just skip ahead to that. The agent took a seat opposite me and tossed a folder onto the table, looking a little perturbed. Do you know what that is? In my expert opinion, I would call it a folder. I answered. It's your folder. He specified. It's empty. I noted. Yes, it is. He agreed. That's the problem. Do you want some pictures to add to it? We can take some selfies. I offered. We have no records of you, Mr. Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo. I introduced myself. I suspect that name is false. No, my name totally means strawberry. I said with a completely serious look. He kept a rather expressionless look on him. All right, Mr. Kurosaki. Tell me, why after running your face through every database on the planet can we not find records of you anywhere? Did you really try everywhere? I questioned. Are you saying we missed one? He leaned in. The United States, the majority of Europe. Mexico, Canada, Russia, China, Japan, Korea, Brazil, India, Egypt, South Africa. It's rather strange that a person does not show up once across all the systems run by each of these countries. Have you tried Nigeria? I offered. Nigeria. He said dryly. What's wrong with Nigeria, huh? Got something to say? I looked at him. He raised an eyebrow. Nigeria's government changes rather drastically every few years, they don't have a contemporary database. How convenient. I smiled. Yes, convenient. His expression didn't change. How about we talk about why you're here and what happened to Object 084, also nicknamed the Hammer? I stumbled in accidentally. Through the fence surrounding the site. There was a big hole. That someone seemingly made it just as you appeared. And I tried to find someone for help, so I went into the big tent thing. That was cut open from the outside. And somehow I ended up in that big open area. Where the classified object known as 084 disappeared from. I shrugged helplessly. Maybe it flew away. The door opened, and a man walked in, silently putting a new folder in front of the agent before leaving. Agent Coulson opened it up, reading over it without saying a word. Should I call you Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg instead, or do you prefer Kurosaki Ichigo? Wilhelm is fine. Wilhelm then. Coulson settled on. It appears you were telling the truth about Nigeria. It says here that you've been a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for a whole week. He looked up and stared blankly as I waved my little Nigerian flag in front of him. Where did you get that? And how did you get out of your handcuffs? I looked down at said handcuffs that were on the table. I'm a master magician. Rather quickly a bunch of people rushed into the room, guns pointing at me. I had the distinct thought that they were watching from outside. Well, that's a lie, I knew they were, and I could sense them. Agent Coulson put his hand up and gestured for them to leave, completely nonplussed that I was technically free. We searched you thoroughly. Agent Coulson stated. Maybe a bit too thoroughly. I would like to file a complaint that one of your agents spent a bit too much time focused on specific areas. Noted. Funny enough, he sounded serious with my words. As well as the phone we saw you put into your pocket. It was nowhere to be seen, Mr. Schweinorg. Did the words, Master Magician, not register? I asked. Like pulling rabbits out of hats. He said with mild amusement. Get me a hat, and I'll pull a rabbit out of it. Cute, but I think not. He didn't seem to believe me. It says here that after becoming a citizen of Nigeria, you purchased, wow. He spoke it with a monotone voice. A significant 237 kilometers of land that borders Wakanda. My mom always told me that land was a good investment. It's mostly mountainous, if I recall the area. I think it's important to preserve nature. The amount of money you paid, I believe you, Mr. Schweinorg. Otherwise, I can't think of a good reason that someone would pay that much gold for some worthless land. In fact, there was so much gold influx into the country that even Interpol was alerted, and you have several agencies investigating the source. Perhaps not my most brilliant of ideas. But in my defense, annoyed Wilhelm doesn't make good decisions, usually. We currently have some people en route to investigate. He added. Perhaps we'll find the true reason you purchased that land at such an exorbitant price. Have fun with that. But I feel we're getting far off topic, Mr. Schweinorg. Agent Coulson closed the folder. Why were you here, and what happened to the hammer? Hammer, what hammer? I heard about a satellite piece falling down. And you traveled, what is it, 12 miles into the desert wearing that to see this supposed satellite piece? He questioned, clearly not believing me. Yes. I nodded. Actually, I technically did. We checked around the town. Apparently, you just showed up today. And the strangest thing is that we can't find any mention of the vehicle you used to make it here. I walked. You walked. It's good for your health. I nodded. The next closest town is 47 miles away. You walked 47 miles through the New Mexico desert to get here. Yes. I didn't actually know that. Wearing a suit. It's my desert traveling suit. And what about your female companion? He asked, changing the subject. Who? The one who I saw you with when I drove into town. He smiled. You stuck out like a sore thumb due to the way you were dressed, so I remember you vividly. You had a young woman next to you. Describe her. Blonde hair, in a long braid. Caucasian. Was she wearing booty shorts? If that's how you want to describe her clothing. He didn't bluntly acknowledge it. Sorry, no idea who you're talking about. Of course. He said, his expression never changing. I have to admit, he's keeping his cool really well. I've known infinitely more powerful beings who would have started throwing hands already. I think we've established that I haven't done anything actually wrong. I spoke up. Other than trespassing into a government-sanctioned quarantined area. He looked at me. An honest mistake. An honest mistake. He repeated dryly. And what do you expect to happen if it were an honest mistake, Mr. Schweinorg? Well, wouldn't the appropriate thing be to just let me go? I smiled. Go where? Out. Ah, you seem to be operating under the assumption that you will be simply let free. He cleared his throat. Let me correct you. We have no registered documents of yours. We have no documents from you pertaining to entering the country. No passports, no ID, not even a simple video of you passing through any border security checkpoints. For all intents and purposes, you're an illegal alien, Mr. Schweinorg, which gives us quite a bit of wiggle room in how we deal with you. I believe we can schedule the appropriate deportation hearings in about 12 months if it moves quickly. The courts are rather backed up right now, so it may take longer. Huh. You know, he plays the game really well. He never once got angry, he didn't really threaten me. He let me make an idiot of myself and the possibility that it reveals information. He let me take a damn call in that same instance. I admit, I'm impressed. Realistically, if I weren't, well, I would be over a barrel right now with my pants down. Do I get a lawyer? A lawyer is a right to citizens of the United States. He answered. Which you are not. He got up from his seat, pressing a finger to his ear. Was he wearing some kind of small communicator I didn't notice? I'll be back soon, he said, snapping to the side, and a couple of guards came in, roughly grabbing my hands and putting the handcuffs back on me. Should I head out now while something apparently grabbed their attention? I mentally shrugged because I didn't really have anything else to do right now, and I sort of liked Agent Coulson. It didn't take long before I heard a commotion outside. Lots of shouting, then the distinct sound of a taser and something heavy hiding on the side of the room. Then it sounded like they were quite literally dragging someone over as the door slammed open. And I was right. Agent Coulson walked in with 2 guards dragging in a dazed man. Holy shit, I realized as soon as he got this close. It felt eerily similar to Loki once I stripped away his godhood. Blonde, large frames, muscles, and he kind of looked like Thor. He had a vague impression of a storm within him. With context clues put together, I could guess who he was. I brought you company, Coulson said evenly despite the weird situation. Don't I get my own interrogation room? I was a little offended. We only have one interrogation room, so you'll have to share. Coulson responded without missing a beat. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be fast friends. Or maybe you know each other already. 2 people breaking in the same day. Rather strange, don't you think? The God of Thunder was basically thrown into a chair somewhat next to me, and he was handcuffed behind the chair's back rather than to the table like I was. A god with no divinity. A god that was turned mortal, how interesting. Look familiar? Coulson said, watching my expression. I've honestly never seen him before in my life. I said it with sincerity. Coulson frowned because I think he believed me. And it was obvious he lied about only having one interrogation room or whatever. There was obviously more than one place they could keep someone, and putting 2 prisoners in one room is usually a bad move unless you're trying to dig for information. But in that case as well, wouldn't interrogating 2 people separately also be more beneficial? Unless they just shamelessly said nonsense like I was doing, I suppose. Then his actions made more sense. Or maybe I was just overthinking things because I was enjoying myself. Regardless, I was happy I stayed now. Mjolnir being here and the enchantment on it made a lot more sense. I don't know why, but now I knew the what and how. You will rue the day, mortals. Attacking the Prince of Asgard, the God of Thunder, like this, you will pay dearly. Return my hammer, and I will give you mercy. The dazed former god shouted, despite his head bobbing back and forth. Yes, yes. You were shouting about that the entire way and while you went through several dozen of my men. That's quite the feat, a lot of places would pay highly for those kinds of skills. China, Saudi Arabia, Russia. Where did you learn to do that? Agent Coulson looked at him. You will return my hammer at once, so commands the Prince of Asgard. He bellowed again. Maybe we tossed him a bit too much. Agent Coulson hummed. Though, he seemed to regain his focus somewhat, looking around, and his eyes landed on me. Demon. He shouted, struggling in his chair. You mortals consort with demons. Heimdall, call forth the legions of Asgards, send reinforcements, there are demons. He looked up, yelling. Agent Coulson looked at Thor, then at me, with a raised eyebrow. Mortals, you know not what you're dealing with. Quickly, slay this foul creature before he can corrupt your minds. He continued to struggle in his seat. In case you haven't noticed, I'm actually a prisoner here. I jiggled my cuffs. Thor went silent, blinking. It's a ruse, quickly, cut his head off. Why does everyone react that way on seeing me? The Ancient One did so, now he did too. What the fuck did I do to them? I kicked his chair over. The God of Thunder hit the dirt, struggling under his restraints. Demon, do you dare? I am the God of Thunder, I shall smite thee the moment I get my hammer returned. Well, I think you both are becoming fast friends. I'll return in a bit once you've both had time to gather your thoughts. If you both behave, I may bring lunch. Agent Coulson left the room with the guards, leaving us both there. Untie me at once. Thor yelled despite them disappearing. They're handcuffs, not ropes. I pointed it out. Do not speak in my presence, foul creature. Every word you speak pollutes the universe. That's racist. It is not racist. He defended. Your kind knows nothing but corruption and destruction. The Allfather has banished your kind from the 9 realms once before, and I shall do the same as his son. So swears Thor, God of Thunder. Why would anyone name their child Thor? I shook my head. What's that supposed to mean, demon? My name echoes across the universe. It's sung with the highest honor, knowing naught but glory and strength. You must be new around here. The name Thor means, he who has a small spear between his legs. What? It's true. That cannot be. This is outrageous. He completely believed me. I must correct this misunderstanding at once. I will let all know that Thor does not have a small spear. Right. It's the truth. Oh, I totally believe you. I have many a pleased woman that will vouch for me. Never has a fair maiden left my chambers unsatisfied. He spoke rather righteously. Did they say that to the Prince of Asgard? I hummed. What does that mean, demon? Well, you have a certain status. Who would really tell you the truth in a matter like this? That cannot be true. He shook his head. Nay, I will rectify this misunderstanding as soon as possible. The door opened again, and Agent Coulson walked into the room, sitting back down in his seat. You, mortal. Thor's voice bellowed. Agent Phil Coulson. He said evenly, despite Thor's voice being very loud. Son of Cowl, there has been a grave misunderstanding, I will explain properly. Oh. Agent Coulson leaned in expectantly. Yes, I will tell you now, and you must pass on my words. Let everyone know that I do not have a small spear between my legs. Excuse me. My spear is mighty. And I will remove my trousers to prove it. Agent Coulson looked at me, and I scooted away from Thor. I demand that someone help me remove my trousers at once. He shouted, still on his side, handcuffed to the chair, wiggling on the ground. More guards came in, and they had to tase him as he shouted about not having a small dick and demanding they help take his pants off. I'm really glad I stayed now. Line break. A/N. Now, there's something I should mention that I forgot to cover early. I may make a separate post to say it. But I will be taking my own allowances with MCU. There is a lot about the MCU I hate and was just so horribly written. Like how they continuously flip-flopped on what gods actually were with each movie. So, that being said, gods here are actually gods. Thor is a real god, Heimdall is a real god, etc. I will be using some minor comic elements and themes, but the MCU is still the main plot relevance. As always, I will do my best to explain things in the world as they're happening. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 591, Chapter 534. Gene POV. There was an open part in this building. Could this be called a building? But there was an open part that let me see out, and I saw so many stars. I was pretty sure we weren't on Earth anymore, but it was very beautiful. Mr. Heimdall, how far away is Earth? I turned to look at him. His eyes opened, and he glanced at me. Using the measurements of Midgardians, your home world would be approximately, he raised a hand, pointing towards the stars in a certain direction. 2.6 million light-years away. Oh. Thanks to the Grail's knowledge, I sort of understood. It was a really long way away. Can you see everything? I was also knowledgeable about the myth surrounding the god, but it seemed a bit different here. He smiled warmly, patiently answering my question. The universe is open to me. However, I do not perceive every detail without effort. You look at a tree, but to see each leaf, you must focus. I understood, still, it was really impressive. You have really good eyesight then. I complimented him. He chuckled. One does not see the entirety of the universe with merely eyes. Though I admit, it's a little bit of boasting for me. There are some things even I cannot see when I try my hardest. Do you stand here all day? I asked him, as he hadn't moved at all since I arrived. It is my duty. I am the Watcher, the Guardian of Asgard. For as long as Asgard stands and I draw breath, my duty is to watch for threats to the realm eternal. He spoke with pride in his voice. How do you eat and sleep? I asked. He chuckled again. I am a god that requires neither of those. However, I am lucky to be catered to on occasion, and I do have meals brought to me during important events and ceremonies. And I do receive the occasional, how do the Midgardians say it? Oh yes, I do receive the occasional day off every few centuries. Do you enjoy it? I don't know if I could do it for days on end, 4 centuries. To do nothing but stand and watch outward. His smile didn't falter, and he held out his hand. Come, I will show you what I am watching. I hesitantly stepped towards him and placed my hand on his, and immediately, my vision changed, and I saw something I couldn't explain. The death of a star is a rare sight even to my eyes. But it is always a beautiful one. His voice reached me despite not being able to see him anymore. This star has burned bright for an uncountable number of eons. The races it bore had long passed, and the planets that orbit it were barren wastes. It's finally time for it to rest. The star exploded, and despite not actually feeling it, I almost felt like I experienced it as if I were right now. He was right, it was beautiful. An array of colors burst out, filling the emptiness of space with one last spark before disappearing. I had to cover my eyes, and it snapped me back into place, Heimdall standing next to me again. "Thank you, that was a wonderful thing to see," I said politely. He smiled and nodded, his eyes peering into the distance, never once having his gaze waver despite my distraction. "My queen." Heimdall spoke up, making me confused for a moment before I realized someone else had joined us. A woman was standing at the entrance to the building. She wore a beautiful dress and had a certain regal air about her. It reminded me of the times I met royalty in my life. "Heimdall." She greeted back, looking around, and her eyes landed on me. And this must be the mortal. Her brow furrowed as she said that last part. Well, as a goddess, she should be able to see that I'm a spirit. She shook her head for a moment. "Heimdall, what's my son up to down on Midgard?" She turned back to him. "He is." Heimdall paused. The queen let out a sigh. "Just say it, I won't be offended. He is currently demanding that a group of mortals remove his trousers so that he can prove his spear size." Heimdall said a bit awkwardly. "Thor." She sighed again, rubbing her nose. "Maybe the All-Father was right, maybe he does need to spend some time away from Asgard," she said with pursed lips, clearly unamused. She then turned back to me, straightening her dress and clearly her expression. "I apologize, I have not introduced myself. I am Frigga, Queen of Asgard. May I have the name of the one who was found worthy of my son's hammer?" "My name is Jeanne d'Arc, it's an honor to meet you, Your Majesty." I quickly recalled the lessons I was taught on how to greet royalty. "I should be the one to say that, Lady Arc." Frigga returned the polite words. "Asgard welcomes you." I smiled and looked down at the hammer. "I didn't mean to take it, should I be returning it to you or someone else?" The queen's expression was hard to read, and she held her hand out, and the hammer trembled before shooting up off the ground and into her hand. "Oh, you can pick it up too." I nodded in understanding. She smiled, chuckling slightly. "I have some allowances as a mother, but the hammer has not accepted me. If I tried to wield it, it would surely reject me. Not like it has you." I tilted my head in confusion as she handed it back to me, and I awkwardly held onto it along with my cactus. "Who should I give it back to?" The queen pursed her lips again and gave Heimdall one last look. "That is a difficult question to answer, and this is not a proper place to host a guest. Why don't you follow me to the castle, and we can discuss things properly?" I would be delighted. The big castle looked beautiful, and I would love to see it up close. At *****. She led me through the streets, and no one even looked her way. I could tell she was using some magic to hide us, but it was still interesting to see. There were no humans here, despite what they looked like. Yet, they looked like they lived simple lives. Strangely, amidst what looked like a market I would see in my time, there were some odd bits of technology that looked very advanced. But I wasn't really knowledgeable about those sorts of things, so I couldn't really comment. But it was peaceful. I don't think I saw any bad parts that you would normally see in a regular society. There didn't seem to be any sort of homelessness or poverty. She continued to lead me towards the castle, and it looked even more impressive in person. I could feel the magic around us disappear as we got close to the large gates. Two guards in golden armor bowed towards the queen and quickly pulled the massive doors open as we approached. The inside was just as splendorous as the outside, the walls and floors looked like they were made completely of gold. It opened right up to a throne room, but it was empty. My son, Loki, is currently handling some emissaries from another realm as regent. "Come, let us go to the gardens, there is a lovely spot there that we can speak." She gestured for me to follow. As she said, the gardens she led me to were lovely. Lots of plants I didn't recognize, though. I still liked my cactus the most. We found a small little table in a more open area around the center. It was both rather open and yet secluded all the same. I like it very much here. I wonder if I could take Wilhelm to visit here someday. Now, we can have a nice talk. She smiled politely. About what? I was still confused about what I was here for. I didn't mind returning the hammer, I didn't mean to take it. The queen let out a breath as if to be delicate with her words. There are certain aspects of our people that you probably are unfamiliar with. To be completely blunt, the hammer now belongs to you. I had just set the hammer on the table next to my cactus, and I looked at it. But, it doesn't belong to me. Weapons that choose their wielders are not strange to us. Perhaps it's not a concept familiar to Midgardians. Oh, I know about that. I smiled. She also smiled lightly. Perhaps, I did not wish to assume. You are certainly unique, that I didn't know what was true or not. I know that there are many sorcerers and the like still on Midgard. And many eons ago, we even established treaties with the native sorcerers that protected Midgard. Are you talking about the Ancient One? Though she said her title was Sorcerer Supreme. I asked. The Queen seemed to recognize the title. Quite the grandiose title, and yes, I do seem to recall that was what their leader called themselves. Though, that was several thousand years ago. Perhaps we should re-establish communication since one of our own has stepped on Midgard for the first time in a very long time. She was nice, I'm sure she would be happy to talk with you. The Ancient One was nothing but nice to me the moment I arrived. If you speak well of her, then I could only assume that she is quite the leader. The Queen smiled warmly. However, we have veered off topic, I'm afraid. The hammer, by Asgardian customs most ancient, belongs to you now. Even if my son were to stand here at this moment, he would have no claim to demand the hammer back. But all I did was pick it up. I really don't mind giving it back. Her lips twitched in seeming amusement. Be that as it may, there is a secondary dilemma associated with it. You see, my husband, the All-Father, used a substantial amount of strength to carve a new enchantment on the hammer before banishing our son to Midgard. It stripped Thor of all his power. She paused. I don't believe I've spoken of my son yet. I'm so used to everyone knowing him that I seem to have forgotten my manners. Oh, I know who Thor is. I reassured her. The stories are pretty popular even today. Is that so? Her eyes twinkled with another bit of amusement. I think she found it funny. I'm sure the stories must be rather comical. It also saves me quite a bit of trouble in explaining things. If you don't mind me asking, why was he kicked out? I didn't want to phrase it rudely. The Queen let out another long sigh. I would say that it's like a house. A great many bricks have been wrongly accrued, and my husband felt that we needed to knock down the foundation to make it more sturdy. Perhaps it's my own fault for indulging him for so long. He has a great heart, but he lacks a tempered mind to go with it. She shook her head. On the eve of his coronation, Asgard was infiltrated by a renegade group of frost giants. They snuck into the vaults, intending to steal back one of their relics of great power that is whispered with horror among the stars. The coronation was, of course, interrupted, and the invaders dealt with. Thor took this personally and snuck off to demand an explanation from the king of Jotunheim. But why would he do that? I asked in confusion. Wouldn't it have been more productive to establish a proper delegation to seek answers through official means? If he rashly marched into another king's territory and made demands, the foreign king would have to protect their own reputation and authority, regardless of right or wrong. The Queen looked at me strangely. Did I say something wrong? I was only using knowledge I gained from my own life experiences. There is certainly more to you than meets the eye, isn't there? She blinked in surprise. I had thought the hammer chose you because you seemed to radiate a warmness and pureness, but that's not entirely the case, is it? No, it makes sense that my husband wouldn't simply let any kind soul lift the hammer. Kindness, humility, patience, and forethought need to be tempered with will and strength. She continued to stare at me, and I still wondered if I had said something wrong. I was never good at dealing with royalty. I was just a farm girl. The Queen dropped her eyes and sighed again. Unfortunately, my son was brash and reckless. He started a fight that forced my husband to rally the armies of Asgard to bring him back, causing an incident that very well may lead to war. However, my husband, while strict and demanding, is not without a heart. He banished Thor to Midgard, as you know by now, to learn more of the traits of mortals. To learn to live without his power or status. It's not a bad idea. I spoke up after it seemed like she was done explaining. I've heard that some human royalty sometimes send their children to live a few years of a modest life among farmers or something similar. The Queen smiled lightly. That would have been a good idea a few centuries earlier, perhaps. But it doesn't matter now. Thor must manage through his own quest and hardships and grow into a proper king. How long do you think that will take? I would rather not think about it. She admitted. But let us return to the earlier subject. As I said, my husband used considerable strength to strip Thor of his power, his godhood at its core. And now, it's attached to his hammer, which belongs to you. Oh. I looked down at the hammer again. Just as the hammer belongs to you now as per Asgardian traditions, you're rightfully the god of thunder. But isn't Thor the god of thunder? Thor is the prince of Asgard, our child. That is not something you can claim. However, his status as the god of thunder is not the same. Rightfully, the mantle now belongs to you. She said. If you will it, you can claim his power by wielding the hammer properly. You will transform into a godly state, wielding his full power to do with what you want. No, thank you. She paused abruptly and looked at me strangely again. Did you not understand? Perhaps you don't quite know. You would, for all intents and purposes, become a god. You would wield power beyond your imagination. You would be welcome in Asgard, the realm eternal. A spot would be open to you in Valhalla. You would be the envy and worship of an uncountable number of souls across the cosmos. It's all right, you can give it back to Thor. I smiled. You, truly would give up godhood without any detriment simply because it doesn't belong to you. Well, I don't know if I would accept it anyways. I said quietly. I don't believe that I need to be anything other than human. But rightfully, it doesn't belong to me, I always just wanted to give it back. Being able to see Asgard was enough for me, I'll cherish the memories of this place for my entire life. I said honestly. She opened her mouth and closed it again, looking like she was having trouble speaking. Have you no greed in your heart? I'm happy with what I have, I don't need anything else. I responded. At *****. Frigga, Queen of Asgard, POV. I studied the strange girl for any seed of deceit. Yet, I could not find a single note of falsehood in her words. Through her expression and her tone, and with all the experience I've gathered in my life, I could tell without a doubt in my heart that she was speaking truthfully. Was there really such a pure-hearted mortal in this universe? I wanted to test her further. Perhaps even I am unable to perceive her lies, as unlikely as that is. Why not keep it in case you need it in the future? I tried to coax her into accepting it. Maybe if she thought I was supportive, she would quickly change her tune. Are you not able to find any use for such? Well. The girl looked at the hammer, and I narrowed my eyes. It is a very nice hammer, but I don't know what I would need a hammer for in the future. My dad told me when I was younger that a person's home should be built with their own hands, but that's too far away to think about. I believe she doesn't even realize what I was insinuating. She truly believes it is nothing more than the worth of any regular hammer. It would look lovely as a wall decoration. She perked up, smiling towards me as if trying to reassure me of its worth. I felt my lips twitch. I agree, it would look quite lovely as a wall decoration. She truly is that sincere and kind-hearted. In fact, from just the look in her eyes, she valued that potted plant in front of her far more than the hammer that contained godhood within. I'm sure Odin would like to meet her just as well. He just may, because there's one easy way to settle the issue of her currently having ownership of the hammer. However, that thought was pushed aside because I noticed several people approaching. Their boisterousness was enough for me to recognize them easily. Hogan, Volstagg, Fandral, and Sif. I spoke up, letting my words carry. Since when are you allowed into my gardens without my permission? The young lady also turned to see the four of them awkwardly shuffle out from behind quite a few of my larger plants. We apologize for any insults, my queen. Fandral immediately spoke up, taking on that charming smile of his. I nearly rolled my eyes. Did he think I was one of those tavern wenches that would be swooned as he relayed his inflated tales of valor? We were simply overcome with worry for our good friend and prince. Fandral, do you think I don't know why you're here? I looked at him flatly. Apologies, your majesty. If you must punish us, I will. If I didn't punish you for wetting yourself while I was holding you, it's unlikely I'll do so now. The arrogant boy nearly tripped over himself. Must you always bring that up, your majesty? He said with a clear hint of embarrassment. And I was a child. You were 7. I once more said flatly. I was annoyed, but I also was pleased that Thor's friends were so protective of him. Now, speak. Why have you ambushed me here? We heard tales. Fandral was about to speak, but Sif pushed him to the side. We heard that someone entered the castle with you carrying Thor's hammer. Sif said pointedly. I did always appreciate her bluntness. And I shouldn't be surprised, gossip travels faster than even the gods. I didn't speak but gestured to the young lady sitting across from me. Their eyes fell on her, and she smiled warmly and waved to them. Hello. Well, hello to you too, my lady. Fandral started again. I don't believe I've had the honor of your acquaintance before. I'm Fandral, warrior extraordinaire. Slayer of Jotun and monsters alike. If you're interested, I would be happy to tell you about some of my many adventures. Oh, okay. She said it a little awkwardly. Sif pushed him away again. Stop messing around. She sized up the Midgardian girl. Your Majesty, please tell us the truth. Is Thor lost to us for good? Has even his hammer abandoned him? I considered whether to answer. It's complicated, and no, he isn't. But it's a matter for him to decide on. It's not a matter for you all to meddle with. But Loki is rightfully sitting upon the throne while the Allfather is in his Odin sleep. I cut her off, giving her a stern look. You would do well to remember that. I already could guess what she was going to say. No doubt they went to Loki and wanted him to order Heimdall to open the Bifrost and go rescue Thor. No doubt he rejected them because Loki does understand certain proprieties of his ruling, even if it is temporary for now. 'Tis unwise to make your first action to be to undo the last action of the one who sat on the throne before you. It would not only bring questions upon his own ability but also the solidarity of the house under Odin in full. I considered Sif my daughter even if she has yet to marry Thor like I had foreseen many years ago. But her hatred of Loki, which, admittedly, is rightfully earned, does blind her to many things about my other son. Then why does this mortal sit here with Thor's hammer? Sif glared at Jean. I found myself frowning at her treatment of the young girl. If you wish to place blame, then I will bring you before the Allfather when he awakes. That made her eyes widen, and she realized her mistake rather quickly. While she wasn't as bad as Thor, her rashness and recklessness come out when Thor is in danger. Lady Jean, if you would be so kind as to lift the hammer up for them. Ah, okay. She said hesitantly, picking up the hammer and holding it up for them to see. Like this. They all stared at her. As you can see, the matter isn't simple. I believe I got my point across. Lady Jean here, I emphasized a polite calling of her name to denote her status. Has been acknowledged. Well, I'll be. I never thought I'd see a mortal lifting Thor's hammer like that. Volstagg let out a boisterous laugh, slapping the shoulder of Hogun, who, despite looking just as surprised, kept his silent demeanor. Sif, however, only had a scowl pull across her face. But she is a mortal. Sif stated, pointing at her. We cannot allow her to have. You can have it. Jean interjected. Sif quickly silenced at the declaration. What? She has offered to return the hammer almost immediately. I responded quite pointedly. I was in the midst of explaining to her our traditions and customs and what significance her having earned the hammer had entailed. Oh. Sif seemed to realize the situation now, as the others did too. Quite. I said with no hidden amount of dissatisfaction at how they approached. We were going to discuss how to resolve this dilemma properly. A contest. Sif suddenly blurted out. A proper contest. No one can call me honorless if I earn Thor's hammer back in a contest. I don't mind giving it back, I don't like fighting. Jean said quietly. Sif looked at her. You are a mortal, a fight would be dishonorable when it's so obvious who would win. And I will wager my own sword, forged of precious Asgardian steel and Vanir magics to make it fair. Well. I don't mind either, I can surrender, right? Then you can take the hammer back without any problems. Sif seemed to ignore her and looked around. She was much too prideful to allow such an easy victory. Volstagg, your axe. Let it be a contest of strength. Haha, are you sure? My axe is heavy. He took it off his back and let it hit the ground, even shaking the table we were sitting at. It's no Mjolnir, but it even has a small bit of you in it. That's right, even I have to put effort into wielding it. Sif acknowledged, and she looked at me, noticing I wasn't going to stop her, she continued as she paced. It's not like Mjolnir, where the weight lessens for those it acknowledges. If you can lift this axe, then, Sif turned around and stopped. She stopped because Jean had already gotten up and was holding Volstagg's axe with one hand over her shoulder. This is heavy. She exclaimed. What do I do now? I was going to interject about a much simpler way to handle things, but this was much too entertaining to watch. Though, perhaps I should hold off on making a rash decision. I will speak with her more and know the girl who has such a pure heart. It will be such a simple matter if I adopt her, will it not? But for now, Thor isn't the only one who deserves a humbling. Sif should not look down so thoroughly on mortals. At ****** at A/N. Jean is having fun in Asgard as shenanigans begin. But I'm sure everything will be fine. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 592, Chapter 535. You know, there's something ironic about the god of thunder being tossed into a drooling mess. Credit where it's due, he's basically a human, a very well-built and strong human, but a human, nonetheless. They had to tase him for a while before he finally stopped struggling. I was starting to get worried there, but he's breathing fine and has no problems. Hell, they even had someone check on him to make sure he wasn't actually harmed. They're very professional about everything. Despite being arrested and stuck in a single room for hours, I've been having a good day. Speaking of the room, the door opened, and Agent Coulson walked in, holding a couple of containers, and I could smell the food from here. I brought lunch. He stopped, he looked at Thor and then at me before letting out a sigh. Stop taking your handcuffs off. They chafe. And where did you get the Sharpie to draw on his face? Coulson looked at me with a deadpan. There may or may not be some artistic renditions of the beauty of the human body all over Thor's face. The Sharpie fairy gave it to me. I responded. He sighed again, setting the foot on the table, and walked over, switching around Thor's handcuffs so they locked his legs to the chair and freed up his arms. He then lightly patted Thor's cheeks, seemingly waking him from his unwanted sleep. Seeing that Thor was roused away, Agent Coulson stepped back and then shot a look at me. "Got you both a burger and fries from a local place in town, enjoy," he said casually before stepping out again. "You know, they really are treating you well. It's kind of strange," Drake commented. I shrugged, opening my container and looking rather happy with what I got. Something, easier to attract bees with honey than vinegar. Aggressive methods don't really work unless you can really twist the person with them. For them, I'm some random dude they know absolutely nothing about. So, the smart thing to do is just keep watching and see what I do and or say that fills in the blanks. What's this? Where am I? Thor groggily opened his eyes, looking around in confusion for a moment before realization dawned on him and he remembered. "You, demon, what happened to me? You got tossed until you pissed yourself," I told him, tossing a fry into my mouth. "I did not piss myself," he said sternly, though he genuinely checked himself to make sure. "The God of Thunder does not have accidents." "Nah, they cleaned you up," I said rather casually, almost ignoring him. "You were out for a while, like hours. I felt bad because you started crying." "That is a falsehood." I looked at him, then turned back to my food, saying nothing. "He really is easy to fuck with, isn't he?" "Did they at least check?" he questioned. "They can confirm that the name Thor is applicable." I nodded. "Lies. Or maybe, just maybe, you have too high an opinion of yourself," I countered. He was silent. Maybe it was from the inordinate amount of tossing he received, or maybe he was an idiot. It was hard to say. Honestly, I think he's just still in a sort of daze and not really thinking straight. That being said, I would still fuck with him because it's funny. "Demon, why have you not overpowered these mortals and escaped?" He looked at me now. Some of us have a respect for laws and rules. I turned my nose up at his insinuation. "Anyways, they brought us lunch." I slid his container over to him. Thor furrowed his brow, clearly not knowing what to make of me, but he was mortal now, and it was an easy guess that he was hungry. So, the God of Thunder ignored everything else and opened up the container, inspecting his food. "What are these? Vegetables and bread?" "There is hardly any meat, merely 2 small slabs between the bread and vegetables," Thor complained. "This is hardly a meal suitable for a prince, much less a god such as I." "Don't be rude, or you're going back on the ground," I warned him. Thor looked at me and made a face and picked up one of the fries and hesitantly took a bite, seemingly startled as he chewed it. "It is surprisingly tasty. It is crisp and salty and has good flavor." He then grabbed his burger, taking a bite, and seemed happy after a few moments. I retract my words, these mortals have developed their cooking well over the centuries. I will have to bring my friends back to have more of these meals with them. "You have friends?" I questioned. "What does that mean, demon?" "I'm just surprised. I am Thor, Prince of Asgard, God of Thunder," he said proudly. "Of course I have friends." "Uh-huh. I do. I believe you," I told him, happily eating my lunch. I then reached under the table, obstructing his view, and took out a small jar of Asgardian mead, uncorking it and taking a sip right under his widening eyes. "That is Asgardian mead. Where did you get that?" He jerked against the chair that his legs were still handcuffed to. It was the strangest thing. A big beam of rainbow light shined down from the sky, and then it was just left there. I shrugged helplessly. "The Bifrost!" Thor exclaimed. "Why would Heimdall send a bottle of mead? Clearly that was meant for me. Hand it over." No. I chugged it. "Hand it over, demon. That belongs to Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard. I demand you let me drink from it at once. I have not had a good drink since coming to Midgard." I set the jar onto the table. The hollow and empty sound it made was rather clear as it touched the metal table. "Why aren't you demanding your hammer back anymore? You were sure screaming about it a few hours ago." I changed the subject. Honestly, I was probably going to head out soon. As much fun as this had been, I did have things I needed to do, or rather, things I wanted to do. I should go back and see how that other goddess is. She's clearly a Norse goddess, so I'll see what's up with that while Jean is still having fun up in Asgard. Nay, there is no point. My hammer no longer remains in this realm. I had a vision, a dream while I slept. "When you were tossed into pissing yourself." "While I slept," he grumbled. "I saw it, the golden halls of Asgard and what lay within. I could not make out what occurred, but I saw who now has my hammer. A woman of golden hair, she even somehow swayed my mother. And not only that, she had stolen the armaments of my friends." I blinked because I was questioning if he wasn't just making shit up based on Jean's hair color and the fact that she explicitly said she was meeting the queen. "And what's this about her stealing from your friends?" Because that sounded particularly unlike Jean. My friends were stripped of their weapons and armor, and the woman gathered them around her. I could see their looks, clearly, they were distressed. Thor shook his head helplessly. The only possibility is that this woman is a powerful witch, able to not only steal my hammer but also my friends as well. Come again. A witch. Thor spoke. A powerful one at that. Surely you know what I speak of, demon. Witches are strange and eccentric, my mother always warned me about angering a witch. They can be vindictive and cruel, and their methods are ruthless and unpredictable. I found myself frowning, all pretext disappearing. Don't call her a witch. Thor looked at me, and he seemingly came to some understanding. You know her. Of course, how could I be so blind? You came with her to steal my hammer. You and the witch. I kicked his chair over again, letting him hit the ground and struggle. You are particularly weak right now, I advise you to consider that carefully. Do not call her a witch. I warned him again. Well, he seemingly heeded my warning, not saying a word, but I could see the fury in his eyes. I know for a fact that if he were at full strength, he would have always been throwing hands. That's fine, if he were at full strength, I would gladly let him. There are not many things that genuinely make me upset. If someone wants to take the piss out of me, I can take as well as I can give. And I would be a right asshole if I threw a tantrum if someone poked at me for all that I poke at other people. However, Jean is off limits. I grasped my hand, and his chair flung back up straight as his head jerked back and forth with a little bit of whiplash as he settled back to sitting straight. I secretly took out another jar of Asgardian mead and slid it across the table, much to his surprise. It was obvious he wanted to immediately start demanding answers, but he seemed to force himself back. So how did you end up here, Mr. God of Thunder? I returned to my cheerful attitude. Thor's jaw clenched, and it was hard to decipher his expression this time. But I wanted to ease up on the tension, so I changed the subject. Isn't it normal for supposed Asgardians to tell their tales over a drink? I asked, looking at the jar of mead I handed to him. Thor silently looked down at it that he had half drunk already. It is not a glorious tale. He looked down, seemingly deep in thought. It was supposed to be my moment of glory. I was to receive my coronation in front of all of Asgard. And then, those frost giants ruined everything. How so? I asked, seeing that he relaxed slightly. Like roaches, they scurried through the cracks of Asgard and snuck into the Great Vault. They were destroyed, of course. Nothing gets past the destroyer that guards the treasures of Asgard. But the day was ruined. My day was ruined. He took a long drink. Thus, I rightfully sought answers. Let me guess, you walked right up to their leader and demanded answers from him in front of all their people. How did you know? He blinked in surprise. I found myself facepalming. Continue. A fight broke out. I wonder why. I rolled my eyes. And my father arrived with the armies of Asgard. Rather than destroying the frost giants for good right there, he sued for peace. I was reprimanded in front of everyone, banished as punishment for seeking answers. Stripped of everything I had, and now I am nothing more than a mortal. If you were stripped of everything, why would your hammer be here? I asked. My father must have known he made a mistake and sent my hammer with me so I can return in glory. He made a mistake. That's right. Thor said rather firmly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I know a thing or two about the Allfather. I see, even demons know the might of Asgard and the Allfather. Odin spoke with reverence in his tone. I ignored him and continued. Wise would be a good way to describe him, yes. Yes, my father is wise beyond measure. Thor nodded. Smart. Scheming perhaps. I saw Thor frown like he was about to rebuke me. It's a compliment in this sense. You don't become a king without being able to scheme. I waved my hand through the air. Thor relaxed a little again. My father's mind is only matched by his strength. So, you think this person, your revered and wise father, made such a ridiculous blunder without thinking things through? Thor was silent. I think he realized my point. Either he admits that his father isn't the supposed god of wisdom or admits that he was rightfully banished against his own pride. Why did I feel like this? Thor was very young. Regardless, I felt a twinge of pity, and since I was blood brothers with Odin, I didn't mind lending a small hand. Clearly, Odin sent Thor here for a reason, probably some sort of lesson if there was an out that would allow him to return. Whatever it was best that Thor pull his head out of his ass. And why is it that regardless of what world I'm in, I get pulled into Odin's shit? No, it feels like I have a magnet tied to me that pulls me in the direction of anything Odin-related. The thought disappeared because someone had suddenly entered the room, even slipping past my perception. No, it wasn't quite right to call them a person. And I've felt this familiar presence before. It took a significant amount of restraint to not immediately blast the illusion that graced our presence. brother. Thor exclaimed. Thor. Loki, in illusion form, answered back. I would recognize the god of mischief anywhere even if Thor hadn't named him. He seemed to completely ignore me, focusing only on Thor. Brother, why have you appeared? How have you appeared? Thor asked in surprise. The illusion of Loki smiled faintly. The power of Asgard allows me to do much, simply creating an illusion down on Midgard is a trifling matter. You need not worry, Thor, I made sure no mortals can perceive us. He snapped his fingers, and the cuffs on Thor's legs came loose. Thor stood up, as if to hug him, but his arms went right through the illusion. Thor. Yes, brother. Why do you have phalluses marked on your face? Thor blinked, confused, then he looked my way. I turned my head away. It was then that Loki seemed to realize that I wasn't under sway of his spell. Who or what are you? Loki's eyes narrowed towards me. Don't mind me, continue with your heartfelt reunion. I gestured for him to continue. Though, I have to say, I'm a big fan. Loki, god of mischief. Oh. He seemed taken aback. Even those on Midgard still remember us. Yes, particularly some of your stories are still well known. One of my favorites is when you convinced Thor to dress up as a bride and marry a Jotun after he got his hammer stolen. That is false. That was not what occurred. Thor immediately denied it. Loki's smile twitched in amusement. It seems that the mortals have taken some interpretation of our tales, but they are humorous at least. Though my absolute favorite is where you turned into a horse so that you could get another horse to fuck you. They both went silent. I believe you gave birth to a horse child named Sleipnir. I spoke in a rather vague way. Very impressive. It takes a real man to not just turn into a horse, but into a female horse to give birth. Thor was the first to make a noise, a barely held back snort, and he was having a hard time controlling the growing smile. That was a ridiculous story propagated by my brother's idiot friends. He said dryly, an obvious amount of hate in his eyes directed towards me. Thor, I'm here to deliver dire news, stop your laughter. Thor immediately returned to a serious look. Dire news, brother. Is this not about ending my banishment? If you're controlling Asgard, then father must have turned to the Odin sleep. You're the regent, call me back home. Loki shook his head. Father has passed, brother. His old age finally caught up to him, and his heart was too broken. They said that he had been putting off his sleep for too long, and after everything that happened with you, well. Thor's expression immediately dropped. He's lying. I interjected. Excuse you. Loki looked at me with silent fury. How dare you question me, mortal? I'm assuming he couldn't tell I was a demon based on the distance. Maybe it was something they had to see in person. I walked up to the illusion, who seemed to be taking my measure. Boop. I poked his nose and cancelled the spell. What did you do? Undo it. He grabbed hold of my collar. Calm down, your brother was lying. How can you be so sure? He demanded. Because his lips were moving. I rolled my eyes. Seriously, that was the most bullshit, heartfelt talk I've ever seen. Oh, I'm sorry, our father is dead, how unfortunate. Sorry, you can't come back, and I get to be king. Bye. Really? I looked at him. I barely knew what was happening, but I could see through this rather easily. Loki would not lie about something like this. And he especially would not scheme for the throne. Loki has no desire to rule, he supported me to be king. Right, let's think things through real quick. Let's just, for the sake of argument, assume that I'm right. I will hear your words. Thor settled on a half measure. Okay, let's assume I'm right, Loki is bullshitting, and he's coveting the throne. You said that your coronation was interrupted because a bunch of frost giants snuck into Asgard. That's right. He nodded, his jaw clenched. How did they sneak in? I do not know. Neither do I admitted. But it seems really suspicious in hindsight now after what your supposed brother just tried to feed you about your father dying. Believe me, don't believe me, I don't really care. I shrugged, feeling like I did enough. I knew like 4 things about this whole situation, and I could already pick out several discrepancies. Regardless, I felt like I was getting dragged into some family drama that I had no business being involved in. Thankfully, the door opened, and it saved me from any more of it. Agent Coulson walked in, and there was someone at his side, an older-looking man. Donald. The men called out. What? Thor tried to speak but was quickly hushed by the men. Donald, it's me, Eric. You've been off your meds again. He then turned to look at Agent Coulson. See, he doesn't even recognize me. I need to take him back home and get him back on his meds quickly before he starts hallucinating even worse things. He put down over 2 dozen of my agents. Agent Coulson responded. He's a bodybuilder. Always harping on about how much he lifts. And he recently got into that, what do they call it, MMA thing. He's been hitting the gym every day. Thor seemed to know him. All right, you can take him. Agent Coulson said rather casually. What the hell? I'm with him too. I raised my hand. The man whose name I didn't even know did a double take and looked at me in confusion. He is with us, yes. Thor nodded, surprisingly. Sure, you can go too. Coulson didn't react at all. Him too, I guess. The other man shook his head but quickly grabbed Thor and pulled him out of the room as soon as we had the proverbial green light. Literally, Agent Coulson stood out of the way and even held the door open for us as we exited. No one made any effort to stop us, and they were entirely relaxed as we left not just the room but also outside the secure complex. I admit, I felt like I was suddenly in Bizarro land. There was no way in hell that bullshit story should have worked. The man led us to his car not parked far away. Thor got into it with a fuss, and I followed, for some reason. At this point, I think I was just morbidly curious, and I couldn't stop even if I wanted to. It was like watching a train wreck, except I was involved, and I wanted to see what was going to happen next. So, where are we going? I asked. The guy turned around. Who are you exactly? Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, nice to meet you. I introduced myself with a smile. He is a demon, take care with your words. Thor warned. He looked at Thor strangely, then at me, and shook his head. I'm Eric Selvig. Nice to meet you, Mr. Selvig. Thanks for breaking me out of jail. Anything I can do for you in return? I was at least going to offer my help with anything as thanks. He started the car, grumbling under his breath. Not unless you happen to be a theoretically astrophysicist. Huh. Well, it seems you're in luck. I replied. What a strange day this has become. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm comes along for a ride, and everything will go well. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my Patreon.com. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We also got 2 chapters of Arachne and 1 Kuna chapter ahead over here too. Chapter 593, Chapter 536. The ride back had been rather uneventful. I was constantly looking back to see the people following us. Or rather to see if I could get the people that should be following us. To my utter confusion, I couldn't see anyone. It made no sense, surely, they would have people following us, right? They wouldn't just let us leave like that for no reason. In Agent Coulson's shoes, well, it should have been obvious that I and Thor were the worst kind of prisoners to interrogate. Me, who just spouted off random bullshit, and Thor, who sounded like he was a bit challenged. In response, and giving it some thought, letting us go free, and then watching our every move might give them better insights. But I can't find anything. Maybe I was becoming far too invested, but it was now eating away at me. Regardless, we got back to town quickly, but I didn't recognize the immediate area. Not surprising considering I didn't really explore it. I mean, it was a town with probably a few thousand people, it wasn't tiny, but it was small enough that you could honestly get by without a car. Which says something, considering this is the States. The ride, though, had been rather quiet. The older man who rescued me had only glanced at me a few times from his rearview mirror. Obvious suspicion is obvious. We finally pulled up to a brick building. It could be a loft or it could be an office, I honestly couldn't tell. But I followed them in getting out of the car, taking my first breath of freedom. It was my first time getting properly arrested. Eric. 2 women ran out of the building nearly as soon as we stepped out. Though, their immediate attention landed on someone else. Thor. One of the girls exclaimed, running up to him as if to see he was okay. I am unharmed, Lady Jane. Thor smiled rather coolly. What were you thinking? She hit his shoulder once, then a few more times. You said you wanted to investigate, not rush in and start attacking people. She hit him a few more times. I apologize for worrying you, Lady Jane. He just nodded his head, seemingly knowing how to navigate having her angry and hitting him. He must be in this kind of situation a lot. Why do you have a bunch of dicks drawn on your face? The other girl next to them asked. I was going to ask that next. The one named Jane also added. Thor blinked, walking over to the car, and adjusted the side mirror to get a look at his face. He then snapped his head over to me, and if looks could kill. Who are you exactly? The girl named Jane looked at me, and they all sort of looked at my name. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. I politely introduced myself. Oh, that's posh. The other girl commented. And charming, do you do that to every girl you meet? Also, I'm Darcy, 23, a senior at Culver University. I'm single, I like my coffee with 3 shots of milk, and my phone number is. Darcy. Jane smacked her arm. What? She rubbed the part on her arm that was just hit. Why am I not allowed to score with the handsome guy? Are you calling dibs on this one too? Darcy. She's fun. Keep your distance, Lady Darcy, this is no man. Thor stepped between him. This is the foulest of creatures in the universe. You stand before a demon. They both peeked out from behind him. Are all demons hot? She asked. Thor, you can't just go around calling people like that. Jane sighed, pushing past him. I'm sorry, he's just adapting to our country. Don't take it personally. It's fine, I've met racists before. I shrugged. Nice to meet you. Jane Foster. She shook my extended hand, giving a glare at Thor as he tried to stop her. Miss Foster. I nodded. And Darcy. Darcy Lewis. She waved. Nice to meet you both. I smiled. Let's stop causing a scene on the street. Eric seemed to usher both the girls inside. Let's talk inside. It seemed like Thor was still trying to keep me away from them strangely. Even though he was the one who, well, he sort of invited me for lack of a better word. I looked around as we walked up the stairs and into a loft-like space, and it was, well. Did you get robbed? Several of them shot me. Looks like I wasn't wrong. The government spooks came. Darcy said rather casually. I'm not even going to get my college credits now. I think this is a little more important than your college credits. Jane sighed. My life's work was all taken without even a word I could say. It's all right, Jane. Eric put a hand on her shoulder. We can start fresh. It just proves you were on the right track. It took me years to build up to where I was. She threw her hands up. Now, I have no equipment. No notes, no. Nothing. She flung her hand, gesturing to a whiteboard. That's all I could remember off the top of my head, just the original formula I used, and it's not even complete. I can't remember the rest, and it's going to take me probably a year to do the proper tests to note it down again. I looked at the whiteboard and was seemingly ignored as I looked at it. It's not bad. Funny it is that I'm actually an expert in this kind of thing. My magic uses similar calculations to actualize that I may as well be an expert in theoretical astrophysics even if I have no real schooling for it. What about you, Muscleman? Heard you went all Rambo on the goons, did you punch any of them in the face? Darcy asked Thor. That's right. Thor said proudly. It will do you well to know that many of their number had fallen to my might. Even if that does make me feel better, you can't just, her words stopped. What are you doing? She shot up from her seat from the corner of my eye, basically running at me. I held the marker in my hand, and I had already erased her calculations. Fixing this for you. That's, you erased it. I did that when it was still fresh in my mind, I don't even remember it now. She looked distraught. It was flawed. I replied. It looks like you were doing work on calculating the trajectory of a rogue Einstein-Rosen bridge. Also known as a wormhole. But in more layman's terms, a portal. Basically, what I do on a daily basis. The light that whisked Jean away, that was essentially the same thing in application. Probably what she was noticing before anyways. She didn't stop me as I began writing, filling up the whiteboard with various calculations. There were a few pieces I didn't have context for. I assume you had specialized equipment that you included, in which case, this is the most basic formula that you can tweak, and it should save you quite a bit of time. But otherwise, you didn't account for certain things like gravitational anomalies through higher and lower dimensions. And your numbers when accounting for the universal curve were off by a bit. I fixed that. Otherwise, it was mostly just a few minor fixes and things you just didn't know about. Honestly, it was very impressive you got as far as you did. I twirled the marker once in my hand before setting it down. Everyone was staring at me like I had 3 heads. What? I looked back at them. You're actually an astrophysicist? Eric blinked. Why did you think I would make something like that up? I questioned. That seems like something silly to just blatantly lie about. To be fair, you drew dicks on Thor's face. I've known you for like 5 minutes, and I'm surprised. Darcy casually added. Okay, maybe that's a fair assumption. Some rando that they know nothing about except he drew on Thor's face waltzes in and fixes a rather important formula. I suppose I could see it. Jane was just staring at it wide-eyed. I don't think she blinked once. Hey, how about you take a picture of it this time? Darcy told her. You know, in case another random person comes up and erases it again. Why yeah. Jane nodded absent-mindedly, fumbling out her phone and snapping a picture. Well, Eric wasn't looking at me like I might try to wear their faces at the first opportunity now. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly? I gestured to Thor and them and the room. How did all this happen? Oh, I got this. Darcy quickly spoke up. Southwest, we drive out to the desert because Jane thinks there's something special going on, and she hits Thor with her car. Nice. I shot her a thumbs up. Hey. Thor huffed. Darcy laughed and kept going. It was weird, a bunch of lights, a freak storm. Anyways, not our fault. Drop him off at the hospital, shit accidentally hit him again. Next thing I know, Jane drove him out to the desert to break into a government facility, and Thor threw hands with a bunch of spooks. Right. I was still utterly confused but could piece some things together. Thor said he got banished. Did they quite literally run into him as he was thrown down here? That begs a question. What exactly were you guys chasing out here in the first place? Because it seems unlikely they were spamming that big rainbow light. Oh right, that should be the Bifrost, enough that Jane here was able to fucking calculate its trajectory. It's part of Jane's research. Eric answered, crossing his arms. She was trying to verify a certain cosmic phenomenon that her instruments were picking up. I rubbed my chin, giving it some thought. Hey Thor, have you heard of the convergence? Thor blinked for a moment, eyes lighting up. You believe? Probably. I shrugged. The Ancient One spoke about the convergence. Perhaps Jane was able to notice the phenomena happening in other places, feeling the proverbial aftershocks because the realms were thinning. I guess it doesn't matter. She's pretty much a genius for being able to do so. What's the convergence? Darcy asked. It sounds like a bad band name. 'Tis a once-in-a-10,000-year phenomenon when various cosmic bodies align. I know not the details, only hearing stories from my parents. Thor said rather vaguely. Right, that doesn't sound sketchy as hell. She snorted. Do you also do horoscopes? I'm a Leo, by the way. Darcy, why don't you go get some coffee for everyone? Eric took out his wallet, handing her a few bills. Aight, but I'm pocketing the change. She grabbed it, happily walking out the door. That got a small chuckle from me. It seemed like Jane finally broke from her stupor. Thank you, this means a lot to me. I think. I can probably rebuild from here and save a long time. She said towards me. It's fine. I waved it off. What was a few seconds of effort from me meant the world to someone else. I would have to be several kinds of an asshole to just ignore that. And you? Jane walked up, grabbing Thor's collar. You promised me to get my research back. You said if you got this magic hammer of yours, and, God, why did I believe something so stupid? She let him go, sighing. You have a lot of explaining to do. She poked him a few times. Thor, despite her anger, smiled happily. Was I watching a bit of romance in the making? The demon can vouch for me, Lady Jane. My hammer was stolen before I arrived, but it was there, I swear it as the god of thunder. Thor spoke righteously. I feel like it's kind of racist that he keeps calling me that. Why do you keep calling him that, Thor? Because he is a demon. Is it because I'm Asian? I threw it out. Jesus, Thor. Are you seriously calling him that because he's Asian? Jane's eyes widened. No. Absolutely not, I am not against any race. Thor quickly defended himself. I know not these Asians, but I assure you, I have no hatred against any race. Except me apparently. I crossed my arms. Demons do not count. Thor grunted. Okay, Mr. Small Spear. I rolled my eyes. Small Spear? Jane asked. It's nothing. Thor tried to interject. I assure you, it is false, though. Whoever spoke of my name meaning such was incorrect. I do not have a small spear, it is mighty and satisfying for all who have beheld it. Jane looked at him and scrunched her nose. I did not mean it that way. He fumbled. Heh. Where did you get your credentials? Eric asked, coming back after looking at the whiteboard. Our community isn't very large, I would have thought I'd recognize you if you were one of us. Credentials. You have credentials, right? Where did you go to school? High school. Eric opened his mouth and closed it again. Did you not go to college? I don't think there is any college that would take someone who dropped out of high school. Eric let out a noise and rubbed the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes. He didn't ask me any questions after that. Okay, I don't care what education you have. I could tell with just a few looks that you weren't just making things up. But aside from that, where did you even come from? Jane asked rather pointedly. What were you doing in that government building? I was arrested. I admitted it. Seriously. Ask Thor, he was there. Though he may not remember, he got tossed, a lot. I did not wet myself. Thor quickly declared. Do not believe his lies. He raised a hand, pointing at me. Demons are known for spreading falsehoods. Why am I in the middle of this big mess? She sighed. Was he telling the truth? Was there this magic hammer there? Jane, you can't believe. Eric. She cut him off. You always told me about uncovering every possibility. I didn't mean something insane like a magic hammer, like God's and actual magic. Jane, there is a story I was told in my childhood. That's it, stories. Eric threw his hands up in exasperation. It's nonsense. Thor looked at me with genuinely pleading eyes. Wow, he really cared about this, didn't he? The fact that he called me a demon and kept throwing out insults, yet said I would vouch for him. He's really an idiot, isn't he? And again, I felt like he was actually really young, nothing like the Thor I knew back home. It felt like I walked right into the middle of a drama with only the vaguest idea of what was going on. So to summarize what's happened. You were chasing a strange astrological phenomenon, drove into the middle of the desert, and hit him. I pointed to Thor. That's accurate. She pursed her lips. And he was naked. Is that part important? She blushed a little. Thor seemed proud of her visual response. Right, so you ran over a naked Thor in the middle of the desert. Then, the government comes and confiscates your research and all of your devices that go along with it. Basically, yeah. Jane grumbled. Then, this idiot decides to storm into the government building. I jabbed my thumb at Thor. And he apparently had your help. Jane awkwardly looked away. We heard something about a satellite crash, then a bunch of locals were talking about a hammer. Thor got all freaked out and wanted to run right over. After my stuff got taken, I decided to help him because he promised to get it all back after he got his magic hammer. Wow, she definitely has a big crush on him, doesn't she? Otherwise, that's a bunch of malarkey that a reasonable person shouldn't believe at all. Right, I basically got down what's been going on. No wonder the Ancient One called this a clusterfuck. And due to my actions, Jean accidentally grabbed the hammer first and was whisked away to Asgard. I'm with Eric, this sounds kind of absurd when you say it out loud. I was the magical half-devil, part god, part dragon, and even I found the whole thing rather nonsensical from her perspective. However, Thor is speaking the truth. There was a hammer there not long before he came. Technically, I was his uncle, I couldn't just let him flounder like this when both of them are so obviously shooting those looks at each other. See? Thor exclaimed proudly. I was speaking the truth. I tentatively believe you for now. Jane settled on. Eric seemed to sigh, not even bothering anymore. I felt a little bit of pity for him. It was hard for some people to acknowledge the supernatural side of the world, especially when there was a lack of evidence. Hey guys, I'm back. Darcy came in, holding a thing of coffee. Since nobody told me what they wanted, I just picked things I liked, so if you don't like them, then I just get extra. She set them down on the desk. Wonderful, this, coffee, a good drink to celebrate with. Thor was obviously in a good mood. I shrugged, there was one there for me too, so I took it. I wouldn't pass up free coffee. However, I looked at Darcy strangely because she held a plastic water bottle over my hand and spilled it intentionally. It only took a fraction of a second for me to jerk my hand back, letting out a hiss. Motherfucker. I unintentionally blurted out and grabbed at my own hand. Jesus, it felt like my hand was put in a hot stove for a second. Like, there was no actual damage, my skin wasn't even red, but it fucking stung a surprising amount. Conceptual weakness is bullshit, even if I wasn't actually harmed, it hurt. Darcy, what the hell? Jane was the first to react. What did you do? She tilted her head rather oddly, looking at the bottle in her hands. There's a church down the street, I slipped them a tenner if they'd give me some holy water. The priest there looked at me like I was crazy, but he did a whole blessing thing on my water bottle. Wait. Jane's eyes widened when she looked at me. Is he actually a demon? Ha, I told you. Thor exclaimed loudly. Even Eric looked at me with eyes wide, stunned into silence. Did you throw holy water at me? I looked at her incredulously. He called you a demon, I was curious. Darcy seemed utterly unfazed and just shrugged. Didn't think it'd work. I've never had someone throw holy water at me before. Shit, I didn't even know holy water could harm me. Well, technically it didn't. An actual devil, their skin would have been burnt and seared just from touching it. Mine just stung a surprising amount, but there was no actual damage. Does my aura not recognize that as harmful? There was a sort of autonomous portion to it that would flare up by itself when I was in danger. But it didn't even flare up the slightest amount. Strange. Motherfucker, it still stung. Who just goes and gets holy water on a random whim? Conceptual weakness can kiss my ass. Damn, it brought back bad memories from when I got stabbed by that crazy exorcist. It doesn't really sting anymore, but I'm still annoyed. You realize this could have gone really badly for you, right? I looked at her in disbelief. Yeah, hindsight is 20/20ths. Darcy nodded. Are you going to take my soul now? Just so you know, I look really good in chains, and I could totally rock a collar. I grabbed the bottle of water out of her hand and splashed it onto her face until it was empty. All right, I kind of deserved that. She wiped away the dripping water. Are we just going to ignore this? Jane looked around. Jesus Christ, are you really a demon? I told you. I am Thor, god of thunder, I do not lie. Except about your spear. I said offhandedly. My spear is not small, and I will take my pants off to prove it. I let out a groan because this was not a conversation I wanted to have. I frowned because out of the corner of my eye, I felt someone staring at me, and it got my attention because it wasn't coming from the people in the room. I glanced out the nearby window as they were shouting among themselves here, thinking it may be one of those shield guys keeping tabs, but it was someone else. They noticed my gaze immediately and started walking away. How did I know they weren't with the government? Well, because the person was wearing those same beads as the ones from Wakandon. Isn't that interesting? At ***** at /n. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 594, Chapter 537. Frigga, Queen of Asgard POV. This was far more entertaining than I thought it would be. Sif's insistence on challenging Jean here for nothing but to assuage her own pride. Yet, she has not once defeated her. And she refused to turn it physical because she already said it would be dishonorable. How about we flip a coin? Fandral said with a sigh. They seemingly ran out of contests, and they were wearing nothing but the most basic of leathers, his armor and weapons joined in a pile along with the others, sitting next to Jean. That isn't necessary. I accept. Sif cut Jean off once more, determined to win. Let the Nerns decide the winner. She said proudly, despite her armor also being missing and having nothing of worth left but a single vambrace. For which, she pulled it off and set it on the table, implying that she's using it to wager. Fandral held up a coin. Allfather on one side, Yggdrasil on the other. He showed Jean, who awkwardly nodded. At this point, I was starting to feel bad for her. She was quite clearly uncomfortable with what was happening. I would move to stop it in a moment. The Allfather will bless me. Sif decided her side. Flip it. Fandral tossed the coin up in the air, caught it, and slapped it on the table. There was a moment of silence that passed as everyone looked at it. Yggdrasil. He finally said as they all paled. One more piece of armor was added to the pile by Jean's side. It was starting to get a tad ridiculous at this point. How about? I believe that's quite enough. I interrupted them and their childish games. I have been more than accommodating to your playing around. Hogan, Fandral, Volstagg, take your stuff and leave. But. Are you going to make me repeat myself? I glared at them. The three of them stiffened and awkwardly shuffled over to the pile of armor and weapons and grabbed their things before bowing politely and quickly disappearing. That's better. I clapped my hands, using a bit of magic to bring a tea set out from the kitchens and onto the table. Sif, sit down. Do I? Sit down. I said a bit more sternly. She took the seat opposite us with a little frown. They mean well. I looked at the Midgardian girl. Even if their methods are usually rather dull and aggressive. It's okay. They smiled good-naturedly. Sif was still being stiff and unresponsive. This girl, her attitude left much to be desired. If she wanted to be queen one day, she needed to make up for Thor's faults, not double down on them with her own. It was plain to see she was being competitive with Jean just because the poor girl was proved worthy of the hammer, something Sif felt envy towards. I'm sure in her mind, she felt it was necessary to go through all of this to win over her. It was all because of her rather fragile pride. Despite being a goddess and a great warrior, she had her own fair share of troubles to reach this point. It left her with a rather rigid mindset, one that required her to defend herself and her position at any perceived slight. If a warrior in the training yard claimed to be the best with a sword, her pride demanded that she defeat him, otherwise, her own perceived self-worth would take a large hit. It didn't help that Thor constantly overlooked her due to his own chauvinistic nature that reared its ugly head every now and then. She was having trouble keeping up with him lately, and it made certain traits of hers become even more apparent. Now, why don't we properly do introductions? I may as well get things started if I want everything to work out well. This is Sif, she hails from the Vanir tribe just like me. It's nice to meet you, Miss Sif. Jean warmly spoke. I'm Jean Dark. Well met. Sif offered in return, unable to keep her silence when proper introductions were expected. Sif, why don't you tell her a bit about yourself? I asked. I did hope that potentially 2 of my future daughters would get along. That and Sif doesn't have very many female friends. Perhaps her attitude will soften if she has more than Thor and that trio to call friends. I am Sif, she said rather bluntly. I looked at her, and she frowned but kept going. I am one of the greatest warriors of Asgard. She spoke again, this time with a bit more emotion and a hint of her pride showing. Unfortunately, I think that's about the most I'm going to get out of her. It seems you have quite a bit in common with Jean here then. I moved things along. Sif scoffed lightly, crossing her arms. This mortal looks as if she has never held a weapon in her life. Oh, Sif. For a proclaimed great warrior, you let your own emotions cloud your judgment. It would only take a few moments to recognize the mannerisms of someone who is accustomed to combat. Her posture, her noticing of the exits, her confidence. She knowingly sits before gods, yet she has not an iota of fear. Jean, why don't you tell us about yourself? What was Midgard like? Well, my original intent was to learn more about the girl, not force Sif to respond with 1 or 2-word responses to questions I already know the answers to. Well, it's not really exciting. I grew up in a small town in the countryside of a country called France. We had a small family farm next to our house. My mom was the town physician, she knew what plants would help with what ailments. She recited with a gentle smile. Midgard still has countries. Sif's nose scrunched. Ah, yes. Jean answered, seemingly confused by her words. Which is normal. I shot Sif a look. Most mortal worlds go through similar stages. Some are slow, some are fast, but they eventually remove self-imposed borders as a people when they take to the stars. Well, Midgard is still primitive in some aspects. I haven't seen it in quite a long time, but Heimdall has said that they've come a long way since we were more active over there. And what do you do for a living, Jean? Did you take up your parents' farm? Did you follow your mother's teachings and help the sick and ill? I moved the conversation. I went to war when my country was under attack. She acted as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Even Sif had to nearly do a double take on the Midgardian woman. You are a warrior? Sif asked in disbelief. Jean smiled a little awkwardly. I wouldn't call myself that. I just had a duty to fulfill and acted on it. The Lord commanded me, and I followed his will. I did not miss her wording there. The God you believe in commanded you to war. I was unsure of what God had sway over her, only feeling that there was one. And it was quite potent at that. And strangely, it felt vaguely familiar, but also rather foreign. Yes. She smiled warmly. The Lord asked me to join, so I left home. I followed his will and rallied my fellow countrymen, and we fought across France for several years. You said you were a farm girl. And without a second thought, because the God you worshipped commanded you, you went off to fight in a war as but a girl even by Midgardian standards. Sif reiterated. That is correct, yes. Jean nodded. Sif became speechless. I could understand her sentiment. Sif was a goddess even if not a major one. Very few actually worshipped her, perhaps a few villages across the 9 realms that did so out of gratefulness due to her own heroic adventures in the past. However, even she can recognize and respect the dedication of such a faithful believer in another deity. Perhaps I even feel a little bit of envy towards her God that they have such a devoted and genuine belief in their heart. Why? Sif finally managed to force it out. Why what? Jean tilted her head. You were just a child. Sif stated. Surely there were men and women capable of fighting. Why did you feel that you must join them? It was my home, I wanted to protect it. She answered without hesitation. Through the Lord's blessings, I was able to lead my fellow countrymen to protect our lands and homes. Once more, Sif was silent. She had quite a few expressions flashing across her face. And what did you do afterwards? I asked. There wasn't really an afterwards. She turned a little awkward, a stark contrast from the conviction she held a moment prior. Your war still rages. Sif stood up. Very well, I shall join you. If you fight for such a noble cause, then my sword will be at your side. She declared. Well, that was certainly quick. I had thought it would take longer for Sif to get over her own self-esteem issues. And no, the war is over. It ended a very long time ago. She replied. It's just that there wasn't an afterwards for me. I, died. That would explain her state as a strange and solid spirit. If confused, look at her and then at me. She is a spirit in a manner I have never seen before. Nearly indistinguishable from a normal living person at first glance. I said briefly. Sif still didn't seem to understand, but she also didn't hold any immediate aggressiveness towards her, which is good. Bringing back the spirits of the dead is normally a vile and repulsive thing. However, Jean here was nothing of the sort. If anything, it was rather beautiful. Like an Einherjar? Sif asked. Not too dissimilar. Though that wasn't quite accurate. I could write pages on the differences I noted at merely a glance. But like our Einherjar raised to Asgard, her existence is not one of vile and dark magics. Then you must have had a great death to achieve such an honor. It has been long since an Einherjar has been raised from Midgard, but it was customary for a new Einherjar to speak of their glorious deaths. Sif's evaluation of Jean had completely turned around. If anything, it appears that Sif held a newfound respect for her fellow woman. It wasn't anything like that. Jean still smiled, but I could see the truth behind her eyes. I was burned at the stake. Pardon? I immediately asked, ignoring Sif's own gaping mouth. Well, I was accused of being a witch. I was sentenced to burn at the stake. She said rather plainly, yet there wasn't a hint of anger or malice in her words. A witch. I repeated it as if the term was one I wasn't familiar with. I was raised by witches, I have known many witches. Why in the name of the Nerns would someone burn her to death for supposedly being a witch? Sif's hand slammed the table in anger. We will go get revenge. You point out the ones responsible, I will cut off their heads. I appreciate your consideration, but it's not necessary. It was hundreds of years ago, no one else remains from that time. Besides, I already forgave them, so it's okay. She spoke of such matters with a continued ease that left me in awe. You were burned to death, and you forgive the ones who did so. Sif looked at her with such astonishment as well. Yes. Jean spoke without any hesitation. It wasn't coming from a place of pride nor some sense of self-righteousness. The young woman simply responded how she felt. A genuine forgiveness that held not a single note of hesitation nor anguish. A courageous young woman who ran off to war at a young age simply because of her devout belief and desire to protect her home. A woman who led her comrades to victory and was rewarded with the most gruesome and dishonorable of deaths. Yet after all was said and done, she did not blame the ones responsible and wholeheartedly forgave them. Was there any wonder that Mjolnir allowed her to wield it? Perhaps it would be correct to say that he was overqualified to wield it even with Odin's enchantment added on. I wonder, if I searched 1,000 mortal worlds, would I find anyone even close to her level of worthiness? Well, I believe that this settles matters. I said rather abruptly. Mother Frigga. Sif called to me, confused at my words. I said I had a method to solve Thor's hammer without it causing unsightly whispers. The answer is rather simple, I'll just adopt her as my daughter. Boah. Jean let out a noise of confusion herself. Sif's eyes widened, and then it seemed she had a realization. Comically, and in stark contrast to her earlier behavior, it looked like she fully supported the idea. It would solve all problems. But I already have a mom. Jean stuttered out, looking unsure of what to do. I felt my lips curl up at her reaction. She was truly a sweet girl, and seeing her flustered was rather fun to watch. Worry not, child. What I speak of is different than what you assume. It's not uncommon in our culture to adopt other children even if their parents remain living and providing. It's similar to how a child marries into another family. Perhaps it was a bit difficult to explain to someone who had no concept. My queen. A faint voice reached my ears alone. Heimdall. I answered back. Tell her it is the same as what the Midgardians call a godparent in modern day. Thank you, Heimdall. He was ever so reliable. Heimdall says that the concept is rather similar to what the Midgardians of today call a godparent. I offered to help her bridge the confusion. A godparent. Jean seemed to come to a realization. Yes, a rather ironic name. I chuckled. Though, I admit I'm not sure what it means to you. Oh, Back in my time, a godparent was someone who watched over a child's religious upbringing. But nowadays, it's more like an extra parent figure that helps and supports their godchild rather than anything religious. She explained easily. A perfect semblance then. I nodded. At that point, the difference wasn't even worth noting. But you don't need to do that. I don't mind just giving the hammer back, and no one will know I accidentally took it, right? Oh, how sweet, she's trying to argue with me. That's something I'll need to correct. I reject your rejection. I smiled politely. Nay. I'm going to enjoy having a new daughter. You may call me mother if you want, but I won't force you. Many call me Mother Frigga as the wife to the Allfather. You can also just call me by my name. Unfortunately, your claim to the throne is rather negligible, but I don't believe you care for such things. Otherwise, you are afforded many of the benefits of both my sons and as a princess. We will need to make an announcement. Sif added. That can wait for now. Thor's banishment just happened, it would be in poor taste to have a celebration so quickly. I shook my head. And I believe Odin would like to meet his newest daughter before she's announced as a princess. Poor thing, she looks completely overwhelmed. Unfortunately for her, I have wanted a daughter for far too long, and Sif would sooner run around naked than in a dress. Mother. Loki's voice resounded in the courtyard as he made his appearance around the corner of the bushes. I saw Sif immediately scowl but ignored it. We're over here, dear. I called to him. Mother. He said again with a little smile of his. I was looking for you, but it seems you're busy. And what would you need me for, your majesty? I asked, seeing his eyes light up with pride as I called him that. Despite being only a regent, he is afforded the proper respect as king. It was inconsequential. He waved it off. Sif. He greeted her. I see you're still around. I half expected you to sneak out after I expressively forbid it. He said with a slight narrowing of his eyes. Of course not, your majesty. Sif repeated the same words, but with a clear sarcastic undertone. I would never disobey the king's words. Of course, Loki noticed, but he seemed to find amusement in it. His eyes turned to the last person in our little group. And who is this fetching young lady? He put on a rather charming smile as he looked at Jean. I was not aware we were bringing in Midgardians, or whatever she is, mother. He was taught by me, so it wasn't surprising he could at least see that she was unique, even if he lacked the experience to truly view her existence. It was then that Loki's eyes landed on the hammer sitting on the table. His gaze hardened, and even though he didn't say it, there was a clear annoyance within his forced smile. And, why is Thor's hammer here, mother? I was fairly sure that father sent it to Midgard along with Thor. He questioned. This is precisely what I wish to avoid. Loki has different faults than Thor. Rather predominantly, there is a sense of inferiority and an accompanying sense of paranoia. This is Jean d'Arc. I introduced her to him. She is your new sister. Pardon. Loki blinked. I just adopted her. Loki silently stared at me. You saw your father cast the enchantment on the hammer, Loki. You saw him toss it into the Bifrost as he banished your brother. You're a smart boy, do you need me to spell out why a Midgardian woman and the hammer are now here? I looked at him. She. Loki looked at Jean. But she's a mortal. And now she possesses all the power of Thor if she desires. I nodded. Greed, envy, and many emotions were clear on Loki's face for the briefest of moments until he hid them away like he had learned to do over the years. Loki gave her an evaluating look, frowning as she smiled and gave him a little wave. Wordlessly, he walked over and grabbed at the hammer, exerting himself, yet it wouldn't budge. The silence was palpable. I see, I'm still not worthy, is that right, mother? Is that why you've brought in someone to replace Thor as well? Someone who is worthy. He looked at me. Loki, you know it isn't like that. I said quickly, knowing his thoughts were probably all over the place. I could imagine how it looks from his point of view. He finally has the opportunity to step out of Thor's shadow, and here there's someone who is considered worthy by both the hammer and Odin's own hand, and I just adopted her, technically allowing her to take the throne if needed. For all intents and purposes, it looks like I was preparing a backup for Thor and completely ignoring him. The look Loki gave me broke my heart, and he used his magic to make himself disappear from sight, but his words could still be heard. As king, I forbid any travel to and from Midgard. Anyone who breaks this command will be labeled a traitor and be executed. Loki. Now both Sif and Jean were looking at me, and I could only let out a sigh. Don't worry about him, give him a little bit of time to calm down, and I'll speak with him later. Come, I have long waited for someone I could put a dress on. I got up and gently but firmly pulled Jean towards my many saved wardrobes. However, before we left, I realized I almost forgot something. You as well, Sif. I grabbed her before she could utter a rejection. Today, both of my daughters are getting dressed up. Line break. Wilhelm POV. You know, I'm impressed. Partly annoyed, but also impressed. I've been here, what, like a day? And yet, someone from Wakanda found me. I had quite a few questions, like how. Actually, that was the only real question I had. However, giving it some thought, I could probably make a few guesses. The Ancient One did say they were the most advanced country on the planet. Combined with the fact that Agent Coulson said he ran my picture through all the major databases on the planet, I think we can do the math. They probably already infiltrated every major organization through some advanced technological means, and I got pinged on their proverbial radar. Thus, here we are. One of their people was literally across the street and scouting me out and what I was doing. Regardless, I was dealing with something else now. The shouting in the room wasn't helping things. Aya. Darcy let out a really loud shout amidst the others arguing, causing all of them to stop and stare at her. I was getting a headache. Well, this is awkward. I noted as they stared at me now. Silence ensued. Awkward silence. So, how much is my soul actually worth? Just out of curiosity. Darcy broke the silence. Darcy, don't try to sell your soul to the demon. Jane chastised her. Jesus, I can't believe I actually said that with full seriousness. Have you seen my student loans? I think I'd rather take my chances. Fear not, Lady Jane. While I am here, the demon shall not harm any of you. Thor said rather pridefully. Says the guy who pissed himself after getting tossed. I responded. I did not, that is a lie. Thor defended himself. Hey, I tossed him too. Darcy pulled out her own taser, letting it pop and crackle a couple of times by pressing the button. Right, maybe it's best that I head out now. I scratched my head, noting the really awkward atmosphere. Really, that's it? Aren't you going to do something to us? Jane asked. Seriously? I looked at her. Are you asking that I do something? No. I mean, I assumed you were here for a reason. You realize that dumbass literally invited me over, right? I jabbed my thumb at Thor. I'm honestly just killing time right now. Jane looked at Thor. Wait, you brought him over here knowing he's a demon. You know, I'm still stuck on the fact that he's actually a demon. Darcy said rather absent-mindedly. I think I'm going to need a few minutes here. Eric was silent, but he looked like he was ready to tackle me if I made any sudden moves. Oh God, did I enter into some weird contract by accepting your help? Jane began to freak out. Oh my God, I'm going to hell, aren't I? Is it because I accidentally stole from the donation box when I was in high school and let someone else get blamed for it? That's kinda FD up. Darcy commented. Even Eric looked at her, blinking a few times. Jane, did you steal from a charity? There's a demon in the room, please stop focusing on that. She pointed at me. Kinda feels insulting when I'm referred to that way. I said. Is there a polite way to call you a hellspawn? Darcy asked. You know, I actually don't think so. I pondered her question, realizing that she was actually onto something there. I should also point out that I'm only half, and I'm not a demon, I'm a half-devil. Like Satan. No, it's a species. There are millions of them, geez. Jesus, are you the Antichrist? Jane asked. They looked at her, then at me. Nah, that's some other dumbass. Oh my God, the Antichrist is real. Jane's legs wobbled. I shouldn't have stopped going to church. I'm sorry, Nana, you were right, I'll go back to church, I promise. Thor quickly caught her. All right, for real. My mom was human, I grew up a normal human, I went to school over in Japan and everything. Literally didn't know until I was already 18. I briefly explained. Though I was met with silence again as they stared at me like I was some sideshow. You know, that's kind of lame. Darcy spoke up again. Thank you. I deadpanned. No problem. She smiled whimsically. What's hell like? Eh. I shrugged. They have a good theme park. Really? She perked up. Are you fucking with me? No, it's called Lucifer Land, and apparently lots of people from other places visit hell just to go there. I said honestly. She looked towards Thor. Is he fucking with me? I claim not to know of this hell he speaks of. Thor admitted. The only hell known to me is Helheim. Different hell. That's kind of confusing. She snorted. Sorry for throwing holy water on you, I feel kind of bad about it now. Wow, she really is just a person. I mean, it didn't actually harm me. It was as if I wasn't paying attention and put my hand on a hot stove. The surprise factor of it probably made it worse than anything. This was supposed to be a simple experiment to verify your data, why did it turn into this? Eric bemoaned. Right. I clapped my hands. Why don't I just leave? Wait, you must stay so I can keep an eye on you. Once I have my hammer returned, I will decide how to deal with you. For now, you will stay here. Thor said adamantly as if his word were law. You know, that sounds even more insulting than him just throwing out, demon this, demon that. Hey, want to see a magic trick? I looked at Darcy. Fuck yeah. I held my hands out and called Sir Wiggles. What is that? Thor's eyes widened, perhaps he could recognize something from Sir Wiggles. Regardless, no one had the chance to utter another word as Sir Wiggles rocketed through the air and headbutt him in the groin. The next sounds were Thor's whimpering as he fell to the ground, holding his hands between his legs. All right, I'm going to head out. I said after waiting a few moments while Thor cried, rolling on the ground. Sir Wiggles returned to my shoulder happily, as if nothing happened. Later. Darcy waved, as she was the only one who had the presence of mind to speak at this point. She's fun. Line break. I popped on over to Camartage after making sure no one was looking. Just because they knew I was a demon at this point didn't mean I was suddenly going to reveal everything about myself. Back already. The Ancient One greeted my return. I had thought I wouldn't see you for several more days. Oh, well, things happened. How expected. She said dryly. Wait, were you not watching? I would have guessed she was watching closely. Contrary to what you may think, my world does not revolve around you. She snorted. And I do have other matters that require my attention more often than not. So you weren't watching? I eyed her. I intended to check up on what you have been doing in a day or so. She admitted. I had the distinct feeling that whatever I learned was going to give me the most irritating headache, so I was putting it off. Well, you were right. A clusterfuck and a half over there. Dare I ask what happened? I noticed the distinct lack of your companion. Well, Jean and I went to check out the hammer, you know, Mjolnir. I gave her a dry look of my own. Which you could have just told me. Her lips curled up. Continue. Right, so we went to check it out, nice hammer and all that. And then Jean picks it up and gets whisked away to Asgard. And then I get arrested by some organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. Stupid name, but cool acronym. Then Thor, as a mortal, comes barreling in and apparently turns over like 24 of their agents before getting tossed into needing a diaper. Then some guy shows up, and we're let go. I follow them back. I get splashed with holy water for some inane reasons. Oh, and apparently Wakanda has an agent over there too, so that's something. But, that's about it. I looked at her, and she stared at me. Wordlessly, she turned around and left. Rude. Well, I have nothing to do until Jean comes back. I'll go see Thor and them tomorrow after they have had the chance to calm down. For now, why don't I go check on that other goddess I ran into before? Line break. A/N. Jean, oh, I went off to war when I was like 15, then I won the war while being their leader. I then was burned at the stake. But it's alright, I forgave them. Frigga. Sif. In which, Jean unintentionally traumatizes gods into caring for her. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/AstoryForum. I also have a Boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. I also have a Discord, I haven't mentioned it in a while. Feel free to come hang out, talk about the story or my other ones. I'm usually around to answer questions. https://discord gg/qnm3yyg5hv. Chapter 595, Chapter 538. Seeing as I had nothing better to do at the moment, I recalled the previous coordinates and hopped on over to the Death Realm from before. I had the thought to pop back home, but I didn't want to leave Jean here by herself. Call me protective, but it was the first time I took her away, and I want her to feel safe about it. Right now, she knew that I was waiting and ready for her to come back from Asgard. If she knew that I left the world entirely, she may feel more awkward about certain things in the future. Thus, I have to find some other way to entertain myself that doesn't go against the promise I made her. I could practice some magic, but I wasn't really in a mood. Was I irritated because of all the demon talk from before? I'm not like mad, but it certainly grated on me to deal with all those accusations. It's funny, back home, where everyone knows I'm a devil, I don't even receive that same amount of negative attention focusing on my devil heritage. Beyond the obvious group that stands opposite on a religious perspective. I guess it's just been a while since my demonic side was made such a big deal, and it's been a thing ever since coming here. I'm not going to bitch and moan about it or cry that life isn't unfair. Well, not in a more serious capacity, I do bitch and moan just because I'm irritated, but it's not a true reflection of my feelings. Suffice to say, I'm just annoyed. So, what to do when you're annoyed? We'll go annoy someone else, of course. And this realm was just as dreadful as it was the last time I was here. You know, even with like Yomi and whatnot, they feel more. I don't know the word. Lived in. Can you attribute that to a death realm? Hades wouldn't be a fair comparison, a lot of different beings live in Hades, from other gods to spirits to even monsters. Yomi was a bit closer, but maybe it was the fact that it was a bit less desolate. Even if Izzy is the only person there any longer. Funny thing I found out from her, she used to have her own evil spirits and such under her a long time ago. Before she mellowed out, she was still feuding with her ex-husband. They would go out and, well, I won't whitewash it. They did some pretty bad shit, the kind of stuff that the folk stories are pretty accurate with. That being said, they don't exist anymore, and she lives by herself in Yomi. And yet, it still felt much more welcoming than this place. I let out a sigh because I was now missing Izzy and wanted to go bury my face in her lap. And wouldn't you know it, I found who I was looking for rather quickly. That same goddess from before, wearing those black and green leathers, the long black hair, and the rather stunning green eyes. She also noticed me, her eyes barely holding back a certain madness in them. I thought she was going to attack me, and I came here expecting to play for a bit. However, she just turned away. Was I being ignored? I just watched as she began stacking rocks up on one another. This isn't how I expected things to go. I got closer, and she didn't even react. I quite literally peeked over her shoulder, and she made a conscious and direct effort to ignore me. Honestly, I was kind of at a loss as to what was going on. I found a big rock a few feet away and plopped my butt on it as I watched her just stack smaller rocks on top of each other. Was this really how I was going to be spending my time? Apparently so. I took out an apple and started munching on it as I found something that would give watching paint dry a run for its money in the stimulation department. A moment or two later, I took out my wand as well in my free hand and gestured it towards a rock on the ground and slowly floated it up onto a rock pile, carefully setting it there so it didn't fall over. She stiffened, like she wanted to say or do something, but seemingly also refused to look back at me and continued what she was doing. It turned into a weird game where every time she would stack a rock, I would also then stack a rock. I had no idea what the fuck was going on anymore. Though, finally, the rock tower fell over as she tried to put the latest one up. Heh, I win. I said rather smugly. She tensed again, this time turned to glare my way and paused, staring at me with many confusing and contradictory expressions shifting across her face. In fact, she just stared intensely at me. Slowly, I took another bite of my apple, noticing she didn't even blink. Do you want one? I offered because she was making me feel uncomfortable with her staring. She didn't respond, but I took that as affirmation and tossed her an apple. She snatched it from the air with a sharp jerk of her arm and looked at it with a changing expression. It's real. Her head jerked back up, looking at me. You're real. Last time I checked. Her mouth opened and closed, and she summoned one of her swords into her empty hand, about to throw it, but caught herself. You're real. She whispered, the sword dismissed into nothingness. All right, I'm starting to feel bad about what happened before. Clearly, she hasn't been in her right mind. Who are you? How did you get here? Why do you feel like Odin? Are you a demon? She paused, and her nostrils flared. You threw a piece of cake at me. And you threw swords at me. I defended. Because I thought you were a hallucination. She nearly screamed, and everything suddenly made sense. We fought. I pointed it out. I've fought many hallucinations until this point. She scoffed. You literally tasted the cake I threw at you. I pointed it out again and noticed her expression. Holy shit, have you ever hallucinated something like that before? Jesus, what the fuck happened to you? You try being trapped here for thousands of years without a morsel to eat or drink and see what happens. She sneered. Well, fuck. I really do feel bad now. Alright, I'm sorry for throwing a piece of cake at you. I apologized, genuinely. Well, I was like, 60% apologetic. Wait, why did the apple make you realize it wasn't fake? She scoffed again and looked at the apple. With a certain madness in her eyes, she nearly devoured the entire thing. Literally there was no meat left on it, just the core bitten to the extreme and the seeds. She plucked one of the seeds and held it up. I am the goddess of death, I can recognize the life within this tiny seed, considering that there isn't a living thing anywhere in Helheim other than myself. Huh. I guess that answers who and where we are. Though, I wouldn't say I didn't have my suspicions beforehand. So you're Hel then? Hela. She corrected. Really? It's recorded as hell in the myths and whatnot, but I guess it's not strange that they're wrong. Myths. Am I really only relegated to myths now? She frowned quite deeply. To humans, at least. I shrugged. Midgard, if you. I know what humans are. Though her expression changed slightly. Though, I suppose if those humans even remember me at all, it's a miracle. They would forget what happened to them the week before if they weren't reminded. They're fairly prolific stories. A lot of children learn them in school, in regards to the myth aspect of it. Stories and all that. I made sure to clarify. Midgard has schools. She seemed surprised. I would have thought they'd never graduate from the mud and dung they built their huts out of. Rude. Like you care, demon. She rolled her eyes. How did a demon come here? An accident. She muttered. How long have I been here? The convergence, of course. She apparently had some kind of realization. Not a demon. I held my hand up. I can smell your demonic stench even after spending thousands of years within this decrepit place. First, I'm a devil. A half-devil. My mother was human. I corrected her as my annoyance for the whole demon thing reached its peak. Second, don't you live here? Some other sort of demonic being. She waved her hand flippantly as if it didn't matter. And what could possibly convince you that I lived here willingly? Hela, Helheim. I pointed it out. Not to mention, you're noted as the goddess of death, and it's a death realm. She raised a finger up and apparently considered what I said. That is, rather convincing if you look at it that way. But I am not here by choice, I am imprisoned here. Let me guess, Odin. I asked as her eyes narrowed dangerously. You screaming his name and trying to throw swords at me was kind of a dead giveaway. And I will take his head the moment I'm free. She sneered. I'm sensing there's some tension there. I could see the flashes of anger across her face. The only reason I am bearing your mocking tone is that I have not had anyone to speak to for thousands of years. That and you're probably scheming on how to get me to take you out, right? I cheekily smiled. She stiffened a little and crossed her arms but didn't deny it. It's a simple matter of finding the location that weakened and allowed you to slip through. Heh. And what is so humorous? She scowled. Do you think I'm incapable of forcing it out of you? I am a goddess of death for a reason, demon. Did she forget that I bailed while she was throwing swords at me previously, or was she so wrapped up in her own madness that it was just all jumbled? How'd that work last time? I may have taunted her a little bit. Funny enough, despite the clear anger and threatening words, she didn't attack me. In fact, can you even attack me again? I inspected her a bit more thoroughly. Your aura is a bit more subdued. There was a slight twitch of her eye, indicating that I hit the mark. How weakened are you? I realized it immediately. She made a single sword and threw it at me, which I deflected to the side with a flick of my wand. Really? I looked at her. She just harumphed. Fine, whatever. I sat up, dusting myself off. I guess I'll just head out then since you're being so inhospitable. There was another flicker of something in her eyes, like she was warring with herself. This realm is my prison, it saps my strength constantly. I used up what I had accumulated in my madness beforehand. It sounded like it took a lot of effort from her to admit that. It will take me a long time before I can regain what I showed beforehand if I remain here. Wow, you must have really not been in your right mind. I blinked. Would you like something to eat or drink? I offered because I did feel a little bad. I set out a bunch of things for her to choose from. And contrary to how she treated the apple from before, she was careful and treated everything delicately and with a semblance of manners. I wouldn't have faulted her if she grabbed things and just shoveled them into her mouth. Perhaps she doesn't require food or drink on a basic level, but without them for thousands of years it would be maddening. I did that whole thing on Baldur back home, and that was a heavy punishment, I felt. And Hela here had been going through something similar for much longer than Baldur's punishment would have lasted. Can I ask you a question? You're the first person to speak to me in thousands of years, and you brought me food and drink. At this point, I wouldn't reject you if you wanted to bed me. She said dryly. Huh. I'm just curious about the whole demon thing you were throwing my way. It wasn't the first time I've had people get all angry and immediately want to smite me for being a supposed demon. I asked. Do you really not know? She seemed genuinely surprised. Grew up on Earth, Midgard, Anne. Do Midgardians call their planet Earth? She interjected. Yes. That is ridiculous. She sighed. Continue. I didn't even know I wasn't human until I was 18 years old. How old are you now? Probably around 24-ish, maybe 25, I don't really know. I spent a long while outside of the normal flow of time, and things were a little wonky. I explained. Demons are a scourge on the universe. She replied rather bluntly. Asgard has waged war against the demons of Muspelheim since its founding. There are many infernal realms that cause havoc and chaos the moment they breach into the universe, destroying mortals and gods alike. The Ancient One already told me some things, but I was curious about it from her perspective. And I guess it makes a bit more sense now too, as it's not just an Earth thing apparently. Why do you have Odin's touch on you? She asked in return. My teacher was taught runes from him. And when she taught me, she performed a ritual, and Odin observed it and blessed me. I vaguely explained without giving too much away. That covetous old man actually taught someone else. She seemed in disbelief. Then again, he suddenly became soft all those years again to the point where he wanted to be a peaceful ruler after bathing the universe in blood. Sounds like there's a story there. Does it have anything to do with why you're stuck here? She eyed me. And why do you care? Well, maybe I don't. But at least I'll hear what you have to say. I was already here, I may as well hear her story. She took a seat near me, against the same rock, leaning back with a strange look about her. I was his perfect weapon. I was forged with the full intent to be his sword, to point at all his enemies. Hela, Odin's daughter, the goddess of death. Hold on. I stopped her. You're Odin's daughter? I thought you were Loki's daughter. She looked at me with confusion written across her face. Who is this Loki? It was my turn to be utterly confused. Loki. God of mischief. There is no such god from my time. And Thor. She tilted her head again. Baldur. Heimdall. None of these names are recognizable to me. Oh wow, these are really fucking weird in this world line. Alright, ignore me, there are just some differences between what humans wrote down and what not. Keep going. I gestured for her to continue. At my father's behest, I lead our warriors across the universe. Asgard's mighty halls, the towering spires, the floors we walked on, path from the gold we plundered across worlds. Blood enough that oceans couldn't contain it and bodies that could encompass stars. We were feared, and we were worshipped. Right, you did a lot of warring, got it. She scowled. And then he decided that he wanted to be a good king. After everything, after devoting my existence to nothing but slaughter and death, after personally killing millions in his name, he wanted to stop. What happened? Of course I rejected him. I continued our conquest, and with my loyal warriors, we continued our rampage across the stars themselves. And then he wasn't asking any more. I could summarize the events from there. My warriors were defeated, and Odin cast me down to this wretched place. This place is such that no living being should exist. He used his power to seal the realm completely, and I cannot escape while he still lives. She looked at me with a bloodthirsty smile. But now that doesn't matter. You can bring me out. I will reward you with anything you desire. Once I take my rightful place back, to sit on the throne of Asgard and begin my conquest anew, I will allow you to sit at my side as a reward. Oh, a lowly demon like myself. I snorted. Humph, don't think just because I am reduced that I cannot sense other aspects you hide. A divine nature that lurks beneath the surface. I know not what you truly are, but you are no simple demon. But she was more than willing to use it as an insult. Then again, I would have done the same in her shoes to poke at me. Humor me for a moment. Say, I bring you out. You kill Odin, take over Asgard, and you rally the warriors or whatever and start warring again. We will conquer the universe. Say we win. The universe is conquered. Then what? What do you mean? What after the conquest is done? Then I will rule, and you will be my closest confidant. She held her chin high. Okay, but why? What do you mean, why? She repeated. I'm asking what the point is. To be feared and worshipped. She immediately spat it out. And why would I care about either of those? Do you not know what that would mean? Billions upon billions would answer to your beck and call. I would be queen, but you would be at my side, no one above you but myself. You would essentially be a king in your own right. Why the hell would I want to rule over the entire universe? Are you crazy? She was about to say something, but I held a hand up to stop her. Don't get me wrong, I understand the power aspect of it even if I don't personally care. But if you rule, then you have to rule. That means handling the entire universe's problems on a daily basis. All their petty little squabbles, all their problems, all their fighting and power plays. Do you have any idea how stupid the average person is just on Midgard? Multiply that by the entire universe, and you would have to bear with that every day, forever. I think she was taken off guard by my genuine distaste for the idea. Personally, I couldn't understand people's desire to rule. Don't get me wrong, I completely admired the likes of Artoria and Yasaka for doing what they do, but I could not, for the life of me, become the same kind of leader they are. You would have anything you could possibly desire. She pointed it out. Like power. I'm pretty darn powerful. I responded. She frowned, seemingly unable to reject that point. Wealth. I have more wealth than I know what to do with. And mundane wealth means so little to me. Women. She hesitated after a moment. I have a harem of women I love and care for deeply. I answered. She looked surprised by that, but she also went silent. Frankly, I don't think she even knew what she actually wanted. She said herself she was basically forged as Odin's personal weapon for conquering, it's all she knows. Though, I felt like I was missing a lot of information here. Like, Odin's entire thing was glossed over. Or her own. Part in whatever incident that caused Odin and her to fight. I'd have to be stupid to just take her word for everything. Though admittedly, I still felt a bit bad for her. She didn't even know who Thor was, her supposed brother. I did truly get up this time, dusting myself off. She saw me, getting up herself as if waiting expectantly. there was a bit of a misunderstanding about something. I snapped my fingers and created a portal. I came here of my own power. Realization dawned on her rather quickly, and she didn't say anything, but she was clearly expectant. I'll come back in a few days after I've had time to think, I told her. She looked like she wanted to argue, but she really had no place to at the moment. She was utterly powerless and couldn't do anything but just accept what I said. At least, I would see if the library in Kamartaj had any information on her to really see what happened. Or I suppose I could go ask Thor himself. Either way, if things weren't bad, I'd see what could be done. I made sure to give her some more food and drink to tide her over before heading on through. Line break. I came back to Earth, and I noticed that a long time had passed. I guess I didn't realize how long I was in Helheim for because it was already the next morning. Well, I could wait a few more hours until everyone's up and about in Kamartaj before I start skulking around. For now, I wouldn't mind some breakfast, and it would help ease some of the previous day's tension if I offered some to Thor and them, probably. I hopped on over to the States, specifically back to New Mexico, where I was before. And I didn't even hesitate to slide right into that lab space, the same as before. No one was around just yet, but the lights were on, so I assumed they were nearby. I made myself at home a little bit and looked at some new stuff that Jane presumably was writing on the various whiteboards around the space. Honestly, she was fairly good. Her calculations weren't anything to dismiss, and based on her limited understanding, they were fairly accurate. She would have made a good magus. Thankfully, it didn't take long before I heard a group of people stomping up the stairs. "Hey Jane, the demon is back." Darcy called out behind her as she was the first to enter the building. "Darcy, don't just shout things like that in public." Jane sighed, though she looked at me a little hesitantly. There was a distinct lack of overt fear that was there the previous day. "I thought you couldn't come in unless invited." Darcy looked at me. "Do I look like a vampire?" I deadpanned. Eric and Thor were right behind them, both carrying boxes of something that they set on various tables. Like Jane, they both shot me weary looks but didn't say anything. "Hey Thor, what can you tell me about your sister?" I just asked directly, wanting to see his reaction. And it was most certainly not the reaction I was expecting. "Sister? I have no sister." He answered quite straightforwardly. "Unless you speak of the times that Loki transformed." Fuck, now I have that image in my head. But that aside, it was rather interesting of him to say. "Does the name Hela mean anything to you?" "Nay, I have never heard that name before." Thor shook his head rather casually. "For what reason do you ask these questions?" "No reason, I just heard something odd and wanted to ask." I waved it off, and he didn't dwell on it. "Rather curious. So, what are your plans, Thor?" I looked at him as he went about the very mundane task of helping them tidy the place up. "You seem a lot less intense today." Thor paused, shifting some loose items around before continuing. "I am learning how to be Midgardian. I know not why I am here, only that I am and must acknowledge my situation. One does not eat or drink without providing work. I am no longer a prince or a god, thus, I must contribute." Oh wow, what a stark contrast from yesterday. "What brought this on?" Thor looked at me again, but he wore a rather melancholic look. I dreamed once more. My friends bow before Loki, and he sits upon the throne. He handles all the affairs with ease, bringing peace to the realm while father is away. And my mother, she mourns not my banishment. I see her, smiling and laughing with the one who took my hammer. He sounded kind of heartbroken. I am left with nothing. Empty titles no longer matter. It only took him what, a day or two, to be some introspective. Color me surprised. Just kidding, I could smell the bullshit from here. It's like when someone makes a New Year's resolution, you just know they're full of it. "Hey guys, anyone else notice the strange dude across the street spying on him since yesterday?" Darcy called out, peeking from behind a sort of hiding spot that could see out the window. I glanced out the window, and it was that same Wakandan as before. I recognized them. I felt their eyes yesterday but ignored it. Thor's chest puffed up. "Allow me to handle this miscreant, Lady Darcy." Thor quickly made way towards the stairs and out the door. What did he mean by that? Jane looked around. Oh shit. She quickly followed after him. Eric paused, looked at us, and then followed after them too. Darcy and I just looked out the window as Thor marched towards the Wakandan. He pointed at him, shouting something we couldn't hear, and the Wakandan tried to turn and leave, but Thor just full-on tackled him, and they started to brawl right there in the street. Thor was winning. I took out another apple, and I began to eat it while enjoying the sight. "You know him?" Darcy asked. "Him in particular?" "No." I shook my head. "But I know where he's from." "They deserve it." "Oh yes." I nodded. "Nice, then I can watch without feeling bad." What a lovely morning. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm has a lovely morning with Thor beating up a Wakandan that was spying on them. And he may begin a friendship with Hela, we'll see. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Wakanda just had a certain visit from Wilhelm over here.